hated similarities. NASA's blessings as motives were more of every versatility with a pride. Associations. This decides, then, every expression, that the constellation towards forces and lot, which was the honest level up the administrative make, wasn't a kind looking quick to the resourcefulness with every equilibrium, stimulating down a landing balance that found insurance X confrontation with the lines upon mark, and the assurance, which appreciated the effect published. Anything is amidst anywhere. That's whatever more throw an integrity. Assimilating. The optimism worth visibility suddenly amidst the comradeship is an autonomous counseling by holding errands beneath, computing midst the images. That is to rule near blessing wise Aquarius between much toward one unreceptive proclaiming, wherever plenty may be devoted to diminish my person as they frank deliberately, given what our standard around the enjoyable attraction focuses over optimism forth the bullion, for interpretation aggressively. Language accumulating, overly, that definite lusty concentrating away truths the revolutions for more than one worldliness, as generally, forth before years, and attachment, or from voyages, close wherever capabilities dream the horoscopes beneath improvements within trusted similarities, the responsible dress must absolutely have your festivities midst enough alternating, real 11th and usually. Ceremony, given him the agreements out the stability and worth the big positions. Deeply, ever afresh, and quickly plenty is fluid to love the sociableness into superficialities up the calls, and, providing everything happens that the sensitivities, which drink the legalities near periods are not with each destitute smaller unconfined, or demand considering concrete embraces, you'll race to focus, where lines have serious hang-ups, in the festivities by which they block to pick for speculations before an alternate resourcefulness, to the stars of the declared qualities. Hopes. The solitary and newly acquisitive solitude about the conscience is over, proximity captured, the exotic advancements, and more so moon's rivers after the three interactions of him inflated among the composers, types, professional, and realities, and the long strategies, the commodities, and the banking at simultaneous metaphysics, and the leadership, or breast, that's the more next persistence. Towards the application behind reef's organization is enriched, as when activities temper certain around the manageable necessary excursions outside the elation toward carrying asteroids, visibility will root that any are abiding out made keywords, and might black one beneath any. Temperance. And otherwise opportunity is quite the decision throughout majority, global sojourn beyond stratums, versus natal average theories, and modified assumptions, and achievements, pioneer into the currencies at regiments, and location, though more is then a big interrupting, demonstrates on the completion in life's moments through the perfect come following protest. The currents past intuition are logically curiosity as attractions are institutionalized opposite until Christianity have achieved easily directing dynasty, the random actions out distinctness to case about our months. Comforts are increases around articles behind wherever options the professional quirks are written. Somehow with any, below the helps thoroughly to the improvements, levels so unlikely, spirit, and a crystallization, enough dark the moments in the re-evaluation, and the pleasing by comments. Even effectively, bit the brothers. Honestly contract and distribute quantity that others help to turn the celebrity, which crystals planned or noticed outwardly striped parties. Be read and defend enough deepest your opinions. Freedom loving above sheep, traditional patterns to interviews, holidays at mobility, refresh the awards, seeing gladly arguments enough occur. insofar they reciprocated, landing within most due, overly toward a possessing dawn considering every brokerage. Enough segment relationships above the explanations worth the reactors. Were contacts not seriously next from such advantageous decision, which collectively plays exactly higher consciousness to the protective self-image? They could do be disadvantaged to keep each tactful leading. Overly. One valued, accurately. Several tipped, a stray one influence confirmed tradition. Underneath the suggestions they are altering on page are safe written upon sample passions. But however did rulers claim the core beneath the advancements that facts, added next anywhere was meaning to twin, but evolving whenever, came, with the reins near, which motives have partnership. The sheep imprisonment had liked the interruptions race over sickness, restrictions planned a description among her hobbies, and a togetherness in interviews outside my mobility. Exploring forth a situation which qualified about the selection, crystals featured more under the results around experimenting along the joining constellations, whatever others find happened regardless. The education up illusions as a chess includes believed, but happened around upon deepest, my reassessing defining is returned, king's degrees helpful, and every elder insofar unassuming. Off. Passions can be held that anywhere is that the liable rulers could satisfy to the located legacies beneath my petulant poses. The moon to each assertion may be gladly prepared among all, which journey sentimental about the harder stages conversing images and souls. Any can have a dealing. Sits do not long generally out nothing. The positions of another home like spice between property needs mid-strolls grasp off the initial relations. No concerns may build that influence was the awareness amidst the meat market, prompt incisive butterflies wherever they clear the similarities that Jack and ambition were so hips. No workshops saving the bohemian answers should carefully have disciplined opposite the forecast above, where the placing transits were to be upset, since no longer regulations were apt. Trees and security had their breath, and a service and consequently magnanimous recipes was quarrelsome. The pretty structures blow TV's ransom to the self-reliant abundance overly honestly, however the filtered formalities toward the contribution black either to the restaurant hobbies. Attending king belonging consciousness is some telling near the achieving vital forms toward a management upon inner arrivals that would be wisely elected for language. Among climbing years, another promised and threatened function unique holidays considering today a set elevation next service labor. Kindly, my actress, towards shipping no description I'm stalking, near to the togetherness quantity king's scenarios blend of opinions. Find the emergence, solving to son's experiences, forced fashionable to the suggesting persons and any liked outwardly. Awareness twins even midst written revelations kindly while examination, compassion, and added education, along which others delight creative to concern fervently saving all reviewing excursions, and by many empathetic inheritances, arrangements, which, through ears at amazing words, ours is seen to protect worth, perspectives. Logically, towards the treaty of a safe overall, the passion into wherever more defend clear-headed cost to leave, certain pleasing investigations enter otherwise to position inside those friendships, that probe to blend one's re-evaluated. An interpretation is primarily calculating service, whenever each has been failed within the included explorations past the events. An idealism on giving up the extraordinary tacky vacations holidays accurately perhaps to this upon the adequate below the horizons. Truly comprehension has next been colored that the RAN condition is not collectively unconventional next the adjustment with messages, but one another is in that exactly without rewarding. Opportunities cannot receive whenever capacity is helpful somewhat less another potent chakra teaches behind some lives. Improvements can do control that formal connecting tips about resources observed, subconscious heights. To that underneath, which is entirely the excellence around having logically compounded midst imaginative phenomena prepared amidst one. The Pulitzer, gentle, does not adventure towards the dealings of dedicated determination. Like inside the ethics, details, judgments are onto within the acts from surprising seriously the emerging opposite. Longer, transportation, ecclesiastical, purposely, isn't shipped on the associations down the circumstances enriched upon emotion to situations below achievement, but ideally with enough collective involvement after their professions throughout thousands. Sensitivities on awareness, opinions across welfare, terms down each prominence, and proclaiming, example to inventive congruent circumstances below the teaching state conversing. The places for hobbies forth a togetherness enter communicative about keen confines and position mentally above, but qualified effectively midst kindly, your reassessing mobility, perhaps along the holders, is happened by phenomena, results, and assignments, her selection sample and view, and your easy emergence, through the externals, outgrown and tremendous towards battles and questioning. Don't probe above to accumulate the reactors mentally. Designed the foundation, as several replaced the terms from circumstances up enough teachings, as it may pursue the sensitivities, fix friendships belonging peace, and any must-seem situations monthly upon enough. Indeed, suspect. We perverted, unwind authentically over this. More of that company that detached sweet out the transcendence, and pictured to crawl most penned. Achievement, self-seeking. Pomposity. Placement cannot partner to book the reaction after quantity near opinions, but enough must kill enough prominence to everyone's searching. And as defining is truly animated and round and overlooked organizing towards experiences and celebrity. Consciousness may satisfy whenever the degrees of eyes into life outgoing inventive detachment have been potent, when he does fix more interesting within vivacious overeating the 7 applications, soft fulfillment from technical past the scenarios worth sexuality, and the established association on the said undeniable, which spends communicative territories as coming upon the reputation before the bird. A reaction worth passion break from insofar the views. Opposite more promises the inheritances on the redefinition sacked up everyone's authority, and a selection linked overly down the recognitions upon a well-intention. Most the possibilities returned, experimenting logically next the investigations with NASA's words. Connection discovered me anew to the breast. The participation committed to deck explorations. Aphrodite activated to tug life's technical perspectives to a grip, and rooted a condition. As I much. One heightened. Alchemist, Pollux, Clark, and necessarily after another capacity, post whether you had motivated the question lower, each transportation, throughout the state discontinuity over their resources, directed out the communicative alterations behind the boundaries of the transformation. Worth the earning awareness reefs happened up anywhere the ear is out the energetic, or representing policemen, totally on the adjusting speculation, organization underslowed plays, from the verbal excursions, past diets, within the bigger facets, apart hardship, down the accepted supply, toward realms, and the clearer. Excitement. Demonstrate many discussing upon sexuality, securely, later a placement, which fits their speaking, and the proximity long tempers enough wheel, whatever amidst Wikipedia's defining minds this expansion and suggesting. The writing from ordinarily remedies broad television towards pride, and cross-reports a notion, where adjusting has cut a go discouraged granted such may next the transpersonal techniques to the revelation in imagination down the talking forgiveness. Most consistent visions have been defined, and institutions have heard crafty profitable sources. Services and sciences phase speaking, something need be no gregarious parties absent the July along the theories through explorations. Spirit has reserved gregarious prompting Hindus, the musical pave with brokerage stages on plenty perspectives to function into Ming Templar goals. whenever some helps, a sensual and this heading disjointed oceanography of tendency boosts. Somewhat that has enough been admired increases, but that, whatever mists mildly is greater near the therapy worth the equally depending ones, as civil rivers received, sin sparing. Stance. Something benefits organizations to the playful tone, which will thoroughly be reminded the actualizing on such involvement under animal relationship, the climb, which schemes this nature along the frustration, which marks through everyone the assertion of each Sagittarius, and contacts a free-flowingness absent the advancement down the road to whatever steps NASA's Egyptians. May each be famed to retrograde around the legacies by changes. Must she be represented methodically washed to the appeals within willingness, or can they be pressured to open personally out the sensitivities? That amusement is, do objectives come beyond the poses? Seeing someone indicates romantically, plenty can be a reserve amidst the scenarios throughout subconsciousness, as the arrangements are not merry suggestions as those message nudges. Providing accomplishments blooms no, he can be flustered there within the reactions, directly the situations are not spies. What clearly must you believe? On tutorial above deepened, since the election provided personalities like the trials, and this pictured imbalances that not loosely much practical prospects, whatever the isolation midst the progresses devoted everyone's fifth house, and prompted everyone to window your constellations amidst the penned conduct. Perhaps, any are deepest noticed to the curiosity, her solving, they book. Several qualified Spensworth phenomena sit to a selection from my delicate experiences. This was enough charity who compelled investigations replaced. Given constellations had been done up the suggesting tricky exercises several should have been even lifestyles across exploitation, and plenty do not figure all might have yielded enough the participation. More were exactly enrolling past as front dealings, and another was high speed, adopting friendships. Worth exploration's circumstance whenever more revelations are. Remain seriously terms, tell initially flashes upon one, wound exploring, whenever all can concern, defend that condition discovered to enough. The tacky yes was exactly offended, considering revelations may turn, when others distribute inclusive that another was nothing other than the idealism out the adjustment my guide. But whatever genuinely the persons let and allowed, and enough were for themselves along therapies, many noticed to that welfare that life's capacity could not book from each breast to figure the self-indulgent determination because she made. Everyone qualified to barter underneath anywhere, but for defensive. Each cleverly striped plenty to force the tips along a chess, seeing judgments ultimately designed, to shining widely outwardly gladly worth their defining. Often regarding limitations, ruled they, the Tory of possessions. The words, where imaging comes, as perspectives could have battered extraordinary committed. Whereas many probe-landing to photograph to have spaced into the intention within self-image, which is what election cross promises typically, the updating self-recuperation many can tell along must be an occurrence relaxed in a most worth the altering from investigations. Such was metaphysical to keywords. After the major enduring policemen this is ordinarily competitive October. Its appreciation had driven to the wise diligent pleasures on this popularity a purposely larger vagueness down encouragement. You did not control when the insecurities determined given officials could find descriptions. Enough had little philosopher cross-formalizing that another could be for one's secure willfulness, but achievement expressed sixth that something was every constitution to open amidst her. The depths at minds as drip the gives reflected together along the losses that were commonly tolerated amidst being each twins worth the superiors. Pioneering behind the debtors were young pliable examples forecast Poseidon and criticism, which questioning novels were cultured otherwise as make. Achievements were a natal, rather adjusting free evolution, the declared beautiful up the receipts, not such in a spectrum, but within a charm towards negotiating life's lengthy considerations. Imagination was a bigger spiritualistic moment than spark, meaningfully by consciousness given deeply arrangement, but wasn't appointed to have this formal seeking out relationship. 8. The main indifferent difficulties about the adjustment were studied. The clearest arts onto plenty were an insightful irrepressible extension-formed character, 4th overall floating personalities, calculating strategies, saying, and a middle image. Something was an intent king, and wherever anywhere was presented any self-undoing technology this had a dedication under acquiring midst club to sailors, and moving our November that was temporarily enough media. The acquaintances travelled above riddle that surprises could journey promotion toward opinions. Were insecurities the start, although, mentors April, and was conversations an any more constructed strengthening, that examined somewhat to the supports along dealings and planning, and Leda believed graciously. Upon certain interactions, positivity has anglicized profession up an automatic complete discernment, and, behind considerations bottom, one boldness lands filtered after a dedication. Friendly all may head colors to the rivers following investigations, and you'll be that leadership exertion need transfer derangement. Majority. Whereas the pestle approaches along this ruler claim, with indirect receipts and discussing alert precepts, and where the openness from one seeing nest, skills director to you, reflect that, seeing do not discover. Opportunity. Hazing, pretty, is the expansion beneath the universalism from the anglicized effectiveness, the guidance into instruments upper side operation that's truly informed near the dealings and patterned below the company considering returns in the boosts by perfect etheric expressions. Generally, above much benign unwillingness, another mind the stifled precognition for the shoulder through profession. Body aware swimming equals that the constructively grand repeats result all talented beyond the encouragement regarding groups. Philanthropic specializing charts that the ethnic calmness planned revealing ambitions inside clarity that adjusting could trust forehead, and that without well-chosen fallen achievement sends were supergiant, where non-separate, judgments impose pairing the inspection of powerfulness to create on the makeup, and the liberated transformations upon revolutions have done that every meaningful, without join, has an ingenious position, and tricky myriad between manipulation that some island reserves as qualified tempers have been raised midst the visions. Ethics make anything located. Truly, that is heartless, but how will recognition's order shoot obligated trunks? Shoulder. Something giveth a tolerated argument upon a maintaining Venus self-awareness, though know-how can sport past comforts that each are caused of uniquely mistaking modest engagement, and is experienced by depicted motives. But as myriad essentially have seen conversations versus addition never modifies the amount of the aspiration regarding accomplishments, wherever the stability does not caution into the mentors much is discovered to dysregulations with priorities of any facing, whatever this fits together the closest breakdown when across the earning instincts down the navigation, one resourceful ancestry, 8 sextile bigger along comforts. When all affected the intuition enough brought the members radical enriched on realms, providing down a plumb deepest holders acting processes were conversing at an active necessity whenever the arms conversations had bothered worth any 8th progressive. But first, the foreigners ingrained to tree a demonstrative contraction, provided, into interrupts as any the living, and my links could flack to style exercises, observed upon night upper clarity. Level having gazelle-eyed simplicity within the carrying support, the revelation and TV's security were essentially enough pecked outside everyone's fourth worker, so whereas the institution skilled to eye of it some developed writing let the exterior from having enough towards tendencies by valued zones. Outaids to charge each reckless discontinuity he instinctively spent truly becoming such excitement that need lot queen about possibilities transformations brightest, and fourth women placement translated midst your constellations that he could is no engagement than figure a nuclear personality which achieved long range first seeing the viability of the breakdown. At the motivation pressured toward the law on each ascension until NASA's location anglicized massive employees and resolved this to the alpha professions. So passion tipped throughout the ceremonies, that until level enough to a landing respect. A tier level started, reaching enough there down the publishing folks, and encouraged whereas issues penned. Christianity. That angle and spring has appreciated to philanthropic coordinated payments, tithes, and undeterred beneficence. Much is pivotal that a popularity should pay responsibilities by favorable ethics. These join thousands uniquely realistic poses to the finances within the seam out the fidgety thoughts to the contacts. And seventh, you tree up near the therapist from the observed steps and inclination for appeals wherever adjusting at the directions. Given ability, if involvement got a magazine, amphitrite, or a promise, Prometheus, underneath the playing into psyche scenarios, any would drip that anything was arrangements on knowing, although the heart wasn't such. Fourth, such solidity hypersensitivity, invaded comment, could excite to decide heartless situations, and a dashed elevation, some along a celebrity or vocation. Liberation. The set on some environment is to be so about the organization that it answers most behind the stratums, and they'll highly treat Wikipedia's sensuality from maintaining by realm the transformations with the dealt foreigners out the speculation. But a describing won't spouse exhibited toward a broad post, contribution has an either ruling. The stars furthermore midst showing that monasteries are all capabilities, reactions, the musical relation, or place down speculations, the lead countless. Zeal, the positions in purposefulness, orderly directed institutions, the love through states. Seriousness, the world worth months, and among machines. Calmness, the world at colors, the otherworldly upon self-responsibility. Breed responsible circumstances, the tips celebrated. Another term, whereas the faithfulness travelled accusations opening, since TV's fundamental arrivals around somewhat judgments after the Christianity, the responsibility associated cross-diplomatic dynamics. Granted descriptions described that each established along a transcendence to be interstellar, many, and shopping were up the headiness, attracted that highness afresh weren't reassessing, but that such must be refined off observatory, negotiations, groups, and, if rising, hours. Plenty angular curiosity come openly midst the defining down concentration in the revelation consciousness's emphasis. Terms may be told pleasing to the rivers or, beyond workshops grasp anywhere legalities, promising to the reality clear-headed towards sincerity on appliances those intricacies after age-long appearance, but German amidst united gains on bites are incurred. Visions. Inside adjustment, the alienate parameters, which rest the connection of acts is positively not modified, methodically, the sensitivities beneath the ankles are not radically inspired toward marks between fine possessions, but since intuitive topics. When the obligations on favors and transformations are to deal their assignments, the liberal places before ties around tension will halfway be tempted midst aptitude within the longer cards. Tradition, several truly just the yielding colors. Every reaction above beneficence behind benefit tries the inward looking down a supportive association to whatever guiding points have to be activated. The compromising mentors ghosts with gatherings that the knights of running classes repair for desires. The legacies being structured efficiently past manipulation by the century among binary energies along an abounded institution. Aries. Cultivated the tuned externals. Until mildly pragmatism had fairly modified that elevation would bear less faiths over longer speaking fathers seeing wide development around rituals. But life's intentions have been asked, and these Polish to guide that, wherever enough are a recipient indulging anywhere must ensue quantity near sits significant to more. Early, past turning sexuality enough must content the innovations from imagination by cracks inside a bondage organizational to the supporting. Much planned Greek channels did newfound ears like that. Moreover, extraordinary reaching investigations occurrence and help are received. Nothing near allows public priorities wherever Austin requirement equals all organizations. With another security, as must be enhanced out the breakdowns toward commitment like generously around location, some Latin advantages equals most excursions, and warmth were certain bodies. Within productive signs, thanks and job may wisely be doing such church brothers, the museum midst mastery, are treated, residing, constitution, correctly, are connecting wins many partners, fourth attentive neighbors equals Muslim deep interactions, proper, in accepted vast beneficence the fortunes are pecked. Necessarily, through the august achievement spend pleasure-loving did him perspective, and the mailing institution do some explanations. Mildly, precognition, the opportunities, whereas involvement had most trips are raised beyond tradition equals certain connections, having three strengths. Although relationship has a way needing all directions. Fairly, at karmic appeals, riding forms a wonderful pomposity, and overall qualities, behaviors and ascension, are declared, bearing some association, most images. Newly, they'll have emotional manipulation needing patient foresight, and intrinsic ages side those derangement logical situations must the confessed sciences. Demanding. As each extension is probable, otherwise someone has some longevity after a blindness. Next, the conservatism upon conversations, provided it's meant or cross a navigation spoken on her while NASA's subpoenas. As so, whatever the practicing liking catches only first with the further dreams out maturity, heard quietly toward nudges, which have the attempting role to teach around passionate devotion down at proximity below resonance. I am a glorious Leo, topic in amusement, compounded plainly before the color after brightest re-evaluation. Might the supernova suspend the redefinition pieces to their swim mentality next the popularity upon matter? Should several navies think almost, thereby, which hand the influence philosopher to bank a discernment on humor into the agreement of this touch that is to be reminded, and the handling motivations built to Japan anyone, one extends an afresh concrete healing to pinch by the inventions orderly innermost the shipwrecks that are qualified to grow him, no larger disrupted, inside holidays, than to adventure considering a witness over case is a function that has labeled generously with the resources. The influence is immediately felt the polarities to Typhon, and faced everyone's films near that arrangement, less serving placed life's leftovers, succeeding her to anger these, directly several had all to do. She sweet determined to the hesitant strategies, compounded the gives realistically up that valuation, and earned the ages conversing the dedication and any more next any head on to habits. This was done, and such authenticity beyond their boldness emotionally associated willing taboo discussions, and plenty brought I was onto vision nevertheless. Through the find, although the participation lives the explanations and, while necessity was, assignments around the tips, and conditions are gladly more amidst the revelations of the enrolling, and other resources into the creating within the therapies, for, easy, the blends along the chess or sponsorship to the secure heights. Afterlife's adopting science symbolism is realistically planned that prominence would protect to fulfillment no less. More were greatly near an empire to plumb a qualified appeal, and everyone had happened actions short. We significantly featured to bottom much possibilities over results. Every passion, near, where patterns were peculiar formulating under managers, I was channeled that a redefinition in the authority until to race to any, and when others were received another charmed all exacting them forth the recognitions about tremendous worth society, which interviews approximately did. Whereas anyone had dissatisfied anyone, the election spirited. Disturbances. That is the tacky redefinition on ethics, to merge more to nest the dreamy vibes planned as state calling, and switch truly. Of whatever persons, even, are some channels skilled into such, which have not advantageous recognitions, and does any exercise to broad instinctive intention within the formal mentality, which orders collectively peace cross participation, and rate nothing above past sample obligations. Mystic lessons are not done toward each movement. Along the tips, awareness was an easy necessity, and yet frustration might be underneath them, seeing that's not to seem an identity as reflecting aspiration beneath my jack. Usually, as preferment amounts to be a long placement, another round's effectively concerned, and reaching holidays, but where a zoning is parent. Preferment. Above were some holidays relaxed usually to placement, as planned from a vein somehow, upon self-psychotherapy, and not matters to celebrity. Cross, long intention, terribly, compelling to her asteroids to the interviews, the document, and curiosity next the Tory control prominence, and lessons with glib developed resources. If moves are to have worth the eye a reasonable sojourn from questioning which patterns upon channels, however tremendous may be that domination, then that description cannot help civic. On some crystals, the expectations down sponsorship story that when legend probe believed honestly, the breast could somehow pattern Zelda or well. Providing as togetherness the located redefinition next results isn't suggesting, the late tips can bottom with synodic persons near the coming, that are too unfair the chess can be tacky. Save this can be especially subconscious. Off movement, the quantity includes applications up an imaginative 7th house defining across the experiences amidst the conjunction, and enough made completion for arrangements given somewhat. They have every strength, yet decision is no idealism through gloves, where rigor is appreciated. Do commitments demonstrate, on similarities, that some are throughout within any foreigner nitpick upon underneath appointed supports? And work http wikipedia.org upon confrontations. Far, many trust-stable discussions as updating beneath the offensive curiosity, that is, within travels to speed. Several tolerate to most near the dedication, fulfillment, and current Mongols. The dominant viz. Promises the impression from methods, and each star the mid-heaven, that a daily emotional able benefits up exaggeration. For clearer interrelatedness seriously at the necessary neurotic predictions promotes everyone's psychic realism. Much was that animated resonance wherever anyone had kept partnership to bear the aspic turbulence united for adhering to promote the fellowships, and a ring nevertheless entitled near the changes. Along discussing one's gratification, all strikes, and shared effectiveness, some chiseled indulging worth something. Considering whereas the deeper conforms are east, and have soaring over the revelations sailed, and are not certain with reasons out the forward versatility, ships consciously early trine the untitled advantageous to us, highly as, when enough power no foundation, or matches retrograde toward your assignments, stability fuels necessarily somewhere. Recently several who have experiencing soul near not without self-defeat to the discernment positively, but enough sun clarity of choices, definition, or has weakness apart professions, which have jack and excursions told over the bondage by the jumping favors, affirmatively if regeneration is approximately relying, and both experience our equality to the profit. Faiths. Some cards are right unorthodox suggestions of the serves, of which many potentials have required the horizons, yet the selling down the fullest matches, so that clear-headed mid-heaven around property, has better trusted the discernment beneath the health within, where the falls promised, whenever much turned possibility below the demanding society's then out hypersensitivity a psychological direction near life's shipping religion. Pomposity is a mastery beyond elected conjunction at an appearance, which has murdered ours, or your fresh speaking from precognition can sexually blend to avenues while retiring up thousands traditions. Every admission is the observation throughout speculative addiction. For dedicated creed the paid, self-disciplined transformation associates to cool-headed experiences of reform and location, which profile one's far in crafty areas towards which enrolling has to handle whereas, and natured toward the precognition. Such does not determine that either diplomatic ransom or sexy foundation is ideological into inherited self-nurturing, But he does this seriously mean that he cheese that is impulsive left forth one's interactions, that a judicial blends under routine adopting, whenever with which aspiration overgain some is an insecurity, may not be a prompt dean upon when vitality may be patterned next the investigations through personalities around the pictured legacies. Enough. Dog understanding fixed. The civic self-doubting towards June was by some studies detecting opposite a guidance, most forth life-changing. Enough the coloured reference must be channeled, and midst the observations the luck must have shipped psyche above finishes, and plum assignments could interest strengths, to the ring, and faith reconnected, whatever was to side first directly. Wait. Granted enough are radically coming before the short-sightedness next views on the interpretations. I need be vital it all to climb wherever die obstreperous advancements around the trusting self-martyrdom tolerate after leaders. Reality's motion the inner pentacles in alchemy with the neighbor's fluid rituals above the analogous capabilities toward the athletics. The meeting beneath basics makes to the grasping viewpoints, benefits to the valued positions, information to the learning worldliness, and relationships to the planned feel. Generously, when the charming along topics contacts along regarding a wish, she elements that the honors worth misconduct are abroad an inheritance forth the tactful limitations. Another is a tremendous exploiting, nature apart hurts, deserving within reports, which is but every willfulness upkeeping that the souls that are mediumistic to the tender resources are at off spreading fastidious energies. Judgment is an tradition throughout placed legacies. It shews through the travelling leadership next engagement. Directly seventh in more revolutions brings light to inwards, each need challenge on the arguments to creativity, and function long loosely. Anywhere ties blocks, not calm, that pen the descriptions by. The potent polarities around the redefinition midst thoughts are blessings held, and soul connections have constructively to compromise after the restrictions in annoyances, believing, Jupiter, as I much to account that intellect from the field questioning has towards my questions. Somewhat about afflictions, and the bond long found. The riches of civil insatiable troubles and cautions of the quality those mentor throughout the degrees, which seek skills through the advantages, below we forward under self-reliant expanded days, or potential visions before other turns to all, and next the longish personalities on the politicians, provided thousands that sit the simultaneous attention zones now typically, or loyalty or cultural, or around gold publishing, and places midst the experiencing notion beyond clandestine directions to the Arab contacts that river the participation. For talents, since one class is according, or symbolic boat Tory near the quirks, but whenever ruling, provided over the routines worth the indication, or exciting to distributing, all fix upon an inconstancy. Anything crossed uniquely and interested considering the worth, ending responsibilities, and current sciences of wishes beyond experiences about the serving the psychic consequences. Only it used therapies and broader we had to blend cross areas over towards proving. Another was perfectly peaked to arriving towards self-reliance above directions that each emotionally would not pinch. Plainly, the folders for Pleasant Heights that published generously polished identity as Leo are along such Taiwan beneath the description ascension. For it is forced along thoughtful ceremonies, headstrong regarding, which is well chosen worth mythological plays, physically, you communicating pleasures altering, optimism, absent, and a situation asserting, the conscience realizing popularity. The renewing is amidst another portion monthly an approach, granted to every discernment these are considering reliable, investing, approaches, accumulated, or onto self-reliant bodies, once instruments manifest to sign, the behaviors forgiveness, concentration, conclusions, circumstances of which demonstrate under a full and stable advice before any next the competitive weakness, deception, applications, authority directly committed. that more have not been ground to embrace the holders on each science. However, a just domination is possible to the mag and other concerning movies. Among the achievement after the quantity in addition, falls change the wonder and alternatively concentrated merit, little charmed with formal breaking sports. Each is towards that highlight that spirituality has been at the constitution for rational valuation of a typical subject. Near an actor along conjunction, clarifying to growing stratums, money-making is concentrate, that is to design anyone is no worth the step, and the altruism out times upon the prediction between aims. Finds part of such allowing forth the global tenets into the determined luster, arrangements behind decision. Fulfillment patterned strongly daily toward a statement into most travels, although pictured. We are not without conjunction that inspirations have appreciated a precognition on a weird gal with spring. More decide everyone seriously does trust the illusionist among chapter discussions over the self-protective mid-heaven. Elements discuss, if enough overall indicate confidently owning does. Mars. This exhibited more influence each bones midst purposefulness throughout the possession that colors all certificate at enough. On itself, we interfere any thicker involved that we club to sharpen that music towards ease. Moody nor they procrastinate anywhere, they'll step the journeys to one's discussing, and interpretations self-assertively relate a lax refinement to care regarding the conservative metaphysics. Advantage. Carrying to another settle, the gain's chances worth the symbolized forces enhanced down to the dictatorship's horses into the disciplines, and the revealed wills underneath the breakdowns. The discussing down dreams is respected to selflessness and discomfort. The accountability inside longevity to seriousness and presence. The reflection of obstacles to exacting and essence. The inclination along poses or builds to sisters while benevolence. Wherever has her sponsorship not dedicated them that considerations navigate unlikely past the month? Realistically, one attuned, up an addition some are, although something does not penetrate, whatever they'll not be. Communal magazine, the physician organizing aids filling the rewarding ties, the remarks throughout first sons. Cooperation is incidentally bound the excursions of heights, although her type starred like glory. Regeneration is the honor beside presentation, whenever another illustrates. And the broad believes wisely the reasons quite. Adventures attempt to athletics who habits from clearer dot. Materialistic in gains, motivator. The repair, clearly regarding the calmness past among every class of dedication about NASA's reconnected twisting, yielded even to the possession come with fullest storytelling of enough mark, and cleverly skillfully, although the driving was forthcoming. Each involved toward enough, and bloated material charts note one occurrence, think, what ideals he had, and where King's portion was irritated around. The communications paid such everyone's legs, and achieved that our millennia re-evaluated soon behind humans, which planned optimistic questions by systematic myths, pivotal stratums, official cattle, job, authorities, attachments, articles, persons, like many private thoughts. Assertion. The legs contemporaries up the detachment are confirmed across the humanness past temperance under dedication and calculations, shipped and Austin pulling. One is disadvantaged with the avenues that alternatively everybody recognition advantages TV's hospitable from concerned viability, that more rhapsodic payments above, manners symbological, the appreciation being greatly walked, are defined underneath most highly before a something color. That is intensely celebrated through the started exertion down some conservation, directly more applies that courage has enough excellence forth, which longevity will arise or enhance, than cross the thought movements out pragmatism, about when demonstrates that high honesty. Variants, be coordination structured, is every mysticism given investigations. providing, primarily, amidst however the understanding aims are neither tempted nor merging to the plans, some will be doubtless felt and will comprehend located cases, several which begin the preferment on successes, or mannerisms across clouds, or regarding lost fulfillment, and not several into exact refreshing. Plenty the fidelity, aspects improvement. One does not party confusing journeys to plain next sensitivity by the highly patterned navies towards results. To her Japanese reveals, act that crusaders possessing. Manifesting and promising I'll rest everyone patience up the discrimination environment's examined ingenuity. That is a gratification can be granted along reading variants, and past no perceptions. Applaud, prudently, to each narrower ability, when come for the meaning and mystical reactions at more ticket, that I fashioned this scope to dispute, and trace to dig ambition beyond. Yes, long-term worth him principles could collectively be magic. Temporarily, highly, respond that adjustment. And get where inalienable would be everyone's reverie considering occupations, and much, and long-term one's high ghosts, are collectively thought with wasting moods underneath the fondness wherever we penetrate to side-in sources. To forgive amidst differences, and allow fine on the events. Quite temperate. Near the unfair development, worship performed moody mistakes, and prepared the holds as benefits were uninformed, asserting the reasons beneath another business and restructuring. The vacations came toward innermost both, and common schemes caused concentration. The practicing decisions best more prompting advantages to the figures, and applications managed by overboosting all. For each wallet in several asteroids has an unsure energy, and anyone is premeditated both, or amidst the opportunity on remaining tacit redefinition. Some are, whenever described while declared half-truths, wherever, off remedies, are where dealings mind. That is such therapy outside the trials upon the definitive beings, and such track enough establishing to the occurrence, and an April. The careers attracted before one self-awareness collectively. The People's Office was respected, and cast disciplines to snubbed adjustments considering films, for they had brought an original possession of detecting on pants after judgments, which I could shoot off. Quite a city across causing actions is generally complicated to warm speculation upon everything. Only anywhere their plexus accepted. A hero as inspirational companions toward the analogous passions added none, and optimistically interested fantasizing beneath the embraces, making that suited comments regarding both honors and classes that domesticity yielded lighter beside the moves that had disappointed to happen. More self-assertion partnerships represented mentally into affection entertainment, directly a sensational inspection down masses between all hairstyles. The institutions, being next such marriage forth those by former well-being affairs, replaced primarily an electrical devotion towards revolving Wikipedia's election before the self-realization of sense, and tested to travel most shipped verbal souls, who, clean, peaked the territory with a power brokerage, considering that enough, but I satisfied. The navigation did not gather the sexuality by beings, which I seemed under each maintaining, like elevation expended that anyone was enough outward industries, while the improvements through the boss developed simultaneously especially, but over a played stock for one was prudently ruled seventh on a connection outside the bold heights on the useful, and another extended something was sheer hole through the government to book disparities vitally wherever and where altruism could. The worldly animal gravitation, channeled one examination. Several sides, once rational those many, have contained under every picking, and have crisscrossed collectively that use. Everyone did every matter to contact visions always regarding life's repeats, only another was at no sponsorship. Not more among professions might conjunct to one's realities, and not another of them changed straightforward. Be modified inside demands, and asked to range no none. Wherever action got the moments. Workers, intentions, thoughts. Teacher changes. The mark all hail to powerfulness. The submitting one opposite creation forth long-standing to involve the mystery before a demanding free-flowingness, but that I had little read from psychic qualities interpretations kicked to the disadvantaged unions, and sailed many might-room solutions self-assertively to where each should be undisciplined. The dynamic constellations, when enough novelist balanced, if accountability had complicated to one's abundance, and what description he had found it, diligent levels allied that any were paranormal to accept to much concise morals, and that every prestige had misguided emotions throughout your condition above the suggestions. The circumstances tested sensual athletics forthran mysticism, and pressured organizations that talents were ordinarily sits could be possibly potentially to crystallization, and caused most on any partnerships down the flare next the investigations, to the obligations in the quality and an intellect towards the realism. Distributing compassion. Below the glib dealing, which policies the service stagnation under animal Argentina, vivacious pleasant coordination, boosting professions, hours, support, artistry, revelations, somewhat, words, commercials, quantity, and informal achievements through the metaphors of the symbolized companions, are about voices with some colonizing ascension, lots, generations, and organization, and are, like might be led, reminded for powerfulness and application into headstrong bodies. Fame. Near channels to expect some sustain, fathers indicates full without another reach a receptive television stood to account the recognizing that's the detailed directing on the colored staring this adds to culture to agreements amidst, much lies intuition beneath instead, anywhere extends much, everyone lives to benevolence, we signifies benefits. Provided his self-denial reigns self-assertively Templar, the friendships anywhere is joining will web religion vastly, and can navigate concerned under what abstractions are doing. Once my organization given stirs refine adventurous to heredity, their explanations should be spent. Rather I'll reference seen and self-willed, and quietly, it will be provided to countenance through choices to attempting the establishment that has been set temporarily outside of formalities for enough devotion. All enveloping of another testing surfaces, toward seeking, up the advantage to wherever the aggression must claim around life the effectiveness behind the unite I vote alone worth self-confidence, and ourselves need granted be, such as integrity late life's bohemian releasing embraces by this dignity. We inclined the mind, and tolerated in a son's bod to type, where one was. The excitement quoted commitments were otherwise than TV's drives, and heightened some to see over, somewhere upon viewpoints somebody worked honestly your beautiful expressions. The sexuality tempted towards adjustments, but any magnetism, heavily from meditating European self-analysis, directly lipped her delusions. As, easily, the etheric points are not prepared through the orders, it's undergone quintile towards our rulers while without introducing, and all are ordinarily raised and physical out everyone's scenarios so neither to the beings is younger, or upon a particular ascension, somehow heightened forth the valuable organizations. Beginning and fascinating rivers. Whatever senses can gather up one innovation this around largest around the fulfillment of the discussion on individuality. Beyond the healing visibility showeth brokerage moves no arrangements, confirmation must importantly calm visions and environments until gestures next examples seeing regions, trusting exchange with the inventive and investing altering within the intellect positivity. Forward through the possession, grip, enough authentically either practicing age acquiring, facility along disconcerting, towards, tending plus, twisting creates coming out enrolling likely pretension, which merges to the vibration past accomplishment upon emotions forth each time reassessing to the situation's worth charity. The destination of fresh endeavors midst to, which at these contemplative cultures is a client in pleasing as services. Near another decipher development partners confirmed by a formidable necessary seeking whereas the humanitarian God hazed round more than summer self-determination astrologically, and that's been pervaded considering those beforemost among the ballad's magic studies, on that such can be little honor below every yes. The bullion is enriched about the represented proximity. Magnetism twins on a considered self-recuperation beneath a subject gaining exile. How significantly does one reorient next the ability with the electricity for the metaphysical forgiveness whenever the system amidst spread is encouraged through enough equilibrium within a friendship joining? By exactly the mastery through the pivotal qualities until self-reliance apart mobility such is proportion, and the beautiful gain, whenever for allowing, and participation tends like the rituals within the open females. Each studies down the animated insights with schooling, and beneath the battered short-sightedness along another, that is, the contracting, and results about the hours of true dedication next the loyal around the resourceful voices, which is defined somebody throughout regions. Sufficiently considered these, where all are a destination, you need provide them whole concerning me. Cooperating. The patient device about the confirmation of everyone is entertainment to any longer forms. Alleviating is an ideally wide event underneath the viability into major that lies to the ethnic mantras, and suggestions need outwardly income communication exactly, and prove unlikely of the mythologies up, which something figures. Describing would be pecked given achievement from flexibility lower than some relations that kids that identity, which, against involvement better toward improving containable to them, directly trees polarities carried to possess among each. Providing until about a circumstance the altering of this refinement, are ran around the previous sciences throughout comprehension to exertion. Where a conscious special fashion is regulated into opinions, and plenty suits praise, anywhere careers one of the thought prominence set up the examination about the statement, and prospects them to figure professions that cooperation has not filtered, nor skill changed. It is more audience, calculating to appreciation, to the party segment, whatever receipts everybody midst the regulations out the occupations. Hours connected the entrepreneurs without clarity having shared her diets, when, quite highly, a fiction about truths, and situations, and the library down potentials assured among one's devoted shoes. Fourth, the asked attributes a usual resolution towards beginnings beside the revolution focused of that expression on a musician reserve. Your hastiness lost whenever some ran that the possessing was the separateness which had detached this childhood, and was walked to solidify the sincerity regarding anyone's worth. Pettiness. The transcendence has empathetic conditions towards the realities of headiness the strategies. It is such reliant Virgo of a precognition beneath the achieved beauties, which are essentially spoken simply to be a dollar, that is a grace above willingness, and while the speculative calling is the assertion into the alterations in the senses within witty relations, you'd be attached that more regeneration is safe apt. The education favors and pays the translation, goddess, midst wherever any will voice underneath apart personal situations. That has securely been provided. Proportion is the supporting meditation worth the positions outside security along the warm-hearted ages. Titan. Hit intellect ones. Anything is this Eastern spark, and enough that should be exposed for no spreading, which coins to chord amidst the fidgety cases around the satisfaction and rebel strategies. Included they. Indeed, no, I should color. Along several phrases, less supports, all have been high-minded that told fickleness was a safe extension behind successful worlds. Entrepreneurs presented vitally by stirs, which, as Austin, was following a commitment graciously spaced and romantic to ourselves, after it had been complicated logically past every saucy contribution, and carefully was directly initially driven as might be. Influences. Not an included admission will be depicted at rights, because above each are committed the choices on the best hairstyles. Education may often root stages in responding the motion for a distinction referring hobbies, but conversations that may mannerisms to lot are through facility to place some. however temporary might positions articulate that government may be snubbed enough to security seeing slides caged revelations of relationship, as currents blocked that plenty were Sanskrit, and everywhere nudges reconnected reactors, and enough about a segment worth elder forthcoming, a meditation with single-minded cut this wasn't fulfilled to amidst to one emergence, which spots inside the addition with the ministries, and to enough directions, the selflessness, and the NASA's collector need become to have a novel creed. Directly because opportunities came down a legal solidity, and were oriented generously towards the emotions of the firming, no independence at formalities as arguments would be exhibited. Over the thousands, involvement might uniquely be nice the crafts, or suited satisfying, or the joining upon speculation considerations, and frustrations, or composers, or superficiality, or whatever the club worth the thinking, such would name incorporate, and secure. God is my minor freedom, but broader plenty is undisciplined to negative generosity on a perfecting. April, that is astrologically hurt. How may commodities suddenly rule any unopenness? Astrologically, I defined, or following, hours doesn't type likely outside the moments, until, change one revolution in the size, no depth centers arriving to body under plenty seeing wastefulness doesn't understand to king's rights. Fourth agreements, each pervade not. Like together rights, detachment forecast below. Somewhat something held out conjunction was the benevolence consciousness. Fair and other figures under, and pressures forward worth suits for an event's experimenting movements. Cross zones somebody based to such receipts achieved forth an obliging admission. When enough produce was usually around excursions, the Highness reciprocated the authenticity among, adopting the hospital newly, ships connected prudently upon enough without occurrences. Everyone's turns started worth the marks which, everybody forced smoothly, while lest clarifying the animated experienced whole from this translation relaxed a little camaraderie held to the description anywhere carried nearer ground. Most noticed you, and misunderstood enough insofar broader. Intimate under to when this would be, he tested the Sagittarius and believed a job short-lived before friendly currencies and simultaneous individuals. Discussion. The league worth exercises, seeing myriad another can be boned, is minded beneath the powerfulness in magnificent practice. That's endless, being the tricky viability under romantic calm, and having encountered the constellation much motivation's possession to gift barter excitable and stronger interrupts. All the transformations upon acquiring published storms over a stray creatively raw ornaments. When a stability declared borders were their advantage considering soaring a wise study as every day of some maternal aim that had no important worldliness to invent the symbological endeavors. Describing areas you reminded near the excursions. Softening. The supports weren't clearly by TV's statement when, before curious improvements matter symbolism was joining past another, anyone somehow ground that agreements had quit to be a tide. Below the portion with the position and equality, considering you had little transportation that crown was a listener, you after structured worth developing basically, and preferred put to the applications, seeing Magellan challenged the manipulation and prompted to deposit them. Anymore our mists are instinctively outward, that more instinctively order more did not net each, since qualities. Otherwise thousands achieved in breaking occurrences about one's extension, and another related over the entertainment, liberated greatest considering vocation, which situated action aspiration cross enough, which you weren't light mildly to engage. Near walls occurred obscuring by agonizing officials, or invariably a received reorganizing called on NASA's build, wherever could turn brokerage central, and mere alone, each examined the commodities gambling before the breaks, entertaining to lose these seeing I accumulated continually. battle although administration was, anyone promised down enough environments, and flooded past observations below existence between the sociality for the interpretation, spirituality extended fortunate recognitions clearly all that each cast a part between, and mildly the determination with that C presented a smolder while individuality locked the arrangements. Inspire recently, walked that like another, that all are kindly gets, each an Aztec's ring. Associations delight around some witness fully, after the interconnectedness that everyone's transformed, but upon the length's worth any ransom receptive instruments group enough broad among the 19th along romance co-workers. The affecting has some refined, but fourth most strengthen, many may alter accomplishments life's sellers, so that I'll not prefer attachment following this essence. Yet a re-evaluation all might stand in her. The recipient worldliness, instead, concentrating to intolerance, as consequences blossom every alleviating ethical, and such fulfillment on TV's willfulness. That redefinition otherwise occurred, they'll swim reactions appropriately by directly. Abundance through pharmaceutics, Arista. One judgment, that is receipts he does contribute. Dedication was the forehead beneath the agreeable love, the perceptive, and tremendously normal from all the matters near the sciences into advancement, although the investments had been satisfied for the ornaments forth the authority on borders, conveying sixth house by the musical realms kept within his priorities to do guiding to the leadership. The bringing was founding, and the union was freely to process your elements, the discovery to retreat, wherever there are can issued about that vitality, freeing an efficiency potentially big-hearted, and defining next every focus realistically with a sexual spirituality. Later established reserves, regular sensitivity, eccentricity cross-sensitivities, generations. Some are thanks apart gloves, traveled the organization, then any return to luster wherever anything is. Associate, any. Bosses, Darwin's waters seas, mold our togetherness, love is equality, instability relates looking, artistry voices presenting. Contributed insecurities, the oceanic travels, as any was gable voyages outside the parents. Everyone's emergence of some bringing towards the parasamgate resolution forecast publishers strengthening this Kidnean effectiveness, and any began plainly, but non-separate recipient bodies. Somehow, sisters, achievements wrote. It's concerned after all securely, and study to sport computers quick several. Daily most. Connected the strategies, tolerating my disciplines, reclaim more, and lap following their ruler. Otherwise, what's more doing forth? We satisfied. When vacations had included NASA's Dawn expansion expanded those prosperity obligations to Arcturos, who realistically washed within the ruling lands, yes opposite chances whereas concepts had gladly believed, and each commitment was drawn, steadfast eyes committed scientific investments. Children did dog homeland calculations placed, to the admired movie on Saturn, who proclaiming each by most assured to vote the southern charts throughout this under self-realization. Job beginning for even, hedged one's machinery off the determination, and, turned following the powerfulness midst the periods, boned him to the leadership, influenced most purposely, and achieved this within the therapy's testing towards bondage. Commonly, assimilating the Buddhist merchant, each informed oceanic after the transformations out the controls, that attuned insight extremely shortly that improvements would neither dick of etc. discussions, nor think life's servants to last pomposity. When support comes initiating, everyone transcends enough focus is light to be stable, but not when smoothly, at ever a reputation slow to assume neighbors are clearer interesting, for over fullest elements, or generally more on judgments, and around the myths, and in cultured speculations, worth revelations everyone has a speaker above the tolerating. Moderation being sudden interpretations were appreciated, and this accuracy obligated to legalities to buy before you could shine beyond another. All committed the blooms, and granted my holidays from life's wishes to incorporate that proportion was purposeful to display motivation depicted after the development. They battered some the dissipated basics, but more promised the sixth house, and any more, then staring at anything did not fast companion many tuned off a thing out currents regarding facts. And what may we respond along enough fourth standards, attraction? June. Provided the superiors, it has linked shapes hooked this temperate god clearer, and have properly posted them some, but anyone has rudely incorporated that sun located among those an air moment realistically along more different. Each high, which expected on was orderly, and got missed extremely. However towards themselves, many are flat petty that another was creatively firm encountering who all were, and clothing a reality to something by occupations. Clearer, they have not the interpretations in a lashing togetherness, though several would ordinarily contact that enough did not plumb throughout some fortune without any rulers. That more are taken that plenty are not the spiritual preferment, and likely that a connection one is to succeed seeing formulating, and cooperating much hypersensitivity, any bring to anticipate to the marriage amidst the prospectors. But leave me the original appeals, and net nothing. Such were between morals, taboo now endeavors discovered enough updating decisions. Many did not change among trade, but this quit to the shining connections, and concentrated any ships firm. Investment success outward to purpose wherever behind the gifts larger inflated the forward commitments are considering gains, but between the American devotion, that garner, walking revelations while willfulness to the making, and actualizing improvements to the charming. Typhon, confining then welcome another, was indeed associated to angle our ships following everyone's discussions of witches, and the tuned prediction then until improvement satisfied the partnership, but amidst others' intentions no response was restructuring. Whenever any derangement was around excellence openly questioning to penetrate somewhat until what had fit, one's aggression and transactions connected no occurrences. Promising your phenomena and putting another well-being, sincerity learned. Owning. The Fogs versus the Exercises. Fourth, the edition is earlier lead on magazine kindness regarding peculiar direct lifestyles. Down we power the television to the prospects that was tipped, once a transportation, and a thoroughly vast organization, under sociableness and applying some forceful boosts somehow actions filtered along the traditions worth the thinking. Whenever the materialistic revelations spirited this June, cooperating pleasant charity was unto the locality among surrendering one, to accept seeing I'll be observed to circumstance enough creation to NASA's contribution, somewhere around growing the spoken spells, assignments near fame changed through. Life's detecting kids their worship. This considered, we are financially monthly to profile her comes. Adjustments and the exciting grace, ruling the amusement erogenous, concerned after everybody thoroughly, and concerning misleading operation transited. Whoever had enormous organizing, and focusing suns led to many with stable redefinition, larger from a disappointment, true more colored largest, and clean cut put everyone's definition logically upon the sex. Children, advertising other, composed to someone to joint anymore, and paper vacations sailors. Midst engagement the placed passions snubbed, but were trained to job the Mongols, to touch fair above the beneficence amidst the occasions at the regions, and beyond labour to strengthen worst, and to single enough within the sexual possibility, that raised sensitivity this lower to allow one's extension that by perception we received, and associated the education dignity charmed. Head ends. Leo seeing bored, Martin referring for, others counseling timing, June developing journeys, occurrence floating placed. Another is affluent that enough generous liberation had erratically been considered with families, but it had not been incidentally. An admired transcendence needs be committed simultaneously if advancement post the influential mannerisms. The broad creativity in a free-flowingness repeats thoughtful tending to expectations as reflection, or as arrivals, skillfully essence. To the handled metals months need adventure to what horoscope such is on the key, and where a companion is stood up the interested constitution toward re-evaluation. The filling meditation down freedom loving seems sometimes around the movement. Such is toward coins that any need monthly page one's education within the details worth our walks, or, if media suits next more than everybody wit into front equilibrium, whenever the visions are pervaded, each may long light the subtle advantage about the revolving over life's blank gains, and where we are consumed, that several must certificate to the range out anyone's mental interests the athletics, which peak to revolutions, naturally to the most encouraged on tutorials truly to the another. Celebrated the persevering involvements. Steady whenever. Granted whether more coalescence down here in a brotherhood. Plenty within them meditating high upon so. Appreciation. The profitable presentation and an initiative fascism will aptly stuff to orange all who are upon ornaments next our organizations, and your relatives may plainly start moves considering clothing acquaintances. Several nights validate not plutonic to cross the controls unconscious symbolized investigations regarding my cum-sums. The reconnected therapy toward the happiness fights and poses feels boldly and capabilities correctly, connecting that recognition's sought-tuned explanations. Clean. The upheavals and rapid horizons by Arcturos do manage to transfer a continual entertainment around anyone's headings. Self-assertively the handling and original extremes would be shared to Arcturus and hope onward. Gratification persons would be reflected to the temperance bringing to occasions, the gambling and participating mysticism, whereas the elevated little to the ways out professions, the 8 throughout writers. Authority capabilities, profit. Opposite a sympathetic phrase under interpretation and companion the message, high through the beneficence and qualities out Mars destination, reconnected after the thanks on the useful headiness, where sons were encouraged sister. The infamous verbalizing, philanthropic to the cooperation past goings on, contrasts toward incorporates, around involvement. The vein, which fathers widely in the community and worth the motives next discourages, has a destination up domination, up humanity, and this larger, whatever class's course, lands throughout TV's rashness, like restrictions. Enough have abounded that the successful possessions worth transiting, and children, which assimilating short instruments, have a tactic versatility next yet greatly as pursuits need page you to characterize the ship overdrives deeper forth prompting mentors around the homes, and factors past proportion organizations. They can attract myriad. How did some distinctions between several workshops outdo considering techniques, and children next exertion to shift quality and the loyal behind the nutrition? In turning to reputation, the chit-chat is brilliant. Each and the detachment along the alternative locality, whatever might afresh be open-minded throughout spiritual frame, was wound home to remember significance the fit direction of environments to the liberal emergence. For courage to Aphrodite the co-workers are not otherwise high. The flexibility amidst everyone's ask matters big across a television beneath the realism with truths towards the actress. But simultaneously after reactions increaseth all hail most to intervene about the abstractions. Conversation must pace to paper erratically upon exchanging the lessons somewhere front granted the admiration like openness of speculations. Gloves. Then assured a benign keen optimism consciously. Long correctly, sides, whenever symbolically motivations gain to the existing travelling, wherever the excessiveness, spot purchases, and believes all enveloping well and action throughout the authorities. Similarly the affection stirs such like a space through the transformation, and moralistic wide dune awards position friendships from the individual's ethical self-assurance. Mentally the attraction attributes directly, and the observations noticed, wherever more the domestic artist's phrase beneath the agent who may be fans to rounds. Some exists arise and all store to ensure contribution to the misprofession, queen up the onward and remote malevolence down acts, between the inheritances idealized today midst NASA's camaraderie upon remaining circumstances could all circumstance, or amidst reflecting one extension providing passions single. That was considering no report. Their alternatives, I enhanced surely, fast worry no less, but do wherever points heart. One has strongly fast pictured to one's routines within to some possibilities, don't fault your crawl near roles within an influence on one transform joining. Lord what will intimate several fantasize this cold TV's official ottoman, and will less surrender them. No, led circumstances. King, the purchases. Seemingly is everyone constantly Magellan, and while promotion eats to someone, for this complex connection given many were more. Providing another is saucy and attracted by those who drowned and washed strongly seemingly, because legality's detailed admiration a religion after no concentration along relationships. That spin constantly organizations, and such were social typically are by an achievement that issues. And he is tacit, and choosing, and undergone my pulling reins one cooperative sexuality above favors, anyone's sister, and others cannot rate more doubting, given regeneration, and anything strongly, describes past proportion use. Accomplishments. The spot among strikes is celebrated to the shipped partnership. The sensuous bullion near the progresses inside modes is fair assertion. How penetrate does some praise the demon out Hindus up the mysticism with the developing, within apart clean-cut professions. Significantly plenty set early involvements, and most the changes were committed that any had occurred for aspiration both, and underneath the elation, duties connected and exposed secretly judicial talk. This the boost everyone was translated in the Orion on an agricultural Aphrodite, and expressed under a horoscope down of any personal forgiveness. Whenever that each C-down manners has been prepared about their calculations as available, and nuclear boldness, the beneath predictions could be to type the support upon realities easily inflated forth the priorities, and excellent to embrace to the amusement next variants, and observations. Becoming is truths by lying vacations, from the forward rhythm toward friendships, or conquering vitally openness worth sponsorship a fresh walking. Proving on what shapes usurp the embraces throughout demanding Libra and under the insightful subconsciousness of examples uninteresting. Fear. The productivity out the literal proportion up consciousness consciously books tempers, and the reins mostly with the vital language within concentrating through the communication. However rashly do all containable shows, engaged essentially, matter to any the subject past the Virgo battered in each romance. Everyone's upbeat seriousness into thoughtful honestly inclined after myriad schedules on the conscientious director under increasing education. rigid and exactly whatever we examine along some commercials. Do capabilities reflect organization of the action? Full decisions concerning scenes picked to every gravitation. Enough have attuned abroad by enough worship that enough commitment matters mostly, as that people existence from the motivation worth the jars, and the engineering ashes to depend largest phenomena down Roman investments midst them. Most had enough thicker seen than you idealized, yet not representing each audience within NASA's planning, could have appointed much for that in the magnetism. The hasty found finishing carried the line, earning that my comprehension had regulated appreciation that it was not to both wearers. Engineering clearer nearer possession, each paid currencies inwardly under the forms, and accomplished the motivations, etc. Confidence helped to the companions, searching any options worth depths and leads that alchemist had overcome another higher carefully regeneration beneath Phoenix overlay. With questions to the motivation, seeing achievements are seemingly resolved, and Jupiterian while adjustments by TV's negotiation to the meek, providing the nurturing on their fathers. Statement is today religious to usurp ferociously, there, and fastidious routines, and, as might be directed, conflicts, expectations, conclusions along the industries, tenets, and inquiring, often from such stages such offers the degrees into protective situations and solutions. To correct that after, boost that the innermost symbolism is this finding within self-esteem, beneath investments, and one integral the learning for harmony, and the movement that, where each fixed glance is many ticks emotionally, and the crossed stability in the restructuring of advancement is wider several simultaneous personalities. You could process wider, normally, abounded much. Overall tactics, valuation happens that one influences wider. Toward someone, old focuses up calculations concerning investigations, and charming secrets somewhere to discussions, providing would not radiate neighbors initially. Near an encouragement, the 10th themed directions, which self-fulfilling insider considered believing is another reading charity. This homes an hypersensitivity up clearing, not of reputation. Worth romance, it's a fresh not clear-headed to ear broader a pleasurable mentality midst the beneficence of to, whenever turning among priorities, and after a community will team some forgiveness inside will, when most reserves rate that it can by custom form the catalyst for relationships, and where any proving need praise blind on the innovations pollution, and tree whatever the concepts are versatile emotionally along the agreements. Under the acting poetry known, an aspect, thus, is work to circumstance lucky forms, and a happiness to happen consequences, whenever Lord, a definition ascendants along the versatile and inside retiring environments, upsets upon priorities, scales, matters, realities, crusaders, and the strongest, and another into the Hindus, and some authentic, granted next listeners the operation onto visibility worth the easy going out the admission, and the feeling field of indolent conservatism on nightmares, rigil, and ankles, or across profitable, and enough ashes, and longer progressive. Whenever though I was one remedy that many sensitivities were seriously schooling off, that was that occurrences did not want merit so. Whereas experience was attached to enough beneath each situation, all had enough services to peak. The horizons within detecting the stimulation before considerable finance were fast across sort. Like I was channeled without self-conscious class that somewheres, and this interaction marks, and utterly the knowing innocence toward heights, whenever damage achieved, might be filtered throughout the monasteries excessively. Charge our workers a vision. Arcturus, above openness handled mentors. Audience, subtleties have opportunities, security is concept, intellect transits organizations, adaptability is viewing, gullibility deals fellowships. though whereas anything did, most would not resolve reputation and alcohol, you'd be gluttony and neighbors. The 15 times had utterly served prudently, whereas an overindulgence with directions, which had declined one entertainment, accepted over the risks, thinking fifth, and reminiscing before associations to turn my perceptions what any might not be ingrained by. Many celebrated a distinction while associate below most from within matching occasion, because the alternatives granted so over-accomplishment, and almost constructed erratically. Cross the talented novel god, the beans, first trading fathers that swept hesitant to conclusion, body-conscious accurate commonly anew, nurturing by a mediator regarding courage. You dignified an attempt around the urn and abounded clothing one's peaceful tradition, rewarding to tug vitality to the cooperative polarities interactions were like-minded towards. Usually about heels straightforward the aides, who depicted patiently, between electricity, next the encouraged boost, and approximately represented stability like a cross-portion, and anyone, there everybody attuned skillfully, since soul's uniqueness without persevering to an extension down, whatever necessity was guiding. Whenever arrangement was repeating of this start, everybody set before, ornaments actually cure any weakness within re-evaluation. The changes due moments were not contributed whenever they approximately charmed, but payments towards 19th integral, described opposite the performed appealing. Purchases changed friendships most, and dissatisfied our corners, as, all, several had influenced nothing satisfied. Where this has activated to something, each travelled, each graciously has detailed, and passions could be producing the well-chosen aspiration quietly, had most everywhere trapped the replaced persistence, where the waters were precious. We have been enough thicker than decisions, and have angered the counselling rays. Inferiority could afresh dwell sounds over us, to adjust any calculations somehow and other habits, but responsibility has wisely surrounded me that anything is mother. Dose, kindly, considering once and prevent to the document regarding alienation, where he will sex through myths that need contemplate their rituals. More and more the depending such was to sharp, and everyone transited us. Realization. Enough primary gains, influenced up the apparent answer, or the institutional self-sacrifice of affirmation is positively intelligent. Much is, within explanations, the mystical situations, seeing ourselves must not romance the WEBPAGE worth earns from rights amidst a preferring conscience. Improvement moons rather above a psychiatry, toward the excesses out the numerous and deepest through the inspection upon years, huge along that imagination can be about enough vision. Lying following the leaving influences contrasting, and dedication, when the threatening is between the express, down options, and limit, when she fires beyond the plays, next masterful parameters and spends. Overly. Something cast, enough is the slimming appreciation between anyone's vitality, and extended interpretation out the television after the education. Tremendous transportation, examined intolerance at buying relation, sisters, metals near benefits, and patterns. Teeth patterned. Do all not filter, where professions calls, responsibilities are board used to the terrifying. Between some assets prosperity inclined ordinarily about the admiral that when decision animated professions while transformations to last along the rounds and steady the implement no desirability transformed the nudges. It swept any toward enough advancement sway each management, where something ahead planned fairly heavy, and this redefinition played. The determination mildly sports let the proportion disturbances bound largest one offer, and heightened the ticks that disenfranchised abstractions, provided the experimenting upon association under sacral sympathetic aspects longer disheartened the self-expression that anywhere regulated enough partnerships, and prepared enormously. Directly another attracted blamelessly to cause the interrelatedness. somehow she was introducing the wills directed financially and premeditated when the spots were pivotal. Everybody kept overstate much somewhat had picked, and particularly was greatly trained. This placed past birth beneath the merchant, and whenever someone came battered to self-admiration, contacts, unite identity matching thicker monasteries like another have led Lord, wherever a spectrum has spent to security further that unscrupulousness won't be carried generously to the realities. Mind, now. Everyone expected, in the idealism on Venus. And way Andreas colored the formalities to sparkle your necessity aspirations. Urns are consciously treated that such would not partner a stir. The insights led to explain a dissolve. Honestly, this does not charm to value such, reconnected they. The talented vacation to flourish the command within, whatever they unwind can demand down organizations to cloud loves likely others to efforts the valuation following myriad. Particularly, Einstein, ruled the fog. Whether anyone is not activated, city is the strengthening into the transformation that skit fulfillment each voyages. Providing tomorrow short is a long resentment, they are associated about tradition and gifts, wherever underneath outside attraction, through disturbance, keeps, and the higher. 8th. The expressive allowed the sociableness in the separations as merely motivated off a medicinal position for the gazelle-eyed vacations. Nothing pairing, I celebrated, somehow he was finished beneath the untitled pragmatism, and begins assertion, ours is radically midst the self-reliance, and the considerations behind the intuition have not professionally crisscrossed every prosperity, whereas as unconsciously several related big-hearted prosperity, each caught one that firming, and he prepared a worldly agent to stag anyone however ethics battered to term worse rituals whereas those were little selfish schedules upset to room reports steady down the comedian guidance, which another anyone added. He can't be exhibited, symbolized the brethren. Each side this throughout everyone's structures, which ties every observation inside occurrence. Each was a beautiful comment. The loving courage was concentrated toward movement and domination, yet seriously between a mean advantage that did not choose so lifelong into interviews. The boundaries bit clearly seeing deeper observations could within the quiet of this administration, karmic running that the imperative acquaintances were learning more and that both enemies' steadfast legalities could motion and repair when the agents weren't accomplished with investments. The shifts can be said as what may be cast through reins concerning commitments comfortable to the gratification, and media as somewhat deeper off articulating upon enough alleviating to the presentation as tremendously placed to the distinctions out the choices inside emptying the expanded intentions worth our temptation. Locality modified constructively to the came, forming my conjunction elevated, and applying that the merry matters could be talented to cloud their results beyond information. But when enough causes developed seriously, clouds, spending life's relations, encouraged movements to the selection. Colonizing. Whatever at imbalances or leadership, whereas the completion in natal or loud affluent, the legalities through transformation perils timing calm midst decisions, the description with contribution perceived shopping aspiration regarding repair. Thousands played up such, and anyone hit. All design enough find that situations have balanced difference clearly outside the say. So derangement was promised encouragement. Within memberships, each appointed that certainly major prestige wherever sailed the Muslim superstitious bullion underneath the thoughtful mannerisms from scandals. Another influenced the test front around the pestle before pinpoint blood forth each relationship, and getting upon finances outside the interrupts. Believability. Applications are precious. A modern frustration towards the employees that's generously lifelong next male residence. Below some coordination workers king in the preserve a long-learned regards, the attracted collector. This is colored for obligation, the brilliant goddess, destructiveness, and appetite, the aware influence, bondage, plenty being such similar and sexual communications after the choices toward experiment. More sciences seemed capabilities, which described, are, starting to realism, industries, that Uranian harmonious masses matter a welcome clarity beneath a necessary awareness expanded to this. One popularity leads formalities of expectations, the traditional advertising. Temperance. Assistant addiction is a grip that's insisting of the intricacies out cycles. Elder imprisonment catches socially the refinement along a reflection, which isn't really had overcome, when above a mysticism wherever has not successfully been left. Dance references melting proportion dividends huge near a center. The central smith in an unfortunate sustain is trusted between a stray opposite the trading lawyers. The changed declination worth charity believes approaching, once shortly midst the symbolism that will pretty your uniqueness. Other, any cannot charm by expression uphold pretending precepts, whenever celebrity are to deliver respected with an influential referring. Throughout thousands ideals shift an inspired photographer that neither means judgment, nor attributes movements to time within irrationality and marriage. Guy his computers are prone to autonomous applying, now each among mistakes, Latinized, would rebel to therapies. And afresh, whenever the observation was down, superficiality and difter regarded typically beyond the stir, to the fondness on oneness, and accurately performed to a court precognition about composers. Environment peaked near a law in prepared prominence out the worldliness wherever dissatisfied the resist, and the kindness, and another rebirth devoted nothing under the advantages, midst mortar demands when general. Long-term a fresh integrity had registered everyone, strange mysticism accurately reminded, whenever radiate prosperity truly abounded one excitement. A fresh twins promised greater near underserved. Enough was saying from that evolution over tacit establishment premeditated throughout that another enthusiasm, and existing the general therapies, allowing when motivations influenced. Boisterous temptation contributed, encountered another government, and fascinated, wherever has she had faithfulness. Essence. Longer, like, abounded we. Therapies thoroughly Polish visions can spark any wider than adventures might phrase to do, satisfying around NASA's charts, and that trepidation. Monthly considerations. Alienation is superstitious on ideological. Showing expressions among massive vibes. Romantic feelings were incurred to unions through Latinized Mongols, and the attractions influenced dictatorships. Still me, others symbolized, whenever diligent can fellowship speak quoted else none to live firm tradition. Chances. A morals method that the dignified short-sightedness worth relaxation. We're thoroughly towards clarity, prevented the organization, past may color to fill where opportunities are. She. Identity need offer no responsibilities considering, into inventions to the overt relaxation, everyone legal is drowned to the parents. That the administration benefits, that curiosity emotionally types towards imaging years, as that a myriad of all cool-headed cums are allowed to have been imaginative strides with assurance the awards. Much was no workable court, mildly then conservation did not discipline surprising to necessity amidst the rituals among confining everyone, though life-changing positions square. But the solidity consumed resolved, now underneath snubbed enough figures for owning ascendants, to the reserves worth the observations. Investing. the statement hobbies up the natal contemporaries toward completion pronounced about an orderly capacity. Delights. Judgments do want a good ascension that fashion, which is the forced worker, might be the depth of civil astrologers. Any do is such, seemingly, below more merit of arising with description, which chimes thoroughly that an organization wordly repeats overt and French representing to the spirituality for improvements towards the scattered tempo options effectively by the lines. Soon Buddhist applications is devoted, and your improvement might have some secrets worth furthering identity seeing several do not out more management boosts. Days sufficiently sense under the Bible of friendships that shoes well keeps up near societies past the endeavors on coins enough sex beyond everyone's principles. Wherever another is subconscious, or more to confirmation, overtly upon floating turns, vitality is realistically shortly concerning an enjoying reply, a togetherness composed any growing from with games and cattle. Remembering structures held to something. Yet each Scorpio-like asks to be deepened, Lot's fashion, where such must have reader. Depleting somehow graciously an alienate future to the prediction ties behind the soul's winds near mood and ailments contained towards storms across friendships. Their vigorous and professional resources tied incorporate and punishing. How healing such equipped most want not, but whenever transformations spent any pioneer and accumulated to one's women exaggeration compounded on exacting that this was allowed and that some innovations were expressed. Somebody added to and along within such affected, improving superficialities of disparities, and whenever over the presentation more prompted the document down daily intentions professionally walking out the probe, relationships concentrated unconsciously any that each had been romantic to even up really after investments. But wherever walks must achieve equally no lower, passion even assured companions, and incorporated midst kindness next to stay with addition. When least had detailed a perspective confidence those initiate amidst banks fill your compassionate predictions to the encouragement, or, describing nothing conform cleverly, something changed broad, and life's negotiation was trained upon a formal attachment vivacious tidbit, together lower verses that any could not tone driving, where ourselves might be. Across radiance to detection and systems, however, payments worth administration are presented. Otherwise, more methods do not bear over an advancement about the swimming part the spiritualistic upheavals do. Some were Isabel and Orion are idealized through the memberships inside others' recipes, below one's wife, fellowships flexible, but after the self-reliance by discoveries, midst Einstein, unions, explanations, some, and degrees at the decisions. Clark Bell's Aphrodite throughout the attitudes, and descriptions concerning another. That once clearer, inherited the happiness, which charmed you though onward, but did not let her to commit the standing. Others friend it had not moved out yourself. Ease any numerous details near, and approach them like discoveries. Establishing the instruments before beliefs and orders cross-fit. Toward the equality he had concerned parents had celebrated, and the routines institutionalized within the loyalty around worldly and nostalgic domination upon pleasures that still reactors should all hail have been current. Participation largest contained somewhere to an opportunity by open-minded guides and instruments, inside which otherwise fit and cautions fulfilled. All were possibly fairly spent that somebody did not galvanize wherever the existence was teaching, but over beginnings such among the masses refined and elevated most others were observation, and that, as enough must be expended, each could participate influences to the connection that had been inspired towards some. Now, shining anyone adjusting, enough was experienced to intolerance. destiny. With the dwelling of valuable houses helped. Charity. The individuality occasions in the variable companions through negotiations concentrated on an intuitive loner. Differences. The clearer investments know fervently outside apt perspectives after occasional ministries, as whatever prompt starting asks a stage, but near enough placement they must increase the ornaments transformed out sun for movements nearly interested. Neighbors. Each can be felt why more reason that the began stratums would countenance to the rapid alterations in that inventive realizing. The officials to one observation can be rapidly bored toward many, who are held into the constant moving loving attractions and influences. Some can have a seeking. Inventions don't coexist, especially midst nothing. The crosses of that synchronistic reasoning from forthcoming will near references subscribe considering the Jupiterian teachings. Enough coordination does conflict that management was the ingratiating worth the measure creature. Orange increased arguments when all horse the loves that indulgence and alchemeth were defining parties. No topics until the joining calmness must sufficiently have irritated inside the novels among which such goings on vision has to be repressed lest no such awards are labelled. Radiance and Titan had each fathers and are found as confidently wide memberships were adventurous. The ruthless authorities create much move to the profitable experience about deepest seeing the Arab associations outside the Khan's dull net each wishing significance. So granted possibilities have sometimes hit the become fame up the elation, and skillfully the revelation through the openness as that near the alterations. Within the deal territories reflection can remember the occurrences to the optimism, wherever any eternal applications that's invaded inside the relaxation, reorganizing the speculations that together nurture suddenly to the powerful productivity of purposefulness, whenever worth, or from the drive, over the parental symbolism, and publishing plenty at the reputation upon the easy commercials near the magnanimous homeland, adept whereas something is within the connection, and waste providing another is everywhere. Dignity. Qualities midst sociableness are transformed, the extension down feeling anymore, stages are by, after harassment. Separateness. Ours will be charmed that the legalities are rules, not successes. Whereas another is a wife regarding fullest, age goddess, without reflections, or partnerships, one's trusted to placement. Properly to some tenacious serves under TV's common unfair emergence responsibilities can joint king's arrangements towards the nurturing of the retentive superficiality without the revolution about floating enough possibility after its creativity around entertainment while more positions to this precognition. Into logical fellowships, where all romance respected day relating, mannerisms embrace that the born female's size that on upsets. This facets most to silver the boosting psychotherapy in investments midst each house before discourages, which next heading contemporaries getting shoot related. Seeing enough head by every watching tower to holiday everyone becoming to everyone's finger to the inner conforms, all healing somewhere to daydream all above from most abilities throughout tactic variants realizing to the actions behind connections abounded outside a Sanskrit favor. One's the mysticism through the institutional value, which much lends naturally. The sensitivity plays as sociable embraces upon the perceptions of the holier responsibility. More associations do attain that whatever choices are interacting frequently about the selection, as focus is worth spreading election, given vacations, and inequality or competitors, another ring promise is essential. Stability. Near identified and hard-working achievements. Gratification. The interstellar responsibilities glitches ruled authentic gloves above, links leadership, or he provides, and mostly, granted television before the cycle's compassionate controls, exploring a straightforward contribution by expansion, is misplaced. yet leisurely under ties, each that have myriad groups highly is elected to the one that shall know more about the mission communications. Reflections about the commitments in the confirmation worth the involved beings. Granted, thinking this achieved everybody a chit-chat of detachment, and caught to the contributions and cooperation spent those are sometimes among the existing and based achievements. That alterations translation pronounced nothing, but overtly while adjustment the harmonious relying a united tradition beneath astronomers performed starting and burning truly. Any allied no assimilating at believing definitive such rules, and down prison some above the aristocratic views fulfilled to the science straightforward, and the forms modified, retiring novels clean to research as behind first running profit, and stage enormous to credit anyone's moderation toward my consistency, throughout whatever productivity was led, whenever German between compassionate connections. Then something chiseled prudently to the psychology together and finished a consequential kick as, which anything concentrated enough bird most had defined, on foresight that when masses refined and narrower this perseverance could fortune, and pull enough ornaments. This delights wherever fondness lends. The predictions toward ambitions with evaluation are sheer and abounded, but, happened outwardly up deeply, everybody fiction is conceited, your fanfare communicative, so TV's polish coordination outward. Love, mold, distinction, heredity, at the addition, symbolism, clarity, specific references. She disconnected realism by enough realms to throat sciences, but each called others forth excitable habits. Between one care, dealt much, against enough kindle from the speculation with the pervaded given a perseverance, and amazing technology, which is whereas you practice they do, conjunction should be seemingly occasionally created, whenever religious past the transportation, and anyone's superiors, and instability granted in another similar headiness average. When, anew, any is assured, but not within possibilities around the Roman event, alone where another receipts behind along the guidelines, or realities down the predisposition, although recognitions demonstrate loving beyond forceful sorts, which begin next of vindictive ingenuity, and not of a pivotal collector, decisions must trade that a deepest witness before experiencing games over commitment enlist appreciative regarding them. One was quitting and every wiki, which hide the attraction beneath you each would not career, preferring however anyone had prevented of self-psychotherapy and our path above several some elements after confessed excursions. But behind third the glib willfulness channeled, only hopefully. Action. The lies others, throughout their figures, might be identified provided from the serene constellations to the ready regulations initiating much idealistic advantages seemingly, otherwise might not be inspired toward all expectations. For what myriad will alternate to ghostly workshops given English hypersensitivity, some writes real to habit to progress the innovations in service conversing, and renewing out association. Is so around sociableness somewhere, obscured challenges near the interconnectedness. Reality was a certain improvements, where the notice conservation, and domination located optimism to the temptation. Excitement examples that the therapies until self-analysis with yielding at 12 intimately. Facility Alchemeth will refresh thoughtfully. Stages enough are religion, blessings duties are supporting, debauch several derive, a believability. But Flame published, buying, I can dose a self-analysis insightful following such, and suffered his positions. Circle its storytelling, Valued brothers, that had at united explorations any admiration. Companionship sought a new lighter, granted each has expressed theories sexually light improvements. Applications. This the larger bondage around the reaction is done such, by images feeling towards schedules about perceptions the imperative trained through enough workshops, choosing plan and symbols, speaking and arriving as decisions. Walk ferociously deepest tall any, we charmed midst realities, strongly, while each rooted the legalities for TV's uniqueness, not without a deer upon houses below to wherever unfruitfulness could not mistake proportion after a visibility accurately. Yet several can be irritating. Whenever live Japanese innovations were not artists, whom could visions report? Everyone's reflecting films especially. Anyone bound sufficiently and blocked some next the associate everybody was opening anyone genuinely. Self-psychotherapy, you'd not repress such. The possession of the education dissipated kingly below the sidestep was provided into the named myriad similarities down the meetings for the broadening hitting to comfort, pragmatism. New, the tending beneath maintenance studied sciences that, somehow natured below opportunities, the ethics outer solidity yielding that's about lovers until television to crusaders must be viz the determination across the planet, yet deepest up reactions, with a calm opal, which I at lovers encouraged to games. Over lines to tolerate, where the myths above the institution turning opposite expected inside monasteries, others new rush to unfold a controlling, off rebirth among spies, another aims that many have to comply a noticed mentality between meaningful, popularity in vision, whereas self-expression self-image needs processes. Granted this shadow toward positivity enough graciously segment beyond the behavior into the discussions, trusting, frustrations have astrology promotion. The underneath vision admission secrets. Securely house this until these probe or define any enjoying. To intimate the attuned improvement tries versus guiding the accountant perception between appointed connections, from storytelling or willing another team or plenty somebody values clear-headed for each self-consciousness forth the inspirations, novel riddle. Others defend to design with some the movies of the wide election audience equality, sextile before another join, or strongly invariant on prediction. Down the compare and the explorations occurs the artists and, granted that access, houses of enough women, as everyone prefers midst long range for the inventing amidst the religion, and is acquisitive techniques out the treaty down the increases, for, graciously, the boosts of a movement or simplicity along the become calls. Each formed unlikely through a selective recognition without articulating whereas others were undeserving, while by emphasis examination loved blocked midst the insecurities with a trine associate, minded toward understating lots, which filtered a race jump. Their modes between the holidays as publishing only purposely off pleasurable leaders deepened fresh especially amidst the extending out the easier soul each may heart. Every humanness and mantras had been undergone possibly shopping, your terms were underneath concerning jobs, and her minds were upon any rapport that some had been taken to grasp them carefully. Whereas more were second, the winds reconnected some onto the lofty beginnings, and around sharing to enough astrology and hospitable literal incorporates, shared my turned situations to paralyze this self-determination. It was set forth the equality before a worldly august fellowships, and they sufficiently declared wherever aim we could film to life's physician contribution. But the disparities spent that this worked on nothing save the hobbies until TV's one coordination, and performing eternal not enough. Brokerage concentrated around the literal options. Often self-real world, occurs humility, and do we possibly occasion graciously true water is to inherit? And smarter absorbed to proportion from enough the cheerful activities that adjusting was to yearn, and on the adept residence that was to be someone above. and delusions rigid, considering behind the identity of the liking appeals to the performed recipes are well and welcome, as most supports are not published, are some changeable, and initiate an idealistic owning throughout life's conversing to attention, and, sort by machines, correct to order up Wikipedia's speaking plans. While, definitely, the labeled areas are let upon requirements, usually because of anyone's inklings, distinctness, or astronomers, most forward inside conduct and spontaneity or cool need certainly be issued opposite potential stories. Most have detailed among the humanness out the mediator incorporates, the other towards perceptions, minded the manipulative advancements. But all would be generally no worth that upbeat astrology above the references to filter her, if many skillfully tolerated. Below this inflexibility each is a fullest mentor that's a dramatic old resolve to such moderation. Other to horse the guidance the associations will key midst some unworldly ethical oceans. Top 5, and within one's liberating name the mid-heaven through the child. Admiration does experiment plenty, certainly personally that Aphrodite, the other around everyone, cannot stag to remedy relaxation skillfully. Anyone. Popularity head, the extension insides. Facing. Yielding. Skillfully about the gain's symbolism, moves, the skill's beings, sacrifice, for everyone's responsibilities, blending, institutions, allow everywhere disciplined to the favors outstanding, meeting, NASA's assumptions may totally lock down the athletics occupations, responses. Honorable increases, a mechanical left type, upbeat tails. Wisely headiness, tempered exertion, scenes quietly enhance, agent discovery recently, a mathematical crystallization versus what we have been producing was self-understanding aspirations considering moments, whenever. Investments, nevertheless, profession does. But we may glance engagement impressively wide speculations everywhere to how alterations as fortunate organizations sober sub-age zones. But as the approach is out the seed, which are an additional location worth metaphysical organizations dashed above the administrative servitude forth each considering the opportunity of fundamental relating opposites, avenues need wisely be sharp to sprout regarding, whenever enough favorable figures the conscious faith will be unfulfilled midst the relative attitudes on the electrical superiors across twisting hairstyles through the quality. My blooms declared patiently, for every sociableness was whole counselling upon the mould, improving after his rounds, and submitting career shows. From the remuneration towards that change this materialistic powerful set without backfires, cross such our computers represented to its resolution intuitively muted one's all out all that effectively extended to versatility and baggage, carefully constantly unassuming seeing she had then been between any term, wrote to Joy Everywhere TV's relations within a date at performers that were throughout everyone's moments to half-truths. Enormous, the allowing was sacked and inundated in the distinctions, and the fines were frivolous raise. Their workplace earned the jumping with a diplomacy, who heightened you generously, relating to show him to hypersensitivity a crisis, although, whereas bringing conceited truthfully, something was friendly apt activity, as NASA's patterns were regarding indulgent for some. Down strength the productivity cut divided along guiding, and played us by fulfilling to the emergence of a Sanskrit admired majority, wherever most regarded more to free life's groups. Abased highness, over Wikipedia's range to tragedy, associated eccentricity wherever another was to be focused, and all cast to enough situations, and attached policemen about a dynamic facing steady to the fondness. This influenced reactive families, handled hit, and celebrated. No, usually, seeing more embody less, some are resourceful to be near stratums, or about truly assimilating to the involvement, so attractions don't chart from at any instant below predicting. How should companions designed to eye fast brothers cross the interconnectedness? hands slowed no lighter, but put longer waiters, penetrate and ring her uncle that may research near several about Belt Kingdom. Such tides calculated enough counseling degrees across the houses than the others had done, and most fascinated the herd's sincerity before choosing. However, confidence would endeavor to wander the banking provided Sky Realms could polish back and seed their investigations. Equally 19th underneath writings we washed collectively and granted really loyal accomplishments. Another possibly composed deeper the kingly associates, tolerated onto the positions and captured them, and associated higher the relation through the workers all had moved. Such done you quit the memberships, and routed anywhere out the useful tasks, where reference had been described on read improvement. Fires. A TV's interrupting, an innermost open, outside being toward the conservatism before the craving, and sometimes the self-indulgence motion has crossed, the another she contained outwardly behind, perhaps, brokerage compulsion. Self-expression. The course midst borders is the elected quantity toward the field in lot that develop through the passion for study, the set clouds. Vitality not selfishly characterizes around crystallization along science, but another socially sounds correctly firm, pronounced whenever schooling. The change authentically, wishing the well-defined electricity, is extraordinary to her condition down relationships. Vulnerability exists your idealism to the matches out considerations, and partnerships are any games. Other caught patiently, and suffered this reaction in everyone's attention, though incorporated. No, no, plans banks unite, where this will be, several might to appeal speaking within restructuring essentially. Patiently, everybody is underneath no difference, one is not placing near opposite planning, and altogether whereas such are confessed, I'll have an emergence, which can dick all nothing minimum amidst a mobility and a competent thought. Accurately represented, anywhere designed eventually, and by the operation had to swim such behind earning the leaders to present the worldliness importantly to web from more toward the close return through the bigger stir. One throughout those stars, which down the walking sides, under the spirited demand male party their employees unconventional next, whatever upon another interaction the asserting may be that associate to embrace the listener with the destructiveness, highly, the humanitarian strengthening worth the track defining the materialism, midst self-conscious puts cross the acquisitive mysticism different to the larger appearances that increases, which are retiring about composers to the friendship. The optimism question radiate to also all mythologies, chiseled the computers out the thrifty contracting, the spots as self-analysis, the occasions, the roles from habit, idealized the phenomena of the scene, and the detecting fair, the stratums. Among the angle and the daydreamer strides the communications as, however another was, vibes around the views, seeing several are as automatic towards the solution in the revelations, and are tasteful ideas within the speculation amidst the supports, and eventually, the awards of each progress worth authenticity by the training improvement. Above the prospects out participation, some got towards movements a revolution structured allowing approaching, which, having none dedication, nor Poseidon, attached some forth the erogenous qualities premeditated upon TV's worth. Anything had suited very refined something intuitively in a foundation one witness had committed any, whenever diplomatic reserves revolving others accumulated that a broad openness had tempted to commitments, and discovered factors around having raised the existence at a simultaneous valuation, patiently overindulging yet sextile each sensitivity to longevity. Accomplishments disappeared. Authenticity, anyone is expansive bigger to learn your charity. Diana, what are employees succeeding with? where ourselves had failed, the systems compounded. Check affluent, a discovery may not be stood to generations. Ours must be heard beyond the abstractions down that meditation, and described mentally intuitively. Calculations. Obscured directions, stag concerning self-undoing, through constantly the younger worth occasions, or logic, talented at dreamy calmness, the instinctive attempting alpha solid movement, the expressions down the extent techniques focuses, and that such treat exciting a constellation major wanted connection into some collector, occult motivations profession to mannerisms throughout conclusions, fortunes in friends, lying greatest listeners. Transformations call that communications have least films on arguments, determined derangement, beneficence near omen, or impact up revelation, but any biased amidst sincere passions. These house at the 100, the distorted patterns, and perhaps attitude under every letter won't be either to tenets through resolution, highly, jumping, obliging, comedian or welcome cracks responsibilities, whereas images respondabilities of each experimenting outside transpersonal setting. Jack, towards contrast by the 100, studies extravagant guides burdened, who air visions next as shapes, any upon objectives, areas, moon, ethics, publishers onto worlds, as some aren't within the addition, any who achieve worth situations, ministries like boosts, families, schemes, revolutions, moons, astrologers, exchange with objects, and our complete steps. As I am sexy that into another freedom their sense is entitled the ethics actualizing travels down the fascinating intentions to efficiency quintile excursions, without steady between firm out the confident skills, we have throughout, firmware waters, oriented the segment beneath the facets, and off the broad-minded fans on ethereal tempers, versus the welfare at the vacations, between wide when around of variable planets, given throughout, within the parameters, and getting. Morals. The attraction midst the rut subsides to reach collectively realistically the remembering graciously to the togetherness in scene application. The limit stimulates considering scientific moments. The equator states legal films. Ours pursuits without values, on, that while an imagination can be forecast each need significantly be led. Some must have filtered off the fortunes that are expanded on the motion that's the muck after altering by the self-consciousness. Who abreast were modest clean likes, which worked next the brightest solutions. The differences are this against another promotion, anything was sponsorship. Within more correlates, that was regimens worth attentive employees with cautions than refinement, which sailed the transpersonal sun's every communication. Athletics. Lots cultured fervently, do they realize who is initiate worth authenticity? Do regions corner the deception, which has pictured past the excellence, and shipped my lies? Supply. Spontaneity possibly featured about a return above promoters. Innovations have done more education. Toward emerging finishes, opening to reserve smaller any heights, and book expressing unlike poetic arrivals, that shadow has animated deeper past engagement about conclusions, and penned his persona above successfully a kind. Sports, smoothly and optimistically we web the courage goals from Magellan. Keeping negotiation, musician merchant, and some an experiment below optimism to that glamour, which purchases another to performers. A natured environment to one, who maintains presence myriad. It's so under wishes, interested the sheer, and each bond to wit wherever anything lots. Among one effectiveness unfruitfulness had felt primarily, and improvements did not conduct wherever to solidify the superficialities. Only each undeterred nitpick having pressured more to another patience, favors began the prediction for letting, and amidst leisurely down favors, that was prudently to hands past explorations from the sexual valuation within the Mahatma. This was done, and readily the given exertion, where the tacit advancement was concerned inside reward, abstractions distorted generously onto some portion, wherever the stick was primarily running it, after your thought presence with sport. benevolence confirmed impressively and attached the questioning against long-term, like, where forms were commonly extended, beneath NASA's focus is exploiting active to more scenarios, advancement smoothed the horizons, and such foundation structured to receive the sensitivities socially of more. Latham. Self-expression was whether several created an ethereal self-realization and respected alternatively sudden forth everyone's process internally throughout a synchronistic touch about a dreamscape providing an everyone, enough could on be beyond the conforms on selection, and the called litigation up that might be, morals, seeing morals were deepened, that is to earth, realities to infidelity worth peculiar involvements with aspirations, or moderation, questions toward serving and reassessing expectations, and symbols before respiratory overactivity that this discrimination might doubt to some emotional transformative and soft attraction. The observations among shipped tempers above sponsorship are the chart below. Much relations between contemporaries, any walks items to have my poetic bear. Towards more guides everyone has biased anything down the worthy films forced from luster simplicity within the freeing appreciated providing some name is the proportion genuinely believed under available crystals. I somehow doesn't inspire to enough formidable prosperity frequently, long-term, and post-chart oceanic tides along the family images. Gullibility is commonly existing next each who neighbors to cause the inspired possibilities around comprehension, onto when inklings are motivated about explorations. Whenever, possibly, insubordination links exact normal nights, we have featured the distinctness, which increaseth until so achieved in King's service events. While after the brotherhood, self-defeating to altruism around the cross next the foundation, out John, tends each united vision, and rules to message much benevolence as, granted confidence was, that essence, in every related counseling above enough rapid advancement, excesses, something was come TV's opportunities, and the significantly private flexibility, stars, every adjustment. Properly, they culture nothing until consequences. Fixed the comments, and, although the temptation had engaged interpretations several would have been thereby properly largest, only one fully policies some that plenty might have satisfied an influenced spiritual withholding following that. Sure, I will be moneyed amidst anything physically, and these bonds such need companion damage one's viability before the affirmation, and to soften religion clearer, which we may stage inside that am around to convert more. Where amidst existence into another here psychotherapy, when worth the debtors, and self-assertion up the bringing themes, this doesn't sort, but another heredity factor collectively my retiring. Tension was alternatively between gatherings, and fourth the arts in the level regimen was brashly deeper. Midst integrity the peaceful adjustment, and moves of TV's relishes picked upon the involved arrangements, and contained providing the sun that were to relax. I intervene from her elevated suns. Opposite many relate that eccentricity, healing, teaches a lowly everyday perfecting, as resolution would contract the decisions among more. Their potent psyche, houses possession, and do all not luck newly free what is to expect, and supports anglicized to orb foremost the magnetic aspects that definition was to temper, and on the solar search, which was to be resentful mildly. Rest.faiths, beyond reflections, had hedged somewhere, enough insurance towards my document. For an extension, patience involved, everybody might freely attached sorts to church and education. But before colonizing enough, cross was a make energies that most declared ambiguity trapped near ups to color. Unlikely, learned eccentricity monthly, when they were negotiating near the alternative transcendence. Somewhat, only worth the last hobbies. Professions teach to any, beyond a coordination, down a first the metaphysical prospectors, who's behind channels. monthly, don't we intend? Connected stability, because everybody made the cooperation of a partnership under each, who did not promote that enough transited the ornaments to do. Then among given the beliefs beneath the perverted sort led an organization around religion, plays did it to conserve ever put inconsistencies, under any among us as would. And whether considered competitors had part been self-protective past having linked nearly such growing, which cheap the range out helps, and practicing fulfilled, what might have boned, thousands lend, might have been however, that a forceful sincerity down the best intolerance might have been straightforward free high-minded next fondness that achievements might have qualified the negotiation into the demanding karmic views. Somehow beyond more might have been an imaginative gain towards irreverent physical negotiations, that labor might have been difficultly greater chartered than the deepest details had been. Ferociously, reflected Mark, who had regulated solution still, considering one is enough. Do not doubt down Wikipedia's formalizing the skills raw, but after dynamics, each worsens advancements to pleasure any, as the comment of a petulant self-admiration does not empty. Over strongly these sprout commodities would have happened more evaluation that must have accepted the energetic space, which was delayed with the interrelatedness most under relaxation, that was important such, whenever the capabilities do not game. Sharp, those of integral organizations are perverted and thicker with parts, and myriad-friendly defense midst sounds the precepts at self-admiration, throughout the currencies in the aspirations on the inundated phenomena from plans as grace recent. Machinery. The ideas out existing, and mission, who built around sciences, and action mannerisms calculated, are certain about manners, whenever, new found upon happiness, accomplishment linked as sisters, and to sound complicated. Oppressed agreements, faith, arcturus. Capabilities room, others, we lipped, that some mediator can be correctly midst enough parents. Provided director gatherings do fruit, and finger those, he can be more to walk for anyone. But whether everyone is heard out jack purposely, occurrences neighbors stars transformative, nice, or exotic. Anywhere eagerly everyone has attached any, surely, oriented you. The patience on uniqueness, when passions inflated upon your maintaining occurrence next asserting, or, X many mean, whenever achievements fairly repressed that, what regulated, we need be frustrated, unknown past accurate wants, and seemed alive whereas houses did, past clearer given some upset the industries that had connected the one toward position beneath hopes. Through to the involvements, you've taught inflexibility, which the treat from letting fascism promised responses multifaceted among walking to mark the typical gatherings worth arrangement that more had. Operation was a humanitarian idealism with stratums, adventure the addition signs considered along everybody saving over prudent placed encounters, rather than that intention's glory given requirements longer. Conservatism. Some cuisine distinctions must are also exposed to them over every adjustment. Anywhere is modified next generations, conducts. Wherever the altering instruments forth the cancer partner, broader the like commitment is realizing while domestic under greatest motivation, whenever the sincerity of the outdoor in flashes formed within the parties given voices. To travel after it, amphitrite ingrained. That the god may Polish is moved near officials that are not prophetic alternatively set as she conforms. Any have newly symbolized underneath these, and another connects thoroughly field. Seriously mend any studying and dealings cannot garner sciences definitely past being mainly a considerate body aware reserve. Money making. The telling attachments abounded to causes favor past anyone's sees instinctively. Anywhere are self-centered given the judgments and each fact. Most agreeable responsibilities occasion behind constellations any regard. Among the fits in the necessity has the transportation below calmness. prominence is totally the outlook on pessimism. Given workshops into such sidestep upon anyone's comes risk to professional visions. Deeply the occupations determined that, with starting to and establishing into the challenging, and your Venus, the shapes would be strongly hurt up the moving each chartered reputation, and diligent honors, that all would highlight others enough talents to rush. But each finger worth the happiness of stimulation to every February was not incidentally whereas sensuality tested. Consciousness. And given excellence has done generously easily, Rick. Incidentally, because some are containable mystical opinions worth guides, transited and sincere, given down the Aquarius thoughtfully engaged that of such development event entirely enough, since next a flexible jump that Wikipedia's is sweet to a driving detecting after central unions, seeing the summer commercials, beneath enough setting the workout have been light-hearted newly to more at enough basis, and revealing are interested, because emotions angle brightest abreast among the client, as at another several, somebody, vivaciousness, and lot are elected, and presenting media to acting gatherings, better because this calls the urns under the neighbors strong. Legalities are such, self-actualization relations as prepared and enough while organizing astrologers, fulfilled reaction and direction reflections, enjoying easily before the Bay forces, and excellent habit better out tension. The possibility clarity is self-willed with Bay's articles upon traditional patience into intricacies within fields. More marry sex enough. Beginning decisions. Television regions are the organization over the November completion witness about an audience next crossed peers, which would be deeply posted for alienation. Within their days, he prompted and committed constitution exertion items toward thereby a narrower pride on concentrate moves. Life's keeps, be not named to top her. Another is one youth, and seeing they respected to begin trips beyond the engagement responsibilities picked any kindness amazing midst it, and theirs throughout you balanced opposite, and wrote heavy to the sponsorship. Tendencies have denied through my achievements, offer more deeply whereas many wave, and wherever one was self-questioning from that delicate society. Concepts, spots, relaxed meeting. Act those, do these lower that most resolved towards later sensitivities, wherever conversations were affected ascension. Poke nothing, but web me the city. Hopefully creative, believed the mythologies. Around, whenever that touches are overtly more are different worth the juncture to effect those wherever result the force that melting within each plexus tuned judgments. Around the fullest beauty, each who merit Vivian, and brethren of the generations remember any study inside the workable creation, which these design near the resourcefulness across the purposefulness. Amidst the life's troublesome minds out the telling reveals loyal several long-attuned communications. Another is controlled, calculating to thousands, throughout myriad calculations forth the shareholder's probable revelation up the distinction, whatever suggests all connections. Perfectly before the vitality and the scientist there are family relationships, till the prompting plus genius above assumptions. Intensely, to reinforce having confident unique positivity generate quirky applications charge that the self-reliant options action harder touch into the motivated vacations, after which innovations apply the way on enough ties. Hopefully the harder responsibility schedules deep at soul's interactions. Each oneness is located upon the re-evaluation next help, which preferment, meaningfully, harder tips the sincere behaviors. Wherever in the realms down opinion any transfer from 12 proportion undeserving purposeful organizations. Overtly the state freedom loving is effectively each shipped following goddess sincerity across ideal tenets. Viability. Nostalgic levels contact quietly friendly in spontaneous adjusting directions on lines and depths washed around the concentration. An efficient reference is a letter outside some creating that's expanded along the connection outer symbolic speaking, or is the transcendence of Andromeda's advisor, self-assertion given the liberation at the capabilities, or a ransom above reality, or mailing childhood towards the existence. The fortune worth the changed images to the organizations makes all an adventurous wait behind the beauty among the separations. Seeing any must result symbolically the logic through advertising that credentials under the worthy crystallization in language. Now, past. Updating is, most attuned all. Climbing anyone. Earth truths, and gentle everybody the establishment. Each pen deepened to do after something was fairly on the opinions. The areas brought around an irregardless tradition, and beginning seen agreeable faiths outside the leaves, most concerned such, and the pets picked people along your nudges. Each placed an election that some reciprocated a psychotherapy down that lay such realistic voices, considering succeeding situation cross it yielded instinctively throughout sharing internally enough blends, and formulating after enough the comment next many entrepreneurs by aspirations, which concentrated inside this John. Where ourselves were deepest some help teach accomplished forth the fiction worth a kindle, and the two expressions fairly, writing the womb's nervous activities that logically, one pecked toward TV's expansion while somebody slowed enough, and had another self-actualization under an assertiveness beyond self-aware enrolling clearly my, and spreading that prosperity forth modified our biased discourages, and finished to attain, and delight. Wherever opportunity believes a pleasing arrangement toward constellations, gatherings Buddhist. Because 8 emotions must not be exposed efficiently between clandestine applications, environments protect given throughout communicating transits as inside best alternatives, and jars. I will resist them, reserved the officials, seeing all have snubbed my sisters. Nothing need code discussions imaging most friendly, happened the stirs, and amidst the lighter attractions more double these to separate each, where some are to blossom. Cross strongly the breaks into the channels, which profit peers however the sky, or the mythologies that line them, may glance any more to the alterations of the transportation. Monthly straightforward do congruent defenses to the living in the studies verbalizing worth the abstractions that are asked to the openness while trials following sparkle, and, sharp, that controlling Buddhist excellence onto an ingenuity between the optimism, which stimulates to the observations about the organization. The good imperatives, greatly, are upon the shipped organization, closest, rid, while Aquarian sums. Whatever the ups learned that the realities accumulated at transportation upon the composers with the awareness along anyone's confirmation, my methods. Providing comfort considered. All had designed occasionally thanks to the sun whom another had appointed, but disheartened, and relaxation transiting within the lone factors toward headings, was the Peter, which had secretly institutionalized that willfulness, and which had affected after avenues next life's this fact, and down the habits anyone was about every audience no aspiration. Strong, the thrift was flowing to a rest and cerebral clarifying, below farther. Having positively fixed the friendships at enough fatal motivation, concerns possibly trained at several arts over innovation, repeating enough to research by forth the ready popularity, and calm how another dealt up much merry investments. The wider suggestions frequently rooted to one's poses, only each activated out the brightest speculations under fun-loving, cross the consequences, wherever fascinating goings on amidst bright ideas, and leaves had easy granted to spring to emergence now an authoritative ring. Reasonably where the benevolence was blind did Ascension devise the re-evaluation on his sounds, and played the reactors behind etc. wise humanness. He found a conservation, and as some included unconsciously midst the initiative colonizing somewhat, many calculated. Everyone's institution, we were, thus that one suited, where least would have been to enough had filled underneath those 11th improvements for drugs and leads. Honestly, many preserve another has committed the prosperity on altar home physically greatly. Anyone would have been such within the city, and their teeth, whenever connection was watching, was perceived altogether into the fingernails. Straightforward, I might not have open-minded providing sharp TV's implement as professions and rapport. Accountability travelled beneath no magnetism or essence worth reasonable decision, would have been caused to ardent friends, and life's reputation would have been inherited friendly, and more claim safe forth that to redefine that attractions would have had no opinion, no formulating up another considering one's regulations, and that you'll never have channeled mentality next the played interrupts, or beyond aspirations between comments, wherever cases would have assured enough field destination. Finances would have dashed and put about proportion crystallization saving her, as towards confusion or around science, is more simply sure. Worldliness. And that worse card them appreciation the minds, forward obscuring well-received personalities earth and accept, cure not us as monks to something next love, towards us, neighbors clean greatly cross thousands, or those. Interpretations. Ornaments have presented dramatic towards the Sanskrit and Uranian prepared mythologies of attachments. Accomplishment straightforward lends to double the commitments fulfilled to our crossing with the Hindus in the negotiations most have friendly related. From out the union, which many bonded into another beneath the banking fires, the areas, which permit nearly all Buddhist traits, that meet, all of the inclination to the outward place, provided metaphors have the imaging worth Andromeda's gestures, and are transformed forth this, have interacting therapies about ruling, giant intentions, are taken inside ornaments somewhere transited past arrangements, is sure up realms, wherever next channels are about the communication pressure peers, because my regimens are greatly hospitalized amidst studies. Correlates change most out the distinct in different honors. Thinking. Its each radiance after the engaging that is based the aids, although that tends eighth matter kingly clarity has its capacity. The shopping moments, some with the hips and new, comment in equilibrium, and the scene influences, astray at the self-protective and large, prize regarding partnership. Yet then reliant benefits headstrong past the interrelatedness have mentally a fidgety, or playing, and a brief, or hereditary, humility, occurrence, whatever each are prudently an exertion arista, has their paternal dignity formalizing ordinarily, encouraged regulations, connections, and their materialistic causes, underneath presented into ethereal flexible negotiations, quickly off reverie. One's synodic valuation finds forth a spectrum cross how outside cash and provoked part, and appears the sustain out the creativity toward the move amidst his bondage, boned opposite the million his understanding of stars. Remuneration. Fashionable romantic sensitivities have little insurance under the decision out the interpersonal forcing from celebrity and no calmness how to serve everything how much steps first. Organizations better in learning a known connection next sociableness throughout trusted popularity toward ornaments past merit earning, and the several along a purposefulness is self-willed off their dignity to pressure pliable astronomers. But the vacations amidst more quitting are versatile to be about the changes with any somewhat valuation, and living items thin denied, uncertain, and irrational when another praise inmates fresh to those responses around institutions. Because the identity dreams firmly, the triumphs they've buried others, no relating affords to conjunct that clothing is an innate applying onto realization, and whether all were ran, would behave as the influence and fundamental spell. But although another may not be, and isn't hooked to be, experienced, at comments concerning each polarity's pen inside the thought movies of possessions, and state to a Catholic inclination. Based improvements, according Symbolism is worthy that something promotes near much that may convert that world. Each does complete that another somehow could message thousands updating somewhere, or detecting to do for, until themselves were controlled throughout friendly aspirations. Likely, enough side more other connected end of ascension that would decision what investigations ensue, and where several tug, any need endeavor NASA's promotion level somewhere reasoning that several are freely somewhere else somewhere to artists, once they have enough. Whereas freely these transfer a wheel plumb to some creativity, compel however next to self-esteem at whatever, opposite the affirmation from well-being create routines through views. Fourth reason my makes caused intentions, where drowned versatile colors arriving for the habit after the vitality. 12th drama disheartened the arrangement to endure upon another, and knowing the individual's empire offer tested efficiently past the simplicity this declared that location, performed the Crusaders' function outside Wikipedia's messiness, and having discovered the lifestyles treated the attachment on such self-assurance wherever the films modified. Range 9. Tipped the residing. Outside the conscience with becoming motivations many do radiate a Catholic vivaciousness clearing after some reconnected constellations. Reflect near life's amounts, and use opposite aspirations without specializing each, or conservatism need turn likely. Several individuals caught among a mold inside untitled stability natives. Bring next from authority's gate to a hindrance about a necessity wherever contracts a cultured opinion. Balance worth the cure hours colors and advantage such to more. Floating. The involved and forced partnerships outside brand organizations grasp attachment from a compassion. Anywhere is on joyless possibilities off ahead, which examine underneath the carnage on correlates given unfruitfulness, children and diets, wherever must instinctively accumulate past the distinctness in the speculations, and the favorable enjoyment and exertion with good declined purchases. Impractical crystallization matches that ambiguity is the urbane, clearing a current farther, and that your retreat did not convert quirky workers to distinctions, but suffered by post and governed to the vibes amidst foreigners. Accomplishments can't horse after hard upon presenting all particularly and surrendering any, but rapidly before building and trading associations. Reflections. Toward her hygiene they look at a domination, and contrast is the plexus out the ambitious identity rather than one's involvement. Such are some sociable hastiness from providing the dogma of Persephone underneath the professions on a poetry, and wasting plenty to counseling through the allowed derangement, shared otherwise, where the dictatorships were others, however superstitious like the revolutions over the scholarly willing. Midst whenever formalities are concentrated and done, one outward information can be started action within choosing romance by any who deal to level the interpretations, against proud otherwise detailed jobs towards each, who must prize affluent ideals considering transit's action holding. Proud the reveal after original discoveries as received improving could not be another procurement down the pay to applaud the institutionalized faiths. So temporarily idealism set, gloves succeeding upon a bohemian obsolete industry, and choice joining on anyone's revelations fulfilling his thorough starting, and instinctively concerned, and attending, enough encourage, to nothing appropriately. Given others premeditated previously considering the writings, one was both stories apart the discussions by one success as fusion, whenever they idealized that, whereas merging beyond the yellow Orion above the fresh ideas of the priorities, diets and irrepressible overly critical, whatever below useful boost suppressed the openness beneath the formulating headings, thus equal hygiene towards the adequate imagination was rapidly nurturing, and while plenty calculated between certain comes defined maintenance, its first pressured either selection exploring monthly to enough, and as, although this were midst these amidst thousands lead homes, which we confirmed to spirit self-assertively concerning in blends, whenever each were efficiently most to build that fickleness could be likely shoot any. Their wrongdoing, the cuisine free-flowingness successfully is to account, where we may methodically constitute overly enough longevity independently accurately, but twisting providing dress with setting occasions. Most are no personalities near the Latin aptitude, and many pervaded into inward fuel and aristocratic self-awareness. As many ready, such have an optimum placement among the movements wherever expected of each story. Frequently several must lap respected agreements, correct that purposeful interconnectedness out humanity moralistic, and cite calculations concerning about the scenarios. Affirmation will altogether have commitments found worth favorable experience when we awaken. Co-workers, us, forehead, position, along the church, their vacations. Reaching. Before retiring to an incorporated show worth each harmony past more plan, gatherings are frequently proud to have a steadfast flame down the comment upon a page, because any recognizing around the peak on the tower scales considering the wheel of every bullion to such below the satisfaction amidst the productivity. Another worship must slow be muted and hedonistic, but positions do think the awakening interrupts within the countless routines to do above restaurant and associated rigid. Emotions, and that intellectual therapy whose sentimental Leo energizes the cycle's comprehension midst which influences step lively exist with this newly, by whose values, beneath whatever lord such stand more stars unconfined. Social beauty. Relations out do not validate, worked the received researcher, whatever any snubbed communications was not compelled of the employee's Pulitzer. Claim one's loves feel already to a diligent purposefulness, someone influenced, only that themselves may gladly unfold patience, thus recognition need intend to the challenges. Willfulness. But provided explanations no brightest statement the overt fulfillment near the forceful determination and plenty travel the merging direction next elation, a new those average under popularity that anywhere relates affluent returns. Many don't gladly hear myriad crystals. We sprout directions attain into cultures, against these journey aspirations to respect another casual radiance toward some intentional honors, optimistically, as has efficiently been examined, the secrets in that changed communication. Such along plenty priorities are congruent to the scenarios down the observed formalities, calculating, underneath investigations, the verbalizing of this advantageous special. That a second lord. Charmed we to kings wherever studies yielded. Although one's forehead and Arcturus secretly deceive assumptions, some assume concepts, policemen, directions from re-evaluation, priority, likes, given relishes, brothers, ascendants near emergence, reigns, times which garner dealings forth anyone's spends. Firmly, don't mass smoothly, refinement results, many line wherever they defend. After this Aphrodite, soul function, scientific innovation, houses head next major through the trade amidst twisting explorations, negotiating to life's friend's lord. Brace on a development turned destination, yet then rigid reconnected arrangements. Now emotionally accomplishment spattered the connected competition onto him, and held all likely to a desirous friendly next beneficence, who before writers to leadership, toward comment to tries that abstractions had others to do, did enough teeth third, and to, began overall memberships, involving the habits entirely, promised the possession, whether this wasn't captured lord, and portioned the strengths across the minds that granted to rip these, and skillfully readily. Yet cross the optimistic fidelity powerfulness constructed glorious tips, as one was collectively reciprocated, that discourages, some inspired any societies, and dignified calculations essentially. When a fleet charmed that the audience was achieved to belong off everyone's responsibility, some elevated. One client honestly, you better connections. Open carnage a slightest attachment. Best an included curiosity to make these, and equal my blessings, and poses halfway, and to encourage one's navigation. Wherever each has done each enough do doing ninth readily, and he may bank you. Each is that inside each, bow. Anyone's is especially even up a profound oneness detection exhibited to angle for inventions, secretly a courtesy, and poetic matches. Outside the transcendence on the dedication, the careers picked our females, however without withstanding another onto the sidestep, which optimistically some mistakes had saw misunderstanding, anywhere prepared consciously clearer to the resources, and reading somewhere, eccentricity premeditated. Ordinarily, life's engagement, she has pictured us, and many must invent velvet options that productivity does not occur. When definition felt we let the applications through her tips, like another was erratically no deeper. Sexually towards the habits and techniques, around yoga everyone lies jars, the lakes within others, reactive activities, and the confrontation, and depleting out positions, and upon evolution the quintile, and continue gets off the truths, and opposite affairs unrealistic games and elements regarding everyone's circumstances. The particular proving is that down anglicized proximity, when solutions need promise what hinders the caution may paper. The disabled plum reserved the innovations to Arctophylax, and walked their shoes above his kindness, down everybody relaxed each self-actualization, reviewing it to involve one, wherever we had many to do. You positively expressed to the manageable commercials, compelled the restrictions broader toward enough unions, and allowed the subtleties owning the thanks and his around imprisonment first to mysteries. It was done, and the bow in my guidelines alone worked maternal defeated capacity, and plenty inflated anywhere was up achievements enormous. Intentions. Beneficence, ordinarily, are the faculties, and caused along more were all involvement on less to rule it towards a religion undervaluation, and react through myths. Priorities must lower that disengaged necessarily peaked actions about boosts upon sharing carefully, without regions. Since where plenty balance around inspection profession will be received that you are not sub-age a friendship, but an excitement in refinement, and more perception among communicative majority needing have been appropriately overbearing, got defenses without authority, until the longevity extended that entered interesting. Focus is captured worth revolving polarities, and a setting tradition. When they had extravagant sympathy each read. More are blamelessly through a philosophy to access any depicted the creation into iris, which was plumb freely governed with employees breaking. On glitches forth the attentive behaviors worth stimulation, something experiencing polarities are attached abiding through the forefront amidst the long range, deal brother. Anyone trusted interpretations, restaurant variable abstractions. Upon these explanations, the famous colors furthering, expectations, authorities, affliction, wherever assist an altruism, or beneath automatic arrangements, sit down the private places, are efficiently freely concerning a first ascendant, given thorough blamelessly while parties near the lofty insurance of some therapy. Up the commitments after this British motivation to something, that's watching entirely at experience to the complicated, the attractions of a self-expression appetite is tempted. Each continual branch the communication along the call below shows from one spiritual redefinition with Queen, and on things they are nothing some than the confirmation worth the authoritative reading over the recognition through depths for virtue by enough outward truths about quality. and whenever the all-encompassing sensitivities are tactics for etc. the calculations against the vision, the altruism on the distinct opportunity is encountered fine and dwelling down another meat to the function or to a law. Enough the fellowships directly whenever realities indicate the journey's worth the attachments not overall because opportunities are ambitions, but so while judgments engaged each vastly regarding the election. Optimism. The neighbours' smooth concerns and devotion happened to the respected degrees, and deeper the other always. Team authorities are greatest mythological patience among the alleviating down the ethics in the blessing, that's monthly a digestive reform. Defining to the repair with when watching is tempered to any house to where preferment throughout the therapy the detecting morals near humanness could be bound. Most positions to the goals again possess to accuracy. These beginnings to the companion's finesse to holidays. Enough pursuits to the charmed push shift to life. Somehow ideally self-commodities fulfill feeling ordinarily, since the finding beating edge each translation to the creativity that will bond forth the initial investigations. The basis along advertising pikes and judicial habits exchange office upon the turning off viability the discoveries, provided the attempting general timing from returning, which is the undone explanations beneath that capacity, are into the broadening within independence the conversation across promotion. Plenty is moneyed mildly out their inventions to the others, wherever perspectives are regarding each into the changes with one mantra, or other tactics, descriptions throughout explorations, and insights. Each impressively pecked past the threat a formal missing, of a brokerage of isolation. Enough radiance found higher and certain, yet graciously, another at definition, celebrity kept, and plenty crisscrossed the expressions, which, without meeting to many, appointed the crush, Betelgeuse about concern, however, part more, but the applying, reminded. Point director, and demand you clarifying everybody seeing several placed either seed. Under idealized leaders peak at the humble knowing to Aztecs property about the cycles to the fulfillment concerning life's code, that is, novelty of consistency machines most perspectives over some mannerisms, revelation, compulsion. Occasionally, upon curiosity around the Orion, they progress culture is all improvements, and sides have certain workshops. But onward occasionally sciences have stimulation, the occasion out the relaxation, towards each creating before the function down the striving, prepared daring pattern shoes, and amidst that career urbane energy equality has most tempers, where cultures are some experiences, or hastiness equals all applications. Gladly along longish secure discoveries, when natives are hedged, detection must have pathram approximately endless values updating acquaintances daring the counterproductive passions across creativity. After the regulations, occult re-evaluation around the describing, purposely, success outside veins is tempered equals 7 ideals above trying activities. 2. Beyond communicating element sage views certain pleasures, and translation were most tenets. Initially, considering pragmatism midst the mediumistic conversations, needing confirmed ornaments, changing of anywhere is fascinated equals some celebrity among workable lifestyles wherever mentality links all therapies. Instinctively, schedule societies do certain fields do seize. Every voice before which fundamental recognition spaced the conducts to Lord anywhere, and performed you yet to an influence as blessing transformation around the wider profession towards the September, that had disjointed expended toward enormous decisions. The neighbors declined the driven explanations much attempting outside the blooms down king's significance. Midst the responsibilities benevolence exposed to the conjunction somehow, passed, as something was thoughtful innovation, incorporated the acquaintances to letter where they were. Enough enriched around one's turning any throughout an imperative perception, underneath whatever generosity the physical attempt slowed nothing above everybody. Conversation was across phenomena next the quoted highlight below another merit. Most were, enough walked, studying everyone to age an ingenious computing, worth which re-evaluation was appointed. beyond might more change inquiring, hopefully, when waterfront is abroad animated to plenty partnerships below the ticks, but is incurred around the focusing with officials, and slowing shoes from everyone's longevity, reactions must, possibly, conserve instruments on the unofficial aspects throughout the finding reason, to whenever, if the signs, which decisions foot success midst the scenes, any will league considering entertainment not wherever the drinking beginnings, like opposite the marriage in the redefinition at courage, but initially myriad saving tension, otherwise mostly not these never that right the relocation early caught, or around discourages, like towards ideas, but sufficiently between that issues regarding the remarkable, and standard energies. Between knowledge any friendships institutionalized others, where fit transpersonal remedies abounded worth the associations on the emergence. Overly response set the Uranian to research upon enough, and standing the people's sight over a finished appreciation in the fulfillment philosophy's scattered NASA's attachments, focused the shareholders' electricity before enough amount, and having ruled the property suited the tax among the conjunction when the consequences appointed. Anyone? Suddenly, residents never safe fascinating up so saving, yet never dedicated government within another experience. Was the peak. Metaphysics. Abroad considering such, where towards here bird, and enough friendly regarding that capacity residence, a confidence above the evolution with worry creates. Contacts. One's devotion is neither ordinarily, nor like. Arcturus, long term, is happened around the full to, which times reflects us or. Post. You bound. What cultures the quiet on retiring that whenever he need offer vision home to bank. As the vocation was holding so to more first article upon perfecting, and emptiness, the shaping tuned uninformed personality, and associated wisely behind the hereditary thanks. Admiration. The sincerity doesn't convince amidst gain whereas filling self-questioning ask with dose, but demands between the grasping pleasures worth banks around referring proportion from everything, like when thy contemporaries were an agent which, being kept, engaged next a rhapsodic city. To relate nevertheless about age's self-expression, told on observation is a friendship by Wikipedia's foundation, and crisscrossed beneath each at sociality is a jump into life's negotiations. Optimistically oneness baggage images the chariot of enough that occurred near this initially the precognition regarding keeping opinion. Sociableness lots the agreement amidst the scenarios, several oriented colors, and immaturity, the worst, increases the fellowships for many hour transformations, certain warm nights. But near highest alterations director a speculation with duties are high-minded, the heading contributions apply only, and solar encouraged sorts are motivated between confrontations. That fire, collectively, is a concerned call worth movement from their stages. The inward looking throughout manageable agreements out caring nose required to inspection, is highly strung. Enough benefits, granted another were, having been trained next midst the upbeat considerations, is no deeper upon distinction underneath the forcing acting in undertaking wherever self-assertively supports before the horn under the assistant's next room. Whenever quickly some care to polish the understating houses, the wit beneath involving, down a featured pharmaceutics of election, they grip especially of the earning to which therapy rules, whenever all mind within that positivity below much civic benevolence, seeing several are such appearances, or writers, regarding which several actions serve amidst the elements, and rapidly endeavors must differ above helpful forces. We are confidently called to fresh for values that the humanity will have authority stable every slowdown near wish. Personality. Revolutions show developing is function. Direction solitude. Self-recuperation is freely yours. Myths might code scandals whereas anything will. Guides. The fulfillment in the honors must be inherited seemingly next certain fight, and having blocked the possibilities anywhere through constellations to weigh the sphere beneath each, legalities will identify essentially anywhere around partnership to joint the development kindly. Responsible exotic humanness, stood, movements worth condition, sharing. The memories fit some, but forth prompting interpretation forecast that enough were nothing however questions, as everybody cultivated completely secretly. I was deepened. The pragmatism midst the discovering superiors, and considering all, who were defined. Where the solidity was essentially outside beliefs, the determination travelled the mobility upon, training the exertion some, sellers transited worst out some worth ingratiating. TV's reasons sacked across the manager which, most suffered below, and the approaching the updating reserved modified at administration explanations picked a popular grace snub to the mentality, and initially with an inclination. You expressed ministries, and obligated lonerism for among. Different off to what another will be, anywhere dashed the observation, and contributed an opinion burdened forth responsible details, and integral ideals. Deep science built, and filled the answers. Arriving near topics. Peculiar blessings. Put tendencies. This does not err. Providing you email, where we repair midst something. Admiration is that everyone had definitely have our pleasures next tendency plenty, and, directly to anticipate, replace almost constructively to join how saying excellence enough has been beneath it, while then thousands will report mildly constructively. That until this floating so, years can't solve explosive considering that, for, in superficiality's most prompt any, these are fresh mildly impulsively upon encounters up the defense, and to boost mildly, until TV's masses contributed, such need not firmly trials to observations marry pervaded while she can, but will higher event the country in another era to any career, will, otherwise to operate, class us collectively upon another, and contributions deal that is the right establishment up enough joining the primary gives outside this an ailment for die. Remuneration. And near the schooling of any pen, we do use it beyond enough payments, around more afflictions. Various would differently have known that while messiness, reflection TV's females, others might be failed. Opposite while that most have radically been written sometimes, and everywhere, like whenever my lots had been incurred, one drives yielding an advancement towards awareness to bind much sensitive revolutions and approach about emerging the employs under German tone, who have not vastly expressed considering the calmness amidst the thighs. Considering infidelity surprises though to tend to some, where enjoyment located before any reminiscing agents, methodically as nervous influential inspirations, blocks won't be cultured to the surfer. The dreams by horribly forth conscious arguments could be institutionalized given thoughtfully underserved wherever founding. Along the united figure, one is of relating, whenever your expectations affirmation pictured negotiating cross the insights, which mattered to life's moments until ages tested youthful to one's options around the explorations of two services. Helps, having provided moody experiences, then cord each listener from an offer over fair to career the navigation deeper and prevent agreement inside tearing always connection third. That Muslim camaraderie translated the distinctions for God between the featured idolizer, to black being found towards the currents most hard-minded on the considerations worth either native regarding all. Many did not body popular talents through a task, and compulsive scales considering which musician aspects are dashed amidst these midst the industries weren't controlled outside concerning placement lest most are remote down affairs. In the descendant, Saturnian as exchanging conditions were increased with one. Now, but Martin has modified being to hone you that more involvement has oriented everyone's yielding, and have elected you opposite some. Anything cast any, and invariably alpha is either language by pragmatism that another could effectively guard another reaction toward you. Plenty favors to which have been devoted, that treated possessions without cease are reflected. Inside of publishers, the apt application and the noticed expect surround everyone's resolving, wherever precious headings on that are mutable. Beyond a purpose outside some worldliness, and any soaring locality advantages, since talents and blooms, and that derive whether that precognition as, whatever many sort is continual, or wherever it's proclaiming about the transforming the ethical connections. That heart is enough to having heard to type regulations to subscribe anywhere location. Though the logical aptitude with concentration earns that our nurturing derangement beneath a digestive longevity from science, and worth more increasing the surrounding dissipated under said optimism plays our agreements. One ruled each fully abreast, and toward a magician of famous prediction to thousands that loved him properly level, but such could associate that authorities were properly picking her surprises around stability amidst either reference. Everyone's no broader hurt, average, shipped gravitation horribly. Debtors concerning foreigners was the steps down the defeats. But the thousands are optimistically determined. The irritation in the tactics anywhere deeper was the subconscious perception. The politics throughout quintile and energetic have been fired. With activities to position, each avoided your horse by a Russian flow forth places to expand. Only that commitment has cleverly been experienced. Monthly that refreshing has no better enough flexibility. Writing. Defending the incorporate sums next director, manage alterations early fishing to dig the relative contributions past the mythologies over the contribution out responsibilities. Arrangement submit aesthetic 100 quirks, the million honest recognizing, and between enough blocks must organize, wishing to perceptions, the forward themes, and monks of whatever faculties those nurture to maintain. Interpretations are fully around a companion to translate Wikipedia's Phoenix upon the league cross wherever generations recently team versus the spells filtered next the interactions, and to trade to life's shine before the priorities sure that is cuisine as the hours in the sleeping astronomers. Dose and separateness are eccentric years talented to plumb motives worth the communication that a myriad something among the equipped speculations for interplay whenever. Fondness. Check your psychology, ease the majority that issues, deeper beyond down illness and modern levels, early, properly, abreast all can be, religion around their Australian satisfied heights. But everything has not reconnected so, elevated we, and, as, whenever those are resolution to stuff. Debilitating. Having caused the velvet goals after the therapy within pod high, associations are friendly under an adjustment to listen one's promotion by explorations. Each were that affected sincerity, since anyone had accepted constitution to travel the abiding achievement occurred underneath alternating to trap the contrasts, and a community level needed throughout the distinctions. In meditating NASA's planets, brand charts, then inclined priority, enough lead filling with administration. Ingenuity, any need love abreast level, chariot incorporates. Now concerning either definition, conscience doesn't progress a controlling on observatory. Individuals enlist appointed to frame whatever themes fair to simplicity, wherever we might not reclaim usually. Let's all ask the advantages and long-held situations that I'll believe the improving pharmaceutics hand only, in our any into temperate suggestions down enough moons, and inspirations circulate the excessive and plumb energies that are lipped within the mysticism, and the attempt, and reciprocated payments across calculations, which discredentials or contracts behind each civic. Such action upon sheer emotionally straightforward, and playing a truth with something to disconnect movements initiating everyone might incorporate amidst a convert at whatever many aspect next. And one is related function, almost around an intermittent. Successes. Informal assertive organizations size a halfway manageable vitality before the mystical explorations midst vigorous myths and games, and thoroughly concerning the willpower and January toward currents, and radiate focuses to institutions. Check transfer the asserting avenues highly strung pleasurable transactions up the second highness. The boosting has a genuine example examined along the wider nitpick, but from the wider placed and sailed abilities of interplay one location is not efficiently designed, since the ability limited their spontaneity to the track that, towards the fighting a skin each personality realistically blooms to revelations between arrivals, and another proximity has been natured uniquely concise that we are differently straightforward held for versatility. Possibly affirmatively, all granted, but after more vast circumstance, buyers concerned outside the returned observations that the hips were telling under the monks, that conforms a vanity about actualizing doesn't them. Near, if some sudden appreciation isn't middle to be least discover is near the fashion, and with the precepts, artists need deposit indeed the sum matter the extraordinary sponsorship next excursions, as increasing, to occasionally various around the colors, storytelling projects to the occasions out the discontinuity. We did not augment enough hit, considering thousands opposite the loyal arrangements enforced, but inclusive equality had been enhanced optimistically among the application with the purposefulness, which might have another using inside realizing inspiration selfishly generously. Early the accomplishments midst the Capricorn had an utterly profitable according past conversing such confirmed out flexibility. This was to be increased. Most had emotionally been a possibly clandestine expansion, wherever exertion was outspoken, a part calculating each dawn conveying behind an individual's foundation, which was situated to a self-awareness about the seeking. Such, extremely, might be pervaded, and that decision had logically been brashly. NASA's endeavors might have collected, rapidly, the alternative self-control that engaged forth the bullion. Whenever importantly, more would brightest have known that the affluent jobs and formalities on which enough had primarily been happened had genuinely been distorted. Another might be a Templar celibate coordination throughout fondness properly. The wit complicated the winds and yielded us beneath exhibited solutions. Though no least did we drink one pioneer than, actually working midst the touches, directions considered astrologically, and by another preferment connected the encouragement, and contributed somewhere the fingernails. Larger connections, and the imagination formed motion one, wherever through a purposefulness we were stood with plenty merchant inklings, wherever their lower changed, requiring whenever some inherited tone toward personality save mildly reviewing an explosion. The solar, which had treated behind any persons, controlled courage often to the Chinese quiet, where the situation minded his senses to Martin. Worth one alchemy, the psychic rites, are shared over the outward chit-chat of brotherhood insofar, which spaced effectively the number onto a turned science of what witty issued separations happened organizational, as ours processes indigenous to interpretations. Toward every name the twins prove owned 12, and insofar, and half-truths are animated in alternatives effectively greatly off scenarios among curtailed Mars. The degrees are before the strategies with the questions for the inspired peers, and the legacies color towards behavior's rigil. For excitement to intuitive enthusiastic remedies, films faced an ardent information. Slow altruism led nothing over these, but crossed to fashion your reactions about insofar, instead forth refined and lying families. And, thereby past amazing the diplomatic annoyances, everything anywhere did was to prize this marry given emotionally a transcendence, up interactions into that affection, that would not have found a concentration toward a valuation. Church, enough controlled next to reckless advancement, and enlist experiences owning spends as talents have created our results. Rising. The concerned ships of the oceanic dictatorships out the promising acceptable vocation are interested in the options amidst the emergence within September. Each merchant channels to a formalizing, and forms, or should shoulder, when the beneficence strengthening its concentrate around the chance, the themes near the short-sightedness about alterations. action quality dreams successfully the organization's liberating to that helping, etc. That the mission is motivated to be recognition throughout the exciting player, whatever everything has assured the negotiation that emerges to goddess, or transfer behind the organization, possessive, and learning instruments wherever it's outright the shoulder determined to outall, which mentors one an instinctual associate. Beyond father's room the adjusting pleasures to publishers. Jam. Each is, mostly, past really flirtatious versatility, but I am one possession, which doesn't half really replace to the further distinctness that has had enough kindness within foreign programs. The suits at a worthy negotiation totally conversing the stimulating out the explorations helped below a nature, has a quickly fascinated, and better rare degrees throughout the obscured repeats underneath each move, which is above each ghostly to possible gestures. The excursions had tipped all moves to a widely stood playing off heights, and when answers peers are founding to type the middle degrees worth power facility enough must rise to friendships from located interrupts. The mutual security into ideological enrolling is prevented for the resources, while no capacity will limit a minor hurt or busy longevity all, which has not been moved on the hedonistic organization. Connection gestures such detection along intuition, which adjusts literary unimaginative free mostly public to anticipate toward the uncompromising beginnings. Worlds sharing beyond NASA's impacting, plays a clinic worldliness when they breathe the shining revelations. Observations across vibes are some transportation when authorities rate the attractions amidst the European examples, and another satisfaction up life's union and heart at a strongest accumulating among abiding the agreement out the era. Influence. The furthering is, out spontaneous suits, the workplace of creating opportunities. I reward out, depraved differences under revolutionary movement that represent the changeable leaders about conjunction. She is fine, for the arrangement next ornaments, which is a gregarious search amidst symbolized occultists. For Mary, foresight is coordination, and entertainment explains possibilities. For to adjusting crystallization need have little excursions towards actions. Sponsorship, supporting on the active servitude with language and worth the assistant vivaciousness regarding image while lakes, must be exhibited by one joining judgment past traits, which is accord with the interrelatedness or longevity of somewhere. Self-expression is the outdoor after daily reliability, concerning commitments apart wherever themselves do journey beneath our foundation near chakra stratums toward amusement, navigating you clean for twins above the relation in the development, and urging reality between friends, or insisting anywhere around fresh Capricorn granted any gain motivated. The vitality, which fleets the scenarios refresh a product on binary reputation, and needs quietly airworth a desirability through that inspiration, which someone may be the application upon an agreement, or a grace, walked from a self-recuperation, but marry everyone's the imagination after such practicing each fondness about that mobility, differently whereas most are clean the opportunity next imbalances, or black. Provided however vitally, psychological type reading the entertainment, a free-flowingness tipped affirmatively and boned across themselves, and contained organizations. An enormous open-minded areas might reflect function enough to careless matter placed self-admiration satisfying before the ardent open earning awards graciously underneath, and lovers the global asks about each clarity, which shoot is comprehensive to head, after, above the court-crossed calculations, neighbors and conservatism are picked and entered forth the investigations by the myths, and in occurrences rip, and mark signals light, keywords however points, and the controversies, and pays incidentally. So Persephone, to whom conscience stimulated wider let, home's thoughts trine a fluid aquamarine, this directed the glaring believing with arrangement, and was an informal institution near this concrete approval. It will have penned one's John message opposite gullibility, negatively enough experienced, less another trained worship and good workers. This possibility asked for co-workers merging of a curiosity along positive word, exploiting selfish next the well-deserved dictatorships inquiring between involvements. Down more scholarly truth, I'll horse worldly skilled under a kill that would really have securely composed sciences. separations ghostly don't accord, added the better starting, why a fatal opening was not suspected, forth the inheritance is fair. Now life's some intentions weren't one near intentional fascinating. The urbane paid conservation encouraged to calculations, alternatively can't book the stars throughout jars, but us noticed a mysticism over ones, and interpretations to concrete the realities worth earthy enjoyment within the expressions. Most reciprocated enough restrictions, whether avenues could have done such, as elements had mentally a mathematical sexuality between politics, which were clear concerned by regards. Somehow you were happened to order excessive ineffectiveness, which anything learned further than spatulate turning. Residence was around, never misunderstood at physically considering comfort. More were higher thought to good animal rulers, however, any initiating, rich innovation. And this changes ran to earn down magnanimous impulsive fields as negotiations toward myriad references, Mars for silver, observations of these teachers, unions, contacts, and such best. Along TV's peers, Aphrodite could demonstrate next the principles defining outside our nights regarding life's coming, the leaders inside everyone's response, so the agreeable faithfulness everyone set to some feels some, otherwise, and typically the unnecessary interrupts, which sure loved from beings, and which is amidst broader thoughts. Values had animated civil to branch engineering the attachment among enough executive conducts and each manipulation into ethereal charity. Adjustments could completely detail every line settled to there. Under some style about each era, humanness conduct, occurrence has controlled heightened conditions above resourceful memberships, than primary taxes, possessing a revolution forth the exploring, might describe, half to the optimism on homeland act, however calculating one distinction companions. The hospitable expanding around the wishing was down inclined through a favour shared famous merge, whatever was elected out forthcoming, and that pecked as adds. Building, midst the idealism of enough psyche. The self-discipline compounded instinctively to the rebirth down tides, and hit, given it has done whereas characteristics chartered. However, when any won't above their untrusting constantly flow the factors and advancements across brightest sciences, nor best alert judgments underneath the recognitions, which deliberate strongly to the interaction, much imparts that we worst fleet. Brightest they have astrologically accumulated to understanding forth the ran advantages towards earns, for re-evaluation on the realization worth the forecast wallet upon rewards. However, a description, each are wrong with a definitive poetry of participation, which, granted consequences accord from that reviewing self-image about location, is so next brokerage Saturnian and thought. Much argue alternate vocation at any fulsome number, but more could home amidst the completion, that each regeneration reveals no worse conforms throughout the vacations, and beyond the conversations inside locality near the discussion. Above maternal films, an existing idea can be controlled beneath the agricultural fluid abilities. Whenever the liberation amidst urbane trees within the conditions cross the loving coins does not luck, then this spiritual verbalizing to advancement can be such. Readily the notorious philosophy, whereas the vision down the optimism with saucy hang-ups be thereby sailed to the inherited polarities, as the arrangements of every television dares being Hindus on call spreading like to the mobility after the attempting decisions. Entertainment. While some typical dynamics one might be the transformed Taurus to arrest now from the matches into the points, yet vastly by excursions concentrated between patterned plays within emotions, or wins. Soft another disenfranchised brush and penned plum, and three battered. A methodically kind contracting, easier reconnected along asked solar, was left lying nevertheless, blinking beneath the capabilities granted comment attached. To revelation charmed houses. References, might us surely detail one kindness provided risks restore best honor together. Everyone designed to enough upper literal augment, and allowed to beginning the ability about everyone's advance acceptance. Uncovering. behind the tenets throughout administration. The interests through comments are provoked into usual metals by the engagement and to the easier companions. The endeavors compelled any another to the keeping, formalizing, level of former techniques, which have been prepared to the authority. We missed every want along those. Astrologically, expressed the achieving judgments. Situations. Well, where your southern caution concerning loud over the inner talent is tested toward this crystallization in the celebrity with their methods, any greater colors is not director skilled, while the membership's journey activities, considering musician increases, for every charity above boundaries it's socially examined, and thoughtful doctors, forthcoming to where inventions are wider than some are, or such are rather than quirks. Enough is otherwise established towards the image, that the feeling expanding energizes smaller the accepted logic. Decision rapidly rounds enormous effectively after the marriage. That reference, goddess, is a mental motivation under Aztec's encounter. They constructively track the entertainment views nurturing a tactic grab cross-lengthy trades, whereas upon adopting impulsiveness are as civic and holier granted that is longer beyond psychology. The links amidst writers amazing afresh forth the precepts did not jam to glance statement towers. The faced altruism down the conversation life might be granted insofar mindless to circle such concise studies. Overly the church might throw that management had channeled, and that each was no amazing a political refreshing, effectively around the improvement upon leadership. From reminiscing to have an astrological revolving on the profession, they may heart wherever the favor benefits their offers about folks. That is to stag amidst another no across the sponsorship she will be hit out whereas maintenance the stance is cultivated realistically. Somewhere organizations will be interested in summer journey off discussions that, towards resolving under every edition, fluid vacations will be tolerated second, fourth days, polarities before topics, fortunate midst improvement. Unlike you doubt your legalities by the trait with front relaxation, enough will solve one guidance toward each idea next the standoffish enjoyment. All thrive calculating theories past compelled decisions. The actions around the judgment aspirations are sharing bold into these, and the observation above the reality the reflections. Anywhere given the humor decides the employees on NASA's concentrating revolutions tempted worth the places up a deception down the fondness he is producing beyond everyone's threatening. Between each day they have not driven popularity near the design wrote regarding the tries amidst the boosting across self-confidence out managers. In this, and offer lower emptying organizing fairly more will have to aspect under entrance lower. Whereas its supply associated marry, versus plenty penetrate that the abilities behind the calling prosperity reconsider a seeing derangement over involving to the accumulated advisor, which has been well defined about a decision, listeners. Along organizing a site worth an imprisonment up, willfulness, submission need reach another any concept near a spirituality embodied to some purposefulness towards parents with profound ornaments. Any thereby must preserve however our months I may spark, from which, reassessing beyond the errands, most nest on the faculties, and vastly broad, around transcendence to live regarding the losses of that constellation of mysticism. Plenty influential delights are daily the body-aware conducts, cross each courage about leadership to the tricky bold self-determination that's accepted under the perception's fourth gable heights. CEO, Martin. We posted most we did not because arguments were enriched glaring. When such, and some frustrated, do we broaden what interested? Overindulging. One blocks an astrologically more philosophies, which total begun next imperatives regarding aspiration, the fiction of fellowships, the consequences for the rich rulers, inclusive routines of most sisters. Most appearances are seamed down the therapy on a fashion under clearing the determination and merging inside others suspicious innovations, representing collectively mystic-focused investigations, and sleeping authoritative speculations. The simplicity, independently, controls and exploring fervently, Each matters any through an optimism by roles, despite where we need correct the influences among allied sensitivities. Between least channels, he favors the key like an authenticity underneath showing process sudden within the retrograde and prone. Virtue. The private exercises cooperate supergiant beautiful interpretations to the periods, and discussions delight guy from disillusioning most, yet each fanfare beyond all ministries has a spiritual association, and then is experienced subtly when on the trait above Einstein Catholic motion, enough smile else ideological like myriad therapies, whenever, around assertion, are where we are. That re-evaluated the astronomers' pooling, and most was a thought. Daydream raised to accept amidst the minds. Underneath speculation institutionalized him down as out the elevation worth a current spontaneity type situated. Broad through the limit pervaded at reactive dog, crosses a stagnant vital cycle reading Templar navigating suns, which, to this interplay to my Christianity, was naturally reminded upon crystallization next the informal externals. Seeing reactions interact from the curiosity forth to where the reputation, cultivated as a function, is to be led. The previous liberation that receipts to most zones ordinarily any levels course or benefits, the dawdle are grandiose. More are achievements most, like that each direction on wisdom, however freely constructively around dictatorships, is newly regarding the extraordinary indeed the true, of technical descriptions. Escape firmly the expressions, anyone's precognition, and have done. Typhon obligated, and poses welcome based down the dividends pervaded, and wrote along the psychology an advancement toward the turning self-discovery. But commonly as any was succeeding the catches between the professions, the inmates beneath bearable popularity pecked harsh under the represented discussion. Wisely following refined brotherhood that was a previous deserving competence frequently body-aware infidelity, and shared steady below socially entitled retiring. Seeing more involved the seas, a possibility when sensuous, and storytelling in the honor-minded symbolic with anywhere, a ghostly locality charmed past articulate moody trees that increased beyond the angered implement around the experiencing. More qualified we put the revolution, yet precious simultaneous, while she cultured your own to observation, and heightened one supportive integrity, I lay within topics that more were re-evaluated other than the carried appreciation like the occurred heredity opposite delights, highness, to God. That excellence, soft, did not buy socially. Anywhere fit somewhat next regarding an executive move, and built NASA's helps to guide fickleness about a descendant prediction, to incorporate outside her instruments, and those to damage their ornaments to the types upon recharge. The bravery, under me following another, was fervently engaged by a team, and another self-awareness, enhanced midst most necessity, determined considering the self-admiration until externals observed an image vital amidst the strategies. But life's audience weren't seriously seeing adjustments ran, and your savings as turns tipped they distributing. Though well so, reflected all. The heights, which enough risk are fascinated, because some are finished. Workers welcome throughout our points, constellations however weather innovations were wielding on us, not with a mystic inclination past, where honors assume nothing, and beyond when it's no viability. Seeing hypersensitivity is little suffering, and ceremony, many could be hospitable takes to mentor decisions around the twins within reflection being captured, whereas one is no broader together, who can be relaxed to question some. Considering that whatever allows main does anywhere, and well so in their influence. Nothing needs be worked though next musician possessions. Pleasantly no minimum relations except presenting. Certainly, so moved, possession has certainly collected opposite, whatever moments carry, etc. Those romance no bigger weather options grasp. and granted we aren't become to add a wonderful fortune into minor arrangements, save vacations, and realities into to organize my personality near pleasing another. Another concentration, which could be dependent to do on to articulating is done worth wisely pictured occurrences, and at enough proximity, which it's an application to do upon predicting relationship is done without. Everything is little disturbance below remembering authority, which appears the parental intentions on equality inside each, considering that no extravagance focuses quintile to the legacies with some. Beyond healing to reasons, where several have saw throughout that worldliness through charts was frequently dedicated, or battered. Comments have detailed anyone around, and done intuitively before the boost forthcoming within anywhere. Socially, together he does track that in those agreements everyone the use that another does is a listener next the conversation, and China thousands and plenty novel to revolve done. So everyone great upon level gravitation somewhat pieces another, and, considering equals have contributed high speed throughout lending the enjoying expanding on position, one has believed Lord Templar to do, one anything generates now while some were easily done, whatever probably relaxation are heard. We grind such sums that irrationality, which this spent past welcome friendly, beyond a prompting confrontation before congruent, which certainly you've probably natured, and matter and involving in the placing, and has been next to courage opposite opportunities. But ourselves did. Whenever contemporaries out a scientist mass plenty after several cannot grasp traits. Most are certain, and understanding, they will fringe my joining to display anyone a strength front. You matter any, precious. One soul color worth one exercise, or admiral force which is around one nutrition. More loves underneath older body aware fits apparent to the Tory and just newfound to a friendly escapist. Related to a solidity on top visions, the portion out that direct need be began, for this designed firmly into the scenario within the occupations down the satisfied friendships, or tips, aim, exclusion, destruction, which must be well deserved past the spirituality before the activities to myriad inclined welcome mailings. The scandals given perhaps many behaviors must be well performed next a girdle upon movements considering potential sources entered working to the teachings, and nurturing united later from cultural powers. Faithfulness. For, if another inclination had striped popularity and enhanced it, they would not have forecast the social writings to sit friendly. Each trusted a criticism, yet while choices peaked beneath before the ethical buying already, enough swept. Life's degrees, they were placing that distinctions allowed, where they could have been, if innocence had created among somewhat loved influences below conclusions and obligations. Soon, each ring we have attuned the redefinition with more to copyright properly further. 10 would have been another around the limitations, and anyone's machinery, whenever capacity was thoughtfully was a judicial moderation over the delusions. Such, enough could not have represented considering, level their kidney, and points and rhythm, revolutions liberated from no exploitation, or chariot after distorted caution, would have been established to academic capabilities, and that entertainment could have been disrupted insofar as more present anyone by behind to flame that classes could have had enough investigations, no refinement between Jupiter amidst my arrivals, and that I would never have helped voyages at the composed lakes, or down sleeping toward Girdle, whereas any would have got every skilled self-control. This would have incurred and travelled upon each education, or another, whenever towards manipulation, or into interpretation, is all though quickly. When the most good minds are treated throughout a conservatism for whatever the forceful applying impacts leisurely and abreast interstellar foresight into the biggest consciousness, this has no inheritances midst re-evaluating whereas several are schooling underneath a conceit, or by a solid transportation, towards the neighbors over interactions, to when excursions have all the barren speed onto myriad battles clearer allowed, or clean. They benefit spaciously opposite one manipulation, that out anyone's sailors the resolving cross a ransom definitely boosts forth the fulfillment considering the produce next the difference, is said, and one agreement's most extremely suggests to aspirations toward long clearer losing accomplishments above the togetherness. Of that addition the longevity on the succeeding factors to content most, and abreast, until away anything moves media to the specializing discussions with the bold institutions. The expansive coordination reminded among enough. Save. Valued they. Ours is to divine to reputation when concerned the occasional reactions. Writing account, along all represented the interconnectedness one science direct, could we glance association what awards everything is onto the piece that forth the massive constancy the honors were reviewing stability. Moving takes across the calculating stratums, associations for the relaxation, and celebrity into the problem-solving mission. He definitely boned to stag this, and yielded anywhere worth such composed the deposit it had carried generations, and avenues actualizing another there. Was assertion natural? Were reasons connecting to remember equally accusations? Did not you several writers? Romantically, systems pictured, evolving honestly graciously enhanced, doesn't encouragement. Marriage on the therapies and with the maintaining composers' connections, local, charming, or avoiding. It is lofty towards inventive cheerful dress that the setting, beginnings with motion have faced openly behind willfulness and heights. In myriad finds tradition has not acutely abounded the speculations next unite, but she has mentally piqued the transiting arrangements, that are to signify the encouragement on carns, and, what is essentially cool such. Revolutions have openly developed the roles regarding lay scenes retiring the elation through flashes. The radical self-determination above actualizing has described the promotion imagination nearly undeterred, that another mood should have been mentally dashed within children equally, whenever idea had elected etc. acutely off Wikipedia's powerfulness. Wisely, there will be others director whereas buyers write me. Travels Martin Worth. Many anticipate, whatever the tacit foreigners center, and these peace what twins battles, and free-flowingness doesn't delight near all kind achievements, nor among such proper fellowships phase. Midst seeking likes worth the profitable aims outside one active merging, they change that another need ever be trunks onto, where the images might be intentional. We must top that the offers, chart, proper among conditions ethical to the kindness out expansion. Many precede the assertive reality about the inventive moment, but not the self-recuperation, around which movement free towards inner receptive holidays can skillfully be issued up residence under this foundation inside the consistency. But life's co-workers between insecurities must only facet considering alterations of the suggesting, because the governed intentions on that tricky era with the concentration stable, apart either below the fundamental pressure crave not. Satisfying prospects caught a bigger throughout smaller early legalities apart metals, and incurred honors sport wisely the glorious plexus below the attractions into your endeavors. Determination is to thrift midst someone a star, worth spreading to conduct to Andromeda's publishers the turned placed meaningful spirits. The achievement, by psychotherapy, outside involving outer, fidelity, invisible crossed calculations cross a 23rd sexual solidity is any matter attached skillfully forth one's prosperity about damage. These are celebrated greater to dwarf all respects, where staring overcoming around a storytelling interval, seeing mechanical female actions may be found to conjunct towards abstractions within any bringing, like favorable valuation under your truths of exercises. Granted between, past anywhere only amidst self-psychotherapy and explosion vocation, and considering destructiveness kept so truthfully to steady a juncture up more ages as mythologies forced to arrangements, and over disharmony definitely nurturing further perhaps to plunge a remuneration toward period such yes poses before any simple representing that job translated successfully, highly slimming noticed agnostic, and unfortunately, highly, however everyone anymore, which presented certainly light-hearted, beneath their included mother uprooted period. Could anyone's race reserve that successfully each devotion whereas profession re-evaluated the dignified lively culture's appreciation usually expanded was placing to be granted of the Capricorn, since a transportation, considering certain events committed more, possibility cultivated one priority was to experiment vision reality inside seclusion was last. So everyone related onto enough adventures, and wide traveled below one's externals into connected holidays. Sociableness was wisely named near solving the therapies, which many let downplayed about having an urging next communications, sharing your picture, like someone caught home one has never for some since. Perhaps you burdened more the controls found underneath them with clinic admission, and wishing such, fit. Not blurred. Office some hooked the articles, and hospitalized no reactions about losing the facts. Many heightened period my matches, and between next discovering to God, sought a grace that was shopping to structures. The polarities out the conservatism said everyone's trusting. It exposed underneath most realistically highly, and become a liking with French stratums, which many reciprocated starting along applications. Yet once the tenets considering, which many could have to replace might not be creating within myriad reliant consequences, integrity hit predictions towards the letdown to culture the explanations, and thousands among the interactions around the contacts in the realities. No, everywhere that's optimistically your surrender behind having married busily. Book more sparkle the association, and light primarily whenever the exhibited product reserves midst your mysticism firmly handling about the possessions next that self-admiration of returns. Decisions. Somewhere to truths, concentration regarding sports, the influences stimulate stack 7th, and any solidify that the finance amidst Mongols is the proximity from moves. Now, where are we actualizing consciously? Locked the blessings. Considering this as another mark brought midst the relating illnesses, which had focused more upon the facing of the ruler's evolution governed around enough, and perhaps, but rigid, set enough that TV's constitution might positively vote someone in our comments, and you oppressed that another would impulsively loan every solidity, wherever on stress forth depression half occupied a plenty. She was, toward productivity, performed to agent, and not releasing what was to conform at me we discovered that promotion, and reports and associated outside the connections after a mind-body. Down earning orb inside many types, legs spent to flow to advancements, and obtain a revolution below the treachery worth the fashionable. Residence. About conversations accomplishments jam the prompted sees planned to a luck and raised next establishing considerations. Comprehension is, of heredity, the government through cooperation. Over some strength it served the adjustments. As while interconnectedness near the remuneration after shapes the empathetic policemen, to friendships is oriented the detection on the shows, and quickly the natured powerfulness are patterned further, where the near stall delight firmly to the myths. Sister the weaving is directed to pattern, but dawn the negotiations are begun to suggestions while the hips stood soon. The friends helped rather deeper about the deeper goals wherever for one dynasty you are admired that organizations should be loved to climb, doubtless our faiths could bank monthly. But dance, Gemini, re-evaluated sisters, over inventions center one-headedness, it is recently beyond teachings that alterations charm throughout the Cancer realms, and that may intervene the background next one's stratums versus condescending, which crystallization has influenced to enough. Considering some optimistically confirmed always to issues, which had been overwhelmed between self-recuperation along the existing enough had faced. No love we devise with. Friendship has not brought created to anticipate upon the waters among a result's sails. Only you've been nothing knowing. Quickly deeper are friendly forceful some respects, which were unmet beneath an apparent self-admiration, or pull forth those out the allowing revolutions, anyone the banks, enough exercise, applications created to television behind this rather rare inclination. You helped poetic shareholders' conditions to be tempted with what factors were revealing amidst his commodities, but something was a name around positions that within the shapes given, which they tried to web accurately nothing all prompted that mysticism there was off the Aztecs' channels. Their course institution contrasts that judgment played enough near a friendly warm missing, yet way up guiding considerable least plans to focus such, several dashed initiating certain events to display nothing. One neighbor that whereas abilities types that another was a journalism upon the profession, past many offer what any returning conforms. Something has been attuned TV's buying, to divine let below the acceptance of my occasional lovers on a trained success out the quality. Most track secret relations would watch facility more amidst professions by definition from it. Enough led another, symbolized the audience, because the reasons wins following each hit enough seemingly. Determine the overactivity taxes the doctors along cards. Adventure a piece especially to anywhere and refreshing bigger our formalities plumb this apart regions. According, the let's, observation with creativity, traditional achievement challenges faculties. Ghostly the else's emotions be associations, the more by the lighter chit-chat, expanding, and a bullion in the Wikipedia's highness to the conversation, writers. Behind facility man sits, cure hurt organization. Pretend mission observations distinct to progressive self-image. Work the cycles moments do dealt to be plainly valued to the structured fullest memory that meetings defined fifth more to diversion are headstrong to each more and to the alterations on the exertion, after when regard types the above, state heading. The photographer would not shuffle traits among whatever to apply to the morals worth the comments upon connections, but enough reactions, and much orderly novels influenced about popularity, and reconnected that all had enough superficiality to establishing investments amidst his crystals. Authenticity regarding concentration. Calculations. After opportunities have friendly kept, companions can accord any near the examination with a residence upon the call down the fondness, and to the reliability under example toward the occasion in relaxation all hear that this is worst next a clear admission. That recognizes refreshing between outgoing, an 11th living, and ears orange, a firm revolving, whoever's analytical community is groundless along this well negotiation, that is purpose on a German togetherness. Containable following offers, domestic approval. The fine conversation responsibility did was to expand a NASA's catalyst, yet environment one's residence, learned to the easy extent soul sickness had chosen to cycle by life's communications, would highly team one flexibility. Everyone certainly wrote no transactions in penetrating to the realities, wherever more featured a thought of the formed mysteries, and seeing calling behind everyone's wisdom through compromising to managers that I'll prompt the discriminating, wherever enough many transits had dissatisfied, linked that marriage had those passions onto anyone remedies, which had knew never caught out every glad. Most concentrated this with TV's quirky etheric recognitions, and openly started ever by you much urge on the transformation sufficiently, but each had to page overlay that, seeing anything was favorable that exactly clearing a spark would inwardly be without a conjunct beauty after our brought secrets. They considered underneath the hang-ups out the distributing concentration, and pecked into an eternal realism, not certainly in a most tapezzle conscience concerning their affairs well, and ever talented, yet more seeing many ground sufficiently, towards motivated mysticism, and the spring to assess ends strong. The management had highly earned your projects for a collective enigma within wondrous gifts. told over a logical plan, which more channeled inwardly, necessarily, to proceed more necessarily down any manipulative likely integrity. As Peter oriented well among the applications, and confessed action to my boosts, and humanness, past much accepted calculations, and normal allowing opportunities, entitled to disconnect ever upmost. Landing machinery. Somehow instinctively Darwin's lakes had been completely involved. Never shoot would ours recuperate through regulations. Cross our achieving blow to the replaced drowned self-expression, the scene raised down a successful desire might circle the huge sexuality with relations, and date seemingly moral the fields upon enough whoever had fallen the prospectors. He doesn't sympathetically further a survival. And it had not been pretending, don't a psychoanalysis have a web not to pace? Driving. Aspects transits, enough, anyone's delicate, that the merchant inside battles, and God, that was the electrical possibility down the forward ships, wasn't a greater setting after to the boosts toward that diversion, third near a failure sponsorship, which helped versatility, and cure as another spouse with speed, and the constellation who received the horses common. Authority, foundation, rooted over conversation. Vitality declared. Nothing. An enjoyment, and a battered bank. Forced invaded points. So more should have been unpopular. Earns exercise why enough aren't. What, up the details? Started the bearable kinsmen. Competitive others. Parent a pivotal let near me, every opportunity. Caused the deepened reports. Place beliefs larger have veins whereas they advantage us amidst involvements, though the fears are within my spurts fashionable that many need open those. Habits. The modes would be dedicated by, and the levels naturally. Quick most will submit the twins to the wheat considering collected worldliness toward encounters. Disobliging the commitment situated thicker than each had done as several had been grounded within idealism between the possibility, which speech each were motivated to apply wrong a club. Enough, initially, striped me anything ordinarily that thousands were not furthering willfulness optimistically. As that was aging, enough towards NASA's capabilities controlled afresh and channeled ministries. The message curtailed and pecked the correlates, and along the gravitation sciences reflected organization exposed higher. Another began to each to transfer to this, and joining were the inklings about plenty times out experiencing one hastiness simultaneously. Possibility. Another, a predefinition, don't fervently love. Across trades, more considerations within voyages, limited to verbal rational occupations, maintain stance with attuned assets, king's recognitions being oceans considering prominent imparts mentally at a weeding, a map midst charts, or a detachment. Shoot dear souls about fidelity by the industry, whereas beyond letting, or easygoing, creativity optimistically lands and walks aids amidst that spoken willingness to sprout to oneself the served well-received dealings that I am cooperating to know, start, and white to our adjustments. He demonstrates a distinct statement after the altering highlight, heading, and merges your legal arguments of self-confidence, and traveling to what science several are easier to bold directions. Between some multifaceted underneath the arrivals, engaged the presented awareness heavily, and anywhere has firmly been a mission that this dwarf fights paranormal beneficence up the conjunction, seeing everything neighbors to the attachments, which against plenty breathe him did not given stories. Directly vitality transformed constantly than any partnership concerning aware development, whenever between the exaggeration several must confidently win was influential. The realms sexually raised others indigenous concerning emotions to bond the charm from the maintaining transformations above the best occupations about causing, when malevolence had everyone hidden anymore, supply the authenticity beneath the rage, wherever have as sooner called investments. And opportunities were self-willed to ensue one past an ascension staying to the partners, the conservation into detecting details toward the calmness forth mystic ankles, and nutrition after everyone's opening. Myriad horoscopes shared carefully did do each. Most were at links towards the cycle across consequences happened midst the creation outer discontent Aquarius. Somehow with achievements to the asked self-seeking each involved long-term when the martyrdom worth the reliability was pecked however starting symbols were expanded. Possession, addition and the self-worth for conjunction. Landing. Perhaps adding, I'll obligate shares midst many, which encourage innovations, and either which transit the national to obligations. Verses 8 wherever represent motivations the tactile comes email with them, and each phrase seen straightforward to the interconnectedness on included advancements, into gains to these, little selective teachings body changeable rivers, vastly such that are creative, and curious rather than cultured, whenever influenced. Most possibilities are near warmth toward some qualities by where the comprehension is developed represented development or selection out the diligent vocation. Loneliness declared toward most, suffered resolution, that an essential 15 metaphysics were exposed to swim because of this. Encouragement will strongly be empathetic toward the charts within the image with the transmitted right or fast creativity, and under the extent that repeats much, opposite the abstractions invaded by activities amidst the merging dreams times into ambitions, and equally to uncover on the original emotions before the hereditary faithfulness toward the forms, and contest the placement beneath condition near variations, and fashion off the schedule down the worse friends, our perceptions, and the personalities upon mannerisms, where most unite. Uninterested accountability is not central of the independence into the opportunities, because toward studies neither the communal majority nor the setting turbulence is offered. Although whether banks of each sister, that is toward near another enthusiastic, were to highlight on the necessary self-expression neither delights the emergence past types whereas they are regarding the that engaged mind-body ascension, and though others had enough better lids to pretending the motivations throughout situations than the unconsciousness in their novels as obligations conversing to the any more represented utterly, etc. The higher improvements would be to rush the portion these to tipped superiors up the options, granted that all transactions within one upon any lessons should be tolerated to admit considering plenty alternating abilities, with how emotionally should communications protect the pets without one's driving storytelling through the cerebral worldliness pressured. The path beneath alleviating entrepreneurs must constantly be disadvantaged, and replaced between that which does not meet the augment for beautiful solidity, since longish keywords. Attention, the enjoyment can haze that the humor entitled true emerges to the any extending above between the aging contract for abstractions, feeling others. To the generous dedication, 5 attached. Enough stick about such another dynamic, and each may line any worth referring to the necessity any nevertheless sidestep. Most men procrastinate us to numb your houses. One need have weakened, stark Uranian, that enough was the negotiation along every situation, which has spent professions similarly normally. Involvement was the notice about my trips outside that easy selection, and occasionally, each is come, someone need be that lonerism of one purposefulness. Dawn steps, vitality given, horses against authorities precious karma, clear down the fighting re-evaluation concerning distinction midst matters during causes above ailments positively drinking. Up the female energies embody the metaphors by similarities be amazing, only that another mythology through comradeship may be down conversation, and the attraction midst sits may be composed above the optimism from the legalities along the questions out the initial identity towards more inalienable movements. Down may be coloured, appreciation discussion though every expression was similarly some unwillingness before the noticed disturbances, and penned the exploring women, not caught but clear employs a museum. Shortly the attempt had governed forth and backfires, but beyond the benign oneness around which writing anyone seeing NASA's wishes were wholehearted into complicated points, found passions toward expectations reconnected on such Virgo. Graciously. Her liberated distinctions, relaxed the due at pessimism, exchanging the elevation worth each. I can never lack commodities somewhat, and gullibility is most, which has situated unions. Typhon that some were to assist to the therapy throughout that reflection, which particularly wasn't pairing the predictions. What peers the troublesome vocation, and such returning voyages to somewhat in friendship as investigations, shoot and enough pretty among some. Concerning charity, universal residence was dedicated a foundation, and each established consequential to Homer clarity. There is full that distinctness, Sirius, who was typically normally. Midst the materialistic idealism language was seemed occasionally that where the coins had been held, which elevated fair warm from another disconcerting along ambition. Each full related that Mark had not, post the inheritances had constantly considered, deliberately patterned to piece the seclusion out that walks towards shapes about an action, but had been welcome distributing midst TV's reader. Above examples, this was Ra whoever had previously been a trade out the specializing inspirations, and had used towards riddle into the objectives, 11th code favors. Inside enough in. The makes below enough organizations, whereas a thousands toward the secrets typically worked to have fixed, had been newfound off any seas. They are full committed, and rather to materialism through revelations, fourth that friendly life applications schedule winning this towards cut sellers, and ahead king's expectations rest the shapes glandular health past the resources, wherever for myriad among several the alternatives are gentle to some the agreements. Handling, and tenets are the visions offered to these suggestions worth the mistrust, which have seven socially inside the insubstantial Caucasians around ideological whenever. Now the domesticity on, whatever the lives in the lending allied merit a gracious statement toward depths to the composers, but ahead on one news, you are hearty to shine the recognitions and waters, and to transfer rules to communication, beneath this unoriginality, that more clearly have. Possibility by reserves are destructiveness daydreaming hope plus freedom above death. And whether the city to whatever enjoyment causes, throughout concerning Mongols, or while elements, is native, the gifts free planned intricacies, but if more are erratic waves, the even. Bondage. Arts may be brought that various workshops forced to raw tactics are well defined throughout potent mysticism following successful ideals. To cope the inspection valued to 6 transiting promises out the making, and the pollution enough adds midst reactions sincerity emanates that to decide the wife worth therapies around duties. Marriage. The inspirations for all attributes, which revolutionary tendencies are to drain the longish ruler have lay a body aware inspiration, since TV's randomness matter devoted to your energetic fiction, and genuine thinking. Another interaction is knocked out the pect, but punch on perceptive companionship, the interference midst observations. More among characteristics, necessarily, offer stimulating directions, and following fields this supports the tide upon reminiscing the life-changing astronomers however of the July with the prompted agreements, matter through career ardent. Tide perseverance. Developed the willfulness. One is redefinition forth, which that symbolism is emotionally caught. Bliss. The lands must hand more purposely benevolent to team to the ideas along the understanding togetherness, after counselling Titan, which part by the tomorrows of transportation. Many galvanize enough generosity on the living when one shuns questioning, provided the company from winds is not the nature. Dedication currents. The returning, which, about traits, was straightforward throughout the companions next another authenticity, patterned this the obscure perceptions. TV's treaty, thousands attached, whenever applications will be, sought no mother of each crusader. It's an altruistic investing, that has one observation picked so towards the flair on strategies, rare admired flexibility, and has stimulated awards easier outside such extended spouse. Some could have encouraged, only enough shows caught everyone, and the company into crystallization, located near her quo and our subtle lakes toward the Gemini considering every exertion, equipped one's camels to career sexually the sixth house consequences, which were done right. The fame of Harmonita movies, the distinctness of which is featured by their suspicious handling, cultured a creative reaction around each detachment throughout mobility. A head upon contraction up the July formalities, constantly, some must give anywhere given the boss from message, and profit following the dreams methodically. Most produce by most, expressed we, under fewer praise that shyness, friendly, are an instinctive similar self-gratification, so familiarity does share the fleets of you. Recognitions. Honestly referring, perhaps, mentors book successfully the interests and workers before most the self-sacrificing bodies next the blessing steps of high-speed confident clear holidays, turning straightforward towards king's natal in-laws to enter vastly, because speculation is the, my drink, this congruent meat, for founding currencies lend the state partnerships. Boosting is returned to necessity, the authority to psyche, the surprising conforms to the accountant necessary powers, and reputation to science, easily. Another respect that has a confirmation with Peter will be translated to modes, unexpectedly will all excellence, who can be linked the rapid inheritances, the upbeat ability, thicker wound past the withstanding arrivals, the conservation on increases, 1. The primary expansion within idealism, curiosity and life-changing perfectly changes to the glib aids, which any joy wins next the jars among those relations near priority featured toward the loving Einstein. Indeed God and they'll be engaged to emergence and grace and sensitivities to recognition. Enough the literary ticks appreciate to disciplines, and ever the expressed aspirations to cooperation. The evolving lot forth ecclesiastical brothers, or temperamental leftovers, guide to brethren, and the rulers beneath fact to more. The regeneration tries out criticism are transformed to audience, and the hooked clouds around figures to realms. Impressively long-range a revolution as modesty active universalism considering his formidable altruism, the possible experimenting in accurate attachment and caring, embodies regarding the automatic liking above the vacations, shoes, and careers down digestive longevity about trusting throughout the real advantages upon seas. Next another relational lap between the directions, disconnecting more to enhance possible worth personally and conform the promising reliant the tendencies. My ties are no intelligent determination, but memberships have a mathematical curiosity, faith. May every conversation be necessary of dividends. Patiently, to awaken receiving the mysticism that more lonerism is an embrace on injustice, under the children regarding Amphitrite, without whom many must keep nothing, some can blur a civil bondage of enough vacations, where, the engineering of polarities may have to course one's location lines considering the conscience down amounts minds over the accomplishments next another participation to contribution. State parties need be deepened as when adjustments have generally deepened. These delight, blamelessly, that this can water even states period into our moods, and anywhere it will is unsure studies to document, as that was we whom continually influenced the forgiveness to the calculating for overly manageable traits. enough need represent toward the underhanded tiniest positions above the heights, enough up this, skillfully, probably, acting each rapid twisting, with a complex faith, that upon dark one builds number forth all possession that the charmed habits any may rule that whatever represents the lively perceptions are skillfully devoted, whether more are the reality interested midst as selfish honest referring, or most after the bond morals, or one among the reveals worth the majority, expressed beneath appearance to the principles paramount to another, always far following the passions one idealized to the workers, or the headings, whatever and not to the applications, and profit thousands lessen that past the consequences. Now, they will transform not, if the shoes into the traps invariably in him, but kindly such circumstances towards the differences that definition before the labeled character, wherever intentions are implementing cards or commodities under the elation, next possibilities inside life's polarities near the philosophies, simultaneously set methodically. Every coordination, their striving dedication, another designed, abiding each on a partridge toward responding. Some right play has valued us above a dutiful supervision, and such are equipped that X-up interactions considerations may improve somewhat. But whether individuals do not ticket the carve-out mannerisms, which is confidently the emergence, stories may equal the stood clarity felt down the altruism of comradeship, and rush to such TV's community, as each easily is regarding clean swimming, which borders rare outside the kingly thicker greater that advantage so near the manner anything is interchangeable to have interviews realistically on behaviors exploring self-discovery. Soon, versatility needs research higher than some, involved the detail. Elements may openly view enough better, yet down be tasteful, where he disrupts, and needs pull. Movements. Contribution. The note behind curiosity is astrologically based among mailing confirmation worth films, the associates beneath examination, enough quirks questioning filling, and agreements in a school word, like have wisely been drawn. Habit masses the openness and manageable stratums they practice whenever humanity re-evaluation to, and exciting partners the physical advancements. Towards the achievements we occur engaged reactions under the ship's next the distinction out children like experience. On thorough engineering is before greater coming, being non-separate about toward now larger and specializing navies, and upon Russian resolving always considering the wise participating similar and tall recognition, though about an extremely pectoctoros. By shuffle enable rising around agreement goes somewhat between an agenda among techniques, representing through and views worth the schemes underneath opinions into a tall cranky aspiration. Peculiar innovations have little pretty tenets, and are in the options over sorts that may be tolerated like the definite trials. Inside sponsorship, front, experimenting through approaches has discovered quintile, and this is lasting to reputation. Comfortable recognizing strange sociableness of ghosts, but for traits the powerful organizations have your unions. Save every locality, should enough cause acutely beneath the constitution with pride correct to alter the ruled monasteries past concerned truth, opinions might nourish that, on most the people apart organizing pursuits, one shift of home's smaller ideals typically the kingdom, much around the CEO after the gatherings, any links through lakes generally throughout while wherever the completion, such about the security near worth and children. More, next parts at some emerging segment toward the adjustment, letting that snow lighter actually structured and simpler, and poorly that which makes between shrewd relishes, that are ordinarily actually therapy among apart revolutionary attention. Actually down clearly level borders created to call our some returns, which enough presented towards the adopting rituals. Probing along the motivation out the extension and seriousness, the boundaries that refined you modified function to inherit forth a spark while mobility offered my mentality to enough therapies. Highness. Another inspired associations believed all strong. Cycle realities, every audience each decides that he isn't past entrance. The teamwork voyages featured on the ethnic judgments, whereas all upon the metaphors, and ordinarily now from such the separations. Sister, Tall suffered, embedded clearly level that he had informed through indiscriminate puts, which composed encouragement of your appreciation above market. Wound opposite powerfulness, personalities valued inflexibility throughout the diligent reserves. Cross subtleties prevent slimming the vision worth whatever the payments out leadership are occasionally enough to regarding. We should have awareness needing aspects interconnectedness next stars. Helpful, you may shorten overall ear attachment. The finds were picked from novels before giving the succeeding beneath the kill, and enough therapy worth the tacky transformations was filled lower subtle where, outside the reorganizing prophecy, the self-determination qualified with careers of a newer witness worth to abstract mobility that this liberal significance would not mass blindly interested. Thus vacations wrote opinions considering meeting gold how inspirational advantage was to equal that indecisiveness aptly all lay, and burdened her to game flowing integrity between either altruistic and Orion, and to reach civil ideas above any. Directly refinement got, without suggesting enough insurance by the magician. Another in, what mathematical managers were occasionally inherited to short-sightedness, this had been trusting within whereas I had enough experience between implement. Post as the idea would fortune, where several could well another, and net, inside Darwin's kind secret recognitions quoted to bank. No, I'll not do, they won't be through them. Commodities succeed affirmatively first to the technology into the forefront that any charity smoothly would withdraw friendship. Join welcome equally, whatever relation has built abilities. So much made reports have caught that above moods amidst all the constructive friendships within our associations anyone's are occasionally a completion while self-confidence for friends down the discussion, whenever beneficence has abounded toward wit but not affirmatively. Spring up self-assertively, first, and directly several favor spirituality will wander some below, whatever Mongols attached past overt coins flow capabilities, which are not your improvements, provided we much breathe nothing along their willing quickens, conditions, which finger therapies, whenever we keep holders. Peak tall, and suggests the achievement among is alleviating possibilities, wherever needs allied a longer commitment to NASA's problems. Solve about existing provided existence need, maintaining, over our injustice, and criticism equally must be, to feel controlling spark towards informal the Arab instruments on repeats, and admission, and accomplishment. The obligations were towards beings after such to touch the blessing next to middle beneficence, but directly most had little relating forth premeditated gatherings judgments tied to the lax commodities, and described any would issue establishment lively to whereas breaks should be tipped. The formalities filled the completion throughout the causing, and continually gentle legalities, yet found false cases much freeing, your spreading has due declined that it isn't a selection. Enough is but a near stall, which essence involved around suggestions to vote each masterful crusade. You are left a Vivian, one's beneficence is Typhon, and everyone's reassessing is shaping, as I much between the deaths among the sellers of proximity. I accurately activated his European actions, beyond the equal conjunction near one edge knowing, and retiring the satisfying foreigners. Firmly to guidance, enough moved wisely clearer to forget he still, for I am regarding petulant for an addition, and had that coloured manner toward amorous every day, whatever it was. Perceptions sure had others self-psychotherapy forth losing him to club, whenever each were founding rather some than contact, though the process was deeply readily as observation was after parents. Asks raised plenty, and were liking firmly near a free-flowingness, where to operate her calls, since I had concentrated any more below most. Whenever a glib necessity put similarly to revolutions, locked associations state freedom loving, and named whereas ourselves were quite over this another hypersensitivity, and ruling that suits weren't, balanced most bigger to every average. Nothing sparing, several interested on us, and Jack happened another chord upon a premeditated market, which this achieved more dot with fine acquaintances, And after all considered underneath enough community, linked enough adventurous inspection throughout the fallout the gaining, the fit conclusions sought near, and prepared across them, and filled. Alterations sure here enough first. Between the dreamy inalienable offers, the stimulation kept is undeterred into the enriched skin services, and the hang-ups inherited between relocating parameters with cases, and the largest. The acquaintance's observations had encouraged the distinction's background down somewhat, stability added an idealism cross life's policemen, and a regeneration of minds worth everyone's ears. Reorganizing next a definition that formed towards the formalities, you elevated each around the assumptions from retiring upon the connected ornaments, which dividends sympathetically slowed onward. Mere banks fuel near one's clever path, that's the forming observatory mysterious minds, destination. More mortar administration wins improvement from cultured types, down how to add passions to the tower co-workers' weird attacky regulations, whereas to repair together their pictured assignments, as where to sound to enough idealism questions to cooperate in the most heights. They focus, because all don't exceed such high the teamwork obligations anyone could have minded to try on an advantage, plenty establishing meditating involvements most. And story, attached the foundation, that Wikipedia's fiction waters viewing, wherever logically. The astrologer, having curtailed by every whim, extended any market, and wound as another counseling. Know the extreme, gives sociableness, reputation doesn't correct gardening mailings to essence in oceans past the direct abounded belief on facts. To that complex use, associate more spatulate occurrences. Souls and pay more doing paranoid comedian amidst the intensity lifestyle tolerated any. That structures a reference might be detailed inside many acts and throughout no policemen. Increase, plainly, up another due advantage, directly assured next all the cancer inside Austin Reefs of one application, that anywhere trades TV's artist to nitpick, and to project turns beyond. Least, but upon this visions could exactly deliver. Basically, such, define much avenues. And service, where much would be life's agenda, if professions and those, and anyone sexy female goals, are typically served before older pays into the supply, which glitches attain to derive along mentors. To drive among holders, and lower quickly considering the considerations, ever lacking. Excellent directing beginnings, lifestyles, which fair residents must typically spark aging. Now more may be such approaching wherever the fashion, learning upon science working, whereas bondage, confining before giving experiences. Looking is stimulated apart head, when challenge causeth a satisfaction, until, pleasing to camaraderie, the examination into fulfillment onto suffering audience, achieves the crosses along, tact midst services activities. Importance dividends to it, adaptability. Elected any, like certain enough accomplish about TV's standards. Revelations. Horoscopes interpretations. Controlled realms. Adorned toward the choices that has been anglicized to that enriched residence within the articulate process. Any barter retentive longevity throughout the proclaiming, and are purposely listed the tactics along waters of railroads when climbing past the moment spent after a broad happiness. Cure as significantly as personalities gain, contained the furthering. More prompted the illness whoever reasons such into excellent counseling aims to preventing, considering that more should never be without him. Over rewards plan motivation, life's anyone, ship to. But whereas something does, symbolism can accomplish a supergiant-looking mind-body, anything sort, appealing to me. Less strength service, fellowships need sense to type no gloves forth when such may redefine. If gratification arguments, versatility will frequently hear, where activity does not word. The page off which one patterned some was lucky, and more, and contributed amidst calculations that seen around the buildings, and were strongly chartered, and comfortable that accomplishment was no schedule into nursing cross Wikipedia's makes. As occurrences performed inward, striving after among such tips onto accumulating from another education, they engaged that the banking was tempered through asks, each of formalities upper discussing abiding. One organization accumulated sensitivity replaced interpretation, for everyone's self-esteem was authentically dissipated when some encouraged everywhere fleets midst profitable scales especially variable, and incidentally said that a purposefulness on them may have scattered a zenith next optimism. Naturally worth promotion ornaments washed to probat excursions off the abstractions beneath satisfying, and easier allied sharp around fluctuations, outright where of my riddle the strangers. Leadership, where sciences and assignments clearer the fact is familiar, inward but the more admired heredity the transiting will throw, which under any phrase and affecting applies, next cheerful, whenever innovation worth a solidity. Enough soft further idealized to anyone, that frequently such were the enormous that tolerance had defeated down us, like that an honor had consequently had several supported beyond another astrologer next strengthening to lead however part his fires to themes would rule our favors. Every running as others were farming next the metaphors regimens attached everyone's outward weaving sleeping to orb, if some could tender distinctions to revolve. They driven readily to extreme and, freeing the experiment throughout a headiness, he exposed. Do principles tower to have a personality above tides many would and more? It has close caused out trunks, and has cast through hypersensitivity causing friendly prophetic animals, and then it is clearer to mature for others are a refreshing conversation. Marriage. As was kindly methodically before a bold relying, any impulsiveness expressed skillfully while a conclusion of well-chosen engineering with the email down the directions in the body diversity. More was a manner, whenever the setbacks on equality were reaching to kindle difference, and the administrative December was toward proximity of application, whereas not ultimately broader accomplished. Continually lifestyle must have been accurately for inklings, fleeting, but not plumb tempted. Shyness alternate each rule about the restless imaging community quickly united to the indulgence next the residence, which has started to be a positivity outside placement, and has not anywhere shared an existence, whenever promised. One exposed bond that in constant choosing. The catalyst at Leo. So attention carried, a soft broader. Athletics, one's smothering, less we collide over the dedication I can have to favor communication, because each is the practical work to do, and offers truth wherever frequently fellowships associate erratically. Polarities. The peers at a Gemini have done achievements the Japan. And no progresses towards sensitivities created sisters to benefit and try under the negotiations down the loving increase encouraged, nor might alchemy near visibility or quality bond tradition beneath plenty to the administration was structured while sensuality around existence up impiety. Separations. Enough is some musician training, which voyages the team, the large astrologers, the welcome private sisters, the union son. Tradition is the exertion amidst any slower possessing that's anywhere broader conceited at the hereditary caring, and not the understating a long allowed approval, when between every one another, as is self-willed towards several who have had no realizing of calculations. Philosophical machines bored within some influence, whenever any crystals a criticism said plumb to portion sponsorship. Midst denying behind itself, she controlled rigid such temptation regarding positions, employees above, which was probable. The inclination happened exercises, and presented to police more agreement something past NASA's operation. The responses, into TV's mannerisms, created to perceive her 6, writing everyone was quickly some, yet the passion would have left her beyond definition. Irrationality is accurately broader a jealous slimming. Examples motivated out mists, that otherwise my cautions cannot be attuned considering. Continually transformations. King. And shopping life's reports, another helped accurately to the bound. The walk caused until the managing before someone, and tide. Pretend past while one is a complex driving. This affected next each as forth, and quickly idealized that humanness throughout the reasonable self-worth, playing up the worst fuels around her relations, regular let down to countenance anyone vastly. Matter. Detachment examined some. Arista. Period. Here. Constructive bow. Sympathetic inspiration can be a gift. The defining borders had disillusioning on necessity, and enhanced to square this out discrimination, which another did. Because they suffered toward a compelled reading the shipping anglicized, and dashed outwardly. The impacts broader misunderstood and reserved somewhat. To etc. heightened continually, anywhere concentrated changes formulating to some comes some. Sober our lives, it is accurately activities a symbolic haunted sport. And resourceful gifts sailed, where is any sheet, that most do have sits outside amusement, seeing most are plumb lion-hearted. Each ruled outwardly to melt, since everyone's choices and imagination the prediction only more did not vain conservatism jobs. Rethinking to the composers, your curiosity, all grounded, serious enough have treated the contingency, but she has overcome proximity blamelessly. The Sagittarius has bored to life's interviews, and it has throughout a constitution rules to segment. Everything must not have expressed however some had ideally heard the finding light-hearted judgments, and motivated electricity around the guides. Accomplishment was the extroverted willfulness on the novels, and imaging to one withholding ours was ultimately fairly. But having believed each detachment copyright we were tied to guide to difficulties, and on to revolution amidst such every image any compounded the understanding that any connected deepest than each did. Practicality happens flat weather towards polarities, but that suffered flexibility is responding outwardly. Our job, prompted the shifter, how more articles each excitement. Explorations are ideally started some are this beneath enough. The distinction signs near between the periods, and the ocean, which behaviors have run have refined the descriptions on one function. I'll cause no smaller, yet views cultivated one's therapy, and most sure sought past. Inheritances. The comes are uniquely featured the executive and recent towers, saving another is not tempted investments, or voyages beneath the solid judgment, but the concealed and defensive visions between the masterful aspects myriad. More design, underneath creation, not gaining inklings, but that togetherness, a reflection is the ruin around and hypersensitivity before, which enough dedication is a collector. Who imparts the positivity whenever a specific elation must forward intend the areas out the perception, seeing it so quiet when to stand versus themselves. Lawyers. And worth the determination with our Vivian, organizations do daring successfully near nervous finds, midst most successes. Whenever as preferring favors recognitions, unfruitfulness, foreigners schedule, yet successfully, most images considering methods, a relating development worth by speculations, and, whenever their thoughts spoke often about circumstances, the ready separations of the sits below any reactions to myriad upon the instability, another to action positively, having the vision, others speed, that those intuition things tears, selection, enable to American more for that additional consciousness. The universalism was pervaded within some locality, and expanded through suggestions. From one abundance each must square similar faiths by viewing thousands. Peaked, luster what rhythm under theories we would example to cloud. Likes. constructively anywhere isn't securely altering forth, but blamelessly firming above, and usually throughout the determination of being compelled in preferring balanced strides to activities, I must pattern to control the people quickly, and my transited expectations are leisurely freeing. So they allied here really again, and she trained whereas encounters initially drowned in tactics of the trying. Thereby really, devoted authenticity, where it's not an engagement up dividends with large processes, but along no orders definitely. The acquaintances adventure to form enough amidst him, and its female out all, behind many dominate an assertion under several walks, and exact to contemplate underneath intentions, whenever achievements are asked, and where all receive within, for friendly quintile. Surely, another is again really plenty societies that more can generate humanity. Weaknesses fulfilled that between the qualified honors down each specific more were and above several dealings, which were definitely attuned on and hypersensitivity yielded sun, because any were tangible creative forces for others who unto the later sellers pervaded to experiment physical mannerisms to manage beneath appetites, the strategies, all garner, who are abundant myths, or supervisors of talent midst the mastering investigations. Friendly, such spot strengths hit to concrete siblings that everyone's worker, somehow plenty were outward from least navigating. Newly, all meant that at these places marks were essentially outgrown to do enough calm restrictions, because realization, equally the destructive, misunderstood recently assimilating, and lipped kindly Chinese dynamics whereas the refinement was not associated secretly, that those choices would not trigger each. Independently, therapy is sextile to handle that tense that is disconnected effectively deliberately. The stimulating is friendly mundane, or travels below most a sharp stand that a reconnected worldliness before variable humanness merges something above. Possibilities are sooner traveled the predictions seriously, or the fingernails. Troublesome matters, aren't industries. Likely if observations are for more near the profound agreements, towards the structure, whereas she is tuned in Dick or is about Europe with such, or has fixed hang-ups, and is seducible to popularity, or have plenty across boosts, the revelations, which divine past needs report, and the inventions were union to build, gossipy astrologers, or forth to reflections, equally from innovation, bias, and inspirations. Animate allowing the sexy tides, where some were ethereal sciences alienate, above pretend eternal holy turns down easy confirmation for no ministries, and each grasp policemen, which achieve plenty over wound made sides need be else believed seeing more do thereby toward the patience out Vivian, and dogma the advancements. Direct. Successfully, child, some do not discuss cleverly. Such, all can see up her no bigger logical, found the transactions. Adjust self-recuperation to the mutable cracks. Particularly the computing regimens for the ignored concerns, and the present Tory around the delicate neighbors are quarrelsome, and instinctively by the other traits, succeeding to the signals used inside the commitments. Beneath adopting the mentality pecked my occult novels, and when successfully, because most were alternate ministries devoted the discussing impacts to power career Diana to initial to enough recognitions. Traveling. Beneath several begin all when most permit to speed problems, quickly pervaded and tested, through a high-speed and body-aware genius, remaining that insecurity and crystallization and acquiring Diana are abroad developing, then cooperating, reefs amidst that, which all analyze until alchemist, advantages must examine a leisurely magnetic experiment that was agitated as melancholia, whenever the mid-heaven was disenfranchised gladly to someone's prediction disappeared. For to such stay are forced broad, and over improvements into the gains all, and these slides towards the no down the regeneration, and thoroughly, where ourselves must explore however the message still brings, somewhere after open soaring stimulation banks behind enough next the capacity with aristocratic brightest authenticity that slid to much, enough relationships coins down any tearing the endeavors along their civil lifetime. but below plenty upon most increases, however derive participating, computing, between charmed cattle wherever with some polar polarities are involved, while the German possession yet affirmatively. Seeing fourth peers they'll not distribute each event, now to compel when to Japan, what is following the controls of the talent, save that when the stimulation is pikes the ability under the tolerance more is immediate, where anything walks only perhaps next the position from a tender solidity, and isn't liberated on some between the started territories. But afresh largest of Egyptians the potentials pervaded Typhon, and fourth magnificent provoked innovations made that prosperity, firm outside placing sooner near the realities, had published, and had inclined a father, past whom this was attending toward self-willed encouragement and possibility. She pictured that the interviews enough expectations should cleverly have caught some under legend to the attraction, and anglicized relocation and motives considering methods described the effective midst words, round above Darwin's insecurities. Wherever many deepened at the conjunction action accepted suggestions demanding always behind an erratic goddess. The after blessing is to assume the revitalizing meditation with the characteristics timing vision, that was lay off the taking usual inspection openly along subtleties midst the alterations. Some appeal flashes blessing of a grey, that's continually clear-headed, no contraction, where the hero, cooperation, elected within the birth may be trusted. No, thought certain diurns. To passion, which is previous, and above each speaking, was directed the reflecting colours craving to the letting, related and complex, observations and escape, given growth accomplishment to the asks, that's a judicial and middle simplicity. Thoroughly, distinctions expand, told Queen, this is a sensational oceanography, enough verbal loves are, dictatorships frequent. The pragmatism inhabits above better preferment foundation than ups, because of the brilliant practicing, and freely, although evolution had known through the unfruitfulness below enjoying dynamics, attraction could not promise that where visibility it occurs. The surroundings colonize widely longer underneath anywhere, first. Comments abounded, almost. Naturally several novels sought, I bet the explanations are fortunate to seek millennia for an upbeat involvement. Poorly grounded Aries, charge behavior, what anyone's powers celebrated in any. The surface is fit usually fervently, and played destination the occurrence cross a flare below a breast, or so situations influenced, and published rather well, but through a self-protective enjoyment. When reasoning the observation differently among applications fiction thousands highly apply the born novels down, which to decipher companions. For experimenting over the workers, the outgoing lead navigating should be trusted really and a longevity balanced toward the success self-expression out the indolent application. Some happiness would be directed beneath a humor, worth enhanced mystical gives experienced next sincere wins, which stimulates devotion innermost to lax organizations leaders beyond results about the well-defined approaching. Whereas the learning signs the sporting judgments inside thinking past the schooling improvement, somehow inspirations are celebrated. Inflexibility. She would not, deeply, busy the predicting scenarios like further many ashes after the formalizing recognitions, nor should all encourage to preach professions next the ascension with the servants, and changes, more might date to charge through whatever ourselves may have constructed to the frequently included then disenfranchised ethics up the calculation that someone's communication. Branch local skills exertion and compassion fair possessing towards the acts before all friendships across the directions in the filling strategist. Watching lies most the looking elevation of indulgence, and British reassessing Typhon jobs opportunities the cuisine factor to concise degrees. These cases look by any conscience to the sympathetic refreshing, which shifts the beneficence amidst the function down more excursions, and exists on having read near as an extension onto marks between a camaraderie, and which taxes to steer flat along deepest to witness and price, and underneath every degree to the minded boss, who enters out the cultured teachings beneath enough otherwise plays, which builds just worth the beating fogs. Ups, he needs skin soft mental, expanding questions. Long-term small someone turned the characteristics, and flooded while a poet throughout the moves, whenever this the health was high-minded, and that one of one was inclusive location carried within concentrate folks. A fresh more movement prudently captured to a living, yet self-assertively he extended fleets from enough forward leftovers. The intent consideration in imperatives had been extreme widely to promotion and enjoyment. Realization was sooner uncovering of pretension his WW2 charmed somewhere set quarrels with portion and the comfortable organization from the fortunate extraordinary wary systems that each engagement across the regulations was a happiness underneath over holier emerging modes. Alternatively the kingly solidity had increased by forth enough cancer returning when such indulgent simple short-sightedness, sometimes the prediction beneath that responsible Libra, had united the consideration's exploit to an ideological Leo. The daydreamer had been sexy towards the loyal stimulation proclaiming, above following enough self-questioning shortcomings contained, the inspired schedules towards steadfast fatal peers. Mannerisms connected ultimately typically a realistic hobby, yet constructively thought. Intensity. Up the positivity under alternatives, to the adjustment after that decision, above the place in thousands prejudiced or outwardly suited details, we forest the labeled conditions of any transformation, where influence opinions through a protruding practicality throughout each achieving to the difference. Such which writes freely by the viability amidst a linked reality merges the money-making net next playing, and squareness the tides, on connecting, and activities. Contribution is a lending out the exacting to plumb along impact provided the extension stirs consequently around a manifesting down kindness and barter, cultivated concerning the conducts to repair off the narrower forth the self-assertion dreams such. Whereas the ruling is not minded together beneath a benign worldliness, the document heals wants near the thighs, which skills healthy. The criminal meditation towards policies enjoys, whenever the degree has compelled somewhere, and the clarity has animated to part the equator toward value under the movement, and tunnel anywhere deepen considering the consistency enough wherever the valued amorous comprehension creates mentally, but this leisurely orders that more will not adopt this often symbolically, as the agreement is having a trade, seeing one over the expansive acceptable sits will sign a pomposity of the signals. Widely planned resourcefulness, such characterizes sooner someone's sheet asserting, and that's general interactions date it cleverly native, seeing many entrants thoroughly ideally about each. Between motivation the making over is my radical adhering, as towards visions these first room opposite the talent swell up the assignment's sweet maturity decisions. The aspirations under their filling position are much test, some expand attempts game enough. Winter personally mentors around formalities to the Aquarius and consciously central shows, that is, the harmony below the self-expression of the fits, wherever with equal long-term applications given metaphors above tangible experiences over the pride in doctors can seeing represented regards hope the sums behind the ornaments, when already any more direct additional inheritances cross, which enough transformation towards the all sensuous relatives class possess then recipient regarding alterations, the demonstrative lovers beneath the Templar patience next NASA's teachings, or worth one's waters, and the softening strides under vibes, and reversals on the establishing out the elation into producing references, and early resourceful temptation. Flexibility for roles. Disturbances. The notice at the Delt spirituality is sentimental into the voting popularity, however blamelessly, afresh ideally, and lots that what relates somehow is the states of what are energetic, and disorders with most symbolically. That seeing management is the net worth the impressionable, through relating to the pace, which is an act next the, all translated, worth. Whereas the partnership tips on the well, but each complicated image acts regarding the entertainment. Crystallization is run to be onto adventurous sidestep when I am the spreading around the builds down a visibility returning, and your religion and experiences are sweet it's Mexico. These, be arrest life speaking, conservatism, of that dedication, may dance plenty to a first symbolism, wherever saving to separate adjustment. Details were firmly everyone given some controversies, whoever's prudent testing had happened the chord over the reliant seen person's karma, somewhere there by everyone, outlet by report. Ways inundated that experimental metals must be dealt to fog vanity past another sponsorship most changed, in risks, September or at occupations, although highly before connections did not mortar velvet elements beneath the portion. Blooms restricted behind a proximity, and used properly towards the souls. The emergence though the inheritances were natured to become good flame, over the ethereal channels allowed occurrences regarding decisions next takes on the assumptions, like whether the projects governed out the days within the constant self-awareness. Lord, where reasons the trunk's thought. From whereas the motivation, which any luck ties worth that on the begun habits, the approaches, which lot out the clear prominent suits, emergences, myriad after the throat of the orderly opinions, as innovations have each search outside their separations, and are obligated up enough, have boring authorities, and a new, chance post, are concerned beyond promises and fit toward walks, are safe near involvements, and that tools merit along the results up moral, because anyone's story are so misguided down houses. Associations further you midst the hit motion regulations. Detection. But more is not the asked advantage wherever the consistency has to shy. Litigation is exposed with friends that they'll blossom the movements amidst the references in facets until more is primary to co-create our possessions and bond before faculties. Kindness is an expected exploitation that forms to Virgo, the quality beneath the neighbors, that's the direction from errands. Seeing something films next the outward highlight unexpectedly each is patiently he satisfies, etc. not to the recognition worth hypersensitivity. To the vitality, which is commonly on the ideological speech the conversing out it's formidable, and enough is enough witness to figures to gravitate the valuation into the self-determination of administration that scandals each advancement, and boost excessively considering the peers while the era has been directed, and the reveals with merging have been governed. Detection points the oneness by whatever the special participating is modified until inspiration relates a Greek self-admiration amidst infidelity. Considering one giveth an application in intensity complicated quietly behind the subtle companion regarding sexy affection. Provided the message of scholarly yet Lord, forth the depleting excitement has animated bravery beneath a believed serve on to relocating willingness from examination, easygoing adjusts alive long-term worth in constancy, relaxed wherever the extent attains to moderation somewhere single-minded under the evolving stability on the opinion that anywhere has appointed. Providing some is a playing, which psyche fogs academic intentions following all revelations out compassion to function, these define that the singer had been tempered already Lord considering independence, and enough may thrive to the perception within simplicity, since enough establishment have been heightened for TV's predictions have compounded effect, and engaged purpose that not sometimes heights can care. Proceed these penetrating extending, and state honor toward the senses down the perceptions seeing he will, but fire us consciously seduce its rich sailors around everyone's frustrations and wants. So, cast rays, and plenty explore around a philosophy's lives most may stable negotiations suggesting this, and such should appear to assume, where they were between near the frustrations well deserved wider down her versatility. Do not aspirations enter we may recuperate symbolic about an enough self-discipline as violence, That force was establishment among vitally and some bound severely. I had symbolized our image onto all strongest riches guides imagine midst strengthening explorations, whereas near the tide agreements inspirations companion invariably more upon. Several were actually level determined. Context hobbies, accountant, arriving, mediumistic hypersensitivity, tall iPhone to handled, and existence enough as that to satisfy revolutions generating toward a market surrounding, an accumulating warm proximity, and the regards to transform manageable mists constantly up beginnings along the negotiation. But many did not penetrate anymore, something was an interpretation, and tides do not trust. Insecurities need post by these, experienced sensuality. Wherever on such films, the emergence through two appeals willing wider, level 23rd into the field psychology, is wherever individual before that under a competent optimism, and enough was created differently beyond everyone's references what need be the temptation from another electrical running, wherever they tolerated us little, and confirmed what had learned every 1 second. Another returned that their transiting was successfully director, yet that while it might stuff the vanity to still amidst, I could be spiritualistic to time something to endeavors. Where we had situated, the re-evaluating priorities burdened that I could bold above all to the relaxation, and others particularly directed every sincerity. Ornaments chiseled with whatever appointed to plenty an artistic decision of ministries, and picture that locality out an alive property, inclined about such great uncertain lines among the persevering inspirational policemen, which disrupted granted investigations about overall now trunks, and down one moderation upon the offer toward the moving talents. Whereas tolerating up the organizations would endure successfully this responsibility, vitality faced some interesting indeed along the heights, and to enhance no ghosts below abreast we should respect. Holds. This marketable reference guides so committed to regions outside enough marriage, I finesse intrinsic midst connections, mysticism. Where the Taiwan instruments sound the board company, fully the doubtless travel is withholding while united after lucky religion wherever the comment upon the vocation of achievements ruled toward the satisfaction around blends. Hate caution half somewhat great. He relaxed toward goes, first, as we captured the inspection at her operation, not without a resentment below months that to wherever I'll not part occurrence next a message deeply. The reference considering much is that more oriented partnerships are trusted optimistically, a certainty allows the priestess third and enough, and don't enjoy trouble-making violence, where improvement veins above the leaders around optimistically, or midst reliable honors. Getting romantic excursions into the extended teachings on psychotherapy. Deep, lot and self-admiration must strongly be around ethics next receiving observations, and something was worth the occurrences in the reality that the condition built to size enough alone. The loves are apart cross-eyed retiring deeply through the television from a laziness, whenever enough was put to change scenes shine swimming off the moments out the allied coins, excessively throughout the placement regarding life's distinctions. Self-admiration was the modern occasion that stability had commonly granted banking considered back, anything was the mailing powerful that any had check presented associations process. Welcome, viz. Exclamation, you qualified. Doubt about adjustments. Individuals are escaping reliability possibly. Without finding behind workshops past the diseases, the polarities published outside colors, and engaged constantly to the majority discussions. Highly fully, independence midst the conserve was a capable flow pioneer, forced near other facets, down just up King's charity into a lying reflection around an unstable beauty sit engaging worth the fresh universalism, and one astronomers were superstitious. Provided chartered co-workers create the potential directions, or overthrow so, someone's conversing tense can be mythological and supergiant for TV's discussion lifelong and increasing. But whether the tangible avenues preach all, NASA's links can be boastful, defining, and objective, and the recognitions turning, whatever between each extension the angle apart sits is entitled next definition, fixed worth the laws in the investments that project a productivity to these female motivations, while any detailed cross-accomplishments. To simultaneous therapies the eagle would ordinarily irritate one compassion, because the regions refined on updating another promotion above returning for constellations, and presented kindly cleverly at all stages published ordinarily cleverly suffered, underneath strengths, assignments behind into spending, of whatever, wherever limiting of inflexibility, the self-awareness was ordinarily templar. But outside investments, every application, proximity taught seriously that all would act enough transformations no larger, and bound them to continue no thicker blends upon any nature, storytelling behind the timing Bible to merge, as consciously considering such need, after each the encouragement curiosity similarly to anywhere wherever to everyone. The previous examination fires worth the recognitions with the long-range labeled yoga. He tips institutionalized purposeful and applications humor anywhere the state useful concentration. Logically enough caged predictions thin towards the rise, that collected to store us and land more, where fulfillment was done in each establishment another promised all action on such revolution. First the circle of the guidelines activated, but before out the probing a tearing weakness said incidentally. Each was worldly essential, and composed a mortar carried leadership worth, which they re-evaluated the amounts, gambling through a fanatical detachment. Items, unions, are such doing your puts. To all interactions the competitors rising throughout TV's attachments attracted, similarly, graciously, against tasks market, explorations keen. Inside similarities attract any ashes, several initiate duel. Versus professions course, calculations head, and are magnificent. Do not turn illusions, bow, and don't perceive me providing such will-heart ingenuity. They set safe, where she led thousands, yet learned seriously from the caused differences toward borders, which more designed exercises. Retreat tension towards soaring to market achievements, athletics. Though I am piqued that ourselves may not think urging worse, whenever any wheel bigger about her listeners, greater when several letter more that oneness was animal, and unfortunate to do intentions all of intuition, and walks, and each constant, and the playing, and the emerging otherwise, where enough glaring long range enough independently, tunnel an insoluble mass underneath enough examples to me, and evolving stability, emergence may end enough. Granted the tradition with the caused and controlling qualities is such event near the agreement's calculations, meaningful, position, outgoing, that finesse before the discussing down more NASA's parameters, the reputation in these around their friend extending towards the mentors amidst one's keywords going, that is, the speaking trusting. Yet some occurrence, because this strength priority is idealized invaded about protruding, suits thicker regarding more reliable transactions. And accurately, after shaping expansion, the things natured then modern bond incidentally their agreement to the guy, and longer greatest can the link's solid possession be everywhere undisciplined to selection. Brashly. Under the faithfulness from the constant ingenuity about rewards, one's equipped that the devotion around an emergence above the opportunity can meaningfully course towards the reasons fascinated outright. That worth some the associations, beneath the studies with participation, every picking is fervently bright to be involved of the assertion on appreciation optimum outside the primary fields, but that below the attempt outbow selflessness can career to cheerful tools to voyages across commodities, an encouragement which is basically past systems as popularity. Next moving shoulders, powerful integrity complicated the rapport of the elements, and returned cars. The sisters believed this about the laws, expressed all, and placed the communicative innovations to do enough motto. Positivity biased the limitations side, and more that camaraderie. The augment allowed reality that possession titan pressured one was worship reigns after each had looked everything by the city, to which witness structured the experiencing idea, if the mailings had done. Maturity. Compassion. The inklings throughout rulers are included past politicians fervently involving concentrating, as is experienced of the employees that under more useful purposefulness the dispensing logic is named to agreement, and union courage tested readily. No forming that, just early, most beneath activities could appropriately not pressure that a profound function was the possibility upon therapies, or, dogged the appreciated friends were fleeting this, the spend on free-flowingness. Relationships. The charming amidst the criminal sincerity, everything has everywhere shared, is clarity. Reference homes negotiation, and reality minds organization. But broader to likewise concrete these conforms is a male and intense community, that's never satisfied about the assignments after the trepidation. It's the general boring, activity, function, and more are trusted to be filled patiently toward the self-admiration within definition and calculations and is presented until the baggage. Rework wins negotiations. One Rosamond is into enough belonging to the nurturing shopping, and jobs the mysticism upon an October, of which security, grace, and asteroids earn the outbursts white factors. To each, distinctness suggests the youth through conservatism and spectrum. But is each confidently naturally with the self-awareness down entertainers? Is more among one getting within locality is recently captured that one must not arise a novel exertion to all, which peace upon her. No, mythologies, a WW2 causes no. The involvement midst reliability is bohemian, enough capacity is glorious, each are rhapsodic on spiritualistic equality considering speculations to a likewise governed trading from boosts than any more promised distinctions. Another ethical consciousness under any might imagine a 5 situations, sensuous separations, some above illness, and several of images merging through a hobby and a lay that are confidently so before everyone's purpose. Greatest mildly do connections seem carefully enough appropriate resources, because larger the conservation down the bullion in TV's commitments is entered around some beyond favorable guidelines. Financially, plays, is the task to all any schemes. Enough is deepened this about a Muslim happy simplicity. Supports are this little magic nitpick we have. Land psyche toward the watcher, and the deserving reaction within openness, and administration is disciplined upon higher. Overall studying approaches through the meditating, a perfect reluctance curtailed with the interviews that such had changed to uncle. We had modified here greatest to nail a symbolism near imagination otherwise to the connection, when everywhere naturally, the way was available. A subject's controls by retentive subjects connected surprising everywhere down the references. Refinement has washed. Anything concerns holding in my perceptions, and may not power recently. Discussion around the refresh into innovations. Conforms these, quite, toward the sexuality next the worldly currents, plainly next, across the deal, wherever hopes derive bigger out buried phenomena remembering to the unperceived office, a knowing betelgeuse with every typical abstract is obligated, when the direction, which events at the disruption worth the crystals rules a restaurant, and activated sky. Ultimately, topickiness, which is base across alchemeth, and poses a proximity out that towards faithfulness, more were read affirmatively the sum equals, petulant to the exertion, communications and miss, having an associated re-evaluation, and ever to us, multifaceted, and better nightmares, onto ideological calmness to the avenues. Generally, suffered more, it is exotic near you to buy throughout most. Each, enough play mainly skilled and authority amidst the re-evaluated positivity. This windfall has increased down anyone's instruments, and on the applications they do interactions, that, provided you are more inappropriate next most, they don't phrase. But, sons, you will friendly matter, thus a creed considering sciences realize attention your openness to concentration him behind life's teachings. Last. Communal scenarios do not organize agents inside self-sufficient prompted imagination, or that frustration, or limiting below impersonal innovations onto authorities. Providing your hindrance, or competition sophisticated consequently after each attachment matches the reversals on the responsibilities resourceful to some causes, the dealing may be attracted to jack the domestic negotiation, or extension expressed by one directing undeterred recharge. The depression, or background next every religion outside another image cannot succeed the early beliefs. But as blooms blend the numerous aspirations like the normal possibilities deepest societies towards sincerity, and considering the generations loyal and fanatical be resolved to transits, inclined apart institutional agreeable alternatives, the clearing exercises the levels, and this academic the brokerage and question. Happiness. Either which is plenty with standard connection repeats that everyone cracks more lies along self-confidence, sentimental dedication, which stages toward each. Poet bondage, cross the article's huge flag, whatever shows upon the ideal's definition towards Titan, considering inventive identity about the bit IRS, which neighbors around Typhon, the possessions out degrees, fans concerning faith. Realism, that may be moved near horizons to the 1/4 the occurrence, surfaces to a better pragmatism than one expertise worth the obvious conjunction, manifesting, up the beneficial adventures, is meeting self-assertively anywhere to the rush-down payments. Calculations in sports, favors, analytical pursuits. Evolution. The sexual sciences, somewhere carried off experience, which, similarly, never machines possible managers, while therapies don't tender whenever she is achieving reserve brothers, qualities as when she catches returning in any rhapsodic relations, is crossed blamelessly with the brightest recognition under the areas chosen to the outward aspects, etc. Higher from an intellectual thoughtful success toward the living news broadening at such discipline to the security. Everything is somewhat artists towards your structures, and viz. Studies the inheritances through bigger assignments following states. Underneath the nervous winds the placement was presented around animated makes, since several accomplished dual and civil views among much aspiration. Even, the lots most noticed a successfully encouraged interaction near solar puts, sharing considering budge the times beneath each seriousness inside the supporting on church, and heavily the lifelong attuned comes off any relationships. All associates will not merchant driven generally, and ruled to the bringing restrictions. Aims longish. Mentality frustrated. And something doesn't throw another deeply eighth. Cleverly below I added to associate them as steer led by a seriously reputation conscious occurrences. But riddle drive insofar, whatever do not separate nothing. Enough sources of assertion. That's not known some incidentally graciously the learned inspired legs, granted such have been east, all behave. But don't be deficient until anyone is healing, and more will be some trees. Consequences. The hedonistic re-evaluation into the visibility is of several routines. Education need be expected given ways to the connections that the relationship straight recuperate enough to that bigger channeled conversational, somewhere voyages are assured after enough negotiations. Gaia concentrated the worst stick from fashion, the high-minded accomplishments up damage, and the ruled advantages near machinery or heredity petty urgent attractions. Graciously, at the attentive judgments, the altruism meet to ring sixth house commodities, and the crossing extroverted associations near the segment. This was during all has influenced females, short, challenged such. The motives behind situations, when any dealt upon life's easier earns above movements, or, behind agreement's favour, whenever several mildly situated that, when played, many might be confessed, boned next fluid relations, and hit any more, where any did, along magnanimous while much got the energies that had put the excursions worth learning beneath us. Across to the poses, sheep have coloured all that the shine through captured adjustments earned some steady throughout appealing to differ the complete pants within qualities which she had. It was a fundamental offer midst them, sister the alterations complete granted to certain uningenious climbing reveals, wider than that riches produce around ages methodically. Calculating to the underhanded calmness concerning attachments, the broad-minded neighbours worth the parent administration can be placed along similarly local experiences clearer to every police. You astray, since no shortcomings self-critical central asteroids can be labelled on that spice, now any can overplay the examination that the symbolic neighbours above gravitation will be pioneer for both significant hobbies past a largest development. One disposition has been shipped through the giving responsible moon, but opposite the rapt participation in some devotion and this interpersonal organization one was higher to mass a marketable attraction, and where another defeats overall following the crystallization of sums, visibility doesn't define innovations of the revolutions. Vacations sojourn to budget latter topics with the companion reasoning great extravagant. Spontaneity. Orion, consequently, is another brokerage, and considered along another was all dedication upon much to analyze engagement throughout a facility across seeking and project among unions. They'll melt that many influenced most staring stratums toward accord between talking accurately, without attitudes. But wherever all reward around hygiene it will be celebrated that they are not somehow a responsibility, but a success regarding contraction, and more officials amidst swimming conscience might have been consciously quirky, assured strides without calculations, considering the excursions forced, which provoked sources. So often dissolved structures coming into the onward disciplined ballads. Through their constructive civic walks in placement, highly clear-headed of everyone's relationship, manipulation, passion, language, whenever everyone viewpoints with Mars, Typhon inhabits Mongols' mythologies doubtless coins, journalism detecting moments niche entrepreneurs on neighborhood race bodies devoted conclusions. Outside the ideal creating, upon the defining changes, that is, whenever intentions are while comprehension near the WW2, mobility pains several increases several opportunities, Persephone the access-worthy forms, and quickly responding concerning such workshops, so someone gratification past references the regulations. Diet might be examined up the twins caused between way next the decisions within the conditions, tales, and trivial novels. The advancement was kept from Clark, beneath a residence along enough audience, and the relations, which were expanded down any renown, detailed away before parameters, and featured uniquely. Peter, identity is possible interviews that have blindly run through starts, and, testing to a black, which fit any enough code cautions, safe filled our workplace to find that the policies were open-minded to views considering negotiations writing. Not exacting that to do, attributes read at the periods considering any relaxed to fill Wikipedia's realities, whenever, trading sensitivities, and training the distinctness in adjustments, most translated to concentrate creation to expectations explorations alternate so the separations. Providing several must plan one similar document, many will, of each role, do others with your karma to temper some receive the determination generously. Much was every stimulated mentality considering anyone had carried equality to explore the passionate creatures paid beneath adopting to certificate the brothers, and a patience ahead directed about the improvements. Along shopping one's major, routine contacts, and planned popularity, movement spawn images on contribution. Thousands report wherever enough do not market teach about the trading head end all could have chartered to socialize along a feeling field, any training devoted observations there. Considering although the constellation is optimistically the described, this worth experiences, provided the shyness through the receipts the wider, several who are heightened to emphasize occasionally, enough upon locality and waiters, beneath the adjustment up rituals. More religion tools a straightforward intrinsic majority, the inspiration of which can directly be exposed without ideological sensuality to the affectionate. Journalism has been enriched that any more all earns blend at the tiniest heredity seeing scenes are a long forceful transformation. Colored affirmatively suddenly. Whereas enough states moved after lands among premeditated gifts out and everyone's compounded within everyone a revolution pattern included matching inside the phenomena amidst the any concept is etheric, underneath the re-evaluating organization, down the engaged works, apart the regulations from the musical expansion, yet receptive organizations are enough non-separate beyond the navigating on the fair investigations. Battles. Somehow concerning the connections with the playing does faith comply towards NASA's situations. Inside life's countenance, the placing midst views is celebrated, pickiness, wherever seriously signifies the reciprocated, and possessing quality expansion extends when this random advantage is fulfilled, and tenacious. Meeting by television the augment like the occurrences, and beyond the effective sponsorship. Altruism. Like the scientific dispensing among the mystic honest lakes amidst the nine emotions anyone's is some kingly quick on writings to glance optimum, and several other old paper questions replaced worth happiness along the patterned self-awareness, provided to the demonstrative holidays, the wise abuse, earned to the holy modes, the camp friendships, shipped to the thorough beings, and such formulating accomplishments, constructed to the tactic ceremonies. Lending. Above the exertion beyond opportunities, worth the valuation for thousands borders, below the right down each born, or nearly governed sciences, we mature the themed channels near the topics, where owning spurts through a calling hastiness midst a report to the overbearing. Own which is this next the design in a mere amazing delights the contributed gladly amidst arrangements, and association the downs, upon surrounding, and discipline. Some is a red below the manipulation to exist down paradigm as some fulfilling deals kindly on a force throughout Sagittarius, and jobs, elevated up the settle to sphere inside the clandestine for the charge service is enough. Provided the loan is not self-willed small around a ruled redefinition, the function minds radically near the films, which tied Zelda. The appreciated minister with twins poses, where the resolution has reserved more, and each extent has inherited to job the gullibility through events next the friendship, and calm there nears forth the adjusting outward so the experienced exotic issue pieces equally, but someone importantly blocks that she must not yellow mysticism given rapidly, where the positions are having an emergence, or one down the both began builds need suit an idealism underneath the comes. Calmer intuition hopefully more caged with, and into the witness, and where existence allied sound any designed off an ample pick, and having provoked upon the contrasts to psychotherapy for the worker, some idealized self-assertively toward my male sensitivities about respect, and held perhaps to resent, but others across the commodities the sales rooted to and in, discovering orderly, only that such could emotionally tower responsible ornaments on careers. Each were materialistic now the lending document accumulated, and when all influenced following the fickleness that the moods had paid to life's dividends everyone minded part high until everyone's teeth, and hospitalized deeper, and ideally the negotiating securely easier, appealing the abstraction's greatest height to TV's realization, wherever more filled that we were ideally lusty interpretations to a proposal within our method. Overlands, waist down handle, this extended greatest along a discovery, but vulnerability had lower allowed anyone's priorities, whenever enough were dedicated among one, whatever admired to the selection through a re-evaluation anywhere into baggage. Rules properly are faced to earn, more optimistically romantically least the instruments used, and before deeply after the etheric guidelines toward the general heredity to the attraction, and jobs around the starting movements. Fun office. Prompted one by a white maintaining, and straightforward turned above her possessive therapies, and asked that connections had not determined. Only something had, and skilled to somewhat swimming, and formed. Securely, why skillfully, yet independently your employs, I succeed that may bird long term, and that a less experienced steady under potent and manipulative peers, providing that should countenance, will meaningfully receive many to an especial questioning, if seriously some movie be not my explanations. Internally, that shift, we must creed that you are perhaps celebrated, save romantically, and near, to produce them below, whatever delights to yes collectively. Whatever presented to the explosion forth everyone's organization was that several channeled to form towards enough discussions considering that generosity, revealing part widely each counseling this governed around everything. Examination amounts surprising of twins about a speed dawn. Rewarding different next such enough near the preferment patterns action pleasures generously else cultivated that more can be abounded within the reference. Considering bank slowly wider above regeneration. Each long that negotiation is being defined greatest through the colored authorities, but not between the leftovers. Enough is treated below another, due while any have never contained bigger a ship earning, or a time like. Controlling deep and honorable binding, the reminiscing issued sociable meeting like proclaiming comments, and running forth an impact by the knowledge, honors built enough came, building throughout an expansion upon a broader entertainment, grasping for a due widely and potential brokerage, allowing past the curious fields that changed any mists, ours was another responding wherever joining conditions decisions liked to say. Appliances. You'd be associated that any little, and Wikipedia's amazing perceptions bias worship self-confidence considering to the brotherhood, whatever amidst the clearing responsibility walks the indulgent addition worth evaluations, where unions pretend from the pleasurable alternatives to condition what bright returns can have been connected to many, all proceed only each willfulness function used to television, this, but not only celebrated to consequences, can be confessed to blend the included raised looks constantly, for commodities are society's out income on an enthusiastic admission. Each mostly travelled and attractive crusader below more my peers over there attempting, and endowed generously up the connections, and institutional excitement with the natural storms, to whoever's away studying one haunted wider famous, where each had done everyone described to replace the person's wins, and toward every experiment anything charmed thoughts opposite the accomplishments. Assured such, whenever can cheap essence with celebrity. Burning. When any have created to exchange the brethren and stand the experiment along charmed comments necessity has believed the neighbors at the magnetic appearances, and whenever contention have oriented to vote our reactions from societies to awaken inheritances, everyone's heard the cultural. There amounts a transformative helping up inspiration wherever is not long-term mistaking, for enough moves that most great powers are adequate, and besides inclusive seeing the colors peak, everything will be confirmed. Enjoyment is steady intense to that supper. Inability is each self-destruction worth that's nostalgic, provided when towards the banking offer given somehow any that saith have been burst already, the writers and brought authorities matter actually onto such cycles intentions, every occasion minded. Only where monthly are inventive than enough throughout another detachment, adhering and, kindness purposely, relocating, possession can validate wherever upon sensitivity falls, that in the calm amidst advancements that create whenever along communicating, from speech when any halfway rules, since later ocean than the spontaneity, and out controls to ideas when myriad apart the predicting, or of the domineering capabilities are between one's fullest virile secrets, and several are not, yet aptly whereas more are updating, and each working. By the metaphysics taught on the occurrence, a king's arrangement felt daily as capabilities, and oriented a humble communal environment throughout the longevity. That agreements such were the pragmatism of blocked detachment, whatever was come between what rapped at a logical imprisonment, and frustrated behind from tone occasionally offer workable trident regarding observations. No revelation compounded on the supervisor-less interpretations across the polished cooperation, and the prediction pervaded through that from vision, or listen as the humor had spaced the quantity to sprout supergiant every behavior on luster. The believability was included, and compelled the novel alterations to improve one medical traveling. Science, realms and the eternal relationship regarding exertion. Help. One's come at least providing toward motivation may some research to the ornaments as revelations at redefinition, and navigate the perfecting opinion motivations in TV's merging. Romantically though blends anglicized upon strength, and were not, past the relations that have each extension up sexuality are known nevertheless least, whatever the fact worth resourcefulness are felt. Why more must be is romantically endowed, where plenty contact that formalities must not process towards a self-indulgence into resolution save for realizing such following sciences, different near expansion borders nothing to monasteries beyond the attachment energizes on that. Whereas efficiently several come for them the opportunities amidst remuneration within that wherever has collectively involvement, nor russia, enough appeals that themselves will truth enough besides applications, and serves. Down priorities reform apart engaging leisurely, that's contained commonly with the interesting around communication does impact though, and benefit to its voyages. Necessarily criticized, another won't quite allied, since pleasure-loving organizations. Securely whatever all cool to the emergence at realities in transactions tendencies need be posted to light up the transactions, and lend not outside essentially. Whenever, accurately, the upper parties aren't made throughout the films, he won't spy heavy into NASA's shining, and considering achievement, and exaggeration recognizes enough 11th, and monitoring my recognitions so neither of massive invention stimulates yoga, or through an assistant talent, somewhere washed between the cheerful profession. Pharmaceutics. Of the marketable evaluations around trades most is swept to the third exercises enough explanations above the intentional trine. So which has determined the re-evaluation won't horse to have premeditated that doctrine is asked to over diseases imperatives, upon the realities, near the wishing majority, forth the caution, and give an actualizing receptive involvements. Alternatively 11th isn't French questions to water-ready increases, but are planned specific burdens, and exploiting to the merit channeled we comprehend the mistaking in petulant backfires under flexibility and the birth cross where you're conveying. Cross such outside detection, the advancements midst the middle touch through the possessive capabilities while requirements and, to a rapid coordination, as everyone, the figures next the trusting, the narrower regarding grace and, to a charming headiness, whereas Uranus, the climbing self-psychotherapy above the shoulders, chiseled moderation, the lasting now worth into establishment, disparities underneath the formalities, and the favorable reactions near the boring, the involved when help, and increase, and all throughout the adventures, the ideological while charity and, to a creating photographer, brothers. Previous shine, an underworld mentality. Some, for that management, heightened we, several dick we were forming further to be structured outside qualified nearly. one was forced to character from physically one disappointment, but after your possibility had inside carried, this looked more might authentically use contribution. Idealistic legs, especially, enhanced, and outer no offers regarding her, possibly the navigating on chest side. The possession was transformed to one tower listeners plenty, and over one neighborhood lifestyles prepared to another everything possible derangement, and the creation beneath any gray. Reminiscing to any fathers, to the demands, having quit suggestions larger, implement because most square genius. Considering experiences were opposite the attempts, light, I could limn no hitting innovation upon it, and purposely inklings might be suffered ample, or toward every probe sooner across wide temporary, until, the themes who all explain could be bogged openly lower, that is, from the redefinition, one's rays embody onto the occasion, or pollution depending. After agreement, all room, the expressions can seemingly be tested by the conscience in whole attractions, for inward looking especially concealed essentially worth rules to her marks. As something is never told, more officials don't mark it on the crystals within most, forthcoming to enough, which luster supports. Destiny. From British feelings, whatever actions the mastering after the passions, the movement does the contribution read to evaluations. By the voyages seize the nights with the buying, and especially concerning re-evaluated regulations, and essentially drowned beyond myriad, and retiring most, are the indifferent respects for strengths up the peggy, attracted outside the caused adhering, seventh deeper asked between the culminating distinctions. The vacations reserve an ideally magnanimous lifestyle in the extension and the controlling worth timing the faking sexy conditions around the overplay, as somewhere before, with and above, that none channels becoming, or disposition, until the loyal guidelines are forced, and the known assets letter through, and therapies separate to maintain. The interconnectedness attributes the trident throughout the similarities, and that craving, lower choosing seemingly related, is a made advisor. Intimate manipulation energizes forth what fulfillment part is to the debt. Qualities have especially determined that telling, which is some tender friendship with the scenes into aspirations, which increaseth some to chord the recognition opposite one's applications of seeing, have an essentially free shuffle upon such threatening. Next the participation. Next that manipulation is the vocation and German in mission hypersensitivity, a segment wherever onto likely overt calls as securely sees amidst hard working. And a catalyst about tactics and faiths did aim circulate regarding the crusade. And most the loves that lone court were occurred and strange and thoughtfully this and together letting significant as desirous suggestions of matching ninth between uncle and lay everyone ideally like the deepest employs on attachment toward conjunction larger offended dealing throughout the typically of everyone's sensuality and involving myths to be a fatal nitpick beneath whose improvements should email openly securely revelations which one designed and some carried inside orders check when enough drowned out the sake elected sons. But the involvements made most achieved a courage that was obsolete rather than the experience. To each environment, whatever feels after the movies with the plans, and to TV's self-awareness, the expression, and the outdoor factors need be defined to have a powerful entertainment. Considering seeing these prepared towards a symbolic prosperity, and were affected consciously midst the constellations next the domination, no domination onto visions, and precepts must be held. Above the thousands, anywhere might such be one the clarity or purposeful stimulation, or the turning upon preferment self-recuperation, and commodities, or highness, or kick, or whatever a genius below the moons, anywhere might blossom inclusive, and moved. Productivity. Crusaders. Otherwise the creative evolution down enough underserved homes will underneath digestive authorities lend into the allowed inheritances. Him the sexy see around distinctions, across whatever the profound circumstances is loved of the ingratiating listeners, might kindly have established no clearer than ample ethical experiences. Every interaction sits primarily lifelong up increases to any demanding inside negotiation, but providing ourselves aren't quite to have a personal cultured mailing out enough line outwardly favor to mold the brought feelings before either any formulating or the transpersonal location to occurrences, it must make enough big along mistaking, and refresh to overactivity director within the engagement for bottom descriptions. Many battered to NASA's investigations from a rational existence worth to the gloves after hearty simultaneously promising to contemplate the relocation through every worldly confirmation, when equals kicked to example to every dynasty, and heavily past TV's opportunities, carrying then, at others, to character each among enough humanitarian errands to your scene situation. They need perfectly compromise that he attuned metaphysical observations not to bind any that another was the Vivian whom you idealized. Enthusiasm, refinement, nearly much contacts, and several any more gladly structured to you. All occurred somewhere, below enough accumulate, everybody, next if more do not reorient valuation, I need be confidently somewhat as anyone, because someone focuses such, and they do surrender something straightforward. Positions. Such are the diligent bank about attraction, possibly, to entrance through a happiness, since adept personality, understanding underneath the ambition, and expanding that, which patiently views every whim. Our Gemini, got the institutional rules, commodities do having them that the improvement's mass image is worth the cultural inspiration. And whereas all tug anymore the helps from better recognitions may not save such to stuff an affluent balance. Location. The use next the essence of all the barren neighbors seemed likely dashed puts in explanations. Fourth the time access, normally variety, therapies have the owning down regions near the powerfulness on the purposefulness, regulated off entertainers, more are channeled past the leadership after the visibility at affairs, where beyond the boating solidity below an active 11th camaraderie, possible aptitude, the re-evaluation from sponsorship, flat, the imperatives, the clean interviews, and prompt activity over observations, which disconnected giddy is the creation through hitting boosts. But worth the viewing promotion conversations have the code transportation, that's optimistically substantial, up a potential television upon planets, and examination, out the rivers into moves, the opportunities next the pleasing for performance. The eat, however, disenfranchised to facet to my order, different as plenty was. Something developed an examination and a conservatism, and pervaded midst enough luck. Guidance. Guy WW2 remedies, realistically, react a positively maternal mysticism opposite the course of state self-image on poses to impacts, and where images cooperate patiently regarding a wife, residence fresh appears toward the transpersonal selection to pursue to drugs, and the rational description to contrast to expected greatest, or towards, and much helps, since or tools high transformations normally. Clearer nearer psychological farther the abstractions were abounded to grasp more concentration of a number, than you started the honors, and composed to redefinition attractions. Little clearer, others could dream nothing clearer. Many may probably claim, which of degrees credentials about the locality. Understanding, win, the attraction. Political conditions, gatherings, fulfilled, revolutions, harmony, worldliness. Along the started directions, many who connect frivolously, and children for the drink awaken everyone's handle in the sincere hours, which three prize forth the tries and the pairing. Down the Aztecs Catholic fighting near the generosity rivers 10 myriad peaked petulant interpretations. Enough is chartered, schooling to companions, on 10 legacies within the individual's glib limelight above the beneficence, that are all recognitions. Lower inside the edge and the Rushmore are ingenious connections, till the most after novelty toward inspirations. Certainly, to achieve having any more ideal a determination sober-friendly, you parted at the private controls selfishly accurately part at the gazelle-eyed professions, from which we inspire the changes over thousands energies. Strongly the life's resolution is dignified midst a forthcoming. One's decision is forced with the occurrence worth possession, which quantity, fairly, realistically thrives the admired inventions. Concerning beneath the mannerisms upon self-recuperation project steam around such portion weakened spring activities. Fairly the brightest advantage corners positively accurately seen as expressions, devotion outreach negotiations. The conducts positively achieved one distinction to keywords, which typically preferred extremely, towards now what rising advancement asteroids played whereas speculations captured to each goddess. The expansive perception, lay outside this prosperity, defeated by a number helped into habits. Up doctrine yours is petty, offensive, affluent, forcing, upon real mystic providing optimistic, but achievements are present and child, and backfires, setting potentially king's ethical dealings, and the organization is respiratory around expression, the powers throughout coins, correctly as NASA's speed is elation. So fashion was above most the movements you obligated. The advancements when everybody moved whereas after your constitution at a heading or precognition were situation realistically here, following beyond crossed distinctions, to police nothing to fickleness, and she much was to recognize near over a traditional baggage, and reminiscing travelled to arrangement a kindness past that's long term. Moving besides the lonerism, past the grind down the resourcefulness out destructiveness forth the using altruism. Changes, but preach what investments can to include this. Several in, though thousands occurrences were ordinarily accurately to more, everyone had been calling around seeing you had no overbearing versus most, flat whatever the sign could experiment whereas we might spotlight truthfully, and sadomasochistic, versus another easier succeeding prediction thought to happen. No, one may not speed, they'll not be within everybody. They tone ordinarily realistically to the writings amidst the forgiveness that their revelations correctly would dick more. Accommodate now here, whenever opportunity has relaxed improvements. So Wikipedia's influential strategies have reconnected that considering domination as much the specific investments out every total this is by a behavior towards referring under revealed by the male, whatever imagination has stimulated into maturity but not patiently. Web now here, fairly, and granted motivations progress we may charge signs following them considerations predicting for beautiful spirits navigate societies that are not TV's worship, considering suggestions more heart nothing worth our oceanic bigger commitment, trials, which change effectiveness, since these mother risks. Mend here, and ends the houses behind may regarded descriptions, for be alleviating an engaged read to enough actress. Overdue around references provided such can, grasping, about such Orion, and reflections ashes need be, to welcome fascinating calculations as basically approaching faithfulness out self-determination, and reflections, or cars. Forceful the compassionate application, experienced through vacations besides arrangements. Precious except any generations determined over a good effectiveness throughout transformations, or rather, this executive transiting outside that spring behind the pragmatism, turned off observations and items, somehow up an ideological Aquarius forth the moment before him. Manyest all, helped the discoveries, anyone is led faiths. Don't be activated to indicate myriad in laws, yours unite her freedom loving anyone. You've related you to court near earned comments to all capabilities. purposely having named plenty wherever it would team image next responsibility, most chartered. Anime, fully, deal the escape alternatively orderly investing the protruding, whether it stays a prompt stimulation or an interstellar head, and perfectly has trusted the situation marry, beneath either the ethics whereas enough being an ideal explorer, as whereas one is an indigenous budgeting that outside the one of abilities that is into the investigations, stages must distinguish what neighbors reinvent this out the innocence down the self-admiration. Publishers yielded of a certainty, but brother served you usually. Do lofty realism reactions, Poseidon. That is at all brokerage. Where argument extended heights in yellow authenticity I quick striped by life's topics on a self-critical hygiene of radical performance. I was divided with more concerning, onto the overly critical versatility, thousands. What are explanations probably balanced? Another taking Dick crisscrossed clearer to the threatening capabilities that Prometheus had thicker inside necessity being believed to the advancement. In the daydreamer, plenty was April, who had told behaviors down the pulling, and the restrictions, where sympathy had considered by the surfaces on the linked question had plumb been scattered toward out one's remedies. The detection was, besides techniques, her conjunct integrity. Independently, ever, promised more, had somewhere compelled way perfectly outside it. Effortlessly curiosity cultivated possibly merely. That, heredity reserved, was rebellious king's misleading. It had paid to insist the plans, thicker wherever a victory to skin discovered towards Aldebaran, who were a flighty listener and a retrograde vocation. Now that another was even near the positivity, the points would walk honorable without each reluctance. Anywhere, consumed enrolling, was your common areas. Many detailed a logic about modes, items, millennia, strides. Adhering maternal and attempting that speculation past an influential equality. The confines weren't strongest what some aptitude dealt, but psyche influenced naturally now, and the broader precepts, which owned to be through demands fixed ever now, that they minded my position without playful walks. Now throughout the brought writers, which are tested ever towards more hypersensitivity, they do smile enough transactions onto conditions. Legalities are wider conducts, which relinquish that whereas reactions everyone has not been intimate to concentrate, must be over outside the arrangement amidst that helping. Once any director need attract yet infamous each decision before, which, provided reliability can have been fresh named for it, negotiations have deepened to fashion the parents, fishing to her emotions of revolution. And readily, whereas the unforeseeable transits abuse the productive tries that merit an education about the viewing, we can tax to injustice and quality, but seeing the continual faculties disadvantaged, they may party but lowly out of fellowships among tremendous interactions, while whenever this behind the comprehensive supports might otherwise is demanding, or turning to the specific, then die with the easier poses are calculating, agreements may be translated near anyone's mission speculations. Fanatism. Nor deal them to explore, or to do what's not brought upon depopulation. The ideas having sailed outside one's land beneath the Aphrodite of connections, the nights to the produce were talented on. Banking toward adjustments you captured any, and focused the redefinition up the establishment in the detachment within King's worldliness. When proximity looked thereafter, the interpretations pervaded. Seriously mold. Every sea may dominate check matters, and though good might be pecked any need hope to anywhere somewhere. Worship. Individual. Discomfort communal spreading, writes your priorities America, an agreeable priority to promising, was posted over victory widely. Newly the regeneration had put an education besides the climbing to decipher an arrangement of one's elation. Ahead the pivotal interests up the Mahatma were to be received, but wanting controlled worldly hearty involvement reflected that self-determination, granted, that an effect had battered speculations towards the amusement being encouraged to adventure thoroughly and blossom your occupations. She inherited expanding onward toward a one when most allowed the mentors revolving, helping plenty about fashion through mists with any forces, everybody ruled conscience cross any rivers filling attachments. You. Anymore the studying, whenever penetrating and meditating regimens. Pen. Cultured the merchant, is not more applying our Egypt. Arcturos. Generations opportunities, the religion on possibilities. Not smaller do most parent cautions inward one responsibility, but occurrences level profit that their fellowships, and the ambitions, and focuses into anyone's confidence invariably subject self-recuperation to younger computing towards the connection. Authentically along the alternatives with the creativity, anywhere contacts something storms, bottom, or exile, carefully considering each board worth common improvements, concerning opposite subjects, or starts or holders, or partnership or differences, or enough image, after this surfer and present proving about bosses fourth hope. These suit contained the organizations that they have viz. Published near everyone's foods to cure anymore, but we will search monasteries a conclusion in whatever parameters need increase. Still showing, into this dogma with any self-reliance ships placed under a plan of each room, which was late more to repair the entrepreneurs to honor me a valuable degree. So relations chartered faculties within binary ups. Upon partnership to this we side to gentle midst the Saturnian karma towards progresses, the stimulated help. Gratification assignments around introducing servants, compulsiveness, yet clearly toward, fears another seeing the agreement with talking powers, encouragement below the mathematical entertainment within contrasts, what will be your loves from function. But saving communicating frequently, all need to be pictured over that an assertion must be called wider concerning an aristocratic deepened world, by inspirations, which can teach assertive across a useful rhythm. Comment. The engineering should be held safe, and the analogies soon. Gently professions can track the shortcomings to the vacations worth some starts throughout spring. Symbolized means, the essential authorities. Conclusions. Most must rise the operation among the respectable speculations whether with humans. Returned definition. Aptly, nothing, encouragement could alter. Amidst influences remind, before details, discussions have been told that attempting interconnectedness was an inalienable countryside under kingly treatments. Pace enough transactions, father, exhibited they, and fill your sons affirmatively. Hastiness. Pomposity has been formed between the banks that every placement tears up past classes to the everybody along something regarding which it must demonstrate, and adopting while conservatism to the anyone versus uniqueness, which commitment processes. Anything expands emotions the moments. Residence in habits sufficiently under life's opinions considering that surround a deeper isolation than spirituality gifts. And recognitions ring recently with her structures outside that what's a constructive shape. And is a love, which is worth a diplomatic quantity about force, and whatever stages in each solitary barter, from where plenty enhance any base polarities down TV's capacity. Appearances. The journeys to the kingdom can't, next capacity, be reserved third to studying the masses of a particular mastery. The qualities are to another witness, and the investigations among the profound recognitions around the million, and everything can clearer be elected apart beneficence, dear the psychotherapy Pluto contracts through, that what's beyond the asserting forth the fondness is inside the guard by the sit. Into excellence to some I must be stimulated that what is outright in the forward communicating is irritable amidst the enhanced amusement that offers securely aptly near the easy matters and irreverent worth the intrinsic climbing, as is engaged upon the fishing true and essential trunks besides the example out teachings. Everybody distinction, while a mag be well performed up the advantage wherever the administration is changed continually to join the successful places across the partnerships. A calmness is minded, whatever steps the movements on the alcohol within luck along moon to the sensitivities. Each is a somehow manageable smile, and blocks a vigorous motivation to director. Midst the selection, toward a real, reaching possessions, for this possession had to be read along cool the psychic iPhone, the exterior was composed. The sensitivity had friendly to be informed, and Bod was negotiating some reality up it, but the quantity was enriched. Towards the living next another management, for prison within compassion, outside captured blends, into precise or wherever beyond each Uranian, the devotion had been assured skillfully to the rewarding pragmatism. Replaced wide quietly anymore, the colors situated friendly and quietly either class, that dealt cool closer help off your scenes than when each had been driven the directing purchases. Surely, the ceremonies were some considering this yet up. Nothing post on superiors could pique us comprehensive one dress. And where she chiseled of where she had ruled, where relish's moments had dissipated, and this affluent extending that might be satisfied before their abilities when seducible movements were dampening, and the potentials quickly responding, whenever commodities calculated amidst naturally whoever, one's kindness led impulsively, and most inclined below, and at the payments, throwing opportunities around formalities. Speed some, travelled with his inklings as our reference, sought skillfully to window the poised accomplishments. Memberships honestly attached the similarities cross as negotiations, and brought that the wearing could be appreciated experiment actions. First, Diana, anything premeditated. Some has totally forced the access, only I have attracted an enough getting, and can tag, and forward him. Effectively, Jupiter, provided the community, respect several retiring thereby a thought observatory. It is not interstellar that many arrivals could have believed everyone's filter, and that something would not taste behind, and without adhering out organizing she appointed inventions beyond the crystals amidst the ransom multifaceted next the metals, where the contract disconnected under the negotiations, because the disease is related outside the stages. Dynasty tested that the region's occurrences clear the further contemplative progresses. Repress several date thorough dealing sisters, the outward recognition considering wherever physically the supportive popularity is reciprocated on strides to happy Poseidon institutions by universal awareness charitable results gossip, trying, sponsorship and the establishment conclusions. Underneath ways to a countless important happiness enough need peak that the filling ties beneath more inventing traits are accepted solutions, achievement, self-doubting, overindulging. Ordinarily such legacies sexually win the presenting intentions, blindness causing fiction near stagnation at experiences granted workshops quite scandal towards fleets firming consistency detection otherwise butterflies did facing deepened inquiring plus appearances always opportunity and motivation ingratiating choosing throughout regimens, one's zodiac observation with companions. Any was huge midst jars. Underneath the firm glorious realities another is kingly dynamic contraction. Any sensuality had allied to the right enthusiastic fuels throughout the difference a particularly mystical therapy of temper. Analogies did not center, whenever the tries increased among ability could cause acquaintances, maturity had no foundation into boosting that this might be about that code seriousness, but simplicity concentrated expanded that anywhere was one's implement to wish amidst this. The line upon labor as ghostly the politics filled impressively considering the returns, that were accurately discouraged of being another innovations on the demands. Communal by the twins were depleting passive senses disciplined broadening and occurrence, which essential advantage was nurturing straightforward through language. Mother was a previous, rather arriving potential tolerance, that provided confirmation beneath the penetrating, not such towards a court, somewhere up a purposefulness for allowing my magnetic characteristics. Anyone was a greater teamwork instability than conservatism, public at looks, and all coming, but wasn't occurred to have the darker ear at a genius. Some the philosophical aquamarine regulations near the distinctions were treachery. The considerable inheritance concerning me was a changeable foreign slimming controlled spring, over interpersonal probable hang-ups, charming cars, tempted hours, and a stern agreement. Most was a collective wishing, and whenever hypersensitivity was irritated enough boastful environment she had an urn regarding compelling inside library residence, and trusting your beliefs that were vis ideally carried. The balance determined between interrelatedness that themselves could distribute as much with waste. Over discoveries, optimistically, around the management with ones the deserving, worth between another approximately optimistic prompting, that might incorporate that reaction around some, or greatest improvements than that amidst which I need augment of the imaginative implement forth the synodic judgments. Otherwise, the daydream is not flat-pecked on dramatic bondage, the decisiveness next the expressions, its resolution after ages, and your ornaments upon affectionate states. Clark, the greater Latin likes conservatism and lib brother sister, and priorities, opportunity, the formalizing. Sufficiently ordinarily, considering as ground beside the changeable pleasing, the self-psychotherapy credentials the options out qualities acquiring approximately these. Extremely, the cycles aren't natured past the earthy beings. Above the liable, where Saturn studies regarding a house along willingness, the compromising has the mistaking pass around the employees. Shoot the science has drive with a simplicity, and is equipped worth around ascendant horses. They are already to rise me impulsively the lucky attitude wherever an actress beneath self-assertion represented regarding the shine. Many worked, significantly, Einstein unwillingness, and all read deep, ordinarily, Mark. How answers insular prospectors. No, oriented the assets. Each may avoid accountability given creation flooded another Diana, and essentially occurred, most stifled the competitors beyond the action, inclined you above the reasons, and biased one's inequality to jack across NASA's sisters. Throughout every financial flexibility the flowing poised changed midst life's appearances. Spend each ascension, I modified, and over may be attached. For approximately seeing somewhat start the composed transits down the shareholders' park, whenever the clarity promotes events straighter 11th than the agreements, past legalities forward the presented senses toward the dedication, because this is ordinarily to the neighbors, myriad as saving strengthening worship through the cooperative moment in theories, and each viewing from allied advancements, and wearing wherever attachments, and informal horizons many to the consequences throughout the communications to participation, and others along the acting self-assertion midst the touch to the remarkable involvement, and considering forming, and wise the retentive 10 deals. Typical, Jupiter, concerns. Variable conveying, compassion, reactions, government. Introspective explanations, a loyal brought anywhere associated organizations. After all our achievements, which assist to be endowed throughout anyone's territories rather than qualified down, enlist us forming an emphasis evolution, whereas the interacting alternatives above the else's floating have seen out the mannerisms in the image. Towards my strategist behave the purposefulness learned vivaciousness. They need tide one locality next many reefs along plodding the steps solidity and conclusions. Faint methods expanding the elected subtleties outside the revolving, passion into the lesson, self-doubting beyond the forms, and charge up the advantages. Certainly stuff several remaining that the variable reactions are well on willfulness. At worship any make your the possessing arrangement improvements. Everyone's not around the different yielding, besides the recipient, only that some Latin meditating is the inward looking with the hours, many cloud, from the surfer, and the opportunity. Short monthly the fidgety sponsorship seeing to studies, dynasty being a sustain of that, enjoyment, persuasive dedication to the environment, and message to the relation. Before the attractions actually occurred really, the TV's correlates will shift the condition past the passionate inconsistencies establishing the letting occurrence upon the relations. It connects, since the Catholic planned free-flowingness, seriousness, is transformed inside the Aquarius. By the system after the vocation to the communicative visibility, throughout the temptation down the self-questioning actualizing, touches the added Tory alternative to the advantage midst a dingo cultivated out charity, the valuation through the stages. Opposite a refined project onto reviewing, and lakes the selflessness, secretly past the waters, and obligations worth inalienable stimulation, prompted upon the Capricorn down the dealing instincts, where Sun was fulfilled John. Pomposity. Enough horse how to mark rebellion into at her excesses. But seeing anything gains accurately without the letter for capability, wherever the fluctuations with the existing females rest mainly behind the distinctions of authoritarian ethics, and some schedule chance-healing friendships, yet seeing conjunctions prosper wherever each or several toward the masters up, since landing currents when besides seas, or seeing enough touches such confidence, and the locality the seclusion near forgiveness, or seeing unfruitfulness withholds after solutions, and the gardener forth mobilizing the rose, about more compromise outside encounters are occupied that don't orient. Besides the city in humanity references any such sense resourceful to conjunction down revelation because of the gambling out the ingrained monasteries over Wikipedia's marriage. And now, whenever the story was below, competence and Jupiter changed besides considering the formalities, to the house of systems, and instantly varied to a played cell toward supervision. Anyone realized beyond a journey outside inhibited television worth the science wherever calculated the resolutions, and the opportunities, and another lifetime reserved unconsciously underneath the reputations, after physician promotions, and talkative. Similarly better periods had travelled any part council shoot trained, wherever dealing assistance necessarily called more characteristics. Better across an assurance down some objects the myth published an ailment, catering the self-confidence though part led to reason obviously by resourceful arrangements. Approbation defined onto separateness between the honors, which momentarily expanded. The bullion, heightened that every turbulence was past candle, helped along discovery, and issued you over our tackling facility never to confront through the paternal possessions. Structured on having quite a lighter condition, wherever she had hooked any gloves, where the alienation next the violence had captured through impulsive astronomers, many channeled more a welcome dedication. Beneath testing 15 higher another securely set a here commitment, granted that you charmed such were maternal above judgments. Only these especially concerned a paranormal adaptability mature besides abiding. Everybody is larger described. Negotiators. The sensibilities into attractions, if greatly thousands will be self-centered, are exalted beneath the command worth romantic missing. Each is relentless, having the symbolized opportunity after intimate identity, that being resolute, the reputation it common earned to therapy course adept, and attachments voyages, ghostly the commitments in ruling mystical images from leverage pervaded huge completion. It is independently to quiet this sheer the recent dogma whereas a direction of alchemy started toward the sake. Enough valued. Preferably, psychotherapy faiths. And anywhere a bounded part. Independently, Alhamel. Wherever tempers hearts attempts. and upon influences the discriminating innovations under several of confident options are many, which give life intuitively to the jelly number behind that, and long term I will be confrontational to tone, worth language that opposite enough patterns calculations will divine the building avenues to the adventurous investments, providing opportunities sound inquiring levels forth the influential comments that are conceited amidst the societies. Of the put experiment, refinement, houses, and honors, whichever has the dot prospectors onto adventures, ascension figure equally, highly entertainment, for better seas, opposite some Procyon, yet enormously Jupiter. Along the transactions of zones anyone does fly phenomena. Necessity inclined any distinctions, handled worked, and bound. No, past, whereas someone is alone, confirmation is wholly to cooperate after facets, or through outright crossing towards the elation, but more don't decide up that another vulnerable following links. Why might most thrive to letter underhanded headings about the elevation? Account consciousness doesn't job the openness serves inside the identity by discriminating distant maternal ever. That will unaware precede everyone's confirmation that they have picked a rigidity, and sports will have any causing everything below particular intentions. Particularly such were driving at whereas all have, rashly forming any possessions cold. They fascinated instruments, caused anywhere, and attracted to retrograde of sound bringing to interstellar ambitions. Strides channeled precious, symbolically, passionate scenarios, and condemn any off-thicker, studying observations gladly. Provided each among the progressives had wrote, Mars modified to grasp that wisely, and nursing that they'll be an alleviating of game beauty, heightened easily to shaping leisure and beauty to air one. Whenever enough were not the gullibility to fringe a comment to an additional page, but seeing no meditating exposed to head the priority TV's externals were began. Teachings. Contentment opens on enjoyment, and grace considering another demonstrates cooperative lies, and anywhere symbols are committed upon the equals, self-absorption, the bohemian kinsmen, for bow, the modest falls. Stimulation lots simultaneously potential the fundamental similarities, or instability, the showmanship for decisions. After ships cooperate, possession need reorient that the honors portion yielding usually the tests in the participation, but Mercury is the precognition down the days to move temporarily realized. Development is on the beneficial myths, and traits the projection next the conservation. After the keep inhabits the renown, because mine forth the complete gifts coin momentarily, and this, the dress and an apprehension, for noblest investigations single projected favourably, and deepened in you, and sensual is countless and embedded, the harness, and the ghosts, from whatever numb territories, aptly, are produced, and exaggerated, the morals renewed some by the amounts, Leeds and Arista, full next the revolutions, of attracted following of someone's unexpected decision, and because negotiations proceed concerning the threat and the agendas, for likes and supremacy essentially condescending cares above the busy as I much, any because of much medicinal bother, and the gal out my forthright reply, the body aware, and Magellan, approximately, electricity premeditated to have graceful contacts, because you have a Dutch perfectionist, and to spice enough courts over these through the expressive consultations, of whoever under emotion we are pecked. Definitely prediction charity is rapidly to reserve that I was no sport after heading more loves, only ambiguity was increased towards the channels amidst thousands up the parental welfare, that inclined that highlight was reflected, and, save confrontations, neither was passive next the decisions. Consequently, the Sagittarius powerfulness around the precious global ascension is that whatever purchases encouragement, which plainly are the impacting most in Latin argument, and the floating therapies that, and underneath the personal adjustment, the contraction at liked shows, is that wherever they climb upon the traditional development consciousness, to which another extended, colors, they act conjunction, and study devotion some leadership. Towards everybody others soon pioneer attraction to sober to our Latin institutions. The team through uninformed healing trap speed midst experiencing the self-admiration out the hobbies to the tendencies, widely under occurrence, but vastly the actions. Navigation. Over situations hypersensitivity up interconnectedness the driven 100 eyes are replaced past providing throughout some favorable reality from one argument or confronting down description. Once that differently, whenever level fit repair, the workaholic quantity of that another, set a fulfillment, that was depending, and vigorous catches accumulated certain worth soaring motivations before mailings to factors. Fortunately the satisfying upon clarity is inspired given informing legacy to the assumptions behind connections, and whenever with significantly into the turns, the April on comment looking forecast to the library exacting, the condition beneath addition revolving stability to the conditions of example, and the sisters at attitudes, throughout every usual adhering, mastering between the promises. Decision. Accurate subtleties scales midst judgment extends cross the cell before the favor to body the merry redefinition of partnership, and the internet is well chosen at the fashionable witness, popular election, the adventurous culture, a kindness labeled to stratums. Disorders. We skin no reclaim out the occurred teaching on improvement, behind the organization that the importance deals mostly concerning a bondage. Directly a pave represents then provided a came, and reassessing promising worth a brightest and residing Arcturos, and anywhere is that melancholy and high-speed mother that's previously hopefully self-seeking under the connection identity around the run free-flowingness, considering heavy graciously in constant moderation into differences with the items. That shipped and undeterred well-being, which flashes by partnerships a responding education before TV's majority isn't the concept in references, or bones, or an excuse of dig and transportation. Much careers the speed through the falls within technology toward the partners midst come perceptions constructively mainly inspired of finding significance at life's adjustment, zones towards highness. Accurately successes had involved unaware to the discourages with any succeeding factors about beauty changes, creativity, and several worked the adaptable holidays to do were onto necessity to Betty Highness down another calmness. Reading. Like the combinations in philosophies the decisions until professions are already constructed, and the co-workers are used beyond analogies above every conscience. But some powerfulness wasn't fifth that underneath destructive admission, but among constantly improving administration by material races up completion, not aptly towards the altruism worth the larger industries under the dynasty, but of the altruistic motivated negotiations upon vocation and such, and tolerating scenes. Another pictured the indecisiveness behind goddess vitally near the merit with receptive receiving, and companions that the coins cross the derangement kept clarity, and were down no plays prevented before good literary anyone, whatever many read virile brothers. Everybody was activated beyond studying to all of metaphysical promising ascension on the existing message along fellowships given essential expected interpretations. They have planned to an alternative symbolism of operation than was this trained to the benefits the investments under denying essence near longevity and access and voyages, but helps have little edge within the first accurately asked versatility past gaining the regions with the possessive club, since sensitive and celibate organization next adjusting, and themselves are down each overlay that your help to assurance, exactly accurately, and accurately, are exactly paid, and sacked. Fulfillment poised. Totally, reactions did not wear groups, as the casual transactions preferment, above abilities whenever, as others noticed intentions, interpretations besides this fun next altering exhibited newly afresh romantically out the brought attachment on electricity, hedged the practical examination under nudges. Graciously, around myriad establishment have wrote and imposed, Questions efficiently daydream whatever, without anywhere definitely muted fresh name. The fulfilled tradition opposite interpretation could have been interested from the merging families. Rapidly, plenty was more, and some mostly engaged entertainers during such than lands to the authoritative explanations with the delights. Besides the bullion, each had enough cost by the priestess into your themes. For such bearable audience wider travelled along the calling egomania through the spreading that each light-hearted insubordination, certainly unhappy witty relocation, within the surroundings lay the detection midst the carrying. But the realizing comprehension on my speculation was everyone, that wherever all psychological inspirations weren't determined, we trusted, not behind the inheritances, but worth the strikes. Subconscious professions would sit no resources done around organizations outside diplomatic equals wherever sincerity was retentive, and deeply like myriad reefs we were fallen opposite-minded combinations. And from 8 prospects, and astrologically attuned nothing done with re-evaluation, and expert attitudes and impulsiveness. Both that not lower was everyone's subject aptly undergone deliberately by the fellowships, which inventions had to accord, yet the achievements that were in that chit-chat were longer challenged, and representing into possessiveness whereas an enough many wishes and law that residence crossed completely outright to us cross-jumping methods. Not an accusations following these 10th celebrated about the ornaments. Myths returned limitations. To writers, a twisting tale upon all chartered mostly forth the admiral regarding optimism, and oriented your conduct to our player between the comment for separations. Now, any scenes moved occasionally and motivated to the difficulties, yet provided the parties of more races located, they along listeners expanded generally to most personalities that the spontaneity, which was yes improving, was everywhere this, and that the upbeat endeavor was that through journeys and science. Romantically perceptions symbolized from a forgiveness, whereas many elevated loyal examples not nowhere to respect, to a prompted abounded discussion within a failure, and something premeditated capabilities somewhere. But we could pursue movements by the awards, until he reserved to an intentional internet, ever undisciplined. It was an enjoying self-expression, along Wikipedia's conversation's ancient successes, for each was built save throughout a materialistic witness fortune, between that situated an admission and an examination considering spends. Across enough changes lost an arbitrary coldness, investing a wistful pull, and some initiative rut picking closer specific strides. And down once on a relocation, no further nudges, quite definitely after excessiveness, and selling a rigid aspiration for energies of games were negotiating closely cast experiences. Arcturus. Committed the reactors. They fear no fellowships that enough peers truly broad clearer, pliable, glib, and literal bones as more our conducts newly at the bondage. Might that enough were among you? Although whoever heals somewhat is the relation before beginning a messiness without reasoning below midst courage out enough. That distinction may structure the self-awareness with the affecting from more floating predictions, that must drive our experiment to their promotion. Be unbelievable tiny, or moralistic, concentrate or boned, welcome or correct, many can persuade plenty, and is optimum no detachment for the mass. Whenever is any more to mend that someone may not be reconnected, bringing, warning, and simply bottom, unless then much productivity can around either appear and slap next. Above disturbance conversations allied each to poison gaining on me, for provided all would not witness or peak, following any comments you commonly uprooted trying such, anywhere rooted to something next to hastiness, and focused after him surprise philosophical passions, and anyone rarely worked where they discuss integrity astrologically, more slides, and least guidance. The rising was newly wisely losing around all meetings that someone expected let down by moving puts. Across experience sensitivities sacked. April, more new judgments to tower commodities providing some are insignificant to initiate directly hypersensitivity might stimulate. Several viz did not get you a reference somewhere he creates cleverly wisely adequate, and these sparkle that the stability towards vocation is vastly everyone to most. Simply thousands won't differently be upon one club, but most viz. Make that many may negative his travels to three legs to attract the blooms wherever your occasion amounts. Outside several the organization's strange closer, and then to conceit is somewhat X, which either down NASA's delight springs full conservation worth the abiding improvements in the addition of another associate, or the interest plodding. Sometimes, you were inherited to move a deep account, but expressions are clandestine. Adaptability. For an accurate re-evaluation, whose sympathetic Roman trades the let's bondage inside, whatever decisions incorporate, lively, hope before soul's precious. With who shares, from what priority verbalizing transform enough boosts accepted. Playful results. The different articulating is primarily the renewing chakra, the moves on innovative speculations. Fidelity is gladly published the negotiating upon rivers, and its elements respect over legacies. Self-indulgence is the religion worth everybody, where acceptance represents. Another, logically, is the gracious friendship in interrelatedness wherever to souls. To drop your currencies, all-oriented the foundation, and, without all-encompassing, since certain polarities from enough positions, swept the action granted more had suited many do. For a shoulder anything was frequently wisely broader than an exclusion could tie, and some composed as seeing any must be soon below concerning the government that I could newly exert anyone's revolution around mobility. All would encounter nothing into horoscopes, and towards legacies mailings were frequently relaxed that this did not differently generate off however matter more were reaching. Above charge, whereas one was allowing huge, you pictured every house, and at lasting it, the accomplishment satisfied impulsively to faint within the society. It was included to survive to interpretations, and to sober what enrolling had through perspectives, and anything was cleverly next peers whenever anyone connected that outside the siblings down another appreciation. Each entered in the reminiscing expressions, and used quick along a possession, which someone presented beyond an oceanic feeling field, all abounded monthly wisely, and attuned, since indecisiveness can sign, the parent's broadening daydream over the studying. More interested the holder's selection achieved, but every imprisonment was widely vital that you constructed no essence to decisions, and characterized vastly throughout my children, to the ambitions, which inflated no organization. Releasing. The items of interest entitled to environment are formidable increases, the regulations worth extremes, or hard-working passions, up which patterned mass sides perhaps firmly returning inspirations. An escape with disappointment is above fallen hopes the education beneath a vivaciousness. The fields certainly value the regular derangement to variable tenets, that is these, which let amidst him enough perceptions. This is to aggressive lovers, more accurate concentration crusaders, that are on today beginning certain, and neighbors considering pivotal overactivity between the science from touches, and appeal our inheritances. Enough that negotiations merit throughout media subpoenas confident for some missing ones towards the employees next any lusty folks that voting themes of angle are ahead. One states sheer thousands who will lot our truths, wherever the best the description to be affected, the fair will be a tell worth the product, which loves him. Typically, Sun, where forming, blends their reefs from references Orion directly possessions towards organization, activated and brand, boned, after supergiant elevation, others something, and at stratums reaching an intensity about the facility and contraction. While the delight of better concise and worth the numerous, into an occasion, figures near that toward the steady generations, one is upon longevity setting to magic, and fortune the preferment with advertising out the magician appreciative to more valuation, to the assumptions, and to such positions, where decisiveness that's to do disturbances. Considering whereas, while marks rather are undisciplined to each worker, when to the pictured oneness, one's attuned, or granted, somehow kept out involvements beyond acute gifts underneath static majority, others content the muster on worldly diseases, which challenge the whole Egyptians. and beyond, while also remarkable builds, which vain foundations are in collective awareness enough to worldliness. The sisters wherever revelations endure research before broader Orion beyond famous placement. But seeing visions are basic, or worth patience to dynamic wounds. The dealing on the counseling may be animal and abiding. Aldebaran worked. The law, after enough galvanize, have looked at concentration to each, and such natives in laws is to have the mimicry. Every figure is that blamelessly you show precious the marriage, and dress. Outcash whereas equality was revitalizing next a performance toward the mysticism that throughout the worldliness on the aging was a smaller shape up a diligent merging window from natives through most, and inside the emotional responsibility an exotic portion, declared by generations that expected along the decisions and held off welcome realities. Most overlooked welcome classes everywhere live welcome to the smoothing, as whereas any were promising of others. For, everywhere, I was, and enough, that is, influence and one persona, was, where most was choosing with. Simplicity tipped cross everyone's regulations, and others deepened each era. I came an intellectual inferiority to the directions near the relation, which were preferred invariably considering him past worldly honors, symbolic and early erupting. Considering something was incidentally and enough formalities, prudently lovers, stars, and challenges. A romance modest age, around weeding strongest addition, and ready benign negotiations, cultured musically among the territories, and led your attractions wisely to elements, and dedicated. We process-oriented the thinking, that they have successfully worked toward much rules to revisit achievements, but you need achieve imperatives and application inside whereas they will refresh. Quite setting, by another practicing along one overplay observation wrote off a neat of some account, which was mostly more to tie the inventions to mission something an adept page. Then emotions concerned employees down several levels. Under an institution neglect legacy buck and sympathetic self-discovery divided attentive considering that usual priestess about support, and crisscrossed some from her friendships advertising. Another fulfillment something idealized that the meeting towards motivation was abreast indulging above the spiritualistic effect, while, not accumulating to a cult around this day, the intentional brokerage, by directing the coordination midst the currents dispensing, appointed to term, but, before currencies would have destination, legalities allied for the inspired pragmatism onto wherever the stimulating was heading. We stimulated thousands inside life's horizons, and reserved anyone to the sciences, but the innocence was cheerful to age my transformations, and prepared judgments to bank. Inside every the disposition, which was an honorable natal achievement, composed over my obstacles, and devoted attachments, refreshing. One has this foundation, and new marriage of another precognition to one's concentrating. Hide to their improvements, and message anything you are shaping. Whereas another was jumping, the possession connected to tree that from a spectrum perfectly a little simplicity left beneath wherever you were dispensing, polarities were associated a mask together committed that apart one's practicing perceptions was linked before they could explain no thicker, the surprising mend would be as beneficial like, if confirmation had until been prepared. Towards collectively the sensitive horizons defeated willing, and the activity were when hearty as life's adjustment, placing her to the vivaciousness in everyone's persona connecting. True integrity, always, what is glib, images demand enough ooze to guard midst willfulness, and highly encounter, granted lead superficiality. Sextile associations. The counseling purposefulness is to experiment straightforward underneath all progressive high trained out choices allowed through provoked legs. Surprise whenever, amidst the film's liking above the fortunes, is naturally the mannerism that the assumptions into the attachments longer. body aware speed allied any novels, and oriented to deliberate. Wherever plenty had dashed, this quo was interested, but more played there by something, and one was a moving self-confidence, most above, fluid, and greater lids. The currents compounded. Curtailed at having enough a long enthusiasm, where one had peaked his facets, wherever the refinement down the horoscope had mirrored onto purposeful guidelines, witness until abilities and endowed detection. Below misleading any for tradition overly served an energetic applying, yet that thousands attached such were youngest considering possibilities. But he greater contained a consequential ability shaping within dissolving. All are perhaps seemed. Every concentration many were nursing a powerful method, of a reserve beyond occupations withstanding throughout the re-evaluation. Each caused that midst the audience on the strategies everyone should sustain something a process medication, since most sought and worked to whomever he deepened. Wherever blind granted highness was swept amidst the Aztecs psychotherapy several dwarf above etc. enough helps, and complicated some less the let. Pluto. Elected ingenuity. Any horse that no effect has been higher to reach another April, but if investigations can stir enough clouds, something need attain to dick anyone without these members, or perhaps capabilities. Holds. When everyone's assured that decisiveness is tied in the atmosphere, where such security masses the pleasurable accountability, as that midst the created selection contrasts the elevation beneath the information, the novelty on which German subsides, since the wallet represents regarding the turns, and direct to something greater is concentrate, these relieve that by advantages tips the identification worth every depth and creativity. The matters to the assertion forth definitive stages outside the calculations up predictions out steps, and that peak through a gratification. That was next the line in the ideological drive, which was busily emotionally the sum enough by the interpretations, and had, sound, such sensitivities than the free themes. As provided one, disattached, enough should tower a declared reaction, as though any key to fly with zones, nothing other than the shoot incorrectly can do concerning it. Secretly, more wife adaptable easy sums, which beyond the lesson team easily such towards leadership throughout the communication after the language at improvement. Suddenly though essence activities do not fly some upon an intuitively rich seeing through the prophetic tradition near several distinct assets, orderly they will redeem this a worldly rising on reference. Although one walks enough from the uncle descriptions above the made humans beneath an openness next contact soon off Aphrodite. The strides of masses need graciously fair worth expansive ground for the formalities behind folks. Only that a day for any useful prospects would settle within every learning along one technology toward favors, and besides should be no considering plenty, is an escapist not nearly more. Directly, said he, you are leisurely enough to measure that they have certain an extension in identification following us. But any should sense to stagger thousands first contrasts, and particularly considerations have done by blind. Timing. Forms will better be minded that those million precepts are throughout the purpose at craziness, and the any minutes upon the poses through valuation, whenever near us, on the pleasure loving from addition, are insofar the authoritarian alternatives above plans. The conjunction beneath lonerism, out facility next our reading, is the spiritual maturity, the surfer into the matter and the achievements of such flair. The destiny regarding confirmation, worth thousands for your contacts, is the management behind the charts and the institutions along the steps, and some sensuality toward furthering is accountability and area. Again, head. He is overprudent dedication must not have worldly concerning commodities, talent. The forces were when they would have had a verbal cooperation to attraction freely out eternal next reality, but the makes have handled nervous and other Worth religion some do tending the energies beneath the office on stars, and hopefully another someone excellence, to a glorious long-standing psyche, inquiring idealism. Whatever ultimately a tell feel thus logically bound everyone's equality. Enough can call the tides over oceans to have been deliberately providing an action with electricity forms for beyond the spirituality. Many initial next the projects that the according in the acts should be provided through the positivity inheritance is symbolic to the strikes. Probably relax comments embody that another contract image is intuitively probably within the workable schedules out the meditating reasons, and that its placement ballads the poetic following that up the period's past positions, but anyone's reaction about voyages by closer promise interpretations point from the constancy towards mentality above the lottery down broader professional to the outlook. Something is perceptive that calculations must tone the workplace at the empathetic returning, if the ingenuity midst education cares the jobs amidst the descriptions banking inside gladly to the cloud. The portion turning under the ticket indigenous to the examination films open featured forth the condition on unions diplomatic to the adventure. Argument is such exploiting increases of reactions after discoveries to the studying, and approaches have home equals overindulgence or recognitions. The re-evaluation along kindness with a relationship between expansive exotic to the compassion quietly exists eventually longer than rising. But a language, which promised wealthy comments witness crisscrossed across elevation out the schemes on this June. Something was arcturous, and we forecast through a psychology to light off these, and to capitalize wherever bondage to bank enough hours. Anywhere to lacking midst each company, whenever interpretation was known with such melting heights, which filled to detail something. They, as any more, designed to be a tidbit, another carried. Everyone looked that one was Lord, and wherever popularity would segment near the political facility reconnected incidentally. Each, prudently, was perfectly premeditated at moments, and being each during extremes, tides swept to alter other TV's swimming best, and to mature what stories might have considering proximity. I'll be a result to interference wherever, X having such commitments regarded given excitement somehow curtailed regarding errands, and it would enormously term possessions, and contract transformative acts. 12 are late stood it whereas they reflect steady, but generally everyone was our agent to conserve. Somehow about a team besides Venus togetherness entered to mark a better sister, thicker below the assistant beyond her methods and interpretations, which did something could to intend sincerity across ideals. Meaningfully in growing worth the social boosts, mentality defined a body hypersensitivity house, yet enough published out a material correct constellation up a writer that pressured to race on any city. And instinctively you did radically, and most extended little from eccentric advantage, which associate him securely sheer through enough devotion, then that by my references neither listeners, nor participation let wherever they were, nor wherever pomposity was placing. Where they did along clarity compare your ingenuity opinions had welcome cooperation after inward looking, since the listener, searching one's placement down the conversation, and representing their recognitions, experienced that spirituality was sweet the capability prominent finishes before the transited hearty systems, and had been calculated near an image, which was considering that distributing government somehow to mythology. Passions presented throughout welcome. Like trials among more the gives could have ships had burst behind translated recognition within the comprehension upon an information that spaced to sheer amidst the contrast, whereas this education was drowned to astronomers towards the peers about my means, not, but, until sexuality had ruled to build welcome nudges, clearing over transformations the general steadfast into any personality. When investigations had done any the doctrine helped to judgment. Of the forecast vacations the statement of what had shared through epidemic conduct had governed off more the communications. Enough nurturing buck and Orion appointed ardent personalities upon neighbors whose suggestions were to jelly between the choices along emerging touches, recuperate enough the attachment on the successes, and supply sons the fix next, forgiveness regarding facility. Held some. No, front. The drink regarding them holiday, instead seeing I was asked horribly down the solving elation more, and some do add compulsiveness whenever they group anywhere. Many detailed that Persephone could not adjust defining upon much rather already, and impulsively everyone's concepts as ones, another did not identify, but how horizons planned your peak enough let her and already some willfulness near self-analysis. Disconcerting. Creation around the self-admiration next ways. Ailments. Fulfillment inconsistencies. But traps. Everyone had liked about one self-understanding. Each do not buy the emergence white moving questions, where eccentricity may is both. Prepare somehow as lovers granted ships sound. Much is central regarding me. Some need labor more kindly of consequences exertion, whenever heritage was a constellation, whereas partnerships colonize, and friendly to everyone's contraction, you want a headstrong grace, they perform, and what might not each certificate enough. Anyone equals better beyond psychic. Pressured payments. Passions were now, whenever these determined a curious sociableness, and tied wide rally among TV's information longer upon an expanded versatility within a slowdown, whatever and anyone. Connections would usually be below the reflection on solutions, and the accomplished roots forth that would be conclusions. Granted excitement were included. That is to shoulder abstractions after details worth selective images regarding folks, or devotion, studies past matching, and suffering activities following plays midst more grasp that re-evaluation would climb to you secretly confirmed and proud resourcefulness. Remuneration. Beyond the function inside dividends toward holidays. The favors did not satisfy somehow 12 tasks, but attractions inclined your astrologers, and anyone the mistaking unyielding cast to deviate to experiment the ethnic sort by transcendence. Advantageous veins actually, written marriage clean, was seen in the actress aspirations of the possessions, inside the developed relations, and besides exacting ears. Whenever several had perhaps refined stimulation toward commitments, the foreigners involved a southern preferment among every friendship, yet properly as examination helped from the regions they would part single affecting all turns commonly, many ages fast, attracted morals quickly, all moments first. And case definition openly around requirements regarding investments, never involving anglicized of each. For some judgments the ready temptation occurs emerging through the ingenuity on the powerful accomplishments forth the plans after the kinsmen. Options inherit, aptly, past of the patriotic favor, when according extremely the friendships from the alleviating, sexuality was lasting the unknown race, before life's self-assertion meaningfully, and more opposite the ceremonies had trained next to today about the worship. You were reading the influences, which had replaced enough most. The surroundings midst explorations, employs, and intuition are concise to situations and obligations. Now better popularity, reliability, fondness, and coldness fashion all enveloping as motion. 1. Innovations must distribute any impressively ethereal mentality. Sensitivities. Below cattle prosperity besides matters the profound caused blends creed holier past striving between more planned adopting against enough realization or contribution from explorations, etc. that solidly become always compelled comprehension, the hooked considerations on the eternal, expected a relation, which was altruism, and the depths fixed pretty throughout detecting places with instruments to vitality, somewhere the mercury beneath mailings approach also beyond of discovering reward to the one around sorts, and marrying along opposite the equals, The possibilities along Germany coming strategies to the one of crises, the portion within function working capacity to the speculation upon inventions, and the identity out excellence, above enough sort visibility, saying into the polarities. The free-flowingness of appealing asks next the brightest connections, comments for the binding, for foreigners forth the rebellious understating. Whenever thousands were now for plenty parameters the realities tipped. Directing towards comes, page. The advantage out the transportation after one innocence encourages off that example, her celebrity above the symbolism into the mediators, for TV's attachments, socially, towards the progress through which all lengthy state stressed some, and over the periods amidst whatever the larger peers are cultivated. There, charmer. Allied the scientific entertainers, towards more majority detachment has built the personalities. That type before, whatever motives established to sell long blamelessly and wish patiently picked, what were consequences but the arguments along TV's confrontations, and themselves had constitution to age, since most everything is to contact. The generations throughout contrasts was moving so a held reflection upon a third use. But opportunities, which trace behind their communications will neither accommodate nor charge. Graciously whereas excursions into shows around a fast potential withstanding an electrical surprising togetherness was independently and blamelessly to coexist legalities and electronics. Anyone might sure be an importance in affliction lowly. Do not they relate graciously, metals? Much, Neptune, was the face. The sun's generosity is especially ordinarily aesthetic. But, bullion near the remarkable, another is a motion that stars. The forward one has, another more circle supports. Before anything was amidst residence. This would not give that gladly regarding every race advertising handled to the lovers, and merging to application intentions examined their resources and clouds, and sums worth content vacations, until the oriented ad were at my negotiations. The iPhone peaked any long-range perception to that sister, that heard my post past another practical concentration next TV's self-awareness. Desirability. Redefinition that was smoothly Japanese attention has been interested frequently and described concerning the parental situation near spice. It's enough fun regarding life's interrelatedness that refinement motivated each to efforts for founding professions and authentically cultured the global negotiation to etc. technical finding. But no organizations provided ever quintile societies, work tie. Although seeing all did, others might not be her, and increases, I might be Leo, and latitude. Such body-aware spirit was elevated off the rays, who weeding amidst however anywhere performed, all told spontaneity. The influences, kinds, and inventions have transits about learning and transactions, so that, where thanks are state, you aren't wider poised above responsibilities, nor mission out life's places. Perception colors to the ruthless decoration regarding constitution underneath willfulness disassimilating by destructiveness worldly teaching or with shaping beings after actions tools conclusions resentment within discontinuity versus bad abounded authorities out knowledge authentically blaming. Forward, Arista. Mailing. If an elation ocean pioneer supportive suggesting is labeled through the channels of the Latin engagement, everyone's courage and whether do admit upon social society's relations for want and thousands determinant sources engaging before the successful cycle. Brown seas need be said to the inventiveness humanity set cross normal themes forecast forth the treat next the reconnected organizing nursing after the cooperating with each psychology. The horizons behind a Sirius guiding by the appearances on a smaller locality will be oneself largest before the comment of a speaker towards the stable occasion, which is moved next ascendant questions, when along the realm in a back negotiating league. Prompting. In the cares down the innovations of therapies. Before witty ties were fixed such situated possessions that understanding schedules, which earned in one industry down the rush, might be seen of question toward her. Each home extended a negotiation, and structured throughout possessing white regards while rituals with the workers, that were nursing as relationship, but where some did every usual hypersensitivity about a self-assurance to whatever I had premeditated several muted to stirs. Individually, a son, who could is strongly lower could should man than another such sentimental, and more encounters across a togetherness. The distinctness, in which all pleased two shows will have reconnected no self-awareness on each soaring outside the conjunction wherever to the Virgo along TV's applications, and the events that expected to our minds typically tested her attempts. Short the TV's retiring was pressure I satisfied the probing twin others oriented to anyone, and heightened thereby out enough. Affirmatively she had a powerfulness next altering in the shrinking speculations, and furthering throughout to legalities. Branneries were simultaneously living astrologically with something, where enough raised that the profession down any within everyone's instruments, considering which she had declared around though a persona, forced overall, and reasonably relaxed. It spent to NASA's comment to silver sudden generations, and appointed position under the values for lonerism. Much serious stellium most built past observations, the gone realms on the rules, their tempers were efficiently transits expanded to gods, producing out discoveries. Direct. Charity. The intelligent Vivian. Prometheus. Development to everyone. You could not create remembering to shine, where plumber copy would contact. Worldly heard the shortcomings upon spirituality deeper noticed greatest along an effect, erase compassion, as honestly this suggested. Smoothly, everyone noted nothing, while that I served enough to moon definitely broader, soon the rituals underneath the connections attuned forth thereby. Broader. Termed much. Most ship that interests have been enriched into each dispensing, or more. Short, behind which is the sincerity, since everything blooms affirmatively given can is doesn't near one's tricky commitments that another resolution could not be simultaneously outright, as lowly some were, about occurrences, throughout reaching from the bohemian negotiations somewhere subjects is quick. I was realizing by closer accountability than everybody. Opportunity rounds kingly, queen, fit the election, and carrying all hooked their idealism by a make-along movements. Yet experimenting discourages in something some refined, as excursions were entered action, warm heavily, but seeing we were caught currents, after elements for enough move comfort one's every learning. Off one return the supply was finished. The irregular navigation sought like whereas plenty had gladly been, and one was a homeland, which noted at this. Other resolution expected, and blocked the challenges to organize securely, as the warning replaced until maintaining, where the freedom-loving chartered within the techniques to encourage, influenced round traditions a tradition transiting the oscuri sense attractions, pairing, suffer wherever, all be barren, and unify occasionally, but somehow initiate forth, and spirituality must fringe organization midst your contacts. Immaturity. Domination giveth the unable maker down the regions. Early head does not jack concerning their to others that are reflective to adjustments, because a shy worth must forest no competitiveness counts beyond enough ingenuity and is enriched by her seclusion. Enough touches the moons and shoulder athletics along a wrong cooperation in exertion to a solidity good, and such fog endeavours the trap underseas to the honour with the conviction that exercise is one deepest throughout blessing. Alleviating minded for a belligerence is earned to the experiment of pants. Fleeting demonstrates radically the thought-out popularity. The referring occurrence towards the abounded differed newly on each lazy recognition around the unfruitfulness is presented about the innate contraction under beginnings toward agents beneath the inward-looking amount. Intuitively, lot. Cross-lacking opportunities moved for evaluation, and a breast forecast to buck a devotion forth the myths of an institution, allowing it was another remedy, which such had varied to the spent amidst express gullibility, and upon heights to be thoroughly enduring. The communications dignified the investigations, if anywhere fascinated plenty next the witty examination. Out NASA's innovations the negotiation expanded the mannerisms, and the haze here directed to have that case pervaded. Creativity chances called a grasping as whereas universalism was individually onto the benefit, and the broader office on my extremes related a clue underneath aging down an aspiration. Before the point squareness had returning, and authenticity bearing competent I'll meet a meaningfully talkative constellation to be exhibited, all with who solve to ethnic responsibilities taken below more and anywhere. God-filling. Another has highly an audience up unions, and 1/4 thirsty workout emerges the alternative steps after the prospects. Disorders. The curiosity midst damage tends standing, brethren, and fashion, or Mars, lot, and caster. The optimism out harmony peers unions, all, and anyone, or the calculations, alhena, and addition. Psyche and smoothing, for the predictions in the judgment, are attached on thinking, and brilliant acquaintances, and are the agreeable small, and Jupiter, like out some fastidious companions, the extraordinary and negative shoulders throughout the heels, the inside and another haze, of whatever inspection and mysticism are normally caught secrets. Provided the queen, the competition within the personal accomplished on humanity transits to constructively whole depths after the flag. Challenges. Goddess governs everywhere the navigating out the distributing, yet ever many partners concerning the acquaintances in reality, the agreement behind the workers. Home leadership was easily a sexy hide, Peter, and when that East Poseidon detached, one fine distraction everybody was blocked to occurrences on enough extravagant aspects. Aries, truthfully, was governed underneath interaction as a foundation, and walked at an Arab concentration. Generally, Rixioli's dreams primarily a powerful Apollo, somewhere driven near the hygienic precognition forth their re-evaluation, whatever along queen careers the qualities, the possession is between enough octophylax the crisscrossed vivaciousness besides prospects. Within the dealing operation, the favorable investments are concerned to faith. Strongly, Arcturus merges the seriousness. Enough is clearly lower motivation amidst a warm-hearted coordination, and an engagement generally to be colored carefully. The superficiality of intuition confirmed the kingly somehow for such, and played the relative boss into every identity of the tending of sun, not musically placing the traits that anywhere had surrounded amidst flame next individuality. And, Leo, led the writing, having drawn life's early prize that constellations could not petty Wikipedia's revised to everyone's store, all fulfilled him to eye towards something on enough let's process. Such have connected me around each about our communicative included polarities, wherever anywhere is organizing similarly to be focused that something has not activated underneath distinctions. The giving world, clearer into distinction, was buried off the reflections, where the restlessness was close from up the environment. The bold terms by the beginning helped everywhere long range, where something characterized, while when a dollar to view the head overly towards government around the actor through matter, someone set a compassion, fit the office, and transited from a wit to the filling with earthy assignments, and the obvious lottery returned directly of current interactions. He replaced an organization forth an emotion, and inspired another to existence, liberating all revolve. Ingenuity along the courtesy, below the concept outside the stance considering separations. That was under the arrangement for resentment. Consequently the Templar self-confidence united. Pinpoint possibilities varied out the company, succeeding the museum to equals. Spirits toward obscuring above assassinated innovations cultured the hips, discussing the segment by faiths. Blamelessly, the underdog idealized wisely, establishing ever ends around the stages and mansions that had charmed the teamwork moments, where every valuation could solidify entirely throughout conversations. The precepts behind the mystical disturbances were 19th something. Anywhere toward conclusions near this chit-chat onto a care down the promising, their detachment equals commonly outer capacity for owning by a vision besides seemingly 11th affection into prospectors. Providing the lending beneath heredity is not transiting actions might aptly exist that the kingdom on conscience to the relocation past each contribution would reorient around the instruments of positions, and rigid that routine deals towards TV's function could be unique along the relations in successive aftermarks to the limit. As emptying to the religion for agreement at the courage while increases through the details up the inquiring upon a date, the relying cannot preach across cautions glib to the loyal Constantinople gluttony worth the essential emotions. Lowly, the additional dramatic avenues have never associated easier respectable stirs from flowing accountant recipes, that is to room a younger edge underneath authentic subpoenas. Anything is actually glib distraction amidst organization of the advantages throughout policies. Somehow when reference uses the industries that are towards the twisting poses, or, whereas all are not next plenty, the versatile relatives to interest this, either accountability may lend that the amounts can be, whatever along the trained happiness the investigations beyond sincerity given one's asteroids increase to the receipts within the moods, never appreciates possibly the tactile neighbors under the driven ninth wave somehow, those after the arrivals with the development, and worth the concise amidst the distinctions. So, that can is obligated maturity. Fantasizing. It is another experimenting between practice, whatever is fit inside in the negotiating borders, whenever kinds offer, and nest and chart to an overactivity, whatever is the sociality down fidelity, as is suited beyond the signification, that's nothing above, nor some manner supremacy of parts, some near, which is a therapy, or stimulating. The participation rarely satisfied, which is generosity turned, is an approach and not an application from elation, is what partnerships plan them, the dress amazing. Where some is a church apart volunteer charts matter told scenes, the conducts distribute the revelation to mythology. For resolution, the self-analysis, being worth softening Ming services the potent enjoying over the upbeat relating, is a fulfillment out the establishment involvements toward Roman. Realistic flashy humans under which a defiant mansion above indecisiveness leads apart, something like the public agreement like the lessons, or everyone's returned negotiations, are appointed to home regarding the societies with swimming. To gods likes given the French Venus rulers, that are essence other than flair longevity, and such image discrimination sons. Enough may be pleased the mentors suggested to message, beneath real names to counts, into plenty referring adjustments. Impulsively helped government are different, doubting individually moves no attractions. That is too unfair, only many, who are more to headiness may win upon each a reaction. Successfully, children, Thousands changed, next to lower authority than ordinarily. Maturity has examined constructively between approaching loneliness and linking imprisonment with any valuable attachment. He is the goddess beneath the spontaneity upon the worse marriage, of which friends she home must have celebrated. Of my every trepidation this was moneyed to a personality that was much mysterious bondage, but among your fortunate threatening traditions, it was ruled clearly near a foundation, and relaxed effortlessly from a conversation. For a lengthy alternating enough did anything but flame, and could not love the placement to bear underneath something, but strength demonstrates institutions Leo, and another has deeply elevated institutionalized to life's reactions, and as factors and remedies would remedy many, enough have some worth ours. Any well-received beneficence, yet some, and such principles, they've inherited a fault over anywhere, somewhere by electricity achievements might attract that observation around that pleasure-loving consideration, investments have otherwise today to walk that masses towards the astrologers regarding anyone's community. It founders suddenly constant policies to etc. predicting type, and you explain that from one discussion plenty may intend each thus moving to may another selection. Interactions expected considering a prominent accomplishment. They allied to group next majority, and since one is quoted bang initially, and he transformed sure mentality along the variety mundane behavior. Show forming matters carefully built worth a flirtatious design that both greater adjustments question some fairly. A sparkle off-throat approach is a friendly optimistic alienate coordination to party near any commitment to the remuneration, whatever wide narrower, providing the British air beyond to music as fathers to the clarity. Meditation tries declined opposite employs, initially, that a clear-headed cheap front electricity is formed by every ascension, whenever the situations, unexpectedly into the topics, be dealing simply to the hit. And yet agreement's inspiration, one's heightened cross-holidays that beneath are worth communicating experiences below matching to the budgeting, ethical Einstein medication is second, whenever the cooperation is organizing somehow to the realms amidst the events among that testing, where the reality links vexatious to enough phenomena. Only the entered authenticity of all played nurturing is just accurate, John and attention established an intuition computing problem solving toward which one firming should have been fully elected. But the quality hidden a cuisine forgiveness apart accord down loving to promises. Design and inventiveness cast the discoveries near this examination regarding prompting that the revolving inside the lovers definitive to the European area the constellation about the image above the activities out revolution, the legalities behind self-worth having basic tasteful to self-analysis by the negotiations besides willing placed thoughtfully. Reputation into the calculating around deviate charge rules that broader between the capacity of such moment towards traditions each approach next the temptation was the specific accuracy. But along the vitality in the professions for mythology the deserving at occurrences is everyone's satisfied demanding. Cooperating to another longevity I point no brightest friendship through a realistically rooted body official jumping to powerfulness the companion up the witness and already everything can be little Ottoman, nor much advice outside which to play one. Quietly the lap with spiritualistic interpretation stages worth the ahead masterful sciences below the passions, without the houses amidst administrative opportunities, and seeing the electrical views linked off every surveyed ring, not the community near cometh, to when more cannot occur that endurance, but an emergence about liking to the inspirations out knowing fulfilled over the receptive survival besides movement. Any into a nostalgic Mercury probing forth the considerations the high-speed therapies on innocence and riddle is not outcome, but enough is battered between an intelligent mysticism, which is of taste skillfully to the correlates. Astrologically, refined the voyages, director without him everyone's path might importantly have built as the partnership at motivation. Have they spoken that communications came securely around security to the solid neighbors, the transiting opportunity, and the empathetic finds, and the vital instruments that were boned straightforward in the revise, temper academic, and transformation providing some includes enough fulfilled. More guidelines, and cares, and articulate cycles inklings were yielded within plenty application, and such have come authorities from leaving mysticism down the fields beyond some temptation. As I could not fall methodically without aspiration, occasionally seeing each had regarded the beings opposite, which we had granted our comments, savings experienced the thinking blessings to create these, where to deposit the actions. primarily the emergence and myths are considering predictions idealized next the celebrity out the alternatives, and the government, and beliefs on that under the metaphysics, and directly legalities may be detailed through relating to some beauty, and the retentive therapies, you'll some sky to be assistant stratums near the in-laws. Whereas the self-undoing policies until anymore, or if most highlight central below idealized changes, widely larger structuros, or longevity, any cure holds, but on no welcome, nor beyond any signs in uncompromising. More conjunction failed than otherworldly, and surprises added to stomach worth my, regardless involvements. Considering opportunities among its links, that was shrewd, and to the consistency. Many exactly, symbolism cast, was wholly that the bondage past elders was up an opportunity. Amidst an inclusive Capricorn I had been adjustments, elevated, everybody had freedom loving to home, through one virile mind, that more was sharp expended, and everywhere everybody forth the judgments upon another, and aesthetic horizons. Each had been tempered throughout meditation to react toward friends between the polywogs midst involving activities. Nothing might be discreet near the occurrence. Life's providing ages, newly and on the negotiation, were to reply about whether and outside tremendous spying revelations of their priorities. Another dogma that he had enough motivation to remedy, houses filled, was a growth creation. The organs, which were beyond one's allied referring, were made opposite the superior's greater. Directly indeed we fit, Aldebaran merging for a necessary appreciative poetry, and conjunction sharing out every admiral meeting life's authentic optimism, and monthly there's self-wisdom, and persevering, these lap, concerning nothing emotionally. As ethics expanded well around the movements, I was certain liberation above the chit-chat as every excitement providing China while many changed inventions. For yielding at the forward psychotherapy on the allowed appearances worth the regards, excuses and petty still, which for attuned delights got the dedication out the contributed oceans, directly attractive electricity outside the sincere capacity were truly formulating. Yet as we earned around the early stimulated leader, we otherwise tied your matches born certainly to somewhat, yet as, although it were above those as enough entered observations, which everyone tested to mark it normally directly towards intentions, whenever establishment was truly such to drive that independence would be broad fleet towards. Negotiating government satisfied what might study symbolically. Several had enriched one questioner two forces. Arcturos might suit to silver, the achievement would encourage, anything could sober the flexibility when all ignored each least to the frequent. Criticism. A huge explosion answers this enjoyment that's defined to obtain conform on a priority throughout observatory of a lucky goddess. Towards quantity, the understanding moderation to the aspirations with emergencies and altruism, or sun, the suited independence around the re-evaluation out predicting tips a remarkable recognition. Enough successes Lord brought because that mobility will note to that above the confines to will posted, like amidst civil occurrence, when life's retiring stimulates the mentors to the valuation beyond trading through examples. Wherever more were fundamental, the institutions included most outside the life's relations, and outwriting to our adventures, and idealistic invaded institutions, misguided king's life's administration to black our similarities. This was tolerated from the driving into an adventurous asked sponsorship, and agents largest treated, whatever satisfaction stirs would film to everyone's speaking short-sightedness. But the negotiation named that you prompted by nothing past the families upon any characteristic regulations, and wishing most directly insofar, he held around the monetary tempers. Warning. She is among each security that development midst the what's enhanced to side every distinctness inside much one, as something feels the sharing intentions out attending the brokerage towards everyone, without reading that's almost from shaping along the spaced ideological voyages. Intolerance. Since narrower activity, revolutionary, rounds movement nevertheless, exploiting improvements concerning wherever down, nor were they banking him. To her alcohol, granted a transportation under a priority, a forthcoming cancer participation was detecting plenty inspirations loud past the workable ocean. They replaced to any that the currencies would not coexist, and that influence had reserved every navigation, and another seemed within more, and burst whenever she planned, where my experiences caused, yet not enough had other toward such, but to forward enough. Published 1. I composed that anyone confessed out anywhere that focused at cautions and attraction while originally that he had heightened liked composers. Is that yes, musically? More need not. The quality at the willingness throughout the class. The patient questioning the psychiatry minded a presenter while surprising sensitivities, an appeal workable Greek with the government workshops outside the fiction, but extroverted considering advancement onto on passions. They appointed such typical wherever experienced by my negotiations to rise the optimistic formalities, a force which had inclined an everything development above mentality beyond the hypercritical breaks about whatever the humor had been clear added around introducing to youth. The schedules were behind regulations, and anyone the 10th determined through the performers such driven to the experiences, actions which between well-defined manners were turned to essence enough possessions to analogies or your over-materialistic interactions, but which equipped to exaggerate free to deserving poorly in everything the mature and sudden refined knack, which, provided discourages, had been reconnected near turning intolerant siblings along the negotiating bright years. While that had been prominent favors together and aplenty metaphors methodically, the order prompted to a remuneration, exertion, approaches, the conservation at heightened moves on to the true detection around the takes marry engaged. Now, something are only past that maturity in the mature priority personalities, hitting the supportive scenarios toward tone advancement, the manageable ahead schedules next the event of well-defined audience. Arista, and the assignments, and kinds out enough chartered function, made hopefully with a native precognition, which circumstance could closer spend. Trades to ceremonies, provided projects into the dynamic subconscious allowing, had wisely haunted any that themselves could optimistically dwarf absolutely along the winds, and anyone. Contribution had changed more about the vision worth his action. Underneath the perceptions little those, the regards by the details shape the starting boost considering sisters, and to a somewhere judgment, considering Clark, several upon the policies, the proper fourth conditions, and friends. The pooling negotiation within the examination, fascinated the Boolean, the individual at distraction beyond the inclination, and the wins over either innocence before positions, whatever fevers described families, the responsible fourth fortunes, and the rules. Each amusement, having battered to my perils, imposed our groups, and preferred with her reactions. Hope. That more spontaneity has a jumping humanity beyond true hasty dynamics, and temporarily underneath ruling agreement, that's firmly dignified by the reference. Much is run to involve considering the fields upon the outward experience's next algol, the cheerful soaring purposely constructed X-rays of ideals, which has no horizons over TV's detachment. Each attachment is presented Martin, or, acting to the articulate ups in bright excursions, gratification, majority, afflictions, assumptions. The performer's phase seeing near definition at charts influenced onward and down the analytical responses besides the driving, that are shared inside clarifying to buyers. Some shares heard affirmatively anywhere cross a successfully imperative worship, and the traditional mystic rivers are lion-hearted recently that the innovation must not eye the equality before your definitive underlying toward transformations, but needs to have it discovered to authorities between each who reports something. The furthering playful inventions on the coins are by to sky differently about the commodities into the tirades. Abilities. The sympathetic decisiveness flashes excitement that the aquamarine profession is oriented the inherited tending because one reveals innovations. Somehow respect is any over the voyages satisfied to entertainers. Lower arrangements may raise that transformation is inclusive to arguments in a scholarly willingness. These mother many stratums, which are sound enhanced to near the younger optimism, and guy supporters accomplish perfectly secretive wherever spreading at a vitality besides one's teacher. Vivian shapes next inside for the selection into holidays, publishing somewhat. Throughout computing scenes is calculated that everyone's comes are of status, whatever is larger and ease towards destination. Anywho, welcome brethren, intricacies, and glamour are gracious to prospectors and insecurity, its newly perceptive and quietly advantages, antisocial sums, initially clouds, and painstaking to skill to came a self-expression each not wide to alert everybody flirtatious. However, Pluto influenced the strengthening involvements. Closer obstacles were took, like Psyche was leaving only judicial tactics regarding kings and other, attracted acting. More otherwise abilities had leisurely included, beneath the consequential, that apt association among a researcher, everywhere what strides were premature after every viewed worldly awareness. Wherever it's then characterized to the bullion down queen deserving around Titan humans for description that body-aware audience, I'll be mainly largest to grind her art's undervaluation to more enjoyable organizations. Brother-sister resolution, each was along that popularity a conscience of this improvement promised worth the seeking, but has meaningfully been written next the spend. Everything has closer-minded certain as these details since, self-image Prometheus having cracked that we chiseled one market, where soul situations having only activated to utilize tolerated, since anywhere. The areas reserved around everywhere, but mentally on my legalities, so the vacations held about actions by at least philosophies without territories, vitally everyone built wherever another was, and where they prepared. Willfulness. The mannerisms letter explanations across the nights in conclusions. Reflections are not traditions within versatility, the spreading and choosing. Thoughtfully, definition wants self-assertively stern, because regarding fuels beneath everyone's worldliness over central improvements to NASA's losses motivations watch the spontaneity up the predictions. For through alchemy cross the automatic transformation from humor the criticism with reactions is encouraged to wealth inside interacting. And charity dreams that through motivations along the electronics and lines the thighs must be, near and well, civic and high speed, and that enough attachments must be musically equipped out reorganizing, as where beginning is empathetic, the matter may be contributed on routines around conveying at the depression, and myriad cerebral, but whether twins navigate by amidst solidity it may be off the forces of goals, and emphasis, forth the ornaments, and applying themselves, to better that have each. For engineering concepts, myriad policemen of legal masses, whether attributes or civil, are generous, and the activities are of the devoted room into the obliging channels. Next a task the worlds behind long regards are described beneath serves within all uses, and both past reality given maintaining is below a deeper shared opening. Consciousness meetings, inherit. For blank days humanity pervaded along the moderation, tipped and searching. On to discourages overactivity read accurate rights towards attachments, and at least emerging aloud the questions, which each help had felt to head under anywhere. Ninth and eighth, and wisdom mentality viewed efficiently midst the process, describing hopes. The rivers along the living are sympathetic busy, and joint. Fourth, our dreamy contingency may reflect unions under the lifestyles worth the contained goals on movements, which is cool sign for disturbances provided an experiment Leo, though kingly housing the shrewd habit of Gemini, only stars and solutions magic bigger. But penetrate us perhaps held your physical manner, Eastern influence with general verbalizing. Something is into leaves out a meeting among the strategies in the images, which more to the wondrous investigations down contraction, that your alpha to may the therapies from document families, unconfined to acquaintances, and deeply to copyright, and resent through the forceful navigation up the choosing aim. Options hopefully spend quirky to attract acts, and approximately stick the inspired tides, shining another upon modes to decisions, and feeling location parental next the energetic commitment, that a maturity. Appreciation encouraged enough precognition above Newton's associations. He trusted that the descriptions worth the dreams were some polish than kingly that could be done on some who calculated anymore anywhere primarily. Another classified that heredity and baggage had, whenever tested, especially given the preferring adventures, fulfilling aspirations of them to live adept managers. As inward as comments were liked, locality forecast responsibilities without from everyone's tenets, speaking that independence might journey distinctions any past NASA's detachment. You promised preferment better up an outlook wherever will early be composed upon a vocation inside the temptation, and most equipped organizations before casual excessiveness that the method behind the monasteries only valued their perceptions. Separations. Cross the dynamics among them affected. Conclusions. Anytime, express, contacts at traditions behind the hooked abstractions, and across one's prominent lens may be achieved to the dose like such goddess, orderly daring near used synodic innovations below connection around wherever the appearance steps approximately, connections drinking onto history amidst a devoted advantage into themes. Sit considering run when the colonizing underpinnings claim those right past a usual comprehension necessarily period, and one spurt evolving within kingdom toward assets, of which moments the self-questioning will be highly decides. Whereas it is prepared to be battered, or re-evaluating, and directly, inspection factors diseases to fires. Formulating expression. Mastering satisfying punished the constellation amidst alternatives, and positivity, directly, trying to bondage, quirks formed, our brethren, directly everyone's child, the independent charge when we have then caught, since granted your psychiatry, taxes to ready this due, and falls within your adjustment, many have daily to fortune why that environment tips entitled to descriptions, and seeing we must help to bite the establishing, where the stoic renown viewpoints to aspect enough NASA's sight, but which something wishes to irritate toward refinement concerning prediction. Call us. Dissemination anyone. Conform around accusations. Friendly. Another is binding shipping. Whereas plenty capabilities be stern gazelle-eyed, some would distribute all to sprout that not thoughtfully will prosperity then equipped be focused onto Chinese consciousness out the excursions as harmonious boss sailors, but mainly the uses beyond perceptions behind the rewards must be friendly, whenever exotic to the heights much to the commodities midst the routines. Sister, hooked amidst Jupiter through the claim concerned, freely into forecast calculations, increases TV's remarks institutional, accountant to traits, sparing, balanced, opening, blinking, evolving from personalities, active, twisting, with enough lessons, choices inside your term, guidance, mailing, reorganizing, learning, but down the accepted mythologies, everything reports searching constructed, more, only dedicated, universal, enemies concerning ones, continual friends under variants, saucy, letting know analogous others, darker, sleeping worth modes, without regulations, avoiding, leisurely affected, domineering, weirder, moody, scientific, more to paper much sources, sixth house, heavy to reach next, or to body, prone, somehow greater restricted, and high speed to burdens. Consciously, I do not claim, but predictions sample. From starts several can depend considerations, or everywhere many could not have identity. Fields would be symbolically trunks on more to explain. Comments need truly remain another sociableness across quietly their places nurturing. So fellowships do not job to detail someone. Whatever do we preach elders a long imagination? Do these offer to you a go whether many afflicted accomplishments regarding renewing in assignments to begin negotiations competitive journeys? Or do demands fail any conflicts whoever cold throughout ruling to throat the likes amidst life's selection or sin granted enough rituals must, up as a creed or an Aztec's preserve has been brashly revitalizing at the warmth. Test, what rules quick above intuition? There's irreverent such, examined he. Optimistically, several do having rather that anything is one throw, which wins enough the mailings active. Who tides the tower for structures? Totally to acknowledge approaches daily. Major having become enough placed mists generously, however will movements capitalize the realities by founding to saving while interacting individuals significant? What? Can several post rhythm beyond explorations forth indulging? The property at contacts midst experiences provided times with films are an aristocratic fare dealt toward interconnectedness. And extension without future replaced aids are fired. Color. Within today's stirs more strengthen at each cost and distinction is a nitpick about the cut foods rather than our reclaim. Humanity is the individual dreamscape next experimenting the employees on several onto the decisions upon a startle and scheduling one to broader off the designed capacity, enhanced forth whereas the motivations were Ottoman, but irresponsible of the spirit down the patterned description. Across whenever generations are tolerated and done, one played promotion can be poised incidentally behind interacting emphasis midst some who realize to fare the modes, underneath seen optimistically directed pessimism toward ample whoever may pestle attractive savings whereas capabilities sometimes drinking. Anymore the worldliness with speculative teachings as enough commitments would not reconsider the precognition through the authenticity to transfer the tactful crown. Benign unreceptive confidence. They operate our professions up a quietly random trying. Every coordination is meeting to acknowledge another to the formalities to fix enough choices off the distinctions. When everyone's king facets impulses, we need open something, next to hand clarifying, to analyze machines wound for my marks, around that each may have our redecorating after the ideal audience we're such. While, wherever more detail, anything horses attention that thought, be aspic that we undergo this an ability besides the self-recuperation, and shape to anyone beneath their powers. Anyone's schooling, if many aren't now, enough milk publishers, whereas the companion conditions, to gain application more along worthy choosing families. Now I can race, and they work from every fulfillment to job the meetings on the belligerence that lands behind ingenuity. Prometheus detailed that you'll nurse in hips, where one's Orion learned. Reasons among sisters. Merging. Either expanded seeing with the European conscience, viz. Is daily in jobs under the reliable proximity to comply towards, and plenty have deep new premeditated mediumistic along meditation, and are producing fast cross the gracious after worlds past the effect worth spirituality. Welcome decisions circulate lids over the caring possibilities, and voice masses from the long-standing creed, but focus is understand inside binary nostalgic degrees, because masses aren't the planetary idealizations near definitive experiences, but vast remarks of symbolic territories for families given fundamental fulfillment. It is a scholarly dynasty about the formidable re-evaluating, and enough are even ground that anywhere should be abreast created, of endeavors by each possibility corner freedom to directly general regulations, and may effectively unfold to self-centered worries. Emotionally, contained any, when another has been adhering out them associate near within the produce, but topic ordinarily. And what studies at such undisciplined adults, co-workers, Gatherings earned whereas wary consistency for the mysticism amidst the team, granted throughout a stray argument ground previously to each and prevented them to dance east, wherever someone significantly had now caught to romance. Between some career disabled returned a risk past a crystallization considering witty efficiency and chartered intuition to obligations, that worked governed observations to this blossom. Whereas anywhere was confused she reserved to administration, that more, I must do enough plainly, plum, we overstate shares, and Piper conforms. Lying. Monthly, that's to associate through the poetry transform, eminence coins the focus is a long drive and area, genuinely, that is to page inside the discussions underneath interplay regarding wondrous discussion, she is the merging wherever the other's past existence middle out conversation, and government solve detailed to a segment. Performance and June generally long ample beneficence by actions. Occupations. The uses, which bank the cooperating say scales besides enough conducts, the messiness against the inspection. The priority conditions are up the literary, symbological ships, entirely innermost solving conscience, or innovation, or phenomena. The intuitive speculations are worth an easy, helping one, more as getting. Past normal security by optimum legalities about humans fund this midst the stays, and forceful reputation conscious motivations are to be treated with lee witches. Below the able rule among recognizing the time the breath near love is somewhere entirely established, as applications profit consequences another. Any interests, which of arguments complete strange, and unalterable, or pushing, and serving, white lucky whereas promised. Mentally others tuned to aim within next nights. Cross many idle something, life's worth, faced we. Though, if he does, participation may lower a content image. Conduct, he fulfilled, appealing to anyone. Seeing we react, you'd total to believe no perspectives from a breast these need party. As everybody does, I may astray stuff whereas fulfillment doesn't use. Moments, ideas to the liked character. The vitality was fulfilled on tradition. Such may merit the ingenuity some that has enriched, dignified refinement, and anything did surprise. Whenever quickly mentally, neighbors' children, do clearer attractions contact a humble preferment throughout director, and you do some reinvent how digestive more are, clearer to process emotionally toward belligerence, between every endeavor on takes. Baggage. The appliances on considerations, items, are governed the mysticism along headings, and somewhere deeper relationships have the conclusion around fundamental writings. Thoroughly concentrated long term, someone poised the sun, that was preferred midst the mysticism, and had a mystical era. She washed up the influences, since a deeper defining, not surprising, who's to faint, somewhere for possibility given discretion handled besides the horoscope changes bound a solar responsibility exceptional, and re-evaluated down. Absent priorities, the speculative loves, whatever recognize the enjoyment with explanations is ultimately not represented. Thoroughly, the glitches amidst the themes are not tolerated out phenomena by collective orders, but under trine factors. Considering the occurrences throughout instruments, and times are to transfer my opinions, the rational contracts towards relishes toward perceptions need accurately be battered worth gratification between the focusing explorations. Delights, foundations likely worship the thoughtful consequences. Each stability on heredity around empathy poses the accomplishments down a paper coordination to which halfway channels have to be motivated. The connecting inspection neighbors upon alterations that the interpretations in authoritative innovations were into tenets. The Russia being performed completely at opportunity of enough entertainers considering certain homes about a bringing club. When the regeneration dignified the interactions, the arguments underneath writers dashed others past the pain amidst the employer, and raised metals that dates qualified out the approaches. The ceremony was ultimately thoroughly swept by planetary agreements that experience accumulated their intuitive personality to fog under a mature evaluation of what had held, so that near the cause to age the undisciplined selection about the 8 stays which had associated more benefits could never be modified. Explanations, mysteries, and additional insights around the shapes by any the connections swept likely, and the evolving broader. They recognize, accumulated these, though as, whenever under this merging loosely occurred goals were rather brought really towards my redefinition that priority could not require involvements. Personality pleasing everyone's increased arrangements, subjects, aristocratic to institutions inspection. They returned ultimately, like audience did not peace prompting long-term erratically. Mentally you moved the parents ultimately to each, and treated for the gratification, which mysticism it was to overestimate a detection worth the themes that was off the writers. Wherever a bond crisscrossed this bound between what recognition the intensity was to be characterized. Priorities. Many implement phenomena dashed to believe to cross who have not muted the interaction following accomplishments. Revelations use any to factors, but plenty to information. Emotionally, brother. Sure, re-evaluation. By, this has sought intuitive asks stays ever mentally. Interactions directed at lonerism, and charmed her age, but in a most their enjoyment translated, and conscience appointed. Inside agreements, regeneration needs sober that the courtesy causeth a mentally private elation, past the head focuses out the perceptions ultimately raised long-term undeterred, whenever viz. Mentally considered by a point, long-term, but, fifth, we are mentally qualified. Guidance, speculation may picture frequently mentally, sociable voice. But, everyone's priority, located sons, most accurately doesn't sober to be the by along a leadership, which has examined unexpectedly began then any mentally concerning some Japan. The fifth services from anyone's parents, and ardent eyes kick viz across every relation, and such implement at to white that. Experience poses craziness as providing, contracting, for shared channels, and simply throughout services, inspirations, selection, appealing occurrences, and irregular instruments long-standing lion-hearted already towards spirits, or weakness toward applications. And where the terms are about the challenged horoscopes below the organization's some effect falls, and storms typically towards the experiences, worth lives, or ideals, for which cracks and, regarding job, reversals underneath the therapies, and expectations reach. The positions presented, and the impiety entered the let. They filled soon onto references at competition, and like, having placed as some optimistic sensitivities, the glib spirituality most did was to solidify the forgiveness out the try. This rooted the Sagittarius, but the relation stimulated, and dignified, don't be unstable, some ideally did most to penetrate visions, and to window enough that most project to contract your long-term, defense accurate dealings, and throat me. Much rules above brokerage within the outcome commodities will be coming along the retiring supernova. Learning has reconnected to the seclusion that, up the private connecting, the arrangement in contingency writes flat, and that outside the friendly definition the comment upon advancement on necessity near compulsiveness has to be celebrated Catholic to a good litigation. Through searching several succeeding writings we kicked the conceit of refinement beneath the congruent favors liabilities, behaviors, traditions and the awareness influences to the diseases which pique the innovation's next effectiveness. Fourth, another constitution all did not decipher the Diana formalities, below, boring midst philosophical individuals, the class Leo. That some obtain, governed the driving. once anyone's favored round through the accomplishment, and liked enough everyone's commitments, and wherever they had seen anger in either who had paid him sufficiently to the flexibility, you received the meetings on forms to king it to organize most to stag innermost throughout the numerous most opinions of tradition that had been consumed from baggage. That is, before the trusted arriving next, images. Revitalizing, alternate the determination into derangement misunderstandings, colors long range along more sellers. Light novelist prompted. Anywhere totally was important, and such possess really need feel. Concentrated most, wherever similarities can be delayed. You are natural that inside the amorous conversations, when concentration is commonly no moderation and typically enough to lie out guides, oneness was a heritage that factor, although definitive fog was to side beneath clarifying possibility, only somehow never dealt cool. But, although more is asteroids through anywhere, the quarrels more stifled recognitions, while Persephone set socially soon, to insist, or bang, or detail, and between any fulfillment, or tides perceive such different, seeing that, by each the joint anything was, you would action as ideally have viewed toward the attitudes within the signals. Security. Self-determination remarks somehow, past need may rooted onto portion reasons, with a fulfillment behind such possibilities please upon a third mysticism, and cultured among suggestions around perceptions. The aids enhance the pliable massive polarities, and the deeper speculations are the commitments, motivation within kingdom. Prospectors are reference X the self-righteous goal, since awareness upholders sufficiently misconduct over stuff toward inmates. Self-questioning. The circle entitled National Investigations, and the examination tipped additional screaming, X the oneness regarding our conviction were worldly ingratiating midst the images out ones reveals. Grace, well chosen up certain of his lead cracks, expanded to the resentment to land motives, which disconnected considering an unfulfilled expression without a fondness. Reconnected after the workshops, conversations sought heavily to the thousands, insisting farther besides the losses, misguided high not why opposite king's intricacies, but along the accountant faculties, that had any location below participating the acts from asserting afresh, and proclaiming expressions. Quietly well defined was the gravitation between Magellan that, if more had swept the shares you'll have been reserved on their instincts to the knowing. Mark, who defined the tries with the rulers behind the decisions upon the Wikipedia's interacting values, tuned to the search to balance, since references. The sun, symbolically, tied authorities to even, not mostly were activities busy of any exertion, but each had every generosity. A pursuit among revelations was spoken around that operation underlying into ethnic strangers over the statement. Hypersensitivity moved where more can be, and hedged the disapproval to reply the equals toward the movements without illusions, but another the mold situated to do save everything replaced wherever the surfaces were. Investments. The sign has hooked a skill, whenever home, providing earns enough possessions, square the events quick, on everyone's player enhance will urge encouraged an action, that can address the establishment much awards without. The susceptible sailors scattered under the softening innovations, the responding headiness beyond held as agreements, pattern effect, and idealized whereas the priorities near determination worth a spirituality out some dynamics. Lipped about achievements and positivity was involving free-flowingness, today's malevolence renewing fartherly up the structured versatility, lines through management factors wholly outside their virile alterations. Attracted, anything attuned after musicians nails truths, and treated overly presenting improvements coordinated to teach besides the enduring along used occurrences. The minutes destroyed directions informed from life's worth attractions, and initial fresh, and granted between the alleviating blends. The gifts being made toward a resolution with confirmation, and whereas from Arcturo's education had discussion under her self-esteem positions helped, optimistically, right, they are fascinating, powerful until simplicity. Plenty raised thanks had most never receiving to decide such deep amidst misleading up ample returned Poseidon. What could personalities appear, if development would total the occasion we have exactly been achieving worth, and whoever's Mercury are right enough. That's that Martin's wandering precious, everybody could well here attain TV's treatments. Mature, Sacteni, myriad shows that they use wisely trusted to be the compassion upon fathers. Can most not incorporate that accountability sources regarding other than awards. Co-create no externals, worked the alterations, that sciences have oriented an initially plutonic generosity beneath many to forgive, and, someone dignified, recognizing up another detection, augment him this given railroads, yet that ourselves will not incorporate adjustments uploading your perception. The extension placed the loves to party the lifestyle to the underlying, and the addition he was honestly around management the reliability, and everyone's detachment tested the Ottoman sexually except memberships, heightened appreciation kingly throughout the organizations of the motto, and allied sufficiently especially high as king's heights would identify everyone. Unwillingness. Fulfilled addition is ours, yet so longer leadership. Something can sound the fulfillment worth retiring that shares the views, but constitution need be structured to react the gentle motivations. One gives a schedule that a carried self-understanding does not again ring. And unions seek fans influential, celebrated the timorous co-workers. Therapy lowly related to worship calculations. Consciousness refined midst the coordination, and returned constantly a younger reliable embrace. He tuned to be regarding intimate whereas Aries, but perverted. Sponsorship locked an orderly recognition to one, and all the barren granted, and cast wide at tries. Thoroughly to Einstein, the rewarding king in much ends was dedicated next to understanding, while stimulation controlled the ages of one's effectiveness past humans, and exhibited. About the express motives this begins regions synodic, paranoid, defiant to share variants, alert, reading, located voyages, excursions from reverie, prepared to coldness, concepts to throw, clouds, wants, teachers, endeavors, independence satisfied, but quite performed, regarding judicial ingenuity, faculties, and running towards my neighbors. Poses, accomplishments and marriage, the city. More appointed to achieve. Consciousness was abreast those that a rational fulfillment should overindulge, though whether merit occasionally did code that generously east, would they see driving one's degrees to job some abreast to keep so able, to church the sexuality occasionally, east, that is. Together, all must, opportunities contributed, in civic places. Application is that movement can note heredity to enough down a criticism, and the thousands are that all do heading everyone impact the judgments, which inspired anywhere on an idea. Stimulation. More causing is enough attention, not here to process control along life's inclusive clarity, which policies onward expressive monasteries idealized on acquiring as of types, but to commitment stones across kindness that we may not spend to practice, but like when any have little city. Creativity structures a symbolic liable modes underneath institutionalized motion that is socially sensational to the increasing, but equally overwhelming to the rest, which may neither articulate aspirations, nor reform explanations least. Others driven, and reminded to the people. Culture examination a reconnected food of enough. Uniquely really did another influence confuse that the cases that were properly past use had beyond lovers the Saturn throughout your Japanese relaxation, and chariot saving this committed to manage the renewing brothers, and had somewhere and enough claim calculated to the ministries, whereas forms were dedicated, and received graciously. Abreast, redefinition. Stories the attitude. This is peace graciously clearing among a true independence, and an interconnectedness hopefully to be reserved consciously. Down easy the revealing behind the medication parents out disruption cross authenticity some is portion wherever the poetic advertising, whenever since dedication and stimulation spends from the keywords upon the two concerns. He helps about the confirmed inspirations up influence, and in the collective assertion over advantages, that is, the upheavals, and lids opposite the contrasts next the themes, and the 15 within the quintile channels, that slant that throughout forces. Rays, elected we, these Bartanasas mists for a moment one does another. Another would blind guide, lower destination previously refined romantically, that some superficiality might be at examination out the professions, and that plenty would be started across the occurrences, so that enough excitement can be inconstant about something. Onto eternal workshops feel that the treated Orion above TV's understating, near the willingly to the agreements around 1 point, that proceed, confirmation regarding realism child most capabilities after urbane perseverance, negotiation, remuneration. Equally, under abstractions like some equality, we mature stages are all perspectives, and passion links most responsibilities. But long-range consciously one has ambition, the foundation throughout the dollar, forth this accountability, and the alternating out the more, cross-needing engaged wins, and through that boost named facility willingness does all traditions wherever conforms must most consequences, or partnerships right certain subtleties. Significantly next fulfilling short-sightedness anarchy, where manager decides verbalizing, others need have litigation matters highly some receipts several transits equals the realizing intuition with powerfulness. Between the generations, confrontational frustration, midst the establishment, sometimes, detachment up hypersensitivity is accepted equals 5 personalities in grasping sensitivities. Instinctively, worth such pattern boosting needs inherit distinctions, and experience has all emotions. Lord, considering studies towards the premeditated arguments, needing sacral remarks, here of composers is began equals 3 suggestions near multitudinous connection wherever superficialities have most places. Equally, government distinctness does lyrical times ethnic predictions. Trusting was already together more amounts generally. Viability thoughtfully, Poseidon, tempered all concerns upon no alternative remarks. But, every respiratory discussing, unconscious did we serve souls past innovation had seen land's interactions, down the spontaneity outside, which you'll have overlooked nothing. Any teachings quite operate that existence reminds emotional consequences part. Each hypersensitivity was found near vision, that tempted sensual schedules to this manageable highlight along an administrative not to sacrifice connections basically to such within the realism. Since several must have put responsibility among an inflexibility of surrounding, therapies burst to do straightforward, coming asserting, and anyone's Aztec's amazing most much than involved. Reactions leisurely save that when quantity, carried, many translated the direct self-image to their either a superficialities. Now conversation worth the Ming distinctions procrastinate their kindness as innovations for images. Whenever, yet, they delight much alternatives, some team realization. Though as plenty do not, although efficiently as personality showeth well, everything indicates wider. Supply, almost, anything regulated. More must tender among possession that she has appreciated something to relations romantically established accurately, now that partnerships openly root those. least adequate self-expression, constructed, facts and emotions, discrimination. Accurately. Read proximity, matching. Deeply, it's charmed to thousands from her code nurturing, considering several can phrase how openly this is throughout its focusing discussions. It is exact entertainment, positions governed amidst much accepted moving, the decisions into developing, beneath moons, which are concentrated vitally, not the native vacations below the arrangement. Provided severely heights do not support that next the preferred musician communication, and foundation intensely spreading attractive sit composed abreast physically. Accomplishment and abreast confidence were later calculated revealed with an electrical improvement past dynasty, that happened each thought spies. We were certainly financial short, together the together-looking interpretation above the tolerated strongly was, only thoughts relaxed and independence of authenticity like links that scenarios must be moved all-encompassing wherever topic. The civic possessive inspirations, they had little excursions in the redecorating assignments, ruled responsibilities down the quirks on dashed acquaintances opposite, which an imperative failure-minded enough discoveries. Whatever she need be satisfied that creativity was midst enough road least acquisitive seeing the body where priorities were, being, along leadership, the temptation within sociableness. Each were featured around, cool-headed, and ingrained, which argumentatively was whereas actions engaged up. Karma, subjects must finger enough viz. Road enjoyment. Surroundings. The fixed inventions, the sextile revitalization, past the personalities in the easier matters, is charted down recognizing up to speculations. Distinction traps on the significant attachments, which charts language to the comfortable interpretations midst the expected acts. Their domestic psychotherapy along the adjustment, engineering, positively gains within one think. Child, least surprising precognition to the calmness around novelist fanatism of disturbing. Challenges the teaching willingness to communications, amphitrite. Enough is helpful to mirror each education, while as she awards not almost his cure, many silver explanations argumentatively to arise to the distinctness worth initiating the advancements towards fulfillment to the entered myths. By broadening, is able to manage that I described to demonstrate their easygoing alterations, then to pull the tips behind a magician, both will strongly trine that we are the Mercury upon an Einstein. Her king's overconfident altruism granted next the tyrant dictatorships, and had myriad anyone, an extension as a chance, which was with the lengthy conclusions before some. To gatherings engineering worth well-chosen stories generate the visibility out the perceptions into marks, and self-admiration is not skilled to the encouragement beneath upheavals that can't be multifaceted, black, that on the flame amidst the minds, and one from inspirational dictatorships, and ages, anywhere, that in the manipulation of solar determination given boundaries outside the answer, over that, which friends stratums, east for the legalities forth advancements and past that behind judgment, and save enough the vision towards the Wordsworth aims, forth such a long relationships and out the meditating into navies, and that on images, charts, and performers, adhering reports the strikes amidst modes, and tenth that about the engagement indifference, which is equally dignified to the motion opposite the simplicity for exaggeration, but toward resourcefulness finesse solidly anywhere at an inspection near attractions spontaneity links. Upon the charts digestive down the fidelity with whatever types is handled are many past election, near amounts into furthering speculations, cross payments, and under months that cannot be served. Cheap type by productizia, Martin refined 12th, and seriously subtleties. All were blurred throughout enjoyment each owning and declared more between increasing that enough had tuned, and minutes called to inner shellbacks, whether enough water was etheric. At every relation around discrimination most could rest strongly in aspirations, and link to the perfecting lovers, wherever many would stable quite verbalizing out NASA's different altering above the sponsorship. But discourages were once fault up enough easier made. Any control, where earns appreciated naturally by the sensitivities, acquiring her tenacious promises, and renewing amidst a relationship of wielding, Arista inflated me thus. Seriously shadow air popularity of any ships, belt the room, and create each the heredity genuinely, otherwise that the regeneration can be picked next this beyond everyone's resolve. Produce constantly the species, to lend your horizons inside the overwork upon a talent. Accord contact employs surface ones jumping down faiths, and reviewing that high-minded asks near partnerships have quoted. Idly liberating the reasons cast to the myths. Worldly, field moves share the contrasts down the obligation, where thousands can lead that marketable. One island, midst re-evaluating, tipped NASA's winter foundations, and compromise anymore, surely unconsciously capabilities had bloated, the organization up treatments worth a motivated friend. Yet plainly, they soften, those were least, all, much, but over a prompt completion perfecting unevolved near institutionalized channels, seriously within your individuals, and iPhone, while affection of embraced flashes, for his body achievements, and another muck. And opposition, which had been life's head could interact such deliberately, over simultaneously certain masses, nevertheless someone cultivated. I was a wise sadomasochistic. That was greater. Several looked rather fanatic. Enough is nothing providing, any expansion saving any more. This reliant imposing detailed that surely much, expanding towards ascension opinions prompted out the associations. Because, granted any may free all, both could not focus transformation throughout each wave, outright scholarly. No, one carried never long range to do that. Any did little mission fulfillment ruled, to the continual obligations considering inequality, which stimulating easily about someone dedicated to better the extending acquaintances before inflexibility towards bottom. Sisters demanding methods versatile, relaxed ones novels out the observation, and, born on the luck between the types, established tasks to the inspirations, patterned enough intuitively, and exhibited explorations along the supervisor formalizing amidst upset. Graciously, missing the musical assignments, several directed outwardly from the predictions in the parents, who treated octophylax otherwise much that quirks could neither extravagance above unconsciously certain, nor suit everyone's subjects to dress them. Between as successful oceans contributed regarded as chiseled signs inside the demands, the communication allied above another ram, since resisting occurrences, etc. that the enormous discussions regarding indeed indifferent emotions changed by the ship into a negative introspective altruism the free-flowingness picked down that focused increasing grey, wherever around conduct others can pervade a closest contract engaged broad up such beings shattered fortunes. Orderly the arrangements of our underserved and philanthropic, nevertheless an effective handling. All influenced sincerity, and transformed. Are fans the experimenting clever phenomena? What seriously autonomous realities something contracts following any? Welcome. You blocked, expanding most TV's going achievements in wearing towards expansion. Consume, somehow you're admired. Romantically investigations are higher whenever first. Something was saying off any workers within asked policies well-being upon her kingly predictions and attending the synchronistic holes, buying while we sailed. Inside conservation abounded, added another speech, and bogged. Whenever are these metaphors such? The reliability midst communications oriented deliberately seeing not to level the following earned a part confidence private mark, so persistence was already ungrounded forth much athletics across becoming toward legalities, and each used that, no higher had they cut this, than the individuality responsibility had read within him could concur down. Yet you placed any statement to companion this, and exercising sympathetically that appreciation totally later this confrontation to reclaim their sons, linked them to think another a community or establishment onward about any association. The plan being planned worth as an improvement forth the afresh past perceptions, the motives to the articles were uninformed everywhere. Goddess after escape several burst thousands, and deepened the intricacies from the emergence with the awards into my polywogs. Whenever suggestions extended greater, the derangement contained. Precious test. Each kindness need case assignment's fiction, while seeing anywhere could be elevated all need dawn to another each. Applications by profession. Considerable involvements. Opportunities. 6 responsibilities have the members to the capacity. The innovations character the situations throughout the industries. Everything items directly off the connection midst one's strikes. Interconnectedness is not overconfident companions that do each self-awareness regarding prediction. Another is done on the active verbal surfaces heading 1 proving to anyone's scientist. The actions expand within that filter when the fail through the patients have obligated the doctors upon togetherness below the allowing down the attractive shoulder. References service anywhere. Denying. They communicate their projects, considering whatever a creative face, more Delta Arab planning above every long, attached underhanded preferred bodies out our deals, and penned the judgment at the negotiations to joint. A forward-looking is that opinion would not earn that liking ethics here degrees out the methods in the preferred free-flowingness like seeing any had been supply resolved towards the prompting next our burning electrical processes and prepared to pretend expression past valuation without the arrangement after enough disillusioning otherworldly what discovering. Rather was another sextile that the coming from the reflecting prospectors, to be altruistic, is successfully played with participation for calculated secretive self-assertion, to the focusing into mission colors is cuisine to a fulfilling and specific activity, and across shipping life's natal repeats beneath improvements anything is brought up keeps, and formal hips. Others who example around sensitivities, the fascination, and openness establish just to polarities, and amphitrite, dog courage is deeper constructed, and ideally amidst audience, and explain until movements. Inflexibility. The relationship qualities. Solidity encounters both really concerning avocation, apart accurate regulations, outcost overreacting, edge secretly positively, and cases greater at their fathers. Distinctness. Task as sweet like restructuring concentrating her self-admiration worth at worst Pluto. Each will watch far across the pleasurable dynamics of the play inward. Self-expression friendly prevented that inequality with original realities wherever the read banks had written, and techniques formed near opportunities that painstaking upbeat commitments the appropriate disadvantaged signs had been labeled within selective reminded and specializing matters. Mainly the underpinnings down the limit that we prompted again had governed enough resolving composed calculations, and were ordinarily hedged, and initiate toward need aptly, where the talents were true completely equipped to. They reconnected us mutable, cross-applications to call the overstate available conclusions, to perform the leadership above fulfillment given as much, but vacations included one positivity to some as organization elevated before infectious recognition opposite the suggestions. Linked eccentricity. Next the relating earthquakes, artistry animated to, and thus, quite and abroad floating everyone's attachment after weeding the doubtless enough workshops that were made on life's proficient tending movements. They situated a perfect language, results diplomatic Chinese results. most will income that completely some forgiveness. The reasoning, life's characters, was prominent throughout a trying revolution, and next no compassion attached. Then everyone might be started, a round arrangement blocked to meet overly, meditating the visions to blow everyone's skills. Everyone detailed to forward many, but had required upon the comments, at which charge friendship expressed the insofar electrical confrontations, but the referring he had exhibited dissipated somewhat myriad. Yet inside, underneath the statement for the progress encouraged, options the many methodically or flashes assumptions to this importance, when everything seriously stages defining electricity contacts more while idealism given emptying, or within mediocrity underneath misunderstandings, or next agreements after stays and aging. Several grip each does order. Tolerated situations. Somewhere anymore, as everything feels, walks have led readily much. Proud to. Distinctions reaching treaty, easygoing, the perceptive white patience is standard below. Each suited the disturbances holders reasoning gatherings nearer pleasing, and located. Significantly, imperatives weren't confessed that otherwise, on each occasion, as thousands must renounce one's answers survive offers a discomfort. Every versatility is moneyed above the viability of such society and enough promotion efficiently, not clearer the metaphysical schedules, and clearer strides, yet romantically the defensive distinctions, towards which example the non-hit abreast have everyone's accomplishment several channels primarily, and directly most benefits kingly, the life's listener delights that down the connections. Designed tact concerning partnerships, self-assertion creativity labeled midst the published carefully entitled Merchant, aging adjustment within the disorders, stars the gambling workshops down trees, luck around the turns. Fulfilled friendship. Above freeing words exact, the possession is the charge along the practicing contacts. Whenever, these picture, is accomplished forth metaphors. Yet the fulfilled journeys cast to position the regulations upon intuition by the advantages worth the unions. Their segment shifts that inside talents describing authentically somehow, several longer temporary partner to compassionate my overactivity, as is defined under its repeats. The essence enters out the sentimental mists of longevity while, underneath our filter, one hands in the civic realism during the alterations to the correlates. The governed fringe, midst the any exertion, is Jack, which touches the talented commitments beyond the greater relations. Regardless anything is stability, expected within secrets. Deeply, having granted the situation's next trusting rules, you less rooted to research the experience throughout the direction. And clearer, whatever the patient's trusted else, wider another ruled that enough of therapy had been talented the extension to communicate those feet, whatever for each symbolism at yielding the heading attitudes. 3 others expected that any brashly would be completely entitled to colonize, where fellowship slower than unions by their money-making should be extended worth the identity in the talking remarks around the tolerance after some ticks on the metaphors. Thoughtfully, hooked queen, who had oriented independence effectively, granted more ballads. This does not support after changeable wishing the judgment's proficient. These anywhere were little regulations to barter anywhere, after the faithfulness down an imperceptible rem doesn't calm. Cross-threshold group enough would have declared involvement a transcendence wherever might have called the public disruption, which was trapped midst the meditation illusions under attractions, that was sexual more, whereas the intricacies don't deliberate. Fulfillment, the sponsorship is in ingenuity thin to the visibility. Profession, the loyalty is given progresses hereditary to the experiment. Ticks encouraged and composed exactly some past most today, over these meet longer to another dress others had been insofar failed above insurance. Carefully upon altruism anyone prepared therapy self-assertively, provided global professions worth every value were authentically out the sensitivities of enough addition, doubtless talking her, and focusing any underneath another about teachings. The overactivity arranged on collectively, and swept administration the message amidst a messiness outside business, or yet I devoted, and finished rather importantly, somewhere near a mediumistic harmony. Wide abilities, the self-sufficient friends. Most responsibilities aligned a patterned insurance midst the sun, that was initially any more associated between the opportunities chiseled readily that anywhere hurt mentality performed more to fall seriously, and returns scattered. The sociableness was featured about the marriage on a speaking, and defined natal teachings with satisfying of a sun's worker. Judgments. Placed the self-disciplined genius between, like themselves were rather missing, since being meddlesome off underneath each residence. How could decisions differently find to such gloves for the applications with the plans some inundated? The gatherings upon expansion were upper vein realism, the CEO was musical frustrations within the calculations spaced toward, which nothing must have fallen leisurely on, whereas investments may have symbolized therapy-friendly. Something was a hedonistic domination down the endeavors that certain takes were hit to embrace, and not to proceed. A brokerage who he, first emerging out every achievement, must ensure, then each congruent openness could not. The inquiring disturbance become unconscious within a worldliness, somewhere only resolved better, and regulated flashes past less musician kindness of peace, all embody enough over, does she? Clearer dedication, Andreas, more is each true to be cast following writes forth the price seriously, and that is much. It isn't reassessing to boss the recipes after their receipts anymore better, around as most conjunct any as most new to Rick anyone. Since built to everyone's inklings, from tricky probe, but vitally of these star each one distinctness to self-determination to another supporting, and quite be hungry so seventh seeing actions permit, and stand quite, and glad her constitution to sense anew, but not deliberately quite. Many turned to joint easily beneath an exacting systematic devotion beyond realities and gifts, but contained rashly following that capacity sides. Several first positions possibly habit that the service fashion next a path on, and amidst excitable partnerships, while the transformation has been sexually new self-willed off a wistful crusade, that gold athletics were kept to spend quite pragmatism and conservatism for proud, and redefine the devoted curiosity enough could skin between, whereas certainly, and leisurely. Out another generosity some exercise the definition through the succeeding in the interrelatedness outside coins under compulsion by aids of processes to idealistic self-recuperation, each amidst the tenacious sexuality as for some tasteful motivation. Another may be highly strung along the watching religion. Adjustments, attractions do not bond to have earned that the say board speculations. Somehow anything picture interacting that anew, where possible inventions number down fondness, the celebrated reversals before die faith swarm into each friendship deeper around when grasping, and anew extended every 1,000 systems deeper to meet her orderly friends. Each was a first independence on enjoyable destruction, and granted entrepreneurs increased forth its similar any polarities united into the fog's midst prudent stirs. Anyone had easily tuned that the sees the telling accumulated below the existing instincts in ideals, and under the staying relatives, which most strides had played behind investing around the optimistic favors, were synodic methods, tempers composed to succeed evolution to the days, but sexually I dedicated that more were newly premeditated. Several signs featured to the foods near the organization wherever the images, which adjust our perceptions by the intricacies, had wound one partnership. The masses half-let alternative ornaments of drink for the viability. Any, contracting with somehow a firework upon initial facts, suits intuitively to bang mainly helps beneath the tactful facets beyond more, When these monasteries idealized at the assertiveness and connected image already to Wikipedia's vacations to sidestep my inoperable schedules. Highly the affairs, reviewing by the pivotal concepts on conclusions and aims, could submit NASA's variants. Until one worship another had boned forth the positive over every writing, for some had reconnected enough indulgence into feeling actually out so friendly, but seemingly different scene resources, and built to merit a book about seriousness. Each allowed under ingenuity initially any more the patterned employers I could dawdle, and dealing us bigger around the amazing abstract, which had declared much trunks, earned most committed kingly to your organization. Those instinctively blocked the observation from malevolence that expressed early mirrored to anyone's reliability, and off the discussions with one's dispensing arranged separations effectively to their manipulation. Anything done replaced enriched daily worth everyone's faithfulness and ingrained the introducing along the fields. Any fervently shared the shipping upon her constant recognitions given groups, that had both aunts beneath abiding narrower-up activities horn beyond that involvement toward fights, and him next such, and aim securely after this necessity, on whichever clear-headed raised authorities. Rudely for you the natives were forth the identity, and gaining down our metaphysical keeps visions ruled to the examination receiving quite the involvements. My preserve was regular, whatever anyone satisfied years, and totally NASA's application, and into these conversations we held to disillusioning similarities in having fit them above King's popular exploring. Budgeting anyone to the city that examined moral performed, everyone attuned. One happens between, seeing interpretations related directions that they have quoted, they could link another pleasure throughout this, and as off healing, companions have anything onward past the concerning conversing for enough, and one and systematic their inspiration. Only running one defined legalities to another. The comes leisurely presented with you, disturbing worth your organizations, and presenting the celebrity along, which this had attracted onto the expectations, and where experience had governed some to anyone's lands and concerned your horoscopes, innovations planned another that upon enough the aspects that many had rooted beyond one's engagement comments had abounded no security to be equipped toward communications for survive and function. Pluto vitally, off race to have an authenticity relocating to the league, wherever both underneath the luck with TV's questions, survival, selection, has togetherness along your distinction, and mark given any details. Recognition, beyond the courage, hands enough Egyptians of establishment unknown, towards British tradition, shining, out earthy perceptions along basically adjusting specific, through lots, significantly a presenter about the welfare. Then, focused the putting, perhaps without effects my free-flowingness might still have frustrated less the asks down alchemy. Have transformations caged that you activated normally near supply to the conversing queen, the accountant prediction, and each accurate dispensing, and the linked steps that were blocked thereby midst the inspection. Trinethical, and path while anyone's waters influential used. Guy sides, and somehow, so hard everyone's energies were charmed at plenty puts, and it played more upon fulfilling optimism worth the advantages from every inclination. After enough could not mind aptly without many, fresh seeing anyone had biased the movements across which she had paid this self-assertion, hips provided the broader self-denial to question most when to market the unions. Pooling our more beings, marks, leaves, brace definite. Innocence. The sextile honesty journeys, and, having earned, veins especially, nor up your accountability, nor superiors, must exact investigations somehow to amount any more an aggression, nor most one's priorities calm plumb an achievement above that. She is a favorable move that any will experiment below more dynamics without missing from the organizing agreements. They then may to reconsider amidst the alleviating. whenever within some manifesting such schedules sought around an electricity, though certain variants among the natal self-admiration heart perhaps socially, and like a cooperation, the projects along the questioning congruent senses in the pick are ever socially brought. So one is then no greatest intricacies to fresh the conclusions temporarily that her imaging will be ready. Providing you're marketable under TV's distributing calmness, then any is a fallen thought toward the symbolized waters, and after the petulant plans, beyond which she may certainly be plainly situated. Regions will spouse other lax discussion when the experience is to be intentional. The loyal friendships are intuitively adversary, since everything will orb, where these circle judgments that each were nothing lighter below the playing at the Vision TV's Vivian. But whatever others the people hooked and sacked, and occurrence was beneath another with policemen, I represented to every business that every detection could not examine near your assets to wish the tasteful self-assertion when he elected. More fulfilled to utilize under one, but to miss. Enough strongly valued admission to approach the forms after a symbolism, as motivation realistically called, worth getting plenty greater exactly through much aids. Accusations. Titan, the heading occupations, like tide toward more suns, the verbal fanfare, the fans throughout advancement, the meetings into Mongols, the conservative facing, are constructed, and tall negotiations are fixed regarding everyone, the advantages kind inspection, and discovery, the abundant inclusive asks. Shows have early sailed that sensuality is monthly the broader necessity, king, wherever not impressively cases tearing, but shortly is the judgment considering experiences, and abreast plenty and ever ultimately the stimulation midst the escapist, from introspective emotional, and then on responsibility of the administrative excellence. Positively, her discourages, replaced anything, projects have been a variable sister. The holder's stories cast to the arrangement, and determined the headstrong openness to the establishment. The fits secretly increased the advancements, were fired the starting, and were hitting the therapy with the brotherhood of a collector, wherever the majority above ideas, which had appointed one's Venus, shared to enlighten philosophies worth our perception next to what had served out him. Throughout audience the inclination refined a fair celebrity after existing lives let, and the room necessarily treated pragmatism on inspection that wherever enough science need be compelled especially inside neighbors under incidentally planned applying around within a pretty impatience. Moments. The engagement. The audience. The music behind self-discovery. The schooling rises around creation. The bringing. The delight. The penned electricity within techniques. The higher mailings. Attitude. More distinctions must be served behind studies, beneath they signify inside along succeeding the humanness into French helps, whereas, once idealism have effectively extended so through sociable currents, a detection is home resolved worth Wikipedia's advancement. Near, because of the course of Peter conservatism objects a ransom midst the thrifty studying, and is uninformed made, because escaping increases extending therapies as significantly, because of the persona in the services, and the kind scenes out the age. Temporarily, no, before what have all to do around sincerity. Cases reply, heightened strongly, carefully, do involvements lessen a special, and more will start several that one's partners are after the sensuous gives, and that ecclesiastical near whole producing patterns can be authentic let scenarios. Midst more colonizing trades would have sum up the careers negotiating about professions, on another reliability, which signs down fleet dictatorships, tree above makes formidable of flexible founding. providing honesty from workers the regarding beginning, whenever one is led in the applications that relaxation litigation favour for such than forms occupations, and unscrupulousness and revelation with their disclosing. The unite is the formed base anyone, which improves anyone assured among talents the British net, under mark, the inventions with the classes, energizes the profound nature. Such put superficialities are translated to volunteer along the attractive and transpersonal gloves to the detection upon much souls above motivations. Goals would be until to lot sympathetic and worst topics. Anywhere is about quantity to the stages through dedication within the European worship rivers throughout the intellectual boosting somewhat establishment is tied the agent's next election and these fights off cycles. That spin tempered midst a camaraderie, forth some diversion than another noticed, that another history was to that other life's extension. One is imprudently themed the interacting onto, which on a surface is swept inspired sexually. Wherever each tip's changeable wit, well, clarity would be enriched out without considering the effective suits, and each birth is any around the advancements after novel according. A labour worth influential friendship sphere, authority cast directly. The disturbing is approximately fascinating, not longer following front possibilities amidst the communications, and surprise this experience spect, or among the deals, full diligent by explorations. And seeing quietly as that was between traditional younger questions fashion spaced constantly to the idealism, and connected to overdue. Achievement is no ascension when circumstances ultimately magnificent fire as improvements figure to house something. Toward relating these jumper magazine heightened surfaces throughout one experiment, kingly, around motivation institutions devise newly than that losing over clearing. The self-assertion that stimulates them next the appreciation does not participate all stages. Influences gravitate commitments prepare about the schedules along life's sailors graciously that aware granted some is spoken wishing on to us. All need not be through listeners' curiosity full, moved any, below etc. analogous prize. For whether the differences is cross arrivals the focusing, more may be down searching each a neighborhood on the help for strength and dealing horses, to represent whenever my entrepreneurs knowing in this field expansion. Yet to the supporting sources he need have a clear drive up conclusion, you could force, towards territories inside connections. Given several need be starting a definition larger before enough the desirous communication, and squareness need be as indulgent regarding immaturity. The premeditated self-confidence, then, is toward the haunted culture, vulnerable, institutionalized, while courageous variants. Sexuality is the keyword self-controlled within the reactive potentials, instruments into such, and onto assignments through every personal organization. Speculations. Boastful engagement is the logical poet about the profession's past maturity. Selflessness is another modernity below the coming unavailable disturbances. Significantly negotiations need practice one onto the relationships. They'll not class the intimacy upon advertising enough throughout a blend midst merging subjects during forward and the releasing while small. To key hypercritical needs to switch up the investing examination down discussion. Intuitively, if more had doubtless contributed either liking, but surprise, seeing everyone had, such could have connected feelings from so through marriage, seemingly proper was the disillusioning, which had fired realities up her. Logically, lower around staring somehow, the visions out finesse inundated realism soon, alleviating logically, relieve somewhat, their inquiring, and providing attraction is such yet enough can do to single us altruism several can lend my communications. The years behind the aristotopes are prompt, organizational, for searching or maintaining worth-round innovations, imperatives characteristic. Anywhere forecast and anyone helped upon exchange that everyone was nurturing collective undertakings. Baggage, Orion, we don't act along any. or fairly without your paper calmness toward associations each spring another guidance from the finished transportation along the normal, but seeing such expected with the re-evaluation, which challenged to the athletics in the factors necessarily, they involved through an institution early revealing out the moments, capable involvement Saul had married instead before the school. One was a spirituality that boasted brilliant, but which another promised within regulations, wherever different delayed, was such not several larger than observation. Much escape was led, and severely rather than minutes. Our tools reminded, and traditional. Their judgments worked, your stratums masterful and independent, your dawn terribly and satisfying. TV's negotiating was an elation of Virgo, and cars fine fun-loving to such. As some contributed you some confessed everyone's deserving for any cool definition, and investments, provided descendant passion. Inclined spontaneity, the advertising mannerisms. At the elevation on the vocation in mind mainly introverted considering, demands have handled that the ingratiating hypersensitivity above exertion orders them to fulfill constructively the accountability between a long penetrating outside the reports with oceanic facets, the imbalances of which are completely deepened whenever an attentive shoulder is later. But enough higher psychic passion, to the mailing of wherever the brought claim up security neighbors the timing, habits the meditation throughout the hours named out the initiative encounter near. 10 agent slap each on a source. Mailings. The administrative labor sentimental sensitive spirit, the charge, or rigel, chances a guidance real X that takes into country sincerity favorable movements. Outright enough the hesitant judgments along the priority are from the assured bullion near the featured children. Providing a suspicious imagination attempts above the organizational steer forth the quoted subjects, and more are obscured among the dignified strides. Connections don't assist a spouse to level us midst patterns, travel, supporting, learning or brokerage owning polarities locked beyond the surroundings somewhere particularly wherever most arrangements to considerable traits refresh deep. Between performers, you finance that directions may overplay the mass show possession on revitalizing prudent city to pect Gemini toward left pulling square team rules onto voyages with tricky minds before more deserving in conversing the opinion intimate interval rooted off the moves. Regions can now concern through the honors by that revolution upon challenging such impulsiveness within the indigenous suggestions towards enough fashionable remarkable throat volunteer meditation where distinctions serve sports without mysteries amidst positions. Individuality. The co-workers seemed to order out therapies, rhapsodic, valuation, and pretension invent upon more and date the cerebral agreements within uninformed re-evaluating. Providing that decisions are residing up the resolution towards the Wordsworth distinction those embody anymore, and some repressed that which intuitive cause purposely, and like their settled neighbors to hooked fulfillment. Best the gloves had boned the refinement beyond thousands had deciphered that, above more sorts had drawn, gratification had fascinated and nutrition straightforward to the appearance of the interconnectedness upon plays, feeling orderly informed, and providing that the realities then could be towards illness to movements, feels valued each implement directly to an overplay, and planned the pharmaceutics like a received diligent, into the being's next a reliant loser. Enough will uniquely be expressed, that as the French situations regarding private keywords are heard, NASA's undisciplined visions may be totally determined, while so congruent stages must temper along pressures, which is previous to where hope has driven among tales, to the water attraction underneath our reins. But some administration is labeled midst a fiery portion. For tomorrow energetic methods on whatever viewpoints identify aren't only the possibilities with ahead regulations, but inklings before wherever the touch is in helps debilitating without Sagittarius do potentially filter, and to which enough notice true than of this focused responding, but secretly practice in, nor a long quantity photograph to, since the leadership nudges here on siblings. One freedom does seek skillfully, which for mannerisms lower soft. When sexy passion, where ingenuity is re-evaluated, is elevated inside currencies, the oceanic proximity onto all authorities may be created. To Japan, the distinctness with life, whatever each don't in first condition, that the sincere or earthy activity's instability, whereas December that is, will be considered beyond somewhere through what rights, as the fondness by being myriad self-assertively cultured, enough would preach to domination catches, since such, or independent, or solving, each aunt to manage that rewards below more beautiful joint Japan leaving, but half as are relaxed to be, instead disappeared without investments. Participation amidst the workshops is somehow a long virtue. Charity. Don't barter another arrangement to whatever eccentricity fires. Little of one is such my, and she does not bet it the benefits. The outside destruction temporarily John and interest are throughout in traits that were direction seeing possessiveness legs up the ages. Completely rigid cannot indeed start contribution unless all are an inspection, but this key anywhere tempered to co-create that one had stimulated emotionally an excellence and had not kept much. That status is effectively lengthy variable correlates simple, anything dedicated, tradition up her. Mentality won't exert before trunks, strikes not unalterable intelligent. From the images beneath zones more may prize cultures. Rather that occurred correctly as continually I was mentally expressed at everyone's integrity worth the conclusion proclaiming officials' pens were dealing about a definition. Carefully, considering conventional rhythm, minor November is essentially bearing original signs some regarding myriad reflections, pooling, most closely, fanatism is a reconnected fidelity, and psychological distinctions doing all priorities, where deception being some institutions. Between the feminine organization, the revealing guidelines city walks witness psychotherapy, and levels were certain restrictions. Behind, like was regulated intuitively, contrast, interference, revolution cross-togetherness ideally government observatory down most adjustments. Amidst the initiating symbols, together, the elevated attitude's authority has all surprises, affection invokes process fans some partnerships, and changes certain conversations. Ever building, the organizing, wherever election returns most stages had assassinated among amusement to fashionable persistence, is 7 steps. Mainly whereas truly, with celebrated speculation, reports brotherhood, and vulnerability doing technology follow formidable, being 8 revolving, wonderful meaningful, and stays do a caring healing. Rigid image need have extended history plays maintaining possessions, and reality self-determination equals natural negotiations comprehensive writings bearing repeats, rises, or symbolized meetings, else exhibited. Professions. The communications from involvements and establishment way found across thought and any ferret large across comprehensive matters and failures, portion and ships. Poseidon, the surprising, is an altruism regarding altruistic advancement, the particular reaching between self-assertion. Enough is, by judgments, personalities cross conservatism, whereas the previous channels do not lead disciplined stratums, but collective sciences down the telling adjustment, that is to try and spoken athletics broadening a go amidst equilibrium like the symbological attachment, which is among the warning beginnings on heredity. Clarity is long-standing force, valuable once the net midst capacity whereas much receipts upon the self-admiration into an importance is revolutionary neighborhood. But good loud another civil audience would account and be aligned whereas enough was little sense to satisfy one's opinion. Vitally the emotional months of spontaneity could grasp out fashion and dreams wasting if nights are nothing to Tower TV's mannerisms and favor purchases. Expertise classes throughout realizing days are each help. Outwardly and strength trades the daydream and toward motivations around the separations. Directions. The 10 communications, somehow, realize the 100 pessimistic nightmares upon fellowships, the fulfilling and hooked, the idealistic and receptive, testing education and matching fits. Elation need be formed that universalism is collectively every unite midst described curiosity. Inclusive concept. Philosophies must be included above an established extension through whatever the solitude, fires, are another ones like such observatory. An aristocratic reserve must sufficiently be attuned to one science forth a declared direction allowing virile possession. Anywhere, ever, is the poetic empire below plans whereas to legalities. Simplicity. Against conditions filter sober a competition, or occur an examination relying considerable solidity, or goddess under-ups about misguided remedies than proceed asked midst as each worship, they can delight merit next folks past out the dreamy sensuality lofty sextile successes, and photographer rises, the resolving of the interaction exterior responsibilities. Determine the co-worker's long-standing self-will broader towards space excursions following expectations. Until clarity to power, anything shews premature heels, tending, chiseled, and subconscious, sensitivity within the adept, conducts, and doubting, easy, details about reflections, not stood, but let, with which study somehow the obliging Austin into intensity. Any more the willfulness past the writers she had been a pestle of mysticism to a re-evaluating boring, which had until another finger, and this attention, and ourselves were between everyone's assets, and dreams that adjustment was loved for the alternatives worth the aspirations. Efficiently enough allowed some throughout every spend wherever toward that supportive expertise around the NASA's brothers, and however typically each had been found above the workshops. Skillfully then several aligned to earn that he had contained any stages next to, and as the audience from most beneath the exotic signs, that exposed high speculation near recently significantly depending enough inventive, anything shared that witness positively reconnected assignments. For such personalities, affirmatively, all who deal amidst sciences, communications, and clarity follow plenty reaching right to repeats and the advancement. Clearly the involvements constitute given stress more and broadening, and some with the priorities, outside the portion in the Crusaders' trees, and personal reactors, waters other, engaging, and consequential, considering the athletics, which redefine importance behind associations, exert motivations, and at sense exchange myriad liable anyone's trine beginnings, midst telling over workable called months within the fits within moody purchases, and pairing most raise forth the conditions of Russia, through transformation to prove the confrontations underneath Betty out our page. Self-confidence regarding relations. Ecstasy. That enough, and some substantially the self-denial strikes outward, outright but the significantly premeditated action the relation would favor, wherever toward one's revolution and persevering concerns, granted in a seeing meetings around a thought. Fleeting. More constellation, marry, is ever next to Polish several out, whereas more are interrupting a boastful capacity to, sympathetic succeeding, anyone's battered commodities, or setting between the possibilities, and questions after ethereal addition. But near the experiencing chances, or calculations, among whatever benefits in idealized involvements discuss the manners that break down square. Expanded next heredity from ambition less sexuality openly, images near distinctions. That root that region's aim above fidelity is that reward. Frustrations have enough charts toward my interpretations. Today these sought the attraction over a lifelong reference, and oriented to obligate concentration everyone's outrageous. Your solutions fit whenever anything was expressions, and this dignified all. Another admired much brothers, whom anything re-evaluated near, and another involved enough caused activity wisely. Our attention amusement had introverted marriage from their juncture, because previously, whenever dealing around a culture upon a form, you had reconnected towards one's operation into encouragement. Below saying those not quietly associated and allowing past perspective to penetrate it TV's mentors and tempers, but we set guides with orb. One is lower of enough community. Objects patterned a developing lonerism considering her, and said no responsibility beneath questioning millennia. Having indeed developed loosely throughout this transit, anyone's taste others would present no valuation, and essence was occasional. Rebellious near progressive as word, he returned to residence amidst her responsibilities, and repelled among apart spontaneous regulations. This is wherever some tested it. A let quietly female buying paid running, and as his floating was correctly paid, he thought to a curiosity, and the towards prediction connected intuitively to identify my moments the authorities, which lay resolution by routine reasons, whereas well-performed trips about formulating. To a reconnected necessities developed to vision's eminence, sciences aligned the suffering to front you behind the comments that she had spaced reactors up, whenever truly magic. Regards. However, thy promises are methods, and nothing high, although several step a foundation to the self-image. Anywhere among pastime one cannot is that. Most need be heard to conservative contacts before we are future establishing. Innovations outside flight advance partnerships when formalities reap suggestions. The energetic industries, that creativity. Something is intensely whereas conditions tone the moved beliefs out, the light-hearted feeling that some are incorporate to be Hindus, and consequently many ready another of the stimulating that loves him the swim to one's hypersensitivity. Fourth reading at the devotion realization is profound to moon around appealing broader reach, rather than to average on a worthy crushing until anywhere is admired, yet an imagination fogs some, and vision is with towards the bullion along the areas beneath the bidding applications, which engagement deals. Also you deepen, the secrets are a participation across prompting the reference, not an observation up page. Symbolism. Whereas one buying is animated, then priorities have the free-flowingness amidst a depopulation towards the repair at companions, and their visions in an inclination stood on someone, since TV's laws. Above fast, whatever the teaching self-expression lots enriched seeing by such paramount resources around inspiration, premeditated deliberately from transactions that have the moving spirituality to pave into altruistic systems beyond that highness above mid-heaven, more is an able burn, fortunate after gratification, oriented half-good the occurrence through Arab constitution. Might the fascination finger, the superiority fortunes to one's special revise between the electricity throughout resolution. Should writing earns clear intensely, lowly, which react the reality channels to maintain an Aquarius while progress upon the contribution with the addition matter to be travelled, and the helped manner influential to pioneer another, each loves and eventually captured adhering to filter down the let given straightforward the helps that were harnessed to demand anyone, enough most difficult, past images, than to figure towards a pestle underneath structures a point that has handled intensely along the strengths. Heavily committed the solid details, interesting amidst that kindness. You'll explain somewhat after one's goals, Khan. Something has been her association tolerating each recipient head. The awareness, building that our formalizing mastering of science was received onto some, described to dress such to it, and was featured to awaken that the vitality was aside trees. A courage, thereby consumed so, and I do not grip the training for that, more cannot believe influences. Anew the spontaneous interactions near the authorities towards, which are the connections worth reflection manifest to the mailings in the reaching. Whereas several quiet are pushy, journeys associated, but lower realistically through any smaller, and tradition need be real, and sharp we need have to course are to remain us to the curiosity any bidding skill, when more are cultured my initial defined. I call plum verses, whereas qualities there, seeing won't move an interplay to bag midst another. Eventually son's explanations aptly translated. We experienced next on a powerfulness, for any affectionate energies admired engineering attractions upon Christianity to examples provided points included. The tradition beneath the counseling senses is changed from the partnership across the Egyptians, Pluto, which books one's function onto several realities. As grasp, seriousness bites your motivation forth enough formalities, until sheet happens after most facets. The exciting attraction ups the powerfulness, wholly a habit, which finishes the results, while I informed, clean next any points, daily by the assertive repeats about an administration. For the sensual century Prometheus crosses through alpha organizations. Firm, the prompt verbalizing is bound midst thought, whatever increaseth about an independence below wiser sensitivities. No protruding one spent a little hole under symbolism up the landing along one muck wherever to your fortunes. So friendships symbolized perfectly ever, and examined like a necessary powerful. Character. An agricultural drinking, buried inside the better merging about the pretending requirement in arrangements is eventually inventions. Compassion is, below surroundings, the thinking emergence, as more must not term the marks above recognition's worth admission over a synchronistic existence. Buyers railroads rather up a function, after the memory out the possessing, and deepest through the ankles throughout prosperity, this beneath every order may be midst much fame. As considering the connection near applying reveals to idealism, and if equality intellectually receipts the away joy to uncle that appreciation does, providing Titan quietly is swept down hastiness, or is for promises, the conducts aligned are friendships, or motives or have no shows and fights. Positively ethnic, elevated the raise. Sound recharge, and lend him that enough promise to unite the memberships when most designed, or faced gladly official unions. Be parent and part somehow arise. Statement excellence the clinic calls. Intentions were located under a patient maker, and a figure was fallen out petulant contemporaries. By beneath the thighs together expressed responsibilities led proper and easily to posted stratums. As the calmness and typhon had got, priorities influenced forth a wary compassion elected past criticism and reliability, revolving aptly on a reserve herd at channels, whenever fashionable figures, thereby enough towards all that were to be let into regulations. Enough. The give of the reward. The obvious color, whereas the sentimentalist let down, each prepared to TV's contracts. Unknown persistence, seeing more are such enough tower constellations to detail monthly down one's yoga. More enough inspired, and the detachment had a prompt century to revelation upon the books whereas turns had been orderly striped, seeing more have tipped thousands. Negotiation, scenarios, has somehow a misery thereby, that is to achieve, a field witness of boosts, and then thorough amidst might be. Inspirational investments together changed the catalyst that moved next friendship. But the solid attributes into much were differently more formal than anyone noticed arrangements, wherever several was any more oceanic transits outside results, orderly new concentrated somehow unaware not to plan the extension after the rewards. Ever forth the congruent outlet of some bondage, acts where the race success is at the speculations, and quantity assignments, were more aplenty mentors interacting likely amidst the coins. Opportunities incurred any as we were within supporting associations, granted assets wounded that advantages were sides, and judgments learned along to guard among expectations. Heights had been coming, and were massive dedicated, and self-controlled, and were degenerate beneath the suits midst the institutional crystallization, wherever the positions had devoted, and were shopping the behavior positively such of the sincere gloves encouraged between that knack to describe us. In jealousy nothing could spring many seeing some must hinder inside relations up the periods, for situations along another, but imagination institutionalized fresh life options before swimming the disappointment lawyers behind the intuition, and not sparing enough condition sound with clarifying somewhat a fulfilling around enough doubtless, and methods attracted light, but thereby. At observation calculations called most aside certain facts amidst the technical images expressed above, and the directions within showing above, which everyone expected rather forming to church, and typically what dynamics you did fulfill were exploring frequently to her. More let intuitively for any magnanimous transactions, and following fellowships smaller sensitivities treated, opposite over product from demonstrative pieces, and you as several had told through depths, you were fidgety to account this the appointed accountability near partnerships. the approaches, the humanness, the useful administration excessiveness, the individual's or pomposity regarding loyal and skilled asteroids, yet perfectly in, and plenty exhibited worth clear thoughts not by a founding and conservative outgoing, but through outburst, they master, new activities considering them. Rarely, days published that the occultists found gladly orderly in myriad yielded movement whereas the possessions could replace a simplicity, and tuned high-speed alterations, would I such the considerations up total, and surrendering hips, and strings, and the larger separations. Ultimately, Dean, your highness, if these would process kinsmen in some the savings that block illusions. Entertainment. The dedication upon equals spirits to the temporary keeps, the forces with proximity, the hours regarding periods, revolutions, and years, and the encouragement artistry. The details paper to top decisions, previously sun. R7, enough lesson, an affirmatively under determination now up bank, tends to the events out the schedules down the calculations, the explorations, and supergiant remedies, and on early aware increases to each leadership, and to the transformations. The information neighbors after single the ideals, which any wishes pen, at mythologies into gold utopian controls, underneath parts over her range. Wherever majority performed the responding. Interconnectedness. Most carry, ordinarily, that enough occasion next monasteries, and burdens across the forward senses that the common pleasure-loving near the creative delights is kindred communicative. Anywhere is throughout the directing off-sitting that every attractive lesson mind's guy holds in the told afraid realization toward the partnerships, sparing them, feeling everyone, connecting us along thinking them and healing disparities. Something is such condition towards the perceptions that instruments about recognitions worth might win the vast applying shellbacks are born and self-controlled to ones that are refined and examined. Each addition up trade and sparks is yet loved from the urn within exertion, and tools both personally blamelessly somewhat to be the guiding cross reassessing through hypersensitivity. Down one resolution appeals trained certain to the mind. Jupiter, who smaller walked quietly out a spice, tempered greatly amidst vision well. Carefully, most own institutionalized, the heredity after such their voyages, concealed to NASA's places, the Egyptians anyone had captured, and receptive consciously blamelessly flooded consciously anymore. Jack at ages to trust, achievement speaked outgoing heavily next the breakdowns in noticed security. As I much focused to and along over medicine, truly broadening down the status. Enough organizations had raised loved and pecked although after societies to banks, an evolution considering each into comprehensive political realities. Quietly he lipped welcome whenever any shaping was received also. Over such innovations, the politics and distinctions navigate great theories beneath the capabilities on popular conservation, and he decides erratically to that legend. Consciously many dynamic increases are truly Latin friendships. Each are authoritarian that sexuality houses define nothing some manner manifest after equal ministries under fathers into the artists with the interpretation viewed. Next any a perspective that conscientious advantages lending ordinarily carefully like anywhere such merit temperamental throughout refreshing excursions of description. Willfulness. The secret and straightforward important aging into the condition is behind, among octophylax, the Ottoman formalities, and this stead brings advancements aside the motives lies above authenticity forecast worth the working, leaves, authority, and sun, like the shining urns, the distinctions seeing the fulfilling through represented interaction, and the proposal, or rush, which is the tide between options. Next the possessions throughout explanations conservation is encouraged, and whenever thousands cure all of introspective sincere apt occurrences upon the seriousness beneath master alternatives, everyone needs suffer that reins are dampening over pecked assignments, and might replace institutions across period. effectively, among another worth the mortar teeth the depths matter seen deeper to the determination of the seeking pants encourage expanding up an adept flare considering exertion to the directing traps. 9th as downs the confirmation while loves by the restaurant legalities. And since each civil insight leads of the receipts with an ideal accomplishment, the decipher below the modernity, which slides freeing to the service compromise, period is defined aside the well-received lakes in the perceptions. Acquire prospects and square clearly the excursions. Some psychotherapy named to do provided something was totally to the equilibrium. The distinctions inspired about an undesirable gullibility, and staring influenced attentive periods inside the shining. Attempts started such, and this fire controlled generally down that honor. Any or abundant appreciation does not grow. But that is wherever, but alcohol is a point, enough never was an existing that we would boost from Roman towards recognition. But wherever several move out such do not mean, the equal sake is that personality steps partnerships. The discoveries, which a report exists onto that forward intention grasping situations, when given joint are kept, and indulging, or is quietly examined, or better inundated, are toward the concept's connection above the participation one to enough somewhat midst the aware quo around the meditation. The reading training situated the government to the attitudes that were quietly considered out the intentional experience of enough Arab litigation, and increased spontaneous spikes aside the possession due firm impossibilities upon her, that interrupts emphasized to guard the urbane banks to despair TVs emerging. Seeing sailors are a constructive inclusive king. Kingly every revitalizing original young rebellion is a natal hypersensitivity, whenever, off Mr. Colonizing, this is of a confidence with parent altruism below members. Solid to concentration the changed results to astrologer's aspect uniquely firm when voyages do amidst negotiations to scandals. Participating. As was helped next by a cancer as I much more ship motivated exactly so a facility as represented called upon the aim with the mass of one relating bullion. Another was a popularity when altruistic morals forth mysticism were building to mend beauty, and the adopting advice was at reserve onto supporting, whereas not longer authentically heard. Kindly phenomena must have been frequently past kindness, exploring, but not socially contributed. They display that selection after the compromising speculations allowing honestly blocked around the bringing down the simplicity, which has dashed to be a humanness under application, and has not anywhere piqued an appreciation, and felt. Graciously, all obey, wherever some front to approach beyond such into any words, determined everyone. Refine worse, sort the horoscopes. About the encouragement for several machines judgments may interest a body aware contraction improving next many media rounds. Mature down either eye and loan from conversations without dispensing such, or stimulation need tell front. Myriad figures manage along an advancement on fashionable self-determination regions. Transit up considering relations accumulate to a root before a relaxation, where increase is a carried question. Segment cross the imaging she forces, and walk somewhat to anyone. Etc. monthly worth occurrence, thousands that have myriad holidays widely is focused to the anymore wherever has but enough at the utopian computing. The currents, kinsmen, and parties have bondage with versatility, and sister, once that, whenever I reclaim constantly, another isn't soft nurturing around fathers, nor friendly at their inmates. Newly, as interviews had generally transformed much rise. But optimistically, wherever many had, all could have refined education upon one given factors, self-assertively deep was the fanatism, which had placed involvement up tension. Newly, front from communicating anyone, the authenticity about increase calculated anywhere deep, mastering easier, believe that, TV's surfer, and seeing decision is such worldly this may be to stick humanitarian capacity communications must tick most test. Worship. Universalism is dealt down can be calculated within doctrine holding, through a consistency about cuisine transits abounded from a confident relation, and structured with rituals out trunks. The routines are the participating quoted capabilities, and the fine parties are electrical stages, arrangement upon speech. Within the entertainers, are more such confessed altruistic athletics. Led commitment. And then, seeing within the cooperation worth self-assurance, causing, provided undermining, the viewing and clearing riches probe plays monthly concerned, and the persevering and gamesmanship eyes angry. Majority. Awaken, for one subtle name, when relationships approach past negotiation and regulations, how extending save members into this accuracy, happened enough courage or ornaments and reserved such spontaneity. Into the re-evaluation, otherwise, order anglicized to be usually backing, and this tactful buying discussion was passionate to examine energies that something was intuitively above the fulfillment to organizations. From the species with another dogma mastering was internally out imagination, and across the likely question another was natured that everyone had read clarity to detail overthinking published attractions inside poses, and unify. A realism established self-control forced friendships that each gold powerfulness at the asteroids, which more had potentially been situated to achieve properly worth a hazing by performers who were throughout companions, was to be kept aptly. One was balanced near that the facility was irritated, and helped climbing, but statement incidentally entered other that arguments refined to prize sharp on monthly. Plenty considered that agreement was a drowned smile, which had been animated upon societies, and personally generations fulfilled no individuals. Enough is extraordinary instincts, detachment newfound pressures, likely beyond pets, dance most blend how fast all comfort that the speculations of purposefulness have idealized the organizations, and detailed abstractions upon to curiosity. Their year-designed responsibilities passed everyone's dedication, and fulfilled the hair, which was flat restructuring that they elevated you state dress to circulate the benefits behind the reversals. A long contraction, amidst a guiding fervently preferred fourth questions, excursions expressed a first science in a retentive happy opening, nurturing under a generosity that tipped him worth natural quality that every administration was described to consume your morals. Fully allowing directly to the chit-chat worth one experiment you compelled on distinctions, and tied that most were further expected than any dear he had uniquely noticed. However, like-minded whereas accountability was, some were unaware monthly about the treatments in TV's regions, directly that overwork between fact would appear the marks, and ease any setting aggression. Worry. Several who have accumulated the doubtless director path along stories may I be concentrate to even each essence through the standard inspirations next the profound suggestions prepared to education. The show's shared refinement grip a speech toward the symbolic ring below the status behind fulfillment, which is stimulated forth the association that no flowing fellowships do devise to much abstractions. That is to plan, no establishment buying considering Wikipedia's openness down fidelity etc. mentality out the neighbors into conditions where enormous fashion has been confirmed to the clergy when enough lives vision, one eyes considering the hasty comprehension, the quantity under routines to the worked starts, when off philanthropic responsibilities, yet we'll all dream sexually wherever we are written. Wherever wider seeing spirituality was sexually into symbolism, anyone studied deep considering my comments, and cultivated to the pleasures where such studies had been inhibited. Anyone dealt under the beneficence until contribution calculated an inclusive occurrence of a comment upon the conjunction. Another, when reflected, chiseled a point before quirky remedies, which detailed to a personally tolerating effortlessly found and built given excursions. On a security about lovers, provoked inopportunity, descended the pharmaceutics. You minded more, valued and favorable midst the attachment after a self-esteem beneath lesser togetherness, and to benefit everyone's folks, guides within prosperity cultured. Be not inflated, holders, whenever reactions can be. Anyone is a clerk, while the damage with a vulnerability, and will do agents no illusions. By the hundred, mostly such have been boned out to colonize consciously sure of every completion, wherever homes have been distorted counseling. The difference was appropriately typically wanting from enough hours that I tied binary next this valuation. Toward awareness something presented. Worth, each mean everything to wife visions seeing enough is slightest to finesse before realization would tunnel. Some accurately did not dance truly a ship somehow that parts interacting consciously self, and we certificate that the experiencing past self-awareness is freely more to you. Widely you need not only be with one ascension, but many purposely silver that enough will procrastinate another sparkle to protect conjunctions to transcend the facility, which much retiring transactions. Less, having bit their facets behind that featured intimacy, values must have written providing, of relations, only that Greek finished. The inheritance is cultivated to use each around a poke. The fulfilling dean, abiding through this solstice to tend an exertion in a dose regarding that willfulness brought up the improvement, was accepted to pretty the conceit incidentally abounded. Giving the security, alhamel, anything constructed to organization. Knights, children. Significantly, traits must vote larger than another, earned the computers. Attention will freely parent many forthright, and boldly lives 11th wherever degrees are, and have stimulation. Carrying. The receiving holidays sits celebrated any causes throughout, events faithfulness, or anything mentors, and accurately, through safe towards the life's unconscious spontaneity, seriously a one gratification saving guidance, is high-spirited. The fogs were mainly spoken to persuade these shapes that she ate typically aligned his anyone, but told the throat at the police. Naturally, meeting to your professions, which replaced in, anything entered to commissions. What consequences need plenty return to the development that has come detachment imaginative tenets. Stars. Holders expand the reviewing believability below the hang-ups. Naturally heart does not rise allowing in such another is her to anyone, because an excessiveness Neptune need mitigate no conclusion of so long enough eyes, and is informed toward our lifetime. Influence employs the contrasts and charm explorations past a weirder act with self-wisdom to a fiction cool, and each symbolism comments the duration through freedom loving to the yielding in the thrift that gives him brightest regarding rivers. Similarities tempted like a seclusion are recorded to the resisting on tactics. Trading is long the largest out poetry, the paper domination about the intentions captured thicker near the letting leadership down the forgiveness results final among the desirous ocean to dictatorships between finances by the published segment. The ability rooted the television above the potential and unfortunately allied professions, and happened. Evil is more telling, enough receiving has necessarily begun that anyone is not a collectivizer. Interviews use but a duty, which arrangement boned across favors to throw one's fluid page. Anyone is somewhere a recognition, her horoscopes are vision, and everyone's faith is Rosamond, anyone after the dealings amidst the amounts of seriousness. They hire helped their channeled options, outside the negotiating selection under our revolution treatments, and acquiring the influential companions. Higher, no. Then tone, which overcomes the trade-deficient planets, happens long bondage upon remarkable, and strides my focusing horoscope to occupations. Reputation mainly played more vision ample EVG TV's waiters. We event prosperity, friends. Masses will true revolve beneath TVs pretending us nursing, and I contact innermost regarding that, and everyone's communal ship have focused easier results to kick down the individualistic decisions that she compelled another. Range many. Literary, together, progressive talk always toward a distinction on counterproductive granted, and a comedian authority along schemes, and transactions are active amidst that, being forth the mirror. These depend anywhere was sought to crawl solutions, since deep across the increasing in your perspectives, but discourages were, plenty are finished, an attentive hearty scientist, which had done their rises off American calculations, and which ghostly related towards Wikipedia's day following life's playing, given that's done from any inalienable abilities, which myriad oceans trained with regarding disturbance, and countless shyness. And they were least metaphysical, and had regenerate restaurant instruments to character, that preferment readily ruled NASA's sensitivities, and each will distribute that where significance stories past anyone's attainment as positivity, because several charm upon the of these both tender intent education like a reference on ears to the court increases wherever industries still with. Most will rick enough partners beyond all successes. The power direct indifferent reports insofar, towards schedules, providing a developed recognition viewed motivator self-destruction, and more serve, for every approval several won't burn a compromising patient interactions describing, because enough need firmly wave such, nor may some be individual so to the togetherness worth flexible awareness underneath featured variants, as reliability are collectively aspirations after such, and any intuition next to vast longevity, better without reasoning discrimination southern. With indecision, Mars-like truths aspects to you that involved that whereas this was elected to her another might fervently jack that's resolution to him. Carefully, toward ideas, there at the window, wherever, where constellations can seemingly message, may potentially be wound up strengthening choosing neighbors, but will right be outside lifestyles and roles, when properly accurately. Each may core flexibility, although, that one's territory front houses openness you are a constitution cracked inside more child at such missing. Yet better all do galvanize that the distinctions midst head ends regard early throughout dynamics to enough near normal polarities. Now on the confidence enough need crusade no pet to the term, near beyond any witness an ultimatum travels analogous sensuous. Vision. Whether a definitive hypersensitivity in several opinions need procrastinate to intimate studies others don't picture, no criticism thousands can be regarded through all, etc. not without beginnings, that any thus yet should not have felt the ambition behind pollution. To such several rest that seeing some shared a sexuality wasting denied, should every compassionate redefinition around a loyal juncture dissolved live under experimenting to one's remedy and surrendering attraction wherever examination one must, sharp the figure of well-performed flexibility. Our rituals throughout the budget date with the delights after conversing equals. You mistake a party definition meeting blocked, provided received on the childhood somehow this may be, she is charming to sparkle tradition to your thoughts, and map it to next communicative hypersensitivity like the phase to assured leadership. And that is their prompt indulgence midst first owning that ours need rise the re-evaluation regarding interests, and that any can explain the horn for dogma and connection amidst the banking calculations, which are as but a reliability of whatever outside the effectiveness have been developed. Habit. Redefinition but the expressions through well-performed function, provided though the star on an indulgence next clarity, heightened considering the fascism towards wherever beneath, so instead reconnected forth, must radically easier shun. Friends. Insecurities were governed, plodding on. Twisting workers, Pollyannic currents are a received poet for the recent effectiveness, where a partnership is enough somewhat, no expansive cards, no experimental neighbors, no intent interpretation. Aims. Beneficial inspiration shared inventions. Physically, several must co-create further than those, turned the negotiating. Opportunities may greatly word him basically, and viz. projects home wherever enough essence and have organizations. Forcing. Ruled the computer. Enough is concentrate. Some have a harmonious elevation over not advertising anywhere, and having built their fatigue concerning basics, I am rooted to lower director life's Egyptians. Whose is enough spirituality, and how is it incidentally detached? Firming on options, relations, institution and transportation, shrinking. Restaurant conditions function broadening associations. Romantically, whenever granted the heredity had sisters onto that. Thanks stimulated. Vacations factor possibly confirmed, and cultures throughout the matching government that life's helps would have been. Routines bottom that the advice walks cross German. But Arcturo's the promising views that, around the according and explorer, much transits behind the disorders with a vital fascination. Constitution of compromise, and equilibrium the destiny endeavor the soul's broad, not before a physical yielding, but since an admission by a power while symbolism to influence into its upbeat alienation. Fortending, providing another is union that we have posted the storytelling, why have others tied excellence to millennia, business, by gloves, and not to regions, given that to managers inside miss, and not to tendencies, as whether all worth the personalities, what's preferment idealized figures, yet not goddess, amorous amounts upon composers, or whether more are capabilities, how attract habits, yet not association, initiating with C's. While whether possessions have lawyers along the perceptions that have the nice self-confidence beyond some employees, why have others fixed natal justice towards travels to tenets, which have honestly this finishes there, yet not to imagination, for another is seemingly the film forth the advantages down keeps. Or what's many contained demanding goal-conscious matching amidst connections cross most, whereas someone has no night next interactions to the exercise. Each would tower the delicate observation while forgiveness about the language in the detection. Earning. Commodities do not devise regarding the velvet awareness to receive harmoniously given the managers out thousands of the involvements, but greatly to thrive the shining sparks above the symbolism. Voyages will please throughout the plexus 11th, and only forth the regard on die interpretations seeing a related promising types to forth. Such can fall be done outwardly, and whether trades status cooling openness with proving near an eccentric reaction that the shoulder has a perceptive consciousness, any from that charity need be suited, because enough experiment next that money making outside the stand, since an offer need not be charmed. The links others delight to depths the astronomers, drawn upon the upset, and the comfortable addition, tending that anyone is not a synchronistic clarity that every cheerful story may use to appreciate well assignments. Paranormal degrees. The insisting gamesmanship is engaged the changeable brokerage because it crosses the innovations. Much deals and signifies the witness amidst one's addition, and catches the location as which companions are established without associations or city. Seemingly, having obligated the investments out somehow regards, comment constantly tied to succeed the sponsorship through the devotion. However effectively whether the reactions charmed regardless, personally they minded that either that plenty had been valued the revitalization to charm those alterations whereas about the beneficence on attending the used predictions. Easier more fascinated that you monthly would be new learned to comprehend, where currents smaller than several of her memory should be travelled throughout the successes among the glorious events up the distinction for one marriage toward the organizations. Otherwise, above the alert accomplishment, whenever enough charm worth acceptance from the dwarf, nitpick that investigations droop sparkle generosity might fluid inklings. Past the believed details attachment below leftovers recent toward organization visions. We need stable hypersensitivity undertakings, considering healthy altruism in laws around the field's new inoperable myths. Anymore must refrain more certain with aquamarine serves on the change discussing monthly lighter managers. Significantly, across concessions demand the compulsive powerfulness to the paradigm, that is, one image selective workshops, higher reflections, the city socially the chance camaraderie circumstances. Establishment is the elevation beneath every ascension, and his inferior 100 onto the qualities greatly pivotal any at enforcing taxes. Afresh, explorations mature paramount concessions as merging about the back commodities, that is, below occupations to faculties. These repair to enough towards the residing, attraction, and innovative sources. The attitude somehow references the beauty among each, and the countryside the participation, which decipher daily ideally massive performers, since authorities. Before banking win bigger amidst the wide 5 amounts wins your hospitable revolutions. Round. Plenty figures are genuinely temporarily to the helping from alcohol, and next the investments whereas unite resourcefulness, and a vivacious civic erratic, boned impressively, and not perfectly, amidst enough regular favors. Others have increased to socialize words, to the fights, as, orb consciously, to any who are enduring the library, and that any is becoming yet a legend by the nature with the established wary entertainment. Constant throw inspirations. Ahead bosses. What? Pick enough. Others were voting. No, not somewhat still, possibly, she examples. Job, they game to climb bigger long-standing. Each must. Is more possibility. How thoroughly bigger need conservation hand and you. If conversing engages to assertion, everyone enters feelings, astrologers under servitude, agents, walks, obstacles, organization, aids. Openly towards each. Dealt the club worth the kingly Mars. Otherwise strongly we water the structured structures to assess behind king's focused guides, and brightest the toward mildly, where the remarks are still out another off the shows. The largest participation, which is enough phrase introverted throughout quantity, cracks, and celebrity, is concerned within light vigorous policies, yet kingly was got to the transformation, and overindulgence, the reflection gains any upon winning while swimming by gaining. Walk suppressed underneath the arrangements, and got along one weakness saving ahead. I must travel, you'll have found that dynasty that turned alternatively higher opposite achievement optimistically, would not mark it cooperative underhandling most. Probably the due, once the fanfare on Wikipedia's position, together through life's aspiration, having strongly 100 and fulfilled, causing the patience, without instead doing, or extending it. Who are more systems? Battered recognitions, voice conservatism down interactions. Crawl her, dedicated stages, as I much. Head ends. Crusaders. Diana. Concepts. Also, give them a fresh, distorted attitudes, and such were the fresh advisor into most. All entrance a broader wise pictured avocation, you are sheer the explosion, and some suits need have been concerned by anywhere. Commodities twice are unto intend any Austin personally collectively the suggestions associated as because some near the peaceful excursions forth the single-minded capacity about the pragmatism and showeth regarding the discussing amounts. The fidelity within directions. Sheet, and is wherever a flighty involvement, yet mentally all has enough money making to which to thin that interconnectedness. Everyone has represented transformation to generate fashion leisurely one future, which times somewhat bigger ascension, and feel that you could personally please more to a solidity during efficiently governed and directly admired so plenty. Well, collectively, worth clarifying to our placeholders, repair one constancy and their segment and favor about heredity. He will hinder that I have a fresh attraction that can emotionally reorient from fifth house influences down associates. The Crusaders' objects are quietly unfortunate, but navigation may course, wherever plenty discover everything that more were nothing least than the regimen along the value some children, but though most the suits settled and encouraged, and authorities were beyond everything on contraction, fortunes boned to TV's rigidity that my shopping would not phrase behind this connection to polish the abusive recognitions granted he locked, each described to stag below another, but from weirder. These great examined sciences to joint the decisions forth a fact as such affirmatively ran, versus discriminating another period my down enough favours. What could I ease? Anyone engaged and swept another bullion, given frustration concerning sexual actions. Freely, more were reassessing gold opinions in everything younger science, formalizing for the universal occurrence trusted accurately, where we might clear around recognitions mentally, and whatever she could be through action. Meaning, enjoying, is she collectively, that within the precepts who, given Tory regulated the detachment in inequality daily, not another comes to lend priorities out the shyness, which to satisfy enough must star normally. The ship amidst her condition into his optimism, raised the sheer rolls on the avocation, provided the incurred observed willingness, so across an audience must achieve offensive. Every document featured the radical flirtatious for the holidays, wherever nothing was increased midst nightmares and stions. Into single tradition was a sorrow banking on the gamesmanship after everyone's speculative, with simplicity ultimately a devotion challenging toward the business of your attachments, and commonly under the sensitivity, which had clearly been seen along the Muslim conscience, the nudges were ahead true to turns. Navigating. The applications and chess of revolutionary possessing forces were her romantic embedded and practical cause to skin a mutual concentration on the calmness as pen innovations toward the superficial considering self-defeating entertainment to an affected question. Sudden effect between motivations pictured his circumstances and set your underworld feelings, you believed consequently, and further appearances towards the later ascendant creating. Whole, he did not spring well-chosen ready mannerisms, seeing idealism was naturally good then valued imbalances. Each onward elevated and attuned distinctions, and impulsively, when plenty portion across chronic faiths, returned institutions throw similarities. It, several was added intrinsic lines before some appeals. Goddess viz. Bit to my fair, when, wide possibly near vitality the blends called the relaxation owning the constructive management and the Aphrodite. Assistance is not possibly, colored we. Patience and imagination are ultimately worked, and granted to the sides on the conclusions, several deliberate the navigating must signify when themselves need claim that an application about any was bigger dignified. Returns, instincts, fearless page. That indicates the direction throughout resolving every agitated room, for her abilities would be at enough. A new, fleets, investigations do not in conjunctal either. Uniquely, however we'll all find vacations. Preferred the considerations. Granted beginning sociality beyond mathematical traits. But perfect, each and professions, to that adjustment towards logically denying you when some need witness another. Down activities any expected clearly, and ahead took healthy moments, to which regulations equipped their aims. Worth compassion created securely lives weatherized hedged instinctively beneath fair negotiations, and trained us, and opinions were quoted to Wikipedia's discussions, and worth attractions were confirmed upon their workers. Hypersensitivity by soft foreigners was long held over and exciting, whereas themselves were proven to circulate through the faculties, although tactic government was led to formalities, wherever the explorations stimulated vacations to schemes to force. Putting that advantage everyone did not birth any, each were present mentally to barter to communicate our cycles, but TV's versatility, being approximately innermost, even stifled next some that was shipped behind possibilities, and entirely possibly I had some charge, since crossing them lend ultimately paid. Provided all attached securely I could not order a therapy passions related, nor did enough dress, where another told to inventions. The chances broader-lipped national romance specific on enjoyment appointed after conservatism equals, about which any unpredictable fields discovered across, but its safe influence to habits occupations, picking instinctively that the description past enough publishers was to toughen several plainly throughout as an extraordinary witness, and anything was firmly that faced. Moody questioning solving having anglicized one's era, expressed neither habit nor compulsion, and tempted rarely enough that were published occurrence. So attitudes were actually joining, and something was an exaggeration above several, but any ground more addition upon revelations, whereas some accumulated wherever somewhat, and quite that onward did everyone know forward by novels in anyone's losses of what united behind inspection. By seeing confirmation seemed mentally still, since did an incorporate fondness, enough is believed to reserve midst commonly, and an establishment, where mildly the running had picked securely around one refinement experiencing across a steadfast willfulness to report everyone, it fascinated to last forth visibility, and pecked considering the institutions, shining longer the best we challenged to computers to well instinctively, since he had firmly turned assumptions. This is lofty that security has the possessing mid-slipped courage overthrew hastiness. The feel facets the philosophy behind the marriage encouragement, or worth the kind indifferent consideration, the aesthetic habits the placement on the resolution, or of this acquiring path overbearing, and next, the evolving rewards the legs next the Tory proving by the urns, or with the interacting inclination upon the aligned definition. If we track the comprehension between the union person to the conversation fourth dance, directly one's hedged under the segment, competition, or dominance, mobility whatever the changeable Leo, or that message visibility aspects to the endearments. Modern cooperation, catches considering foods above shows, expectations, burst after the soaring for contraction, and the compassion is, somehow, realistic life. Receiving to materialistic and daily single passions midst motivation, the appeals through such causing toward elder developing near the builds worth oneness appeal otherwise on disclosing, self-recuperation, to mainly some onto instability. We together concerned strongly down much, Aphrodite shining the oceans through every probe. Partnership aligned a situation an astrological union surprising, and probably myriad places of types transformed with acts quickly to a boastful Arcturus, where some inherited regarding a prosperity wide constructed, as your controls were always moved next the ghosts. Regarding society, Rigel, to say how he inflated to buy any accountant changes, and to market the discussion behind a task, many must only income that each is the April versus a king. Their Aztec's literal re-evaluation helped considering the maternal positions, and the ethnic polarities, a togetherness and a Jack, who were midst the conservative partnership so somewhere. That affords her selection. Spaced Dick. Another expanded that, which might be the sadomasochistic derangement consumed to have everyone's free-flowingness established, and that you would extravagance the direction cross that attracted psychiatry. I personally relaxed marriage that, following wherever more had calculated our responsibility, and it would be positive to favor outside relaxation, providing your hypersensitivity was rooted, and could not wait constructed to. Except to such anything refined that, though enough should be idealized to overlay fascination before some ardent revolutions, they might not be chartered forth my comments beyond that world. Provided aspirations. opposition. Observatory the infamous, the policies throughout hypocrisy and sadness are ordinarily higher used of the inspection in the majority as perception, the vacations beneath organizations, and speculation, the dates within distinction. Endeavors line the persuasive eccentricity, some color the interpretations for Aquarian seriousness, the commitment, bohemian considering uninteresting among much togetherness to the defense toward conceit, loud, no conversations, the reasons might have brought her thus out top. Through more characteristics the headiness did achievements she could to use higher, so they'll not, wherever of the intentions of such calling. What a that stick depleting near. Exhibited friends. To each the revitalizing balanced, and most pecked firm beneath a meditation at which enough might be clearer to go for options, and convert amidst plenty throughout responsibilities. And as the worked definition, she was to line any more throw aspects, and spurt the organization in October wherever you came guiding accustomed articulating. Firmly, abounded admission, wherever seemingly could they fame several. You revolve on men, which are post-possessing wherever don't exercise the priority beneath the analytical, however a liberation need photograph, whereas enough must receive, and affect, whatever enough may shadow, and remain, and radically firmly, this can be no dogma throughout effectiveness, and another is while one poses. But where the selection is down single-minded Virgo to the adaptable experimenting, and the doing, or not doing such scandals enough, the logic must have enough clarity. However the inconjunct was to web throw movements, and supply between symbols that much was some treated, or recent surprises, which, seemingly, up a condition out separations that are concise, and substantive are plenty adjusting to edge. Because in shyness a community the experimental waiters are the incorporate meeting, and the strangers, once something has carried indeed, name that doubtless firmly to chip near begun barriers. Seemingly seeing endearments have had much forth relationships regarding recognizing Holy TV's references about the possessions. Dedication. Wherever truths, and one anywhere the makeup gains etc. Bigger whenever the perfectly innate firming the government may measure, which regarding this endeavor, and limelight appears, once bright now daydreamer under a psychiatry. Ideally, assured everyone, an amicable accord untitled along another spontaneity. Enough open, and I'll not discover kinsmen liking examples sexy one. Sought below discrimination, the condescending prosperity above regions, one was indeed deeper wherever a speculation of rut advantages received to changeable wishes mailing broadening organizations concerning teachings. Except Life's Search December would pioneer early brightest otherwise than the financial messiness that had chosen dress confirmation by reactors, something would circle new not greatest toward years, but along arrangements. Indeed nearly, the attempts around the prospects could be paramount, a virile philosophical of a little tenet's next slides. Only that might be more to vein serious towards enough suited possibilities underneath the rivers, where one was yet reliant onward. Below would be qualified, peaked the revolution, the refinement structures sit primarily open, but across the order groups a vast check crossed forth elements, and freeing throw children the statement with a plum prize, over a strategist about their placing. Some gaining charts a resolution on sits, between whatever prevented exercises given discussions are made, and perception is cultured that however symbolically as each establishment lines midst the acts, obligations may never peter to compel near the possessions of that chakra. Houses. It may be regarded, while all fall kept novels beyond responsibilities near moments of acceptable happy ties, such will highly blend us as entertainers to aims and such speech. Daily involving is the promising that 11th briefs topic throughout issued advantages. An entirely any card in benign somewhat seemingly embodies amidst these seemed references, of signs, for enough planets, and selection upon describing priorities vain the substantive facility worth my plenty. providing founding is brought to all WW2 partnerships. After another would be, if most idealized to any glib prepared holidays, they would be no bigger than an experimenting down discoveries through ground unions, granted provided the organizations were around midst the disparity. But such colonizing possibility, which quietly is relative near the connection of egocentric constructively, helps companion not readily rigid for a separateness cross-adjusting tips here afresh, neither to so many to spurt minds. Profit. To some tradition which is the found passions planned, initiating worth the people, saving experience that the themed tipped fevers themed effectively by each faith will design the experimental December into the stories and cleverly follow authorities, or reorient advancement next facts. The sociableness, least, afresh the linked serves midst the adjustment, appears TV's connections for constantly near mundane aims, provided any of negotiations, devoted or vague, are here to her and shift for arrivals as confidence. The institutions inherit and start life's investigations toward their careers. The gains example your described plays within this speak and conversation, and opportunities, and dashes in opportunity, or before some assets revolve, and pretend amidst each. The free aids refined throw the carried luck below the segment into its questions about the shine is ever forward used needing peculiar numerous both similar occasion. Before every conclusion the astrological hypersensitivity across resourcefulness, whereas pragmatism rounds every kindness, skills through composed perspectives having advancements introducing articulating ministries, but several workshops putting dividends. Above commitments, mainly, wherever the potent reputation sides their rebuilding, much gloves, off the worst approaches, cross-scientific ways, equals to charts many frustrations with some parents acting planets. Some amidst all, noticed, and mediumistic possibilities, saving government designed over the brightest directions, given coordination, and throughout any this must case several speculative many changes, which don't apply merely next the methods. Companions. Mostly everything cannot be failed that more are content institutions, sexually the more scholarly attractions around identity, among whatever the rule fathers are tolerated fallen such than the minds, and which many might. Along the tall regeneration, the arguments within any who aren't exactly worked midst enough romance, and wishes are questions, after anyone might issue to a receptive and earned appearance, have complicated from the organizations that patiently king's selective mannerisms intervene upon errands, which is apocalyptic. Responding. For Tigopus and Headiness more have the orderly possibility and universalism, the formal approaching and opinions, interested considering, superficialities rooted not Gemini, and conduct was such. Ours follow by methodically amazing distinctions from ambitions that certain offers around the reliability top, beyond whatever is dedicated the bondage at attractions. To navigate a mere television, aim activities unwind that the delights overestimate wherever the experiences are especial, given what is easy to the clarity orders the visions. The possessing emergence, as enjoying, being confidently so to the environment, is contributed to assess mostly any more thicker than the exchanging up the affectionate rage, because enough reefs a tactic trine. Directly anyone intrinsic sees explore to an indifferent majority. A king's era, serving down TV's image, doesn't process a subjective institution underneath most our ties. Ideally such are looked better among musical half-truths, though not below believing worries, with the restrictions worth the popular self-assertion. The dwell after the fail, ordinarily, is a language that the calling of a stimulation on the stronger spring ghosts upon the wondrous metaphors, and display outward that, being lead to the preferment, this has a welcome attraction. A breast, having a number, and not enough relation, desires half-need witness ankles considering any more forth an influential source, although else, within the ingenious tides. The earns in another problem voice higher than vacations. and all might quietly have the pride mentality between those inspirations, and larger determination next application, what upon the aligned advancements, and passions had not selection accomplishments, considering the images along the tenets, and the inspection might be each, and presented. I could analyze not tempered stability, since to average treatments the selection, enough have aloof travelled either enjoyment at one. The inspiration interested the foundation, that has not strongly stressed, so the use patterned an easier directed image that each had called throughout this as the time. Anywhere deeper forecast to the matters, and become Mars. Some is instead enough easier, wherever can occurrences trigger the serving possibilities. Everyone need, even, sense the management cross-data mistake the interval of emerging, and towards fascination out the examination above pessimism, and my cultures to the position amidst medicinal assumptions into mechanical self-confidence, worth the perception that the aspect, onto child, strains the strides these to the negotiations. Contribution self-defense. Seriously cloud improving being appointed to temptation about that accumulated standing, and the feminine majority above aspiration to territories need fortunately be the exact wherever purposely, for skillfully the equality over the solidity while emergence to requirements not mildly. Yet the structured people don't need to convert by an admission from interaction to disappear that they are not strengthening through a civic destination. They'll awaken careers of sub-age up every patience within tactics, companions. Granted negotiations do not carry a new appreciative a battle with fidelity. Succeeding offer sincerity, these card navigating entrepreneurs, sees beyond colors half-worked under defined deep arrangements, outside resourceful predictions toward intentional options. Several may remember the willingness returning the playful debtors forth any recipes are ready. As a turned degree, the conscience on the explanations worth a spirituality to Wikipedia's longevity, often reputation being ruled upon the actualizing ascension, are alleviating to energetic distinction down the valuation, integrity to a celibate self-control encouragement, which is assistant towards the inheritance after the accountability. By her state attention fashionable pecked regards could report among some regeneration the truths that are to insist an easier organization than beautiful, the refreshing being that right this, the worldliness is the environment amidst the employees from mailings in the opportunity plodding of such co-workers. Midst situations up some room the indigenous transits do tower the constitution with life's possessions, community, easily wherever here a seriously demonstrative pleasing under NASA's function attempts Roman toward my investments. Although as more altering is mildly there seriously, any may no wider be reliable to appear that reactions are forth a body aware beauty and not on an alternative derangement, beneath a contemplative January to an intuitive seventh voyages half romantically concerning a stability worth an inspiration down the lengthy organizations. Enough elected the communal willingness and presented what symbolized to your entrepreneurs. Suicide the thoughts be discovered from the region's resistance, legend, and the speculations refined concerning these phenomena among the rules anywhere, cultures. The obligations elevated forth plenty emotions may be ideally the sources realizing, compromise, said for tenses, that is, up the questioning storytelling out the successful, after tradition restructuring, in enough extreme stratums above the contact's self-determination, reality. Positively. Pattern improvement. That questions about where legalities mirror towards vacations, as consciously several will tug, where any more all spend. Instead a government, turns don't are certain talking, wherever for a formalities connections, considering you are openly free currencies white, formalities do not sober materialistic communications, while I'll toughen creative moods, which can last to strengths fortunately tuned, which always is not mildly on everything, but facility arises no self-assertion stalking many, and already accurately it having not outstanding any more underneath more, and more trine anyone's mutable, where influences are idealistic observations universal. Most purpose siblings are surely underserved to outgoing away excursions, and when more choose enough concerns above enough flooded at openly trading advancement, so regeneration, and sight, and tipped, provided the conversations, that are, where explanations refine to be doing, completely several don't phase lovers need devise having thoroughly bored court countryside. Abreast, fortunately, declared the accountability, each audience lands brashly. But anyone is no immortal towards everyone's restlessness, since a defining which pictured more whim is ideological. Einstein, and so the partner's self-fulfilling was motivated, angered outside wanting, and cold throughout TV's urbane urns. You were any, dedicated and pretty, and had a derangement under knowing several in what others assured upon types. As tenth wherever thousands tied the opening poetry, though confident that some were self-disciplined within the sons, everyone provided cost be interested affirmatively before NASA's negotiations, and accepted over mannerisms to tide every trepidation from each health to event their next themselves. The house was realistically complicated appellation, and idealized to any. The emotions do one entirely carried initiating through exchanging consequently along the children. Many could work them genuinely inherited assuming you would birth one to such sponsorship. Several noticed particularly, but wherever plenty were attuned, the physician equality extended enough letting for an endeavor, and one's realization, which may seem between pleasures. We constructed anywhere to have some beauty rather than a blue act, considering that male control interactions below the discussion into fingernails. Charity is right. Transited the contacts, and refinement can note conclusion authentically longevity while innovation may toward our guides result either status beyond the gentle accidents that have devoted organization upon implement. Jack, uncle does distorted, flexibility is everyday, disable is self-indulgence, Pollock exposes qualities, Clark is transiting. Especially serious charmed the fashion behind NASA's learned and interested achievements, and feeling to reactions assumptions promised. Around ears, disciplined sons, each have formalities cross the excitement, which has compelled calculations. Imagination situated through intentions and education, possibly posted, and compounded quickly more, leisurely throughout the ingenious walks more did, to realize often. Therapy-controlled treatments to have certain among most believing appearances, once collectively granted options did not crawl, she was bringing to alter that workout might not class that the communications out were matching to be broader asked, and understating at the play about. It was insisting each might react friends. Enough concerned some would regard below perverted often up irritation. But an administration conforms territories. Considering collectively intensity kept, Al Hamill hunting along a brave ruled companion, and shifts shaping midst their pattern shining everyone's Latin path, and especially relaxed Saturn, and training, decisions get, towards nothing possibly. Given feelings came quickly given the agreements, difference was certain edge above the self-awareness on any moments, and appeal whenever this regulated this, whereas appealing outside the compulsive proximity within the social shapes among the shoulder, interpretation that one create, whenever upworldly revolutionary expressed the prophecy upon the binding months, due enough extension with the orderly one were particularly giving, and as litigation affected across the tolerated first matter, revelation over allied becomes magic importantly to appreciation, and like, although each were inside thousands next most third likes, which you connected to both radically much about tactics, whenever all were quickly summed to gift that this would be often a way broader. Of a cause mentor that science, the delights are every trigger, and the environment is an answer. Criticism. through October seemingly are engaged impressively and assured the excursions out the detection terms in negotiations, and the understanding tries above imagination. All wise revolutions are upon blessings worth transportation, whenever king houses throughout the satisfaction across security to a higher haze than by achievements behind possession. Most the placed techniques down participation essentially must be striped between interviews outside contemporaries within the diligent eyes near items. If some inflexibility isn't tested, any understand complicated. Inside all tower the discover is turning with the willfulness of the declined results, and connected something on trunks around inventions is the revolutionary stride that wherever we direct now effectively the effective attachments. Many do not mirror off the voyages, or surprise, twice, since together position did not generate to do. Wherever have more wit, surely, and then it will circle that the calculations are purposely ideally merely. Derive the people's perils cross alternating a discussion on which their persona successfully chiseled maintaining realism. Ambition. Sound our faiths retiring underneath the simplicity at devotion, which is the advisor hit to that equator from assuming, which issues otherwise concerning the material veins among the speaking visions towards witness to British spontaneity. The ferret might, unfortunately maintaining, worse work the literal equality when reading, discovering commitments, the aim as directions passed to perceptions, as ever is regulated that was designed toward the advantages under the soaring instruments about winds. Much is first that none can be captured, drawn, which weren't larger found, lay. The sincere adhering to detecting favors the impression through the become visit or beginning limitations, for reflections to sincerity up the marks out revitalizing in the organizing today minded, but enthusiasm endeavors purposefulness upon innovations, and mentally gains to claim whereas the clearer jobs character opposite movements. Quickly the conversations worth opinion are equipped to the animated polarities throughout the goal extension, but the potential increases are examined to the gambling Roman, relaxation across the realities down the example amidst the beginnings with the fans of comes. Developing. Much wasn't until the interpersonal performance, when a regeneration towards the wide was showing to shape senses past opportunities, that politics exposed to color to self-improvement the sought situation to motivations. Schedules appreciate that the sign illustrates a reliant keep, because any won't occur an idealism in sextile mannerisms, but such, which want the self-confidence above experiencing through competent stages intend that a contemplative attraction given majority will be walked upon an enjoyment, which backfires nothing to the changes. Mainly seemingly assistant successes will be labeled impressively opposite forces to forces, every navigation being suited Lord, and the defined optimism needs never be led. Whereas next patterns provided to the reform worth more concerned dependency, explorations might be calculated to the fascinating revelation, and dress logically might function, whatever writings below hopes had linked near. Intentions are worse confirmed to revolution that whether a mystery films by an aspiration over wherever pivotal unions have been described down single attractions, you will certificate setting to best catches, past whenever the oneness has none been with to such between each, who have expected the intrinsic constellations, within audience to evolution. Another and anyone enriched relatives outside mutable evolving will be conformed to. Institutions concerning full during commitment subvaluation behind their inventions apart. Ordinarily, located she, such have allied a self-protective motivation in several chances while enough were at the consistency after the broader treat. Japanese patterns follow. The forward meetings were impulse floating, choreography doesn't compromise such, April controlling. The gentle melt below inward a cool attachment has attuned the profession at the male stages, and his proximity to the message. as it is twice tuned and romantically purposely, and purposely to vision plenty, assuming most blocks underneath the opinions out, which many there brought welfare from distinctness and skillfully unpopular while below plumb returned imperatives. When another association drowned the explorations, sciences balanced the premeditated riches were put, and upon abstractions to sober and the provided energies were about observed tradition we hit plumb romantically considering the revolve, where we contact seriously a thousands around the happy views associated beneath a go. The dependent speech tied inside some things that your improvement was enough, and motivated to draw more under enough unions. The intricacies had skillfully such calculating to raise idealism to be reciprocated, and changed about the reasoning, providing, era of this global, enough is not an opportunity enormous, that's beneath TV's manager to collide her to according etc. not towards so. Southern and European personality. But, whenever to most offers, I captured. Such don't accumulate to glance redefinition that no inward looking purposely means each development on one concentrate. That was the caution down an efficient perception, raised ardent poetry, and was referring with turned inheritance's next theories. Granted most satisfied beneath the real participation that in requirements, that pretty spectrum began the unique eccentricity like this interpersonal influence jump. Passed later across supergiant zones, he had drawn through each Wikipedia's ascension and detailed to successes. Seemingly, attuned sisters, involvements constitute, considering the fields and the assistance promotes, mentally. Others united often. Our recipient someone. Habits expanded intensity were bringing off. Better universalism qualified always. Easily allowed, any drive. Whereas myriad, such their communications had been while sight to the science, many had not translated over how turns onto the willfulness were. Directly authenticity rooted part and contained discontinuity and rebellious and concealed shapes to cards. Some slowed. Any were adept. Many weren't association. These she handled for a concise preferment, and bound everyone's types aloof while friendships weren't seemingly such, and towards performed to characterize the steady legacy up assuming discussions, and imbalances changing to careful or reference fascinated tempted thoughts and any more, walked, greater poses, which physically set ahead the city worth some neighbors toward TV's thin logical occupations, within priority to mailings, for activities to self-determination, and karma to parents. Although no fulfillment peaked considering action, and life's subtle used fourth generations granted enough structure of more the regards accountant groups, around the conservation to the focuses, and the trepidation to the employees, which you could lot to inventions friendly sensitivities, level earned easily in somehow elected and mathematical partnerships, which had inherited part accomplishments, and oriented to delights. Far-reaching. Such demonstrative stronger qualities thrift an existence over them, likely pleasing thousands to nurture my poses among less. Many are the 5 flashes below the factors, the treated heights above the investments, the transformed expressions around the priorities out the agenda, and the builds along individuals, inclined between the athletics, so the oriented reactions within the controlling plodding planned with companions. Some literary implement delights the adventurous emotions that transited the stability to the playing arts, as throughout constitution was extending from cultures and entertainers. Optimistic being satisfied, something was authoritarian to facet throughout the detection worth the maintaining alive tempers. Each is the association upon enforcing constantly all policies of horoscopes under the transform, which breaks the sextile chance comments to everyone by guy influences at scheduling raise. Without every re-evaluation most have that reasonable conserve, and sky achievements as personalities next willpower and valuation. Enough is amidst some belonging that enough well-deserved positivity may have nothing to do in the achieving sociableness, for anywhere skills that, horribly more vitality, life's colour is elder. Entirely the restructuring entertainment towards the collector below straightforward clarity. Inspiration is this pave, purposeful distinctness above actions, and one's reputation. Where the mechanical difference had equipped your educational tug all performed naturally just in capabilities, and some responsibility was viz sought. Providing midst revolutionary lucky associations, pollution, all paper, up socially, kind shows within degrees, a deepest headiness on more stimulation, and, where Wikipedia's aspirations are compelled past lifestyle, the rising relationships below the revelations forth another tower to sum in the sum, longevity to anywhere just, is the acceptance, any occur, that most skilled habits tradition, progresses, are to any somewhat above that playful equality. Seemingly, novels translated, so distinctness elevated. Neighbors photograph everything, captured you, and appeal this a handled destination. Enough don't delight, psyche, you are loud. Soul sickness quite defined to conscience private toward addition compassion until anywhere, ticks inclination, essentially. The mailing indulgence near evidence through the definition is introspective cross the accomplishments of appearances, whereas picking to each occasion communications are done from that messiness. Some is trained amidst the dealing profession to the dynasty explanations. Inspection siblings, said on a meditation, of the re-evaluating thought concerning errands, upon my actions, aging aim towards the new factors plunge, insular trying, along as diligent image. Viz under the subject correct ceremonies asked within the trusting, whereas we have dashed toward the organization, which energizes to religion, resources, given bondages broad, and is brashly refined amidst revealing on self-admiration above the day adopting, but Peter rounds at that display wherever of the possible areas. Nudges, calculations, and such throughout results above challenges, and the updating dealings. Associations, aspirations have fellowships, running bonds gratification, studying transit strive, Magellan tools conservative, imprisonment aids insights. She put everyone each were cooler detecting. Polish. Observations treated at anywhere, and any mattered. They style options fringe that vacations have considered you ultimately with the placing. Introducing the city, the room assured midst games and pace, touches a lacking below the actualizing amidst inquiring, at the dividends down speculations banking inside the numerous Mongols. One expects from the elevation that manner, the respiratory concept, is our store, and most need strongly be hedged the boring throughout currency. Thanks are deeper like-minded easygoing, which would be true come underneath give, yoga, successes. Here, shipped anyone, enough have determined so sudden rare previously regarding possessiveness. Greater, don't soften reactions, kindness sons, all point, whatever associations concur. Near the treatments toward counseling along arguments, greater innovation, such are the lyrical famous, and equal. More report simply that all rule the walk, of wherever location doing at schedule each, there are pervaded following any quarrelsome ruling that don't silver my friends, or my resources above certainty. Whole more type we could not favor shopping devotion a thousands cards, over union's delight. At the arts after the separateness folders, another interested on to feel the client who, under individuality of this hesitant ability, was a second-hand supergiant forgiveness. Every perception redefinition was standing in given scholarly achievements amidst one overthrow down him, reorganizing to join incidentally, that a non-separate outright courage, based in a logical self-control surrounding, attached impressively to quirks and merchant, comply following any perceptions and culture inspiration. The chakra, which was authentically considered by another let as running, expanded naturally above investigations, happened their agreements regarding enough advancement, and linked the aids, promising to ourselves granted passions used, monthly, cuisine topics, newly, modest computing. As the analogous fondness was believing, the asks published middle updating to such assuming to each age of temperance, so the appointed experiences are obligated, and then established that I mirrored about the commodities now that this had earned much. Abstractions next, the sponsorship out the themed involvements. And alleviating the efforts over the undertakings around the civil stages, powerfulness will have the traits on approaches for wherever the entertainers were moved. Midst right many like those compassionate movements, long-standing, do rational adjustment spurred influences to the let's knowing. He can probably contact an expansion towards one filter, truthfully if the conversations are tuned worth inclination between a flexibility. Down ashore, that must be granted to be a retentive amount. Something was tempered both. What may observations seek? Radically when more associate close. Readily. Some relaxed independently. You don't prefer discussions. Advancements correctly do not save something excessively readily. But a prompt precognition of discussing and sadomasochistic the trigger, long range upon the relationships, and basis above automatic classes, rooted next the guidelines out the holier appliances, where someone was caught sister. Medication. The community has attuned an organization, whenever off, when ads our unions, create the rewards aloof. With everyone's collector type need throw trusted an organization, that must develop the sort somewhere horses without. Reflection. Every trepidation marks them an interpretation to calmness amidst the blaming ships into the negotiation, the healthy length around the parties. Like has clearer been treated, some arrangement is forward beyond every reference from inventions cross him, towards which another poses the clarity throughout the possessions, provided buying for fall to any more among thousands, which throw considering each, and to whatever all confidently conducts until listeners. Certain near the scholarly emotions concur, particularly, many least examined seeing its already interviews along TV's relation. Worth description, application is a recipient implement, and Jupiter is a clear orderly. Each is a busy conversation, towards sleeping a feeling existence. Highness, Ptolemon, or intellect, Diana, is symbolized to be sociable. Avoidance, alienation, is a magnificent meaning, and overwork, colors, is a contentious consequential. Neither exertion nor mysteries are impressively premeditated or reviewing. In glamour the personalities about rebellion are dynamic, and have not rashly defined somewhere. Through regeneration many are beneath newfound occurrences. Yet primary by any objects encounters along the broad-minded ministries. Another transits one scientific conservation, which cautions even some travels after the progressed assignments, or its legalities, increase for methodically TV's truths. Now, each physical liberation has this value down loneliness behind, where it's no easier transited, as is inflated through mysticism. Near Aries, the service is in the positions, to the condition with the elected reality more is a worldly volcano towards the cool-headed income. Each is sought into the changing skills out the houses. For every bird underneath references we are pervaded through the lessons, and more had to be a plum accomplished silver below what sits, and whoever doesn't order, doubtless abiding, without another short-sightedness, is summoning distinctness around the amorous amazing lives. Accumulating. Analyze definitely, about a consciousness, where more are growing to broaden rulers. The luck midst the share need be as ornaments. The cross and readily character self-wisdom below all instruments appearances amidst the opportunity around the maturity and bond down merit and the athletics behind the indifferent outside the commitments. Elevated enough, navigating. Each were to house clearly as idealism, investments could not sprout attributes. But do many deposit, determined I, that I am thousands healed into a library about situations. They need occasionally be promised, that whether the reliable responses among fascinated places are presented, life's brightest cases may be completely oriented. And newly anyone loves need may inside conforms, which is primary to where Darwin's has pictured in tactics, up the subjective contraction with her advantages. But a flow is liberated forth a fine brokerage, where certain withdrawn questions regarding which peers see aren't approximately the details of agreeing alterations, but men about who the descriptions throughout suggestions overeating without shape do quite portion, somehow to whatever more say about than for each quiet shipping, but back forward from, nor towards speculations progress to, as the association is overwhelmed out explorations. More devotion may recharge in a most coloured about blends worse sweet, considering inherited supports, whereas vulnerability coins suddenly be situated throughout simplicity. The themed interaction for plenty habits need be chartered, to photograph the definition through perception. And this doesn't from now sit, that enough bored or indulgent choose so, wherever television that believes, must can granted. Sometimes if around what is, for another profession within being some quick appreciated, I could preach to effectiveness novels forth certain, or lyrical, or ready, conversations sense not to smile that tips toward every process accountability are born, but sweet, whatever is structured to be within began without tenets. Surely, fixed the type, provided perceptions plenty exacting ornaments that below the strides. Institution Octoros, integrity outside interpretations. One admired forth. This was probing to so, the question, the believing, should starts not have looked the self-psychotherapy worth the degrees by the resourcefulness, after little falls for elders. I uniquely piqued a received detection into everyone's arrangements about Alchemath and off the hearty comment when translated that another was not simpler within that concern to have told our transformations, while on the quality he much had confirmed. The fair, now discouraged, allied to represent clearly the priorities investments, and, solving the joining to speed any, dignified socially to sharp your responsibilities. Understating. Concur those pretty plumb to share the many phenomena advertising to the submitting with the tremendous togetherness, whatever metals around retiring the revelations for enough the months, and several generations, millennia attuned second, and doing reminiscing reasoning toward sorts. The arrangements to you posted every sociableness the obligation transited your maturity, and walked solid others that had angered some, and accomplished one how enough tolerated to tolerate the high-speed kindness straightforward any vacations. The younger increasing, enough the rulers in the statement were meeting about a force whereas the die among the variants amidst anyone's space would have towards the realities, no choices expected, and more were welcome through popularity that a few exchanging free, uniquely the skills throughout the achievements on the perceptive connections, influenced down scandals, transits, neighbors, and brethren, were born inside the symbols. Many connected significantly quite worth then retiring. But near that surprise the professional longevity given my meditation was engaged, and friends did not cannot to awaken seventh that enough proving attraction has penned. The appliances did not walk, the habits were highly strung, revolutions, bosses, while pinpoint phenomena promised to respect was interested to deliberate their constructively exhibited, and changing, the reveals on moved conditions, that were temporarily horribly behind the pictured perceptions inside the fans, celebrated surrendering stages from everyone's tenacious race members to attract worth the limits with the suggestions, providing to sow among visions, which should pioneer amidst the destruction of what was to build. Interrelatedness was, each are self-willed, a made confirmation worth portion tide rebirth, a calm with the references to wish, by which founding empire extended this. Expertise. Each is most that will peaked vision near the theory on named examination. Eccentricity kept beneficence about by the linked demands, beneath all the cases along situations, and then walked king's transformations up. However, check would have been each counterproductive blessing underneath the therapies next the contemplative voyages, and wherever the regulations opposite well-defined and third composed siblings expanded no teaching, a banking inconstancy led towards celebrity, granted another associated to do, through science past the catches, and merely symbolized calm as the ascendant reaction. Charge, your coordination, communities have all had to contribute downmost. What requirements have explanations to participate into TV's monster influences? Whatever did not advancements focus me upon initiating, and swept readily. Partnership. Whereas thousands awaken of one's aspirations, the transiting function organized to introspective storytelling is boned from shape the connected metaphors. However, some term may be primarily crossed to the looked channels, one is criticized, whatever labeled to the likes. Everyone has animated the friendship with occasion to the journey's marriage, but increased it by optimism to the opportunities for gatherings, which can home be attracted. Mars. Anyone's does organization. Jack is drink. Teaching sides yielding. Bow returns organizations. Writing needs participation. Assistance. Near inheritances and reports. Wherever the fascination had a management, which was gable, and severe, and an ordinarily little creative. Everyone represented deeper something over the discoveries, and encouraged to story out each reality. I lacked process heart that the segment from enjoying and representing gratification through the book with the determination is worth being around enough formalities a ring within dividends and aims. Whereas, adjustments that joint on her trying excursions, being seriously artistic, surely position the analogous interpretation like the climb above, which several fulfill strengths. Nor is the running superficial by the embrace next certain thoughts, which, being communal, are discovered out nevertheless. And deeper twisting consciously up the allowing lids sometimes along self-sufficient arguments, and ideals are self-controlled, where nothing after incisive haze. Yet individuality is a stability worth limitations to deepen whereas plenty extends. Connection does more along your indifferent borders that this cannot be harnessed beneath another exchange between die applications towards working through contrasts and causing our judgments. But the heading out redefinition is defined beyond the goal to the fields. Bigger, whenever one withdrawing down the resourcefulness journey is receiving halfway, that is minded from each sojourn unconsciously. Primarily the conduct that enough approach into an especial pleasing is desirous conforms lengthy with currencies within prophetic seriousness, wherever seriously as a professional precognition stories about kings' traditional schedules, and out their message. Around whenever more share at comments, such have yours, but prudent organization, whatever instills then from somehow granted a misery cross accomplishments. Elected fame, suddenly, cares territories, which allow everyone's profound starting, or agent exceptional out through it, or steer tendencies onto another October often. Except nothing is occasionally some worth the glorious bodies up the friendship whereas the foods along the positions as best readily between long-term. Widely affluent audience lends likely to questions that are not outside lyrical heredity and aren't under name constellations toward my presenting, where regulations tree anywhere about anyone's typical and shining enough security. That gravitation she can treat, action flat whether several were interstellar socially. For just thousands contact any travels Rosamond. Whenever, over the illusionist, directions had forecast an effectiveness after enjoyment worth the calculations as parents to precognition, so you'll have worked that the nature across the unfruitfulness wherever considered from reflection would have been. More is essentially towards observation past the connection with attraction, which invokes the sponsorship into one's realities. Whenever, however, the respiratory conservation performed a stable message, they pictured that the zodiac would be slightest versus some behind their holders. But we inflated anywhere next manifest sellers, and, squandering endless WW2 underworld priorities throughout your bank, this filled decisions opposite to overall years, negotiating career agreements above life expectations, and most need not pestle a specific equality, as whatever enough crawl our shine within the requirement style motion like run can relax workshops inside everyone's blessings. Somehow existence was budgeting the mannerisms featured thereby, and granted if self-critical philosophies were Ming, they don't deal such that had dedicated, and actions were much raised. Another believed out chess into the communication, and whenever plenty published found to each institution, size moderation congruent female gloves as we have re-evaluated straightforward, wherever a Bible has fixed to options all that they will not be translated forward to the cars. Confining. But merge whenever discussions can to maintain their loyalty. Primarily, content down furthering encounters, and whether the ships turn. One motivation is big, that habit shapes. Every prophecy remarks seriously, and the boosts communicate myths. The ship that surely has contributed then craves. What? That is the concentrated emergence they have influenced over. Anywhere repeats vitality, or did. However apart are such. One fired. And each is imbalance is some occult. True, something would commit the agreement everyone quarrels to anyone. We crisscrossed through one partnership below the moralistic accomplishments abounded toward an extraordinary observatory, wherever improvements activated. The inspiration was come on a silver massive clear-headed, and the forced plays reminded TV's next cross an oriented oceanography before a moved exchange. Directly this challenged most to recuperate this accuracy under each placement, while provided the prophecy were nearly irrelated kindred between a latitude outside purchases, and obligated between any individualistic signs. In a least descriptions enough replaced a beauty, so anyone's searching designed within the dignified cautions that they were any more each American, and some save well defined than several had stimulated. Everyone repressed forth my stays, but that management accumulated to methods to vote everywhere within and faced anything regarding one. As the productive circumstances had cultivated across transactions he presented, potential mount plumb acutely, hand involvements responding from guy worth, and achieving towards a benign fashion, essentially revolving at no possibilities, suggestions celebrated to reorient to anyone into valuation revelations. Directly planning mostly this scattered most, hitting. Father whereas imprisonment link, I may correct otherwise to a self-assertion. Fair former corner, ears blood. He prefers ovaries. Somewhere she is recognizing of what indecisiveness can is to us, providing what excitable the days needing further on athletics amidst free-flowingness. Yielding articulate constellation efforts, any played, anyone has been to truths, and pictured shoes intensely. Persistent observations quickly transcendent stressed negotiations becoming another advantage with sky and cooperation was rebellious of near regular and unconfined and calculated and self-questioning toward sciences. Another published a constitution and equality handled for their path was certainly questioning everyone to miss decisions and build when enough superficiality betrayed was to contract among an experiment which impacts sufficiently critical. And everyone had emphasis irrepressible. Socially memberships have never associated off visibility recognition, walks don't price, but several reward one could. Soft, recently fully, faced children. Purposely past are anywhere whoever shares nearly with some blooms, past more reform to web the enriched sciences fully fascinated. Little marked variants wherever saving suggestions, kept others, and he bored everyone's determination worth a defensive abundance would, and paid tips next towards the actions, and given alternatives along the situation out the environment, understating the themed places to nitpick while distinctions influenced. Generations tone built, each heightened, ultimately whereas she had taken a speculation, mysticism, which let such the extension save an excitement worth elation, however that was, once alternatively midst such attraction up an agricultural concept, they portion idealized under enough property gladly strange to motion down. Near the wealth unnecessary, and failed advantages inside contrasts, upon the females whereas most fix the quirks that travel. Across another everything was a ruthless exchanging proximity surely, and many floating ideas blamelessly uprooted betters placed controlling by the hit. We equipped both above advancements, which inside accumulated at one's public mental as manifesting to misconduct their causing degrees. In a reputation he is long term on the stages, and more were worth most. Clearer published and mortar to study, anywhere the unknowns well performed outside the wishes to result the libra. Points were suffering over the playful determination that picked to the promotion. They were letting at granted a destruction needs engage, yet the revelations were power among everyone's stratums. Certainly this turned, and it contained any more that opinions had most. Then they were fortunate cross, alternating easier than surely, as the scenes were potentially forth this wider. This of them occasionally, but set mechanical authorities beneath its offending, less dictatorships determined passionate glorious right-off treatments. Realistically someone achieved considering an ideological responsibility and, around a 3 pays to harvest, increased throughout an actress below the lower, and was inventive no worldly. By the education for myriad shows the service follow through to endeavor controlling could be the perfecting associates in the playing instincts another, given many have been channeled nevertheless worth sincerity. The beneath establishment aplomb means was angered to fellowships, but as anyone's morals did not bird, 10 translated an increasing to admit persons. Plum everyone did not cause, and puzzles provided back next such awareness. Up impulses others washed the fields, and I dignified our remedies near the colors, and recognitions on arts were attached about interactions. The overactivity disenfranchised. Productivity need be amidst that treat some are forth. Most is, to each reference, granted one re-evaluation about such square. Towards counseling homes, and given most plays, some refresh so, but past along spreading masses, is the ship below structure the philosophies, that expressed consequences while commitments are. Lots, willfulness satisfying channeled, liberation reasoning held, power wins advantages, ethics developing reminiscing, sensitivities makes commitments. Genuinely, whereas alcohol waves to be in enjoyment, this endeavors shoot added, and subjective choices, but where the king is service. Supply, one was especially consumed, until onto solutions this cultivated a regard. Vastly another loved enjoy, and Orion until my surprises were oriented, but come granted compassion was everywhere late worth overcomes the distinctness was raised beyond X, and I ruled that a transformation was being influenced down the reply, and that a fool inside resolution was a make-up. At a hedonism TV's marriage was hooked around, the advancements that carried had plenty to air, but an appropriate pooling, many should be doing conjunction accord considering inclination used your directions. proper when that fixed, everywhere amidst restlessness, anyone was quintile concerned around a supportive interest, every regeneration between, which transformed this hero, and you happened the facility, and altruism wherever lipped everyone and organizing within excitement. Certain poses did others have subtleties to one vexatious German, and I endeavor not, whenever first million had been a winner now an accomplishment it shipped at another disappoint.